May 31st, 2035. In the classroom of Class 6, senior year at Qingshi 3rd High School. Chen Fan took an entire class period to regain his composure. He rubbed his aching head, realizing he was not dreaming, but had indeed traversed into another realm. This world was named Blue Star, resembling his previous one in many respects, yet differing in that it had not endured global wars a century ago. Instead, it had welcomed numerous otherworldly dimensions. The entrances to these dimensions were scattered across Blue Star, harboring formidable beasts that occasionally surged forth to wreak havoc upon humanity. Fortunately, humanity gradually awakened extraordinary abilities, which barely enabled them to suppress these monstrous entities that in this world. Upon turning 16, marking the conclusion of their first year of high school, students would partake in a ceremony for the awakening of their powers. Those who succeeded would be assigned to specialized classes, offering them the opportunity to enroll in extraordinary universities in the future. From that point onward, they would engage in battle, safeguarding humanity, their status elevated far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Conversely, those who failed to awaken their powers would be relegated to general studies, destined to participate in the standard college entrance examination, ultimately becoming mere laborers of the lower echelons. What disheartened Chen Fan was the realization that his new body had not awakened any powers, relegating him to the ranks of an ordinary student. Damn it. Even in this second chance at life, I am denied the status of greatness. To be merely an ordinary person is one thing, but to be the absolute last in the general class is unbearable. This is the nadir of the educational hierarchy. Chen Fan felt utterly defeated and contemplated whether to bash his head against the wall, perhaps granting himself another chance to traverse realms. At that moment, an electronic notification echoed in his mind. Task system binding in progress. Estimated time, 1 hour. Ah, Inuit. Surely I must possess a system. Chen Fan's heart raced with excitement as he smacked his thigh. Hey, Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? His deskmate, Dong Xiaohu, winced in pain, unable to express his frustration openly during class, merely muttering in a hushed tone. Ahaha, just a moment of excitement. No offense intended. Chen Fan quickly reassured him. If you're so excited, why not smack your own thigh? Dong Xiaohu retorted, rolling his eyes while rubbing his leg. Chen Fan regarded him as if he were simple-minded. Why inflict pain upon myself? Dong Xiaohu. Chen Fan. Dong Xiaohu, pay attention. A sweet voice resonated from the podium. There stood a young and attractive teacher, Wang Yanran, clad in professional attire and heels, her long black hair cascading down her back. According to Chen Fan's memories, she was his homeroom teacher, revered by all the boys at Qingshi 3rd High School as their goddess. Such beauty, such poise, utterly divine. Chen Fan glanced at the enchanting teacher, inevitably comparing her to a star from his previous life, concluding she surpassed them by a margin. Throughout the lesson, Chen Fan intermittently checked the countdown in his mind while admiring the teacher's exquisite features, unwittingly reaching the end of the class. Wang Yanran closed her textbook and addressed the class. Everyone, when you return home tonight, remember to complete your college entrance exam registration on the system. Chen Fan, you may come to my house for registration this evening. Woo! The classroom erupted in murmurs of envy as Wang Yanran exited. How lucky is Chen Fan to register at Teacher Wang's house. Indeed, I heard she's single, they'll be alone together. This is sheer injustice. It must be because Chen Fan is an orphan, she likely feels uneasy about him registering alone. Chen Fan is already at the bottom of the class. Participating in the exam is merely a formality. It would be better to skip it altogether. Scoring a few points would only bring shame to our class. Instantly, jealousy brewed among the boys, who began to deride Chen Fan with scornful remarks. Yet, before Chen Fan could react, Dong Xiaohu stood up in defense. We're all classmates, isn't a bit excessive to speak like this. Besides, whether or not Chen Fan participates in the exam is his own decision. What right do you have to criticize him? At this, someone countered, we're merely reminding him to be self-aware if his grades are poor. He shouldn't trouble Teacher Wang. Also, the registration fee is 1,000. Does he even have that as an orphan? Indeed, the fee will surely be covered by Teacher Wang. If he scores below 100, it would break her heart. You all are going too far. I'll pay for Chen Fan's registration. Dong Xiaohu's face flushed with anger. This chubby fellow is quite kind. Chen Fan felt a surge of gratitude and patted his shoulder, signaling him to sit down. Chen Fan turned to the mockers and calmly proposed, "Gentlemen, since you believe my participation in the exam is a waste of resources, how about we have a little competition?" "A competition? What shall we compete in? Who can score lower?" Li Wenbin, the class representative, scoffed. His words elicited laughter from the surrounding students. "Ha ha ha, he's utterly oblivious." Chen Fan huffed. "Naturally, we shall compete on who can gain admission to a better university." "Ha ha ha, that's the biggest joke I've heard this century. Do you have a grasp on your own capabilities?" Li Wenbin laughed heartily, his eyes filled with derision. Once the laughter subsided, he coldly stated, "All right, if you wish to humiliate yourself, I shall reluctantly agree. What are the stakes? If you lose, you must run naked around the playground for 800 meters while shouting, 'Chen Fan is my father.' Of course, I shall do the same if I lose." Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. "Deal." Li Wenbin turned to the others. "Everyone bear witness to this. Let's make sure he doesn't back out. Rest assured, I've recorded it and no one can deny it later." A student holding a phone chimed in. "Chen Fan, prepare for your naked run." Li Wenbin shouldered his bag, casting a dismissive glance at him as he strode out of the classroom. "This guy is quite arrogant." Chen Fan watched his retreating figure, contemplating whether to follow and ensnare him in a sack. Beside him, Dong Xiaohu regarded Chen Fan with pity. "Chen Fan, have you lost your senses today? Li Wenbin is the top student in our liberal arts year, a sure candidate for Peking University. You're merely inviting trouble. And what of the top student? I am aiming for an extraordinary university." Chen Fan smirked inwardly, refraining from clarifying as he turned to the student who recorded the exchange. "Could you please send me a copy of that video later?" The crowd fell silent, bewildered by Chen Fan's newfound confidence. A few minutes later, Chen Fan, empty-handed and without his backpack, left the campus, heading homeward. Finally, the countdown in his mind reached 0, and an electronic notification rang out. "System binding complete. Haha, the system is activated. I am invincible." Chen Fan exclaimed with glee, eagerly examining the system panel in his mind. Host, Chen Fan. Extraordinary ability, none. Level, none. Physique, 12. Mental power, 8. Skills, none. Evaluation, a feeble little chick. Current task, save. Yang Chu Chu, task countdown, 5 minutes. Task difficulty, FBE heavens, you are the true chick, and your entire family consists of chicks. Chen Fan's spirit was struck by 1,000 points of damage, filled with indignation. However, he quickly redirected his focus to the taskbar. What does this current task entail? Chen Fan inquired, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the system. The familiar electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind once more. The system will issue tasks at irregular intervals upon completion. The host may participate in a lottery. Considering the host has yet to awaken, completing this task will grant an opportunity for an ability extraction. Ah, so that is the case. Chen Fan understood, but then frowned. By the way, who is this Yang Chu Chu? Chen Fan anxiously monitored the countdown of the task in his mind, which showed only 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, causing him to panic. System, my dear system, at least tell me who Yang Chu Chu is. The world is vast. Where should I begin my search for her? Yet, no matter how fervently Chen Fan called, the system remained unresponsive. Stay calm, the system would not issue a task without reason. The 5-minute countdown indicates this person must be nearby. However, as Chen Fan looked around, he saw that the small path was devoid of any figures. By heavens, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as despair began to take hold, a girl's startled cry echoed from a short distance away. The sound is coming from ahead. Chen Fan exclaimed with joy and hurried in the direction of the voice. After several seconds, he reached the end of the path and glanced to the right, where he saw a girl in a uniform of Qingqing 3rd High School cornered against a wall by 3. Ruffians! What a beautiful girl, she looks so pure. Chen Fan's eyes lit up at the sight. The girl stood at about 1 meter and 65 centimeters tall, with extremely fair skin, a ponytail, and large eyes, exuding a youthful aura. At this moment, the girl was visibly terrified, her face pale as she pressed against the wall, her body tense. The 3 ruffians, however, appeared exceedingly excited, like wolves eyeing their prey. The one in front, with dyed blonde hair, leered little girl, Come with us to a nearby bar for a drink, and perhaps we can discuss life. With that, he placed a hand on Yang Chuchu's shoulder and attempted to tilt her chin up. Seeing this, Chen Fan could no longer wait. He bellowed, "Release that girl. Let me handle this." The ruffians were startled by Chen Fan's shout, turning to glare at him, "Kid," shouting like, "Fat dough, you seek death?" Chen Fan paid them no mind and instead addressed the girl, "Miss, are you Yang Chuchu?" The pure girl, momentarily frozen by fear, could only nod repeatedly. "Then I found the right person." Chen Fan's heart leapt with joy as he cracked his knuckles and strode confidently toward the trio of thugs. The three momentarily stood frozen. This kid isn't afraid of us? Could he be an ability user? But soon, the leader snapped back to reality, his anger flaring. "If it weren't for that school uniform, I might have thought you were an ability user. You almost had me fooled." In schools, the distinction between ability users and regular students was glaringly obvious, so anyone with clear sight could tell. This kid thinks he can play the hero? Boys, let's teach him a lesson he won't forget. However, Chen Fan felt no fear. Although he was not an ability user, he was exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Years ago, his parents had perished in a battle involving ability users, leaving him to care for his young sister. As a child, he had been deceived by his uncle's family, losing the substantial compensation provided for his parents' deaths, resulting in a life of hardship for him and his sister. To support her, he spent every weekend at the Wolf Warriors martial arts school, serving as a sparring partner for ability users. Consequently, after years of training through countless beatings, he had developed exceptional combat skills. Even newly awakened ability users, without their powers, were often no match for him, let alone these petty thugs. Chen Fan moved swiftly, easily dodging a kick aimed at his chest. He then delivered a powerful punch to the thug's jaw, resulting in a crack as the man's jaw dislocated, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. One punch KO. Chen Fan grinned, realizing that this body possessed some merit. At least the fighting skills were commendable. Third brother. The remaining two looked at their fallen comrade, their anger igniting as they charged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan seized one thug's fist and, in the next moment, delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying 2 meters away. At that moment, the last thug's punch landed on Chen Fan's chest. However, compared to the blows dealt by ability users, it was vastly inferior. Chen Fan was already accustomed to such inhuman strikes, and he stood his ground without budging an inch. "Is that a tickle?" Chen Fan grabbed the thug by the collar, pulling him close, and unleashed a flurry of slaps, knocking out all of his teeth onto the ground. In less than half a minute, all three ruffians lay on the ground, wincing in pain. Meanwhile, Yang Chuchu looked at Chen Fan with admiration in her eyes. "This senior is so handsome." However, Chen Fan was too preoccupied to notice her admiration, hastily checking the system. Yet the countdown for the task continued to tick down. "Wait, I haven't completed the task yet." Chen Fan felt a surge of urgency. I need to drive these scoundrels away." He thought quickly and coldly addressed the three on the ground. "Get lost." The three, trembling in fear, scrambled to their feet and limped away into the distance. Yet, even after they had completely vanished from his sight, the system panel in Chen Fan's mind still indicated that the task was uncompleted. "Goodness. System, don't play tricks on me." Chen Fan stared at the countdown, which now showed only 1 minute remaining, feeling frantic. Could there be an unknown danger? He quickly scanned the surroundings, which were so quiet that even the chirping of insects could be heard where was the slightest hint of danger. Could the danger stem from Yang Chuchu herself? Perhaps she is about to faint and requires my assistance with artificial respiration or CPR. In mere seconds, Chen Fan's mind raced with thoughts. At that moment, seeing sweat bead on his forehead, Yang Chuchu asked with concern, "Are you all right, senior?" "Ah?" Chen Fan snapped back to attention, carefully observing the girl before him. She had regained her composure, showing no signs of fainting. Glancing at the countdown in his mind, which now showed only 40 seconds left, he anxiously shook Yang Chuchu's shoulder, urging, "Classmate, are you feeling unwell?" I'm fine, I just accidentally twisted my ankle while running away." Yang Chuchu spoke softly, her heart warming at his concern. This senior was so kind, not only driving away the bad guys, but also worrying about her well-being. "You twisted your ankle? Take off your shoe." Chen Fan urged hastily. Every second counted. Yang Chuchu was momentarily taken aback. "Let me handle it." Seeing her hesitate, Chen Fan crouched down, grasping one of her feet and swiftly untying her shoelaces. Hey, hey, hey. Yang Chu-Chu flustered, her face flushing crimson. Chen Fan moved quickly, effortlessly removing her shoes and socks, revealing a delicate, fair foot. Senior no. Yang Chu-Chu, unaccustomed to such situations, felt her cheeks flush to the roots of her ears. It seems you haven't twisted your ankle at all. Chen Fan frowned, looking up at Yang Chu-Chu, and oh, not that foot. Yang Chu-Chu whispered in response, her mind flooded with memories of romantic dramas she had watched in the past. Could this senior truly be her Prince Charming? Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Fan hurriedly removed her other shoe, and indeed, her ankle had begun to swell. Please bear with me. Chen Fan glanced at the countdown, which had merely 5 seconds remaining. He swiftly grasped her ankle, gently manipulating it. After a series of audible cracks, just as the countdown approached its end, he realigned Yang Chu-Chu's bone. Ah! Yang Chu-Chu let out a soft cry of pain. But once she regained her composure, she found her ankle remarkably light, devoid of any discomfort. Is it all right now? Yang Chu-Chu's eyes widened in surprise. Her innocent face flushed as if it might spill over with color. However, Chen Fan was too preoccupied to notice her, hastily directing his attention to the system panel. Host, Chen Fan. Superpower, none. Level, none. Physical strength, 12. Mental strength, 8. Skills, none. Evaluation, a weak and powerless chick. Current task, rescue Yang Chu-Chu. Task completed. The host may now draw for a superpower. Task difficulty, F. It changed. The system panel has transformed. Haha, my superpower is on its way. Chen Fan rejoiced internally. Meanwhile, Yang Chu-Chu shyly interjected, Senior, you're still holding onto my foot. Chapter 3. The extraction of extraordinary abilities. In this chapter, Chen Fan finds himself in a rather awkward predicament. Apologizing profusely, he hastily releases Yang Chu-Chu's foot, his face flushed with embarrassment. Haha, classmate Yang, you are no longer in danger, so I shall take my leave. He prepares to depart, wishing to remain inconspicuous, for lingering might lead others to regard him as a pervert. Wait a moment, Senior. Yang Chu-Chu calls out to him. Do you have something to discuss? Chen Fan feigns seriousness, turning back with a gentle smile that radiates the charm of a bright young man. With a hint of trepidation, Yang Chu-Chu implores, Senior, I am too frightened to walk this path alone. Could you accompany me to the intersection ahead? Chen Fan hesitates, torn between his desire to activate his extraordinary ability and the sight of Yang Chu-Chu's innocent face, which betrays her anxiety. Curse this sympathy. Curse this protective instinct. He laments inwardly. Yet, gazing at her captivating visage, he concedes, I happen to be heading that way as well. Let us go together. Thank you, Senior. Yang Chu-Chu exclaims joyfully, quickly donning her shoes and trotting to keep pace with him. I am Yang Chu-Chu, a first-year student in Class 2 at Qingqing 3 High School. What about you? I am Chen Fan, the ordinary Chen, a senior in Class 6. He replies nonchalantly. Ah, Senior. Yang Chu-Chu's tone carries a hint of disappointment. The reason is simple. In just a week, the college entrance examination will arrive, and she may never encounter this kind-hearted senior who rescued her from peril again. Yang, this small path can be quite dangerous. It is seldom traversed by girls. Chen Fan kindly warns. I was unaware. Usually, my father's driver picks me up at the school gate, but today he was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. I intended to walk part of the way myself. Yang Chu-Chu recalls her earlier fright and instinctively leans closer to Chen Fan. You are truly kind. She murmurs softly. Please maintain some decorum, young lady. Chen Fan thinks to himself, bemused. A few minutes later, they emerge from the narrow path, arriving at an intersection just as a Bentley glides to a stop before them. A lean man in his 30s swiftly exits the vehicle and approaches Yang Chu-Chu. Miss, I apologize for my tardiness. Chen Fan is taken aback. This man exudes an aura of power that surpasses that of ordinary extraordinary beings. Upon seeing him, Yang Chu-Chu's eyes well up with tears, her delicate features reflecting distress. Uncle Qian, you finally arrived. I was nearly bullied. She cries. Who had the audacity to do such a thing? The man, referred to as Uncle Qian, glares at Chen Fan, his voice cold and menacing. Was it this young man? Chen Fan feels a chill run down his spine, as though he were prey under the gaze of a ferocious tiger. He fears that with a mere nod from Yang Chu-Chu, he might be violently dispatched. No, it was not my senior. Yang Chuchu quickly interjects, stepping protectively in front of Chen Fan, recounting the perilous encounter she had faced. Upon hearing this, the man surnamed Qian immediately displayed a furious countenance. Miss, rest assured, I shall dispatch individuals to track down those ruffians and impart upon them a profound lesson. After uttering these words, he cast a fleeting, indifferent glance at Chen Fan before urging, Miss, let us be on our way. Yang Chuchu turned back, reluctantly bidding farewell to Chen Fan. It was only after the luxury Bentley had vanished from sight that Chen Fan withdrew his gaze. The impression left by this Uncle Qian was unsettling. While he had exhibited an expression of anger as Yang Chuchu recounted her perilous encounter, his eyes remained disturbingly calm, a demeanor unbecoming of one genuinely concerned for her welfare. Chen Fan pondered the reasons behind this dissonance, but soon dismissed the matter, as he was eager to engage in the ability lottery. System. May I initiate the ability lottery now? Chen Fan inquired. The electronic prompt responded. Host, please be advised that upon drawing an ability, the infusion will render your body immobile for half an hour. During this period, you will be unable to move at all. Would you like to commence the lottery now? Certainly not. Chen Fan replied hastily, dashing homeward. Moments later, he burst through the door only to be greeted by the sight of an exquisitely delicate young girl resembling a porcelain doll. This was his 8-year-old sister, Chen Tong Tong. With her little legs, she circled around him and then, with a face full of disappointment and grievance, declared, Brother, you promised to buy Tong Tong fried chicken this morning. How adorable she is. Chen Fan felt an overwhelming surge of affection for the little girl before him. Goodness, my previous incarnation was a devoted sister's admirer. He thought to himself, looking at the porcelain doll-like figure. Tong Tong, dear, I got busy and forgot, but I promised to get it for you tomorrow. But you said the same thing yesterday. Chen Tong Tong's face was etched with a sense of injustice, her large eyes brimming with tears, as though she might cry any moment. Was my former self really this unreliable? Chen Fan mused silently, feeling a pang of heartache for the distressed Tong Tong. All right, let us first pacify this little princess. Having absorbed all the memories of his previous life, he genuinely cherished his 8-year-old sister. Tong Tong, what else would you like to eat? I will get everything for you. Chen Fan gently pinched her little cheek and spoke tenderly. I want double-skin milk, grilled sausages, and candied hawthorn too. Tong Tong exclaimed, her excitement evident as she listed off a dozen snacks. Can your little tummy accommodate all that? Chen Fan teased playfully. Yes, it can, brother. Tong Tong replied with anticipation sparkling in her eyes. Very well, just wait. Chen Fan locked the door and hurried downstairs. Within minutes, he returned carrying numerous plastic bags. Tong Tong, remember, you can only have a little of each. Too much will upset your stomach tonight. Chen Fan instructed, then turned on the television, tuning it to her favorite cartoon. Before retreating to his bedroom, System commenced the ability lottery. Chen Fan lay on his bed, commanding the system. The lottery has begun, the system announced. As the electronic chime resonated, a transformation occurred within Chen Fan's mind, revealing an expansive wheel divided into numerous sectors of varying sizes. Upon closer inspection, he noted that each sector bore a line of small text, indicating various extraordinary abilities: fire ability of grade 10, speed ability of grade 10, lightning ability of grade 10, space ability, time ability, and psychic storm ability. Chen Fan's gaze lingered on several grade 10 abilities, his heart racing at the prospect of acquiring such power. If he were to draw a grade 10 ability, he would soar to new heights. However, he tempered his excitement with realism. As the sectors representing those elite abilities were minuscule, almost line-like, rendering the likelihood of selection exceedingly slim. As long as I can obtain an ability above grade 10, I would be thoroughly satisfied, he mused, aware that among the over 600 extraordinary individuals at Qing City 3rd High School, only 3 possessed grade 10 abilities. The wheel began to spin, each ability flashing before his eyes, and Chen Fan felt his heart leap into his throat. After what felt like an eternity, the wheel gradually came to a halt, landing on a diminutive sector. With bated breath, he focused intently. Grade 10 ability, Devourer of Thunder. Although it was not a grade S ability, grade 10 was still immensely powerful. After all, in over a century of extraordinary history on Blue Star, only a handful of grade 10 individuals had emerged. Furthermore, with a system capable of extracting abilities, he might yet have the chance to draw a grade S ability in the future. Chen Fan was quite pleased. While he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Devourer of Thunder, its designation alone indicated its formidable nature. As he pondered this, The electronic prompt chimed once more. Ability extraction complete. Initiating ability bestowal. In the next moment, a tingling surge of electricity coursed through his brain, swiftly radiating to every fiber of his being, rendering him completely devoid of physical control. The electrifying sensation engulfed him for a full half-hour before receding like a receding tide. At that moment, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for mastering the Grade 10 ability, Devourer of Thunder. This ability, capable of both close combat and long-range strikes, endowed its wielder with an extraordinary physical enhancement, surpassing both speed and strength of peers with equivalent abilities. Moreover, as a premier mutated ability within the lightning category, the Devourer of Thunder granted its possessor unparalleled control over electricity, establishing them as the mightiest thunder sorcerer in existence. A gentle reminder, the Devourer of Thunder possesses a unique trait. Absorbing the power of lightning can enhance its strength." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Fan's spirits soared. It was powerful, beyond his wildest dreams. He quelled his excitement and promptly accessed the system panel. Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body level, first stage beginner, physical strength, 22 mental power, 16 skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash. Thunderclap palm, evaluation, a feeble and powerless chick, current task, none, task difficulty, none. My physical prowess has nearly doubled. Is this the enhancement bestowed by the awakening of the Thunder Devouring Sacred Body? Chen Fan rejoiced internally. The average physical strength of an ordinary person hovers around 8, while he had previously achieved 12, which is nearly the peak for an average individual. The ability users he had encountered prior to this typically awakened with a physical strength around 13. Thus, without utilizing any abilities, his exceptional agility afforded him an 80 chance of victory in encounters with such individuals. Now, upon awakening, his physical strength astonishingly reached 22, which was undoubtedly exhilarating. With such physical capabilities, when employing his abilities, his explosive power and lethality would experience a qualitative leap, making it effortless to contend with formidable beasts like tigers and bears. Such is the advantage of possessing a high-level ability. Chen Fan was exceedingly exhilarated and turned his attention to the skills section. Were these 3 skills innate to the Thunder Devouring Sacred Body? Skills that others toil for countless days and nights to master had been effortlessly acquired by him upon awakening. Truly miraculous. Among them, 9 heavens thunder movement allows him to create a field of thunder around himself, with electric arcs transforming into 9 thunder dragons encircling him. At his command, these dragons would respond as extensions of his will, providing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, though the energy consumption is immense, thus he would refrain from using it lightly. As for Thunder Flash, it is an evasive skill enabling the ability user to instantaneously relocate within a certain radius, a divine technique for both assault and evasion. Meanwhile, the Thunderclap Palm is a skill requiring relatively little energy, enhancing both striking power and destructiveness through the generation of thunder in the palm. Incredible. This level of ability is indeed extraordinary. Chen Fan was on the verge of exclaiming with joy. However, the system's evaluation still labeled him as a weak and powerless chick, which was somewhat disheartening. Just as Chen Fan contemplated challenging the system's judgment, the door swung open. "Brother, why does your room smell so foul?" Tong Tong exclaimed, hastily covering her little nose and darting out. "What?" Chen Fan, caught up in his elation, suddenly realized that he was enveloped in a layer of black sludge, the pungent stench assailing his senses. "This is the cleansing of impurities following the awakening of my abilities." Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, this is the power of a high-level ability. He quickly rushed into the bathroom to wash away the grime, finally dispelling the noxious odor. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he seemed to appear even more handsome. "How many young ladies will I captivate in the future?" Chen Fan mused, grinning mischievously as he pinched his chin. "Brother, are you done yet? Sister Ran is calling," came Tong Tong's innocent voice from outside the restroom. Sister Ran? Wang Yanran. In Chen Fan's mind, the image of that teacher's exquisite visage from the classroom surfaced unbidden. He ambled leisurely out of the bathroom, grasped his phone, and connected the call. "Hello? Is this Chen Fan? Didn't I ask you to come to my house tonight to complete your college entrance registration? Have you forgotten?" Wang Yanran's voice crackled with irritation on the other end. "I am also registering for the Wu co-entrance exam. If I go to your house, will you help me register?" Chen Fan internally scoffed and replied, Sister Yinran, I've already completed my registration on my own, so there's no need to trouble you. Chen Fan, what is wrong with you? Do you realize this is a significant matter in your life? If there is an error in your information, you won't be able to take the exam. Can you not take responsibility for yourself? Wang Yinran's frustration was palpable, her voice rising in exasperation. Sister Yinran, please calm down. I've checked it 3 times, and everything is fine. Chen Fan hurriedly reassured her. Wang Yinran lived in the same neighborhood, and they had met several years prior. After she graduated from university and began teaching at Qingxing No. 3 Middle School, she fortuitously ended up teaching the same class as Chen Fan, often looking out for him, and he affectionately called her Sister Yinran. Chen Fan, just wait. I'm coming over for a home visit. Wang Yinran bellowed, abruptly ending the call. Oh no. Chen Fan dashed to his computer. Wang Yinran would reach his house in just 5 minutes, and he needed to finalize his registration immediately. Tong Tong, please tidy up the table. Sister Yinran will be here shortly. Chen Fan instructed, swiftly opening the college entrance registration system. Name, Chen Fan, gender, male. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he rapidly filled in his personal information, and ultimately, with unwavering resolve, he selected the Wu-Ku exam category. 5 minutes later, he retrieved his phone, scanned the payment code, and successfully completed his college entrance registration. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wang Yinran had arrived. That was close. Chen Fan exhaled in relief and beckoned Tong Tong to answer the door. Moments later, a statuesque woman clad in casual home attire appeared in Chen Fan's view. Before he could react, a pair of long, fair legs strode directly towards him, and in the next instant, a delicate hand seized his ear. Chen Fan, have you been itching for trouble? Wang Yinran, resembling a sorceress, twisted his ear with great force. Sister Yinran, it hurts, let go. Chen Fan hastily attempted to pry her fingers away. Her touch was cool and smooth, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, causing his heart to race momentarily. Humph. Wang Yinran twisted his ear for several seconds before finally releasing him, then plopped down onto the sofa. Upon noticing the table overflowing with snacks, her ire flared anew. Chen Fan, how could you be such a brother? How can you allow Tong Tong to indulge in so many junk foods? Do you not realize she is still a child? Oh no. Chen Fan's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot a fierce glare at Tong Tong. Didn't I ask you to tidy up the table? How could you not understand? You need to hide these things. My little ancestor. Chen Fan, you have gone too far. Not only are you irresponsible towards yourself, but also towards Tong Tong. Wang Yinran glared at him fiercely, clearly contemplating administering a more severe reprimand should the situation escalate. Chapter 5. Registering for the martial arts examination, Wang Yinran arrives. In the face of Wang Yinran's scolding, Chen Fan naturally refused to concede. Those snacks were purchased for my own enjoyment, he declared, hurriedly shoving the assortment of treats into the refrigerator. Humph. After casting him a furious glance, Wang Yinran shifted her focus to Chen Fan's college entrance examination registration. Xiao Fan, open your registration system for me to inspect. If you have filled in any incorrect information, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Chen Fan, keen to keep his secret hidden, feigned confidence, stating, Yinran Jia, you need not worry. I have everything under control, no need for you to check. I have the least faith in your capabilities. Wang Yinran stood up and approached Chen Fan's computer desk, taking charge of the situation with an air of authority. What on earth, Yinran Jia? A boy's computer should not be casually scrutinized. Chen Fan swiftly snatched the mouse away, attempting to halt her actions. What? Do you have little secrets? As your teacher, I must investigate. If I happen upon any inappropriate videos, you shall be in serious trouble. Wang Yinran's brows furrowed slightly. In that moment, Chen Fan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, she was the teacher, and she was always right. Wang Yinran seized the mouse, opened his browser history, and effortlessly located the registration system. She meticulously examined every option from top to bottom. Martial arts major. Upon reaching the final line, her eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Fan. The roar from the beautiful girl echoed through the room. Wang Yinran's chest heaved with indignation, her silver teeth clenched, and her beautiful eyes seemed to spark with fury. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure. Chen Fan, this is what you call being responsible. You have even selected the most crucial category incorrectly. Yinran Jia, let me explain, Chen Fan hastily interjected. I am not listening. Wang Yinran interrupted him, akin to a girl in the midst of a quarrel with her boyfriend, not allowing him a moment to clarify. Chen Fan, Tong Tong. After a few silent seconds, Wang Yinran appeared to have found a reason to console herself, even going so far as to comfort Chen Fan. Xiao Fan, a mistake is a mistake. Given your grades, you wouldn't have been able to gain admission to any reputable university anyway. Just forfeit this year's exam. And I hope you will repeat the year. Study diligently then. Do you understand? Repeat the year? Am I someone who would need to do that? Chen Fan scoffed internally before speaking up. Yinran Jia, you have misunderstood me. I intentionally selected the martial arts major because I intend to participate in the martial arts entrance examination. Are you serious? Wang Yinran replied, her expression one of disbelief. According to the regulations set forth by the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia, liberal arts students are permitted to register for the martial arts entrance examination. And if they perform exceptionally during the examination, the Education Bureau will reward them with an opportunity for an extraordinary ability awakening. Of course, participating in the martial arts entrance examination as an ordinary person undoubtedly poses significant risks. The martial arts college entrance examination will take place in a specially designated otherworldly space, teeming with myriad dangerous creatures. Thus, for liberal arts students to participate in this examination is tantamount to courting death. Historically, among the millions of liberal arts examinees each year, only a scant few have dared to enroll in the martial arts exam, driven by their unwillingness to accept defeat. However, these individuals invariably met their demise in the examination hall. Since the establishment of the college entrance examination system in the Great Xia, only one person has ever successfully passed the martial arts examination. This individual, due to his outstanding performance, was granted the opportunity for a second awakening of abilities. Consequently, he surged against the current and, within a few decades, established himself as a towering figure in the Great Xia. This person is none other than the legendary figure of Great Xia, the god of war in white, Luo Changsheng. Wang Yinran gazed at Chen Fan with a serious expression. I know you possess commendable skills, but even so, you cannot possibly contend with those otherworldly beasts. Moreover, you must consider not only yourself, but also Tong Tong. She has no one else but you. What will happen to her if you perish in the martial arts examination? Wang Yinran's concerns and unease were vividly etched upon her face, moving Chen Fan deeply. Sister Yinran, just watch, Chen Fan declared, extending his hand and gripping a corner of the tea table before effortlessly lifting the over a meter-long table with a single hand. This action was a testament to his confidence in participating in the martial arts examination. Xiao Fan, how can you possess such strength? Wang Yinran exclaimed in surprise. While an ordinary person could lift a table, to do so effortlessly by merely grasping a corner was a feat of extraordinary difficulty. Chen Fan refrained from disclosing the matter of his awakening, as maintaining an air of mystery would surely pique a woman's interest. He chuckled. I am naturally endowed with immense strength. A fortune teller once proclaimed that I am the reincarnation of the mighty Xiangyu. Therefore, my chances of passing the martial arts examination are quite substantial. Rest assured, with you as the reincarnation of Xiangyu, I suppose I must be the lovely Yu Ji. Wang Yinran, feeling somewhat reassured, teased him. However, she quickly realized that Xiangyu and Yu Ji are a pair destined to be together. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hastily shifted the topic. Xiao Fan, have you given it some thought? Even with your extraordinary strength, there remain significant risks. Do not worry, Sister Yinran. With our biceps, a single punch would compel those otherworldly beasts to bow in submission. Chen Fan proclaimed, rolling up his sleeves to showcase his arms to Wang Yinran. Wang Yinran burst into laughter, her smile enchanting. So beautiful. Chen Fan stared, momentarily entranced. Chen Fan, what are you staring at? Wang Yinran noticed his unusual demeanor and shot him a fierce glare. Chen Fan quickly chuckled to mask his embarrassment. By the way, Sister Yinran, how old are you this year? I'm 23. Why do you ask? Wang Yinran inquired, puzzled. She was 23, and he was 18. She was 5 years his senior. A woman 3 years older than a man is akin to a gold brick. A woman 5 years older is like an old mother, Chen Fan mumbled softly. What are you mumbling about? Wang Yinran, unable to catch his words, sensed his mischief and shot him a reproachful glance before pulling Tong Tong aside to chat. Phew, that hurdle has finally been cleared. With Wang Yinran's anger subsiding, Chen Fan sighed in relief, only then realizing his own hunger. Sister Yinran, I shall prepare a meal in the kitchen, Chen Fan declared, making his way towards the kitchen. He was never picky about food, so he simply boiled a bowl of noodles. In the living room, Wang Yinran imparted earnest advice to Tong Tong. Tong Tong, do not emulate your brother. During class, you must listen attentively and diligently complete the assignments given by your teacher. Do you understand? A few minutes later, as Chen Fan emerged from the kitchen with the noodles, he stumbled upon an awkward scene. At that moment, Tong Tong was pointing at Wang Yinran's ample bosom, exclaiming, Sister Yinran, why is it so plump here? Are you hiding something delicious? Let me see. Wang Yinran's expression darkened. Tong Tong, who told you that a bulging area means there's food hidden? When you grow up, you will understand. This is merely a sign of normal development for girls. Is that so? Tong Tong asked skeptically. But my brother said that a plump area means there's something tasty hidden. Chen Fan interjected, I must retreat. He hastily retreated back to the kitchen. Chen Fan. Wang Yinran's furious voice echoed. If you do not understand, do not impart your misguided teachings to the children. Chapter 6. Blossoming affections for the school belle. Wang Yinran looked at Tong Tong with a heart full of compassion. This child lost her mother at such a young age. I must come here more often to guide her. Otherwise, she will inevitably be led astray by Chen Fan. With this thought, she called out to Chen Fan in the kitchen, Chen Fan, tomorrow is the weekend. I will take Tong Tong to the amusement park. Sure thing, Sister Yinran. Chen Fan readily agreed. At 8:15 in the evening, Wang Yinran departed from Chen Fan's place, while Tong Tong was so exhausted that she could barely keep her eyes open. After carrying her back to his room, Chen Fan tidied up the space before finally returning to his bedroom. When he picked up his phone, he was astonished to see several missed calls. What is wrong with Dong Xiaohu, calling me so many times at night? Just as Chen Fan hesitated about whether to return the call, Dong Xiaohu's phone rang again. Reluctantly, he answered. The voice of the chubby boy came through instantly. Chen Fan, you are in trouble. Someone posted the video of you betting with Li Wenbin in our grade group chat. You have become famous. There are 1,000 people in the group waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. That scoundrel Li Wenbin is still making snide remarks about you in the chat. Chen Fan chuckled, responding nonchalantly. Are you certain they are laughing at me and not at Li Wenbin? Dong Xiaohu replied, Bro, what time is it? How can you still be so confident? He sounded exasperated and a bit frantic. Let me share a little secret with you, chubby one. I am enrolled in the military academy. There was a prolonged silence on the other end, eventually followed by a simple, impressive, is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. Chen Fan reclined on his bed lazily. Dong Xiaohu quickly added, Oh, one more thing. What have you been up to today? Why are people asking for your WeChat ID and coming to me for information? Who? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. Yang Chu-Chu, the school belle. Dong Xiaohu replied with a hint of jealousy. Yang Chu-Chu, is it really her? Chen Fan recalled the girl he saved on his way home. In terms of beauty, she truly deserved the title of campus belle. I understand now, Chen Fan replied calmly. Wow, Fan Go, aren't you excited? That's Yang, the campus belle. The dream girl in the eyes of many. Can you give me a definitive answer? Will you add her on WeChat? It's up to you to decide, Chen Fan said. Before hanging up the phone, opening the class group chat, the pinned message was a video of Chen Fan betting with Li Wenbin. The chat had erupted with messages. Has Chen Fan thrown caution to the wind? The best joke of the year is already booked. The last place challenging the top student? Li Wenbin is a sure win. I can't wait to see Chen Fan running naked on the playground. Li Wenbin occasionally chimed in, posting a smiling emoji with a caption, Chen Fan. Looking forward to your acceptance letter from a good university. Chen Fan set down his phone, a relaxed expression fading away, replaced by a sharp intensity. In this world, ordinary people would always remain at the bottom of society, struggling endlessly, while only the top-tier extraordinary individuals could dictate their own destiny. With a thought, blue lightning crackled in his hand. With a single strike, he could likely shatter the wall. I shall test my strength at the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts School tomorrow. Meanwhile, in a villa several kilometers away, Yang Chu-Chu, clad in a light yellow long dress, was video chatting with her close friend Wang Wenli. Wang Wenli, also quite attractive, wore black-framed glasses and exuded a cute, wide-eyed charm, though she paled in comparison to Yang Chu-Chu. Wang Wenli asked in confusion, Chu-Chu, why are you trying to find Chen Fan's WeChat? Let me tell you, he's quite the oddball. He's become famous in the entire senior year, did you know? He's the bottom of the class, yet claims he wants to go to university, even betting with the top student about running naked. Isn't that hilarious? However, Yang Chu-Chu appeared somewhat displeased. Lily, Senior Chen isn't what you think. He wouldn't make baseless claims. If he dares to bet, he must have confidence. You haven't seen him. The assurance in his eyes is something I've never encountered in anyone else. Choo-choo, I can't help but feel you're infatuated. Did Chen Fan cast a spell on you? Wang Wenli teased. Humph, you can't say that about him. Yang Choo-choo retorted coldly. The image of Chen Fan appearing like a deity before her, rescuing her from the clutches of darkness, had replayed in her mind over a dozen times today. She couldn't deny that she felt a flutter in her heart for this boy. Choo-choo, you're hopeless. Wang Wenli sighed. In her view, someone like Chen Fan did not deserve to be in their sights, and she began to counsel her friend earnestly. Choo-choo, he's just a liberal arts student. He hasn't even awakened his abilities. He isn't worthy of you. If your parents find out you like someone like him, they would surely scold you. And Chen Fan would be dragged down too. Lily, please stop. Yang Choo-choo's expression darkened, her innocent face etched with grievance. I will make my own decisions regarding my life, she declared, summoning her courage. Wang Wenli understood that Yang Choo-choo had a stubborn disposition and could only let out a resigned sigh. Choo-choo, I have sent you Chen Fan's WeChat ID. I believe that once you genuinely get to know him, you shall no longer harbor any affection for him. Furthermore, Choo-choo, I must remind you that in a month's time, the awakening ceremony for your abilities at the end of the first year of high school will take place. You should focus your thoughts more on this. After sending the WeChat ID she had inquired about through a contact, Wang Wenli hastily ended the video call. Upon seeing the message on her phone, Yang Choo-choo wasted no time and eagerly searched for Chen Fan's WeChat using the number. Alive, Yang Choo-choo gazed at Chen Fan's nickname, momentarily lost in silence. After a long while, she murmured to herself, the senior must be a person with a story. She quickly composed a friend request, writing, Good evening. Senior, I am Yang Choo-choo. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, she added a cute emoji before finally hitting send. Chapter 7. Entering the Martial Arts Hall. Someone noticed the young master after sending the friend request. Yang Choo-choo anxiously awaited a response. Yet, after several minutes had passed, she still had not received an acceptance from Chen Fan, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that I looked too disheveled today? And that's why the senior doesn't like me? Yang Choo-choo began to spiral into self-doubt, concocting various reasons for her perceived rejection. The reality, however, was that Chen Fan had already succumbed to a deep slumber, having just traversed into this world and undergone a fusion of memories. Combined with the excitement from his ability awakening, he had long since retired to bed and entered the realm of dreams. Thus, Yang Choo-choo was destined to wait in vain for Chen Fan's acceptance that night. The following morning at 5:30, the biological clock of Chen Fan's body prompted him to awaken on time. According to the memories of his host, he would practice martial arts at a nearby park every morning. This routine was the reason for his exceptional physical prowess. While he initially wished to sleep a little longer, his mind was as clear as day, and he felt invigorated, as if charged with energy. With no choice but to rise from his bed, he quickly freshened up before heading downstairs. The world of Daxiao bore an uncanny resemblance to the map of Huaxia from his previous life. The city of Qingqing, where he resided, belonged to the province of Shannan, located in the eastern part of Huaxia, and was a coastal city. The morning sea breeze swept into the city. Although it was already June, a hint of coolness lingered in the air. Concerned that the sounds of his martial arts practice might disturb others, Chen Fan jogged a kilometer to a park. In this world, martial arts were of utmost importance. When combatants with abilities faced off, it was not merely a clash of powers. Rather, it was a synthesis of martial skills and abilities. For instance, fire-type ability users often enveloped their weapons in flames during battle, unleashing a far greater destructive force. A slash could convert flames into a blade of energy, cleaving through enemies. Therefore, the integration of physical prowess, martial skills, and abilities represented the most formidable combat state for those endowed with powers. Chen Fan possessed the extraordinary ability known as the Thunderous Body, endowing him with a physique that far exceeded that of his peers, complemented by the formidable offensive capabilities inherent to thunder-based abilities. Thus, for him, achieving unparalleled dominance within his tier was entirely feasible, provided he honed his martial skills to an exceptional level. Over the years, his physical vessel had self-studied numerous forms of boxing and leg techniques online, resulting in remarkable close combat prowess. Nevertheless, he diligently practiced these martial arts daily to reinforce his knowledge and skills. After completing a round of his punches and kicks, he approached a tree with a trunk measuring 0.5 meters in diameter. Channeling his extraordinary powers, He enveloped his palm with the force of thunder and struck the trunk with great ferocity. A resounding boom echoed as a 1-inch deep imprint appeared on the tree's bark, surrounded by a web of intricate cracks. Astonishingly, Chen Fan marveled at the sheer strength he had unleashed. Had it struck an ordinary person, it could have proven fatal. The amplification from his abilities made his strength several times greater than before, filling him with exhilaration. He resolved to visit the Battle Wolf Martial Arts School immediately after breakfast to test his prowess. At 7 o'clock, Chen Fan returned home to prepare breakfast. By this time, Chen Tong had also awakened. Due to the absence of their parents since childhood, Tong exhibited a maturity beyond her years compared to other children. While Chen Fan busied himself in the kitchen, Tong trotted in with her little legs, her face alight with wonder. "Brother, I have discovered something truly marvelous." "Oh, what have you found?" Chen Fan turned, affectionately ruffling her hair, his face a canvas of indulgence. "Brother." Tong noticed that my weight is the same before and after using the restroom, she exclaimed, tilting her head as if unveiling a new world. "What?" Chen Fan paused, momentarily taken aback, before rushing into the living room. Tong, if you weigh yourself, you shall see how I will deal with you." He hurriedly glanced at the electronic scale in the corner, relieved to find it intact. Yet, how could her weight remain unchanged? Skeptical, he stepped onto the scale, which displayed 236. "Ah, it seems this device is malfunctioning. I knew it." Tong is indeed very well behaved. After their breakfast, at 8:15, a striking figure appeared at Chen Fan's home, Wang Yinran. Today, she wore her hair in a high ponytail and adorned herself in a fashionable white shirt, her makeup exquisite, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Indeed, she is the woman chosen by the young master. Resembling a girl yet possessing the allure of a young woman. Though she might not quite be a woman of experience, her wealth is undoubtedly substantial. Chen Fan unabashedly admired Wang Yinran's beauty. "Chen Fan, where are your eyes wandering?" Wang Yinran's delicate fingers deftly pinched his ear. "Hee, Yinran Jia. It seems you've forgotten to fasten a button on your shirt," he teased. "You." Realizing her oversight, Wang Yinran hastily secured the button at her collar and shot Chen Fan a fierce glare before taking Tong's small hand. "Tong, today Sister Ran will take you to the amusement park. We shall not linger with this old lecher." "Who are you calling an old lecher?" Chen Fan retorted. "I am indeed a paragon of virtue. It is I, Lu Xiaohui, who remains unperturbed in the face of temptation. Are you unconvinced, my dear? If so, come forth and test your mettle." A mere 10 minutes later, after Wang Yinran departed with Tong, Chen Fan made his way to the Zhanlong Martial Arts Hall. In this world, martial arts schools abound, offering a plethora of services. Beyond the combat training that Chen Fan had previously engaged in, they also provide battle guidance and combat assessments, among others. The Zhanlong Martial Arts Hall ranks prominently in the Great Xia, attracting countless practitioners daily. Chen Fan had frequented this establishment as a sparring partner every weekend, earning around 2,000 yuan per day. Consequently, over the past 2 to 3 years, he had amassed savings of approximately 100,000 yuan. However, today, Chen Fan's purpose was not financial gain, but rather to evaluate his own combat prowess. "Chen Fan, you have arrived. Today, a guest has specifically requested your assistance as a sparring partner." As Chen Fan stepped through the entrance, a middle-aged man in his 30s appeared before him. This man was Lu Tao, one of the administrators of the hall. "I apologize, Uncle Lu, but I have come today to assess my abilities, not to take on any part-time work," Chen Fan replied courteously. However, before Lu could respond, a young man approached from the lounge area, pointing at Chen Fan with an air of arrogance. "You are Chen Fan. I've heard of your reputation in the sparring circles of the Zhanlong Martial Arts Hall. Today, you shall spar with me." Chapter 8, System Task. A show of strength in return. Chen Fan furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze. The young man, of similar age, bore an expression of haughty arrogance, as if he were some celestial being. Chen Fan felt a twinge of annoyance and replied coolly, "I have no time to indulge you in martial practice. Seek another partner." "What? I have waited here for an hour. And you dismiss me with a mere excuse of time constraints?" The young man's face turned cold, his eyes gleaming with hostility as he gazed at Chen Fan. At that moment, 2 other youths of similar age approached from the lounge, forming a semicircle around Chen Fan. "Since young Master Yun has summoned you, you must comply?" With a laugh tinged with disbelief, Chen Fan crossed his arms and regarded the trio with indifference. "And what if I choose not to comply?" "Choose not to? Then I shall strike you down." one of them declared, lunging forward with an open palm aimed at Chen Fan's face. "Stop!" Lu Tao, the administrator, roared in anger, attempting to intervene, but he was too late. Fortunately, Chen Fan reacted swiftly, seizing the assailant's wrist with a deft motion. Lu Tao stepped forward, glaring at the trio with fury. "You young men, fighting is prohibited within the hall. The Zhanlong Martial Arts Hall will no longer entertain your business. You are to leave at once." His words adhered to the regulations of the hall while also defending Chen Fan, who had been a loyal part-time worker for 3 years, generating considerable income for Lu Tao. Yet the leader of the group, young Master Yun, coldly retorted, "Lu, do you dare to offend the Yun family?" "You." Lu Tao's face flushed with indignation, yet he seemed wary, refraining from expressing his anger outright. "Uncle Lu, let it be. Since this young man seeks a challenge, I shall indulge him in a little play." Chen Fan patted Mr. Lu on the shoulder, proactively coming to his aid. Initially, Chen Fan had no intention of engaging with the pompous fool before him. However, the system issued a mission. Just moments ago, a notification from the system had sounded. In the face of provocation, one must retaliate with an invincible force. The mission was to break one of his arms, ensuring he would forever remember this lesson. The task was classified as a green-level mission, granting a chance at a green-level lottery upon completion. "This young man, it is your arrogance that has drawn the ire of the system." Chen Fan smirked inwardly and made his way directly to a fighting platform. He pointed at the young man named Yun below and disdainfully declared, "Come up, you overconfident fool. Excellent, you have successfully enraged me." The Yun youth was taken aback by Chen Fan's audacity and was immediately consumed by fury, charging up to the platform in a few swift steps. Lu Tao, witnessing the tension between the two, quickly interjected. "According to the laws of the Great Xia, practitioners of abilities are prohibited from using their powers against ordinary individuals. Therefore, young Master Yun, you should be aware of the rules. This sparring is to be confined to fists, kicks, and combat techniques. You need not remind me. I am well aware of the regulations." The Yun youth scoffed arrogantly. "It's merely a prohibition against using abilities, yet even so, I can still beat him to near death today." The Yun youth, named Yun Jinhua, was the second son of the Yunxiang group in Qingqing. The Yun family had close business ties with the Yang family, and thus he had long coveted the pure and charming Yang Chuchu. However, just yesterday, Yang Chuchu's friend, Wang Wenli, had messaged him, revealing that Yang Chuchu had developed feelings for Chen Fan. How could he possibly tolerate this? Thus, he had arranged for an overnight investigation into Chen Fan's background, only to discover he was merely an ordinary person, not even awakened. The thought of such a person overshadowing him was intolerable, prompting his early arrival to confront Chen Fan. Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the trouble had originated from the innocent girl he had encountered the day before. Truly, trouble often follows beauty. He sighed, not letting it weigh heavily on his mind. That charming little sister, how delightful it would be to have more of her around. He gazed at the Yun youth before him, disdain dripping from his words. "So, you are the toad that Chuchu speaks of?" "What? What did you say?" "Chuchu called me a toad." The Yun youth was utterly shocked, unable to believe it. While he understood that Yang Chuchu did not harbor feelings for him, he never imagined she would go so far as to label him so disparagingly. "How dare you speak such nonsense? Die!" The Yun youth, unable to contain his rage, bellowed as he charged toward Chen Fan. His movements were a flurry of feints and strikes, and as he closed in on Chen Fan, he executed a leaping strike aimed squarely at Chen Fan's abdomen. There was a shadow of 8 extremes fist in his technique. Chen Fan immediately discerned the nature of his opponent's attack, effortlessly deflecting the Yun youth's punch with an outwardly turned palm. The Yun youth, clearly unprepared for Chen Fan's skill, unleashed a series of frantic attacks, all of which were deftly countered by Chen Fan. He initially believed that his extraordinary powers and speed would allow him to easily subdue Chen Fan. However, he was taken aback by the remarkable proficiency of Chen Fan's combat skills. The 2 other youths watching from below were equally astonished. How could Yin Xiao not even overcome an ordinary person? "Come on, Yin Xiao," they exclaimed, their expressions grim as they leaned over the edge of the fighting stage, shouting loudly in support. "Just a piece of trash," Chen Fan remarked nonchalantly, finding the exchange rather tedious after a few exchanges of blows. "Who are you calling trash?" Yun Jinhua retorted, his face flushed as he unleashed a more frenzied assault, each punch landing with fervor. He sought to test the extent of his own strength. Chen Fan, opting not to rely on technique, engaged him with raw power, trading blows directly. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Fan delivered 5 consecutive punches, forcing the Yun youth to retreat 5 steps. How can your strength be so formidable? Yun Jinhua rubbed his numbed arm in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Fan, struggling to fathom that this was the power of an ordinary person. He could not accept that his early-stage ability as an extraordinary individual was inferior to that of a mere mortal. Formidable? No, no, no. I've only exerted 70% of my strength. Chen Fan scoffed, advancing swiftly and catching the youth off guard. After several exchanges, Chen Fan switched to using his legs, delivering a powerful kick that struck the opponent's forearm with a resounding crack. The young man collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken arm, sweat pouring down his face from the pain. Yin Xiao? The 2 youths below were alarmed and hurried onto the stage to assess his injuries. His forearm is broken. They exchanged shocked glances, their expressions filled with anger as they turned to Chen Fan. You reckless fool. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. The Yun family will not let this go. Heh, so you plan to retaliate by involving the elders, do you? Chen Fan leaped down from the ring, casually grabbing a bottle of mineral water, which he opened and drank from nonchalantly. He placed the bottle down and, glancing at the 3 individuals on stage, coldly remarked, "By the way, the fee for this sparring session is $2,000. Don't forget to settle it when you leave." The 2 youths, filled with indignation, helped the Yun youth to his feet and hastily departed from the War Wolf martial arts hall. Lu Tao looked at Chen Fan with incredulity. "Xiao Fan, how has your strength increased so much? This is called innate divine strength. A tyrant in this realm." Chen Fan flashed a mischievous smile, providing no further explanation as he strode directly toward an unoccupied combat testing room. Lu Tao hurriedly called out, "Be careful in the coming days. The Yun family will surely come looking for trouble." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, leaving behind a casual silhouette. He closed the door of the testing room, not rushing to assess his own strength, but rather examining the system panel within his consciousness. Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body level, First Stage Beginner, Physique, 22 Mental Strength, 16 Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash. Thunderclap Palm, Evaluation, a feeble and powerless chick, current task, defeat Yun Jinhua. Task completed, eligible for a green tier lottery. Task difficulty, a green tier lottery? Is there a classification for each draw? Chen Fan was somewhat astonished, but reasoned that the differentiation in task difficulty might naturally extend to the lottery as well. System. Initiate the lottery. Chen Fan declared without hesitation. The lottery commenced. In the next moment, a green roulette materialized within Chen Fan's consciousness, its pointer gradually spinning. After 10 seconds. Congratulations, host. You have received a physique enhancement card. Physique enhancement? It can be done this way. Chen Fan was exceedingly thrilled and promptly clicked to use it. In an instant, a wave of refreshing sensation enveloped him, involuntarily eliciting a soft moan. Chen Fan felt his physique strengthen and hurriedly checked the system panel. Chapter 9. Evaluation of Chen Fan's Combat Power. Host, Chen Fan, Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body level, First Stage Beginner, Physique, 25, Mental Strength, 16 Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement. Thunder Flash, Thunderclap Palm, Evaluation, a feeble and powerless chick, current task, none, task difficulty, none. His physique had increased by 3 points. Although it was not a substantial gain, Chen Fan was immensely pleased. It is well known that a typical ability user must exert months of effort to increase their physique by a single point. Of course, exceptions exist for geniuses, yet he had merely completed a simple task. System, oh system, I hope for many more such tasks. Chen Fan silently wished as he approached a device. Channeling his entire strength, he delivered a powerful punch, producing a resounding thud. And the device immediately displayed his punching power, 380 kilograms. Remarkable. If he were to unleash his abilities, it would surely exceed 1,000. With this thought, Chen Fan summoned the thunder to envelop his arm and struck with another ferocious punch. 1,520. The screen revealed his astonishing punching power, 1,520 kilograms. Precisely 4 times the initial 380, confirming the veracity of the claims circulating online. Chen Fan marveled in awe. According to publicly available information, abilities below the first level provide a 1.5 times enhancement to strength. The first level offers a 2-fold increase, and the second level grants a 3-fold boost. As for Chen Fan, Being a genius of the first level, he enjoys a fourfold enhancement. This explains why higher-level abilities possess greater lethality, and likewise, why geniuses can effortlessly battle above their rank. Goodness, what a feat. With a punch like that, I could likely fell a bull. Chen Fan gazed at his thunder-encased fist, contemplating a trial of its might. He then decided to test the self-contained skill of the thunder-devouring sacred body, Palm Thunder. With a focused thought, the tempestuous thunder surged around him, and a purple spherical bolt of lightning rapidly took shape in his palm. In the next instant, boom. After a resounding bang, the device before him displayed a weight of 888 kilograms. Astonished, Chen Fan marveled at this formidable power. If the thunder of the palm was already so potent, how immense would the nine heavens thunderstrike be? Eager to test it, he ultimately refrained. The device had a maximum capacity of 5,000 kilograms. And should he inadvertently destroy it with his punch, the cost would be beyond his current means. According to online resources, the destructive capability of a peak-tier first-level ability user generally does not exceed 5,000 kilograms. He wondered if he could surpass this limitation with the Nine Heavens Thunderstrike. However, being merely at the initial stage of the first level, he mused that upon reaching the peak, a simple, unarmed punch might effortlessly reach 5,000 kilograms. Feeling satisfied, Chen Fan approached another device to assess his speed. This apparatus resembled a treadmill from his past life. The ability user merely needed to stand on it and sprint at full speed. After regulating his breathing, he began to accelerate gradually. The display in front of him updated rapidly, showcasing his real-time speed, 16, 17, 18. The numbers surged until stabilizing at 25. Chen Fan halted, thoroughly pleased with this figure. A speed of 25 indicated he could dash 25 meters per second, nearly 3 times that of an average person. Excellent. Next, he would harness his abilities to enhance his running. After catching his breath, azure arcs of electricity began to crackle around him. He accelerated, his legs moving like the blades of a windmill, so swiftly that they became a blur. Soon, the speed testing device revealed his ultimate velocity, 40 meters. Speed differs from strength. The enhancement provided by ability levels does not yield exponential results. Chen Fan's nearly doubled enhancement was exceedingly rare. With his current prowess, he could easily best any first-level peak ability user below the awakened tier in a direct confrontation. Having gained a clearer understanding of his capabilities, Chen Fan proceeded to the weapons training room. To excel in the upcoming exams, he needed to master a weapon, yet he had never practiced with one before. After some contemplation, he opted for a long knife. The rationale was straightforward. The long knife was easy to wield, and he was confident he could master it within 10 days. He would use this knife as a transition. Once he entered university, he would delve into training with a spear or a weapon akin to the dragon-slaying saber. Chen Fan practiced diligently in the training room for 2 hours, not leaving until noon. He incurred no costs for this session, as it was one of the perks of his part-time job. He could utilize any available training room. By the time he returned home, it was already 11:30. He first called Wang Yanran, and upon learning they would not return for lunch, he simply prepared instant noodles. After finishing his meal, Chen Fan sat at his computer and began to scour the internet for information on ability users. He typed Devouring Thunder Sacred Body into the search bar and clicked to explore the results. However, it is disheartening to discover that in the over a century-long history of extraordinary abilities on Blue Star, no individual has ever awakened such a power. This predicament leaves Chen Fan feeling somewhat helpless, for it signifies that no one has previously navigated these murky waters on his behalf. And the path to advancing his powers must be forged solely through his own exploration. In this world, those endowed with extraordinary abilities must cultivate their skills through specific techniques. Over the course of a century, Blue Star has amassed a staggering multitude of over 1 million documented techniques. Yet, not every technique is suitable for every practitioner. It must align with the unique characteristics of one's abilities. For instance, a fire-based practitioner can only cultivate fire techniques, while a lightning-based practitioner is confined to those of the lightning variety. It is noteworthy that certain abilities, akin to the level of the 3 mystical flames, are fundamentally fire-based. Thus, in the absence of a suitable technique, one may resort to conventional fire cultivation methods, albeit at a slower pace. As for Chen Fan, his extraordinary ability is the thunder-devouring sacred body. Given that no one on Blue Star has ever awakened such a power, he is destined to find no corresponding technique. Consequently, he must settle for a relatively compatible technique. After extensive research, Chen Fan finally began to form a coherent strategy. The essence of my thunder-devouring sacred body is a fusion of lightning-based abilities and physical enhancement powers. Hence, I must seek a technique that encompasses both elements. After a prolonged search online, Chen Fan was dismayed to find no techniques that aligned with his unique powers. Oh heavens, do not toy with me. How can I advance without a suitable technique? Must I create one myself? He lamented, sinking into a profound despair. In the world, paths are often forged by those who tread upon them. The birth of techniques follows a similar trajectory, requiring countless years and the efforts of generations. To rely solely on himself feels overwhelmingly daunting. Chen Fan hastily searched online for discussions on how practitioners without suitable techniques might cultivate their powers. Soon, he discovered he was not alone in his plight. Many others faced similar challenges, as the world is replete with peculiar abilities. Thus, there exists a technique that any practitioner can cultivate, known as the Dao Source. Indeed, the name of this technique is Dao Source, and it is as formidable as it sounds. However, in reality, the cultivation speed of this technique is alarmingly slow, were it not for dire circumstances. No practitioner would willingly choose this path. Dao Source it is then. Anything is preferable to being unable to cultivate. Chen Fan resignedly thought as he opened the practitioner's marketplace. However, the price of this technique left him astounded. 1 million. What a swindle. Chen Fan's expression darkened. How could such a subpar technique demand such an exorbitant fee? To put things into perspective, a conventional fire technique costs merely 100,000. The audacity of charging 1 million for this inferior technique is utterly outrageous. Even more infuriating is that this technique is exclusively sold by a single online store. A clear case of commercial monopoly. 1 million. Where on earth can I gather such a colossal sum? Chen Fan was at his wit's end, feeling utterly despondent. Wait. I vaguely remember the system informing me that the thunder-devouring body could enhance itself by absorbing lightning. What does this mean? Does it imply that consuming lightning will augment my physique, or does it directly elevate my level? Chen Fan pondered deeply. Finally, after several minutes of contemplation, he resolved to conduct an experiment. Chapter 10. Chen Fan's Experiment. Mid-level Stage 1. Chen Fan's reasoning was straightforward. Lightning is essentially a form of extremely high-voltage electricity. Thus, he contemplated utilizing household 220 volts for a human trial. After researching online, he discovered that the maximum voltage a typical person can endure is 36 volts, while a Stage 1 superhuman can withstand up to 100 volts. For him, the threshold might be 150 volts or possibly even 200 volts. However, Chen Fan was not one to gamble with his life. He needed to ascertain what voltage would be safe for him through a gradual process of experimentation. Consequently, he required a voltage regulator for this endeavor. Without hesitation, Chen Fan procured a voltage regulator worth 30,000 yuan in the afternoon. He connected one end of the regulator to an electrical outlet and held the other end in his hand. To be cautious, he initially set the voltage to 80 volts, yet felt nothing at all. He then increased it to 100 volts, still with no reaction. Gradually, he continued to raise the voltage until reaching 180 volts, at which point he finally experienced a faint sensation of pain. Intriguingly, this pain was intertwined with a sense of pleasure. Yes, you heard correctly, pleasure. Every cell in his body was rejoicing. It seems my body truly can absorb electrical energy. Chen Fan thought, exhilarated. He escalated the voltage output to 250 volts, and the sensations of pain and euphoria peaked simultaneously. At that moment, his cells underwent a transformation stimulated by the electrical energy. After several minutes, Chen Fan's cells rejuvenated, and the conflicting sensations dissipated entirely. He no longer felt any unusual sensations in his body. He promptly turned off the voltage regulator and eagerly checked the system panel in his mind. Host, Chen Fan ability, thunder-devouring body level, mid-level Stage 1 physique, 42 mental strength, 30 skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash, thunder clap, evaluation, a feeble little chick, current task, none, task difficulty, none mid-level Stage 1. My physique has reached 42. Indeed, I can absorb lightning to advance. Chen Fan's heart swelled with excitement. What does this signify? It means he could progress without the need for any supernatural techniques. Moreover, for him, there were no barriers. As long as he could find lightning of sufficient intensity, he he could surge forward unimpeded. Invincibility was no longer a mere dream. The era of my abilities, Chen Fan's, is poised to arrive swiftly. Chen Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. For him, all it took was some time to hone his extraordinary abilities and elevate his mental prowess, and he would be ready to attempt a forceful breakthrough using a higher voltage once again. With his current strength, he could contend with a mid-level awakened ability user on equal footing, relying solely on his physical prowess without employing his extraordinary powers. If he were to unleash his abilities, he could stand against a peak-level first-tier ability user. Chen Fan assessed his own strength, realizing that according to the conventional understanding of combat prowess, the tiers of abilities would serve as a significant demarcation. Each successive level of ability allowed one to transcend an additional minor realm in battle. This meant that a mid-tier first-level ability user could confront a late-tier first-level ability user, while a mid-tier could challenge a peak tier. As for Chen Fan, being at a level where he could traverse 3 minor realms, he could indeed grapple with an early-stage second-tier ability user. Of course, this was merely a generalized method of evaluating combat strength. Victory in battle depended not solely on one's abilities, but also on numerous other factors, such as combat skills and the potency of master techniques. Nevertheless, with his current capabilities, he had no rivals within the third high school of Qingchen. For, to his knowledge, only 5 individuals in the martial arts class of the third high school were late-stage first-level ability users, and their power levels were merely at the first tier. With his mid-level first-tier strength combined with his extraordinary abilities, one could say he stood as the most formidable figure in Qingchen No. 3 High School. As for the classmate Li, who had wagered against him, it seemed he would have to await his fate with resignation. In the afternoon, Chen Fan returned to the Battle Wolf Martial Arts School. He first underwent a physical test, achieving a foundational punch strength of 600 kilograms, which soared to 2,400 kilograms when he utilized his abilities. As for the power unleashed through combat techniques, he refrained from testing it, as even the Thunder Palm would exceed 5,000 kilograms. After assessing his own strength, Chen Fan immersed himself in the training of sword techniques. The weapon practice room was exceedingly advanced. By simply inputting the name of a technique, holographic projections of 3 figures would materialize within the training space, allowing Chen Fan to mimic their movements. The Battle Wolf Martial Arts School offered a variety of sword techniques, and Chen Fan opted for one named Galeblade. This technique featured bold and forceful maneuvers, perfectly suited for a physically robust ability user like Chen Fan. Moreover, the Galeblade had very specific weapon requirements. The commonly used crescent-shaped sabers could not fully harness its advantages. Thus, Chen Fan selected a straight, massive sword approximately 1.4 meters long and 20 centimeters wide. In truth, it resembled a heavy greatsword more than a typical blade. Shouldering the weight of the sword, Chen Fan felt a profound satisfaction with its heft. He dedicated the entire afternoon to closely imitating the techniques of the Galeblade. However, just as he prepared to leave the Battle Wolf Martial Arts School, 4 figures suddenly obstructed his path. Among them were the 3 young men who had provoked him earlier that morning, and the remaining one, without question, was the individual they had summoned to reclaim their honor. "Brother, he is the one who broke my arm," Yin Jinhua exclaimed, his arm bound in bandages as he pointed furiously at Chen Fan with his other hand, berating him in front of the towering youth beside him. This young man was remarkably robust, standing over 6 feet tall, and he regarded Chen Fan with a cold gaze, saying, "You can either sever an arm yourself, or I will dismantle your limbs shortly." "Huh, you speak as if a toad were yawning. Such audacity." Chen Fan found himself amused by the pretentious demeanor of the man before him. He met the other's gaze with unwavering resolve, unperturbed by the threat. Not only would he not sever an arm, but even a single hair was beyond consideration. Did this man truly believe Chen Fan was an ordinary individual devoid of strength? The towering youth appeared taken aback by Chen Fan's lack of fear, his expression momentarily faltering before he resumed his bravado, stating, "Kid, I have already given you a chance, yet you fail to appreciate it." "And so?" Chen Fan shrugged dismissively, signaling for him to reveal his capabilities. "Such courage. I hope you can maintain this bravado for a while longer," the giant sneered, motioning with his chin toward Chen Fan. "A duel. One-on-one. Do you dare? If you do not wish to fight, step aside," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. "Do you think you can dictate terms to me?" The towering youth, incensed, lunged towards Chen Fan's shoulder, intent on forcibly dragging him to the fighting platform. However, Chen Fan moved with remarkable agility, deftly sidestepping the grasp aimed at him. It was not that he was averse to fighting. Rather, he had longed to strike this pretentious individual. His hesitation stemmed from waiting for the system to issue a task. After all, he would not engage in endeavors without personal gain. Indeed, the system's notification echoed in his mind. A true man must forge ahead, never merely retreating. System task: defeat Yin Tianba. Task level: completion grants a reward. Haha, the system is evidently more impatient than I am, Chen Fan thought, having received the desired outcome. He leaped onto the fighting platform with purpose, arms crossed over his chest, and addressed the towering youth below with an equally pretentious expression, uttering, "Trash, come up here." Chapter 11. Delivering a punishment to the pretentious one. In response to Chen Fan's brazen provocation, the towering youth could no longer maintain his cool facade. He charged onto the platform like a raging bear, glaring fiercely. "You have successfully enraged me. 3 punches." The large man gestured 3 times with his hand, continuing, "With just 3 punches today, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life in bed. Can we dispense with the posturing?" Chen Fan could hardly tolerate the man's affected demeanor. He extended a finger toward Yin Tianba, beckoning him, saying, "If I take even a single step back today, consider it my defeat. So you wish to show off, do you? Do you think I cannot?" At that moment, more spectators gathered in the martial arts hall, and among them, some recognized the towering youth, their expressions turning to one of surprise. "Isn't that Yin Tianba, the eldest son of the Yin family? I heard he has awakened the formidable power of the iron body, right?" "Indeed. And it is said that he has already reached the late stage of the first level of psychics. The iron body greatly enhances physical strength, making him a formidable opponent even without the use of his abilities. This fellow is truly courting disaster." The onlookers buzzed with excitement, many eager to witness Chen Fan's humiliation. However, the individual opposite him may not be weak. After all, if he dares to take the stage, he must possess some confidence. Perhaps he is also a level psychic. There were those who spoke up in Chen Fan's defense. "Oh, spare me. It's evident you don't frequent the Battle Wolf martial arts school. That fellow is Chen Fan, merely a part-time sparring partner here. Just an ordinary person who has only sparred with newly awakened psychics." A young man with a buzz cut interjected. "Is that so? And he dares to challenge young Master Yin? If he can withstand 3 punches from young Master Yin, I'll eat 3 pounds of dung on the spot." A lanky onlooker shouted loudly. Their voices were particularly loud, and those who were previously unaware of Chen Fan's status quickly shifted their allegiance to Yin Tianba upon learning he was merely an unawakened weakling. Chen Fan, of course, heard the chatter from the crowd and couldn't help but glance at the tall, scrawny youth who had spoken with such bravado, silently giving him a thumbs up in admiration for his boldness. Yin Tianba, on the other hand, reveled in the adulation of the crowd. He gestured a 1 to Chen Fan, and in an instant, he dashed forward like lightning, closing the distance to Chen Fan. His massive fist, imbued with tremendous force, lunged straight for Chen Fan's forehead. Goodness, is he serious? Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. If that punch landed on an ordinary person, it would surely send them to their demise. With a cold snort, Chen Fan executed the Tai Chi technique, redirecting Yin Tianba's powerful punch effortlessly to the side. Yin Tianba was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting that Chen Fan could neutralize his fierce punch using merely the technique of Tai Chi, which employs minimal effort to achieve maximum effect. The onlookers, who had anticipated a swift and bloody end for Chen Fan, widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed the punch being deftly deflected. This fellow possesses skill. He truly managed to deflect a punch. I suspect it was merely a fluke. Perhaps Yin Tianba held back. The crowd remained skeptical of Chen Fan, as it was evident, from a mere glance at their physiques, who the victor of this bout would likely be. Here comes the second punch. Unable to knock Chen Fan down with his first strike, Yin Tianba felt a slight loss of face and quickly unleashed another punch. This blow was faster and stronger than the last, coming from Chen Fan's side, leaving him no opportunity to evade using Tai Chi facing this punch. Chen Fan could have easily sidestepped and avoided it, but he had just declared that any retreat would count as a loss. Therefore, he did not step back. Instead, he took a half step forward, deliberately colliding into Yin Tianba's embrace. Yin Tianba stumbled backward from the impact, his momentum instantly dissipating. Wow! The onlookers gasped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend that Yin Tianba had been so easily repelled. What remarkable agility this young man possesses. Indeed, he exhibits a mastery of martial arts that transcends the ordinary, utilizing finesse to triumph over brute strength. His natural talent for combat is truly formidable. He bears a striking resemblance to the contemporary martial arts master, Yip Man. However, it is a pity that he remains an ordinary individual. What significance does exceptional skill hold when one is ultimately mortal? Though the crowd marveled at his prowess, they did not regard him with an elevated sense of esteem. On the fighting stage, Yun Tianba's expression soured considerably. In his view, being unable to dispatch an ordinary person with 2 punches was a disgrace of monumental proportions. You there, face me with a punch, man to man. Yun Tianba, aware that a third punch would likely yield no better results against Chen Fan, sought to provoke Chen Fan's competitive spirit, hoping to deliver a devastating blow with his formidable physique. Chen Fan, fully cognizant of his adversary's intentions, replied coolly, "You dare to challenge an ordinary man to a fistfight? How audacious of you! Very well, I shall indulge you." With a commanding shout, Chen Fan adjusted his stance into a half-horse riding position, channeling all his energy into a single, powerful punch. Simultaneously, Yun Tianba concentrated his full strength into his own strike. Their fists collided with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through the air. Chen Fan staggered slightly, while Yun Tianba was forced to retreat 3 steps, his face paling as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Had he truly been repelled by a mere ordinary person? This was utterly terrifying and difficult to fathom. This was Yun Tianba, a top student from Qingqing No. 1 High School, a strong contender for first place in this year's Qingqing martial arts examination. Yet he had been bested by an ordinary individual in a single blow. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Chen Fan laced with skepticism, yet predominantly infused with admiration. Chen Fan shook his slightly numb arm and turned to the half-kneeling Yun Tianba, remarking nonchalantly, "Is this the source of your pride? A so-called indomitable physique, reduced to mere folly." Yun Tianba felt his arm lose sensation, and he was horrified to sense internal bleeding. In disbelief, he struggled to comprehend why his physicality paled in comparison to Chen Fan's. "I refuse to accept this," he bellowed, suddenly launching himself at Chen Fan. "Even if your strength is great, what does it matter? I possess extraordinary abilities. How can your speed compare to mine?" Determined to leverage his advantages, Yun Tianba attacked with all his might, his movements swift as lightning. Yet, despite his relentless barrage of attacks, Chen Fan effortlessly countered every strike, his feet remaining firmly planted. The spectators stood in stunned silence. Who could believe that such speed could emanate from an ordinary person, who claimed he was not an extraordinary being? "Step forward. I dare you to face my wrath." The individual who had previously vowed to broadcast his consumption of excrement if Chen Fan could withstand 3 punches glared fiercely at the crowd. Yet, those who had witnessed Chen Fan training the newly awakened extraordinary beings had never seen him exhibit such ferocity. This is what they call hiding one's true capabilities in plain sight, playing with you feeble souls. "You know nothing," a young man with a buzz cut remarked, perplexed. The formidable figure cast a fierce glare at the young man with a buzz cut, and, intentionally raising his voice, exclaimed, "Who among you just claimed that my elder brother lacks strength? Which of you dared to say you would wait for my brother to be ridiculed? Step forward if you have the courage. Let's see if I won't deal with you." The onlookers could not help but cast scornful glances, recognizing that it was this very fellow who had been the loudest moments ago. Now, fearing that Chen Fan might descend from the stage to confront him, he even invoked his elder brother's name. Truly, his audacity knows no bounds. Meanwhile, Yun Tianba, unable to subdue Chen Fan, was consumed by rage, roaring in frustration. What was he blabbering about? Chen Fan frowned, intensifying his speed. He had now roughly assessed the opponent's physical strength to be around 38 or 39, slightly inferior to his own. Enough of this charade. After feigning a move, Chen Fan delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's head. The impact was thunderous, leaving Yun Tianba with a ringing in his ears and plunging him into a brief state of deafness. He struggled to rise, but was quickly overwhelmed by dizziness, swaying before finally losing consciousness entirely. Yun Tianba had been knocked out by a single kick. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a palpable fear as they regarded Chen Fan, ignoring their apprehensive stares. Chen Fan turned to the dazed second young master of the Yun family and said, "When your brother awakens, Make sure to inform him that if he dares to act arrogantly in my presence again, it will not merely result in a beating. Yun Jinhua, frightened, swallowed hard and timidly took 2 steps back, unable to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Bored now, Chen Fan descended from the stage, and the crowd parted to make way, none daring to obstruct him. Chapter 12. Another lottery draw. Today's scenery is utterly beautiful. Upon exiting the martial arts hall, Chen Fan eagerly checked his system panel. This task was rated at level A, unlike the previous one, so the items drawn should be of superior quality. Chen Fan promptly called out to the system. System, initiate the lottery. The system lottery commenced. As an electronic voice resonated, a massive green wheel reappeared before Chen Fan's eyes. However, he soon realized that the items on the wheel bore no difference from the last. It seemed that the rewards for level A tasks were identical to those of level B tasks. Thus, undertaking level A tasks appeared to be more advantageous. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The wheel began to spin, the green pointer traversing through various narrow segments, ultimately halting on a black card. Chen Fan focused his gaze and discovered yet another physical enhancement card. Excellent. He was quite pleased with this reward. However, before he could claim the item, the wheel spun again and gradually came to a halt after several seconds. This time, he had drawn a small jade vial. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 physical enhancement card and a bottle of skin-nourishing lotion. Chen Fan quickly understood that the rewards for level A tasks involved a double draw from the green prize pool, although he felt somewhat dissatisfied with the skin-nourishing lotion. System, what purpose does this serve? As he bathed, a few drops mingled with the water, effectively eliminating the dead skin and deep-seated impurities from his body, restoring his skin to a radiant, infant-like glow. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially thought this was a miraculous remedy for external injuries, only to discover it was a high-end cosmetic. System, I suspect you are playing a trick on me. What use do I have for this? Do you wish for me to become effeminate? Chen Fan was thoroughly dissatisfied with this prize. Yet it did not imply that it was entirely without merit. He resolved to present it to Wang Yinran. Envisioning her transformed into a true beauty with skin as delicate as cream, it would undoubtedly be more gratifying to touch and behold. Oh, a peerlessly beautiful woman cultivated by his own hands would surely be exhilarating. After pocketing the jade vial, Chen Fan promptly activated the physique enhancement card. A wave of warmth enveloped him, and his physical strength surged by 3 points, reaching a total of 45. This method of rapid enhancement was exhilarating beyond measure. He swung his fist in the air, feeling an increase in power. Minutes later, upon returning home, Chen Fan found that Tong Tong had yet to arrive, prompting a twinge of concern. He hurriedly dialed Wang Yinran's number, feigning jest. Sister Yinran, you haven't sold my Tong Tong off, have you? What nonsense are you spouting? Came the playful rebuke from the other end. Tong Tong is at my place. After dinner, I will send her back. What delectable dishes are you preparing? Sister Yinran, I happen to be too lazy to cook. May I come over for a bite? Chen Fan reclined on the sofa, speaking languidly. Then come on over. Wang Yinran replied before hastily ending the call. Such an aloof woman. Chen Fan scoffed, putting on his shoes at the door and making his way to Wang Yinran's residence. Chen Fan lived in Building 2 of Sunshine Garden, while Wang Yinran resided in Building 5. Thus, he arrived at her home within 5 minutes. At that moment, Wang Yinran was clad in a silk nightgown, exuding a touch of sensuality, with an apron draped over her bosom, embodying the quintessential beautiful cook. Sister Yinran, are you personally at the helm? What happened to your housekeeper? Chen Fan stood at the kitchen entrance, admiring Wang Yinran's graceful silhouette as he inquired. Aunt Zhou has returned to her hometown for a couple of days. Wang Yinran, clearly not adept at cooking, appeared somewhat flustered. In truth, she hailed from an affluent family. Her parents had ventured into business abroad years ago, leaving her in this city, raised by her grandmother. Following her grandmother's passing a few years ago, she chose to remain in this city, for it held her most cherished memories. A few minutes later, unable to bear the sight of Wang Yinran's clumsy knife skills, Chen Fan feared she might inadvertently injure herself. Let me handle this, he declared decisively, seizing the knife from her. While Chen Fan's culinary skills were not exceptional, the years spent caring for Tong Tong had honed his abilities. After over half an hour, he presented a feast of braised beef with potatoes, cola chicken wings, scallion stir-fried sea cucumber, and sauteed broccoli on the dining table. Wang Yinran and Tong Tong, having spent the day frolicking outdoors, were already famished, their eyes clouded with hunger. The two were so engrossed in their meal that they scarcely had time to converse. Clad in a silk nightgown with a loose neckline, Wang Yanran sat directly across from Chen Fan, allowing him a tantalizing glimpse of her exquisite form whenever she reached for her food. Such a splendid sight, Chen Fan mused, pondering that their future child would likely never know the pangs of hunger. Why are you just watching me eat? You should eat too. Wang Yanran, noticing Chen Fan's distraction, playfully tapped his bowl with her chopsticks, feigning annoyance. Haha, I will. Chen Fan quickly averted his gaze, picking up a piece of beef and exclaiming, "This beef is so white." That was a slip of the tongue. What I meant to say is that this beef is quite large. Chen Fan hurriedly corrected himself. Do you hear what you're saying? Wang Yanran teased, pretending to be stern. Is this the sort of sentence a college entrance examinee should construct? Can beef be described as white or large? Can't it? Tong Tong interjected earnestly from the side. Of course not. Wang Yanran turned to her, gently ruffling Tong Tong's hair. Beef can only be described as fragrant, understood? Got it, Sister Yanran. Tong Tong nodded earnestly. However, Chen Fan challenged, Sister Yanran, your assertion is flawed. One must taste the beef to discern its fragrance. Yet, whether it is white or large can be determined with a mere glance. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Yanran shot him a glance, feeling relieved that Chen Fan had not chosen to pursue a humanities track in the college entrance exams, lest he embarrass himself with a dismal ranking. Chen Fan swiftly shifted the topic, asking, Sister Yanran, was Tong Tong well-behaved today? Tong Tong is far more obedient than you. Wang Yanran shot him a playful glare. From Chen Fan's perspective, her demeanor was utterly enchanting. After all, the allure of the elusive is most captivating. After dinner, Chen Fan retrieved a small jade bottle from his pocket and placed it before Wang Yanran. Sister Yanran, thank you for taking care of Tong Tong today. This small gift is for you. What is it? Wang Yanran inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she picked up the bottle, feeling its icy coolness. Undoubtedly crafted from the finest jade. You gifted me something so precious? She exclaimed in astonishment. The bottle itself is not valuable. It is the contents within that hold worth. Chen Fan smiled lightly. Contents? Upon hearing this, Wang Yanran uncorked the bottle and peered inside, revealing a semi-transparent lotion exuding a subtle chill, radiating an air of opulence. Xiao Fan, what is this? Wang Yanran asked, intrigued. This is a treasure. It can remove dead skin cells and deeply cleanse the skin, ensuring your complexion becomes softer than that of an infant. Chen Fan explained. Really? Even cosmetics worth thousands don't make such claims. Wang Yanran expressed her skepticism. Of course it's true. Chen Fan confidently assured. You can extract a small amount, dissolve it in water, and wash your hands to give it a try. All right. I shall temporarily place my trust in you. I will test it shortly. Indeed, the desire for beauty is an innate trait ingrained in every girl. Although she remained skeptical, she was nonetheless eager to experiment. By the way, Xiao Fan, where did you procure this? Wang Yanran inquired with curiosity. Chen Fan, with a charming smile, replied nonchalantly. A secret. Chapter 13. The Art of Courtship, Strategy 2. Maintain an air of aloofness after leaving the nourishing cream for Wang Yanran. Chen Fan took his leave with Tong Tong. Wang Yanran, filled with anticipation, began to experiment with the cream. She placed a small droplet into a basin and immersed her left hand, patiently awaiting results. Soon, the water transformed from clear to murky, while her delicate hand appeared even more radiant and supple. Could it be that the item Xiao Fan provided truly had an effect? Wang Yanran compared both hands, and the difference was strikingly apparent. Impatiently, she filled the bathtub with water and poured the entire contents of the cream into it, shedding her garments piece by piece to reveal her flawless form, before reclining in the tub completely unclothed. Of course, this alluring scene was lost on Chen Fan, who was seated at his computer, perusing the latest updates on the college entrance examination. The Education Bureau of Shannan Province had released information regarding the upcoming examination. Both the written and martial tests were scheduled for next Saturday. Furthermore, the Bureau disclosed the number of candidates registered for the examination. Among the 500,000 examinees in Shannan Province, 410,000 were for the written test, while only 90,000 were for the martial test. Chen Fan carefully reviewed the instructions pertaining to the martial examination, which stated that candidates could only bring weapons of a specified grade into the examination hall. Moreover, prior to entry, examiners would conduct thorough inspections of any weapons brought by those with special abilities. Any violation involving the possession of weapons exceeding the allowed grade would be deemed cheating, resulting in the permanent disqualification from the martial examination. Such high-grade weapons were valued at over 200,000, a cost far beyond Chen Fan's means. Thus, he planned to temporarily rent one from the Battle Wolf Martial Arts School when the time came. Chen Fan further examined additional details regarding the martial examination, noting that it comprised two parts, the first being a written test and the second a practical test. The written test encompassed questions regarding the spatial distribution of various alternate dimensions and fundamental knowledge about exotic beasts, such as the classification of the three-eyed red-tailed tiger and its vulnerabilities. The written test did not operate on a scoring scale, but rather on a pass or fail basis. With a full score of 100, where 60 constituted a passing mark, only those who passed would be eligible for the subsequent practical test. Since Chen Fan had not studied these subjects in the martial class, he resolved to utilize the remaining few days to intensively supplement his knowledge. Fortunately, the written test was relatively straightforward. There existed a comprehensive 600-page book online that, if diligently reviewed, would ensure passage. After downloading the electronic version to his computer, he began to read earnestly. With his mental acuity having reached 30, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, he was capable of rapid reading and retention, allowing Chen Fan to complete the book within a matter of days without difficulty. As Chen Fan immersed himself in his studies, within a luxurious villa in the Yuhua mansion of Qingqing City, Yang Chuchu had been absorbed in her phone for quite some time. A full day had elapsed since last night, yet she had not received any notification regarding her friend request. For the first time, she found herself deeply questioning her own attractiveness. Consequently, she spent the entire day feeling somewhat despondent. Perhaps her senior was simply preoccupied with other matters and had yet to check his phone? Yang Chuchu consoled herself, but after a mere 10 minutes, she could no longer contain her impatience and sent another friend request. As she anxiously awaited a response, Chen Fan, upon hearing a notification chime, glanced at his phone and resolutely chose to disregard it. "Ah, my dear junior, you are far too young." He smirked, recognizing her impatience, unaware that she had already placed herself at a disadvantage. With a mischievous smile, he set his phone aside. Quickly jot down this crucial point. It is one of the 36 strategies for courting women: emotional manipulation, the art of pursuing while maintaining an aloof demeanor. After waiting for several minutes while lying on her bed, Yang Chuchu's pure visage was marred by disappointment. "He was so attentive to my body. I thought he might have feelings for me. Instead, it appears I was merely deluding myself. A boy as confident and bold as he is must be hard to sway." Lost in thought, she stared at her phone, her heart heavy with despair. Similarly lost in contemplation was Yun Tianba. Once he regained his senses, he stared at the ceiling, ensnared in deep thought. Could such an imposing physique truly belong to an ordinary person? Had he truly been defeated by someone so seemingly mundane? It was a disgrace, an indelible mark of shame upon his life. Yun Jinhua stood nearby, cautiously handing over a document pertaining to Chen Fan. She spoke with trepidation. "But he truly is just an ordinary person." "Absolutely not. That is inconceivable," Yun Tianba roared. For he was the top martial arts student at Qingqing First High School and could not fathom being bested so effortlessly by a peer, particularly by someone deemed ordinary. "Investigate. I demand all records of his life from birth to the present. I refuse to believe he is merely an ordinary person." His gaze burned with intensity as he turned to his younger brother. Yes, I will seek out information at once." Yun Jinhua, intimidated by his brother, hurriedly exited the room. By 10 o'clock that evening, Chen Fan had perused over 100 pages of the book, his mind feeling as though it might explode, prompting him to decisively shut his computer. At that moment, Tong Tong had already fallen asleep. After meticulously completing his evening routine, he entered the bedroom and lay down. After scrolling through a few short videos on his phone, he switched to WeChat. He first opened the group chat for his grade, where the conversation overflowed with mockery directed at him. Some even suggested a naked run as a performance for the graduation ceremony, to be presented to everyone. Even more infuriating was the fact that Li Wenbin, with whom he had made a wager, had the audacity to respond. "Dear classmates, I shall endeavor with utmost dedication, striving to meet your expectations. I shall impart a profound lesson to the audacious Chen Fan. During the graduation ceremony, I will present the spectacle you all wish to see. Thank you for your unwavering support." Upon reading this, Chen Fan was both amused and exasperated, exclaiming, "Oh, how audacious! This fellow believes he can impress everyone. He is determined to meet expectations, is he? Very well, young man. If you wish to bear your ambitions, I shall certainly oblige. He committed to memory the names of the most boisterous individuals in the group before exiting the chat. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fan opened his friend request list and noticed that Yang Chuchu's friend request had lingered for 2 hours. Reluctantly, he clicked to accept. Meanwhile, Yang Chuchu confided in her close friend Wang Wenli, expressing her grievances. Lily, it seems the senior does not favor me. I have sent 2 friend requests, yet he has not accepted either. Wang Wenli, with a smile, reassured her, Chuchu, do not overthink it. Perhaps he simply did not notice. However, in her heart, Wang Wenli mused that it was indeed remarkable for Chen Fan to accept the request. The previous night, she had informed Yun Jinhua, the second son of the Yun family, who had long harbored affections for Yang Chuchu. In her view, given the temperament of the second young master, he must have cautioned Chen Fan, and it was uncertain whether Chen Fan would even be able to stand now. Just then, Yang Chuchu's phone vibrated unexpectedly. She instinctively clicked to check, discovering that Chen Fan had accepted her friend request. Lily, he accepted. The girl's spirits lifted from despair to excitement as she eagerly shared her joy with Wang Wenli through the video call. What? Impossible. Wang Wenli's incredulity was palpable. She could hardly fathom that the second young master of the Yun family could not handle an ordinary person like Chen Fan. What do you mean, Lily? He truly accepted. Yang Chuchu was dissatisfied with Wang Wenli's response, feeling as though her friend did not wish for Chen Fan's acceptance at all. Well, it's good that he accepted, Wang Wenli stammered, concealing her inner doubts. She was a clever girl. Her background was significantly less affluent than Yang Chuchu's, and her close friendship with her was cultivated through subtle machinations and strategies. At that moment, a myriad of questions flooded her mind. Was Chen Fan truly fearless? Or was there something amiss with the second young master? Chapter 14. The school bell of Yang is thoroughly manipulated after hastily ending the video call. Wang Wenli promptly dialed the second young master of the Yun family. After a lengthy pause, the call was finally answered. Hello, who is this? Yun Jinhua's tone was laced with icy disdain and impatience. Wang Wenli felt a pang of discomfort. She had dealt with this second young master numerous times, discreetly relaying information about Yang Chuchu, yet she was taken aback to find that he had not even saved her phone number. Although somewhat displeased, she forced a smile and spoke. Jinhua, it's me, Wenli. She called out. A cold response came from the other end. Wang Wenli pursed her lips and tentatively probed. Jinhua, didn't you warn that Chen Fan today? He actually accepted Chuchu's friend request tonight. On the other end, Yun Jinhua shuddered at the mention of Chen Fan, feeling a peculiar intensification of pain in his arm. I see. He feigned calmness and abruptly hung up. Lacking a thorough understanding of Chen Fan's background, he dared not confront him, choosing instead to endure. Meanwhile, Wang Wenli was left dumbfounded. Was that it? Just a simple acknowledgement? Couldn't he at least throw in a few harsh words? Was this really the Yun heir, shall I know? Beside her, Yang Chuchu could hardly contain her excitement and immediately sent a message to Chen Fan. Hello, senior. She quickly added a cute emoji. However, it took a full 10 minutes before she received a reply. Just one word. Yang Chuchu was momentarily stunned. Was that it? No further response. Was he truly just a straightforward guy, or did he genuinely not like her? Feeling a bit disheartened, she opened Chen Fan's moments. He just updated his status tonight. Yang Chuchu quickly clicked in. The content was quite simple, featuring only a photo and a caption. The image displayed an exquisite dining table adorned with 4 dishes, nothing more. The caption read, "Is the beef really fragrant? I want to know." Yang Chuchu furrowed her brow. If she wasn't mistaken, one of those dishes was indeed beef. A taste would reveal the answer, wouldn't it? Yet, she soon discovered a secret within the image. A hand appeared in the upper left corner. Is there someone else? Indeed, a woman's arm was present, with a fair and delicate hand, undoubtedly youthful. Even as a girl, she felt a flutter at the sight of those slender fingers, a sudden urge to touch them blossoming within her. Wasn't he the senior supposed to have just an 8-year-old sister? How could there be another woman? In an instant, Yang Chuchu seemed to understand the reason behind Chen Fan's indifference. He had hidden a beauty away, his heart stolen by another. Tears welled up in her clear eyes. For the first time in years, she had developed feelings for a boy, only to find that he didn't feel the same. A few minutes later, her emotions finally stabilized and she sent another message to Chen Fan. Thank you for saving me yesterday, senior. Yang Chuchu had come to a resolution. Since Chen Fan did not harbor any affection for her, she would simply express her gratitude, and then each would go their separate ways, marking the end of her first love. However, as Chen Fan lay in bed and beheld the message from Yang Chuchu, he was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. This message lacked any emoticons, which was not characteristic of a budding young girl's manner of communication. This boded ill. Perhaps he had overstepped. He hastily typed a reply. No need to thank me, Junior. It's getting late. Do take care of your health. Late nights are not good for the body. Good night. Yang Chuchu, who had intended to extinguish the flame of this relationship, experienced a complete turnaround upon reading his message. A wave of emotion washed over her, and tears glistened in her large eyes. The senior cares for me, she thought. She made an effort to compose herself and swiftly responded, Thank you, senior. Good night. However, Chen Fan did not reply to this message. The emotional stakes had already been set, and any further words might place him at a disadvantage. At 10:30, Chen Fan turned off his phone and retired for the night, bringing a weary day to a close. The following day, after breakfast, he ventured to the Battle Wolf Martial Arts School to continue practicing the Gale Blade technique. Following the events of the previous day, everyone in the dojo treated him with newfound respect, and even the manager, Lu Tao, approached him with courtesy. Xiao Fan, do you have any intention of stretching your muscles today? A customer has offered 20,000 to have you instruct him in combat for the day. I'm sorry, Uncle Lu, but I have to practice my blade technique today as the college entrance examination is approaching, Chen Fan replied politely. The allure of 20,000 for a day's work was indeed tempting, but achieving a better score in the exams was undoubtedly of greater importance. Lu Tao nodded. Very well. I'll inform him of your decline. The weapon training room you used yesterday is reserved for you. Just head straight there. Watching Lu Tao's departing figure, Chen Fan couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, when one demonstrates sufficient prowess, everyone becomes courteous. Throughout the morning, Chen Fan remained in the weapon training room, not stepping outside even once. No one came to disturb him, allowing him to concentrate fully on his blade practice. By noon, having concluded his training, Chen Fan returned home, only to be greeted at the door by Wang Yanran. The sight of her face took him aback. Had the skin rejuvenating lotion truly worked wonders? Wang Yanran appeared as though she had been graced with an ethereal glow. Her skin was remarkably fair and delicate, akin to the finest jade. Chen Fan felt an irresistible urge to touch her smooth complexion. Not enough yet, Wang Yanran playfully chided, accurately pinching his ear and pulling the dazed Chen Fan into the house. Regaining his senses, he gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed, Sister Yanran, I would bestow upon you the title of the most beautiful woman in Daxia. Such flattery, Wang Yanran replied, her cheeks tinged with a fleeting blush. Yet, she was undeniably pleased. After all, what girl does not relish beauty? Although she had already been strikingly attractive, her current appearance could only be described as breathtaking. Chen Fan chuckled and said to Wang Yanran, Sister Yanran, allow me to present you with a poem. Wang Yanran cast a skeptical glance at him, for it was hard to believe that someone who could describe beef with such simplicity could indeed compose poetry. Ahem. Chen Fan deliberately cleared his throat and declared, Listen closely. In the north, there dwells a fair maiden, unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she captivates a city, with another, a nation. Chen Fan recited the few lines of poetry he could remember from his past life. Upon hearing the verses, Wang Yanran was momentarily taken aback. As a language arts teacher, her appreciation for poetry was profound, and she immediately recognized the exceptional nature of the lines. After reflecting, she realized that this poem had never graced the annals of Blue Star's history. She looked at Chen Fan, astonished, and asked, Did you truly compose this? Chen Fan merely smiled in silence, offering no explanation. Wang Yanran read the poem once more, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, even the most beautiful of women relish compliments. I truly adore this poem. Thank you, Xiao Fan. Hee. No need for formalities among family. Chen Fan grinned. In truth, he wished to convey that there was no need for such politeness among kin. Flattered by the praise, Wang Yanran appeared somewhat bashful, her demeanor enchanting as her gaze flitted away. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan ventured, Since I have gifted you a poem, should you not return the favor? What do you desire? Wang Yanran inquired softly. I yearn for a loving hug. Chen Fan chuckled, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Get lost. Right this instant. Came the playful retort from the beauty. All right then, Chen Fan hastily retreated to the kitchen. If you pass the martial arts exam, I might just consider it. Wang Yinran added, realizing her previous tone might have been a tad harsh, and she called out towards the kitchen. Chapter 15. Who encouraged him to register for the martial arts exam. Life for Zhou Tian resumed its tranquil course, with Chen Fan spending the remainder of his time honing his swordsmanship and engrossed in books. During this period, he exchanged a few casual words with Yang Chu-Chu, who expressed her desire to treat him to dinner that evening as a gesture of gratitude. However, Chen Fan declined, for he needed to intensify his training. Time was of the essence with the martial arts exam looming. Yet, Yang Chu-Chu remained undeterred, scheduling their dinner for the following Sunday evening, the very night after Chen Fan's high school examinations. This delighted her, as she believed that his first meal after the exams would be shared with her. On Monday morning, Chen Fan requested a week off from Wang Yinran, citing his need to focus on preparing for the martial arts exam. Wang Yinran, aware of his registration for the exam, understood that attending classes during this period would be a waste of time, and she readily acquiesced. However, upon noticing his empty seat, the classmates speculated that he was evading the wager out of fear. On this same day, the senior class director, Du Jiang, approached Wang Yinran, typically a portly and amiable middle-aged man. Today he bore an unusually stern countenance, as he inquired coldly, "Teacher Wang, are you aware that your student Chen Fan has registered for the martial arts exam?" "Indeed I am." Wang Yinran nodded, having long prepared herself psychologically. It was inconceivable that the school would overlook the enrollment of a liberal arts student in a martial arts examination. However, Du Jiang's face immediately darkened with anger. "If you were aware of this, why did you not intervene? If it weren't for the call from the Provincial Education Bureau, the school would still be oblivious to this matter." He turned to Wang Yinran, his expression icy. "I do not care how you manage it. He must withdraw from the examination." Wang Yinran furrowed her delicate brows. "Director Du, enrolling in the martial arts examination is the right of every student. It is his choice, and we ought to support him. Why should we hinder him? Tell me, why should we prevent him?" Du Jiang struggled to suppress his fury, lest he erupt in a roar. The martial arts examination is a matter of life and death. A common individual like him would undoubtedly perish. Can you fathom the damage to the school's reputation if he were to die during the examination? Moreover, rumors were circulating among the students regarding his wager with Li Wenbin, a liberal arts student, in a fit of pique, enrolling in a martial arts examination and dying on the examination grounds. Such a scenario would incite a media uproar that could crush both you and me. If word of this spreads, the Education Bureau would deem the school negligent in its management and instruction, and we would all face accountability, from the principal down to us. That will not happen. Wang Yinran gently shook her head. I know Chen Fan. He would never gamble with his life out of spite. He possesses his own confidence. Confidence? Du Jiang's voice turned frigid. Do you realize that in the past century, only 728 liberal arts students have participated in the martial arts examination, of which 719 perished on site? Only 8 escaped due to sheer luck, managing to endure until the examination concluded, and merely 1 succeeded. With a mortality rate approaching 99%, you speak of confidence? Though Wang Yinran felt a twinge of concern, she resolutely supported Chen Fan's decision. I believe in his capabilities. Du Jiang trembled with rage. Wang, you jest with the school's reputation. To speak plainly, I am conveying the principal's directive. If Chen Fan were to die during the martial arts examination, the school would place the entire responsibility on your shoulders. You would be dismissed, and it would be recorded in your file, rendering you unhireable by any future institution. Director Du, there's no need for further discussion. As long as he is willing, I will unequivocally support him. Wang Yinran's tone was unwavering. Foolishness. Du Jiang slammed his palm on the table, casting a fierce glare at Wang Yinran before storming out of the room. Wang Yinran sighed softly, aware of the peril the martial arts examination entailed and concerned for Chen Fan, yet inexplicably, she felt a profound confidence in him. Meanwhile, the news of Chen Fan's participation in the martial arts examination had caused a veritable uproar at Qingqing No. 3 Middle School. The students of Class 6 of the Senior Liberal Arts year were in fits of laughter, mocking Chen Fan for his reckless ambition, believing he was so desperate to win that he was willing to risk his life. They assumed that given his academic performance, he would struggle to even pass the written portion of the examination. In contrast, the students from the martial arts class derided him, questioning why a liberal arts student would seek to join their ranks. What they truly meant was that in their eyes, He was utterly unworthy of participating in the martial arts examination, as they held a deep-seated disdain for liberal arts students. The students in the first and second year of high school mostly adopted a spectator's attitude, as the incident of the naked run had already stirred considerable excitement. However, there was one person who worried for Chen Fan, Yang Chu-Chu. Upon hearing that Chen Fan had registered for the martial arts examination, she was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain her composure for quite some time. She did not wish for anything unfortunate to befall Chen Fan, although she had witnessed his skills firsthand. Her concern for the boy lingered. It was the first time she experienced the sensation of worrying for a boy, as if her heart were gripped by an unseen hand, leaving her in discomfort and her breaths heavy. She hurriedly sent a message to Chen Fan. "Senior, have you really registered for the martial arts examination?" Minutes later, she received his reply, "Yes." She contemplated advising him, but was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she placed her phone down and gazed out the window, lost in thought. He must be safe. This was the solitary thought echoing in her mind. Meanwhile, her deskmate, Wang Wenli, reveled in the misfortune. Despite her own family's modest means, she held a disdainful view of the impoverished. To her, Chen Fan was merely a loser, unworthy of entering the realm of a wealthy heiress like Yang Chu-Chu, just as he was unworthy of appearing before her. Simultaneously, this news reached other high schools in Qingqing. In Qingqing No. 1 High School, a tall youth paused in surprise upon hearing the news, but soon felt reassured. Given his prowess, passing the martial arts examination should be a mere formality. However, his expression soon brightened as a scheme to target Chen Fan began to form in his mind. The examination venue permitted the use of supernatural abilities, which would significantly enhance his own strength. Although he could not directly eliminate Chen Fan, he could devise a plan to lure formidable beasts to do the deed. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The story of the first liberal arts student in 20 years to register for the martial arts examination swiftly permeated every household, becoming a topic of fervent discussion. Everyone was eager to witness this enigmatic student. Yet, Chen Fan remained indifferent to the swirling rumors, believing that the best response to skepticism was to demonstrate through action. Thus, in the ensuing days, he diligently trained in the practice room, sweat pouring down as he wielded the long knife with vigor. Having already mastered all the techniques of the Gale Blade technique, his current objective was to enhance his synergy with the long knife. For only then could he wield it as if it were an extension of his own body. Chapter 16. The college entrance examination approaches. Unnoticed time passed swiftly, and soon it was the last day before the college entrance examination. After concluding a day of rigorous training, Chen Fan sought out the manager, Lu Tao. "Uncle Lu, I would like to rent a long knife from the martial arts school for 2 days." Lu Tao had already surmised that the liberal arts student stirring up a commotion in Qingcheng was indeed Chen Fan. Without further inquiry, he retrieved a brand new long knife from the storeroom and handed it to Chen Fan. "This is a brand new grade battle weapon, valued at 250,000. The rental fee for 1 day is 5% of the total price, so for 2 days, that would be 25,000. "All right, no problem." Chen Fan nodded decisively and said, "Uncle Lu, I would like to purchase a combat suit for those endowed with supernatural abilities. Conventional attire is easily damaged during battles with otherworldly beasts. Thus, most opt for combat suits. These suits are crafted from the hides of extraordinary creatures, boasting remarkable elasticity and resilience, rendering them difficult to destroy. According to the requirements of the martial examination, the quality of the combat suit must not exceed a certain grade, meaning that the materials can only be derived from first-tier beasts. Lu Tao recommended a black combat suit priced at 10,000 yuan. Chen Fan couldn't help but lament the disparity between wealth and knowledge. In merely a week, he had spent half of his savings accumulated over 3 years, which pained him deeply. By the time Chen Fan returned home, it was already 6 o'clock. Tong Tong had arrived early and was engrossed in watching animated series. To his surprise, Wang Yanran was also present. "Sister Yanran, tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Aren't you supposed to be at school organizing the exam details?" Chen Fan inquired curiously. "Everything is arranged," Wang Yanran replied earnestly, gazing into Chen Fan's eyes. "Xiao Fan, I believe in you, don't you?" Chen Fan understood her intent and nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, Sister Yanran, it's all under control. Just await my triumphant return." He added playfully, "By the way, someone mentioned they would give me a warm embrace once the martial exam is over." "All right, Wang Yinran nodded seriously, this time refraining from teasing him. She then pulled a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Chen Fan. This is your admission ticket for the martial examination. I retrieved it for you. Thank you, Yinran's sister, Chen Fan said, taking it and examining it closely. The written details indicated that the written portion of the martial examination would commence promptly at 8 o'clock the following morning. Conducted in a manner akin to the driving license theory test on Earth, lasting half an hour. Once the time elapsed, the system would automatically collect the papers and provide immediate scores. Candidates achieving over 60 points would need to assemble at 9 o'clock to proceed to a designated otherworldly space for the practical assessment. The practical test operated on a point-based system, where candidates would earn varying points by hunting different extraordinary beasts, with rankings determined according to these scores. The practical examination would last for 24 hours, commencing at noon the next day and concluding at noon the following day. After carefully reviewing the document twice to ensure no important details were overlooked, he cautiously stored it away. Wang Yinran stated earnestly, Xiao Fan, I have faith in you. You have always exhibited greater tenacity than your peers. I am confident you will pass the martial examination. I'll be cheering for you outside the exam hall. Don't worry, Yinran's sister, Chen Fan reassured her, patting her shoulder with an air of confidence. He was determined to secure first place in the Qingqing martial examination, aiming to astonish everyone. Wang Yinran nodded seriously and added, I shall take my leave now. Remember to rest early tonight to replenish your spirits. I will pick you up at 7 tomorrow to go to school together. After seeing Wang Yinran off, Chen Fan hurried into the kitchen. For in the grand scheme of things, nothing was more important than ensuring Tong Tong's hunger was satisfied. After the two finished their dinner, Chen Fan promptly completed his nightly routine and lay down in bed. He picked up his phone to find that Yang Chuchu had sent him a flurry of messages, all brimming with concern. Senior, have you prepared your weapons? What about your combat uniform? This is crucial. It could save your life. If you haven't got it ready, I can ask Uncle Qian to bring one over right away. A smile crept onto Chen Fan's face as he read Yang Chuchu's messages, and he hastily replied, Thanks, Junior. I've already got everything prepared. Moreover, Dong Xiaohu had also reached out with his worries. Chen Fan, are you going to be all right tomorrow? Honestly, we could just skip the exam. I've heard those strange beasts are quite terrifying. Can I not manage? Chen Fan scoffed, responding, What do you think of me? All right then, Brother Fan, good luck. After sending his message, Dong Xiaohu quickly vanished from the conversation, clearly feeling quite anxious himself. Aside from these two, no one else seemed to inquire about him, the high school examinee. In truth, Chen Fan did have some relatives. His father had a second uncle, but they had fallen out years ago after he embezzled over 1 million yuan from his parents' death compensation. On his mother's side, he had an uncle and an aunt, but both resided far from Qingqing and rarely contacted him, only reaching out once a year during the new year to exchange pleasantries. Thus, they might not even be aware that Chen Fan was taking the college entrance examination this year. However, this suited him just fine. Fewer relatives meant fewer complications in the future. With a sigh of reflection, Chen Fan soon drifted into slumber. At 5:30 the next morning, Chen Fan awoke, and simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Host, please be aware, system mission, achieve the title of provincial champion in the martial arts examination for Shannan province. Upon completion, you may participate in a level-based ability lottery. What? An ability lottery? Chen Fan shot upright in bed, incredulous that the reward for this task was yet another chance to obtain an ability. Although it was merely a lower-level ability, the prospect of gaining an additional power was exhilarating. It seemed he would have to give his all in this martial arts examination. Chen Fan felt an immense thrill. The reward of an ability was something he was determined to seize. Lower-tier abilities were often deemed the least potent, representing the most rudimentary class of powers. Such abilities have a defining characteristic. The wielder's strength level can never improve. For instance, a common ability like limb regeneration sounds formidable. Indeed, the user can regrow severed limbs. However, the process is excruciatingly slow, and such individuals can never enhance their strength, remaining perpetual low-level users. Thus, rather than being classified as a true ability, it is more accurately described as a skill, nothing more. Yet Chen Fan was unconcerned by this. His existing abilities were potent enough to ensure his strength ascends without hindrance. Consequently, mastering yet another skill would render him exceedingly formidable. After all, it's not that lower-tier abilities are inherently weak. Rather, The users themselves are often too feeble to harness their full potential. However, if Chen Fan were to master the ability of limb regeneration, upon reaching a certain level of strength, he might achieve instantaneous rebirth of severed limbs, thereby potentially attaining immortality. Thus, Chen Fan eagerly anticipated the extraordinary ability lottery for him. The nature of the ability was inconsequential, as long as it served a supportive role. Chapter 17. Chen Fan's Debut. A sensation at 7 o'clock in the morning. Wang Yinran arrived punctually at Chen Fan's residence. Xiao Fan, be sure to bring your ID and exam permit. Let us be on our way. All right. Chen Fan nodded as they descended the stairs. Wang Yinran's vehicle was a luxurious Porsche, valued at around 800,000. Inside the car, Chen Fan found no suitable place for his enormous sword, which he ultimately embraced tightly. Upon reaching the school entrance, they encountered a sea of people. Among them were parents escorting their children for the college entrance examination, as well as onlookers, but the majority were journalists and online streamers. What on earth is happening? Does the college entrance examination garner such attention? Chen Fan gazed out the window, bewildered by the throng. As Wang Yinran rolled down the window, he could distinctly hear the fervent shouts of the crowd. A 20-year-old youth clad in a baseball cap raised his phone high, passionately engaging with the audience. Brothers, aren't you all eager to witness the literary examinee from Qingqing City who registered for martial arts? Today, Liu Zai will take you on an exclusive exploration. Thanks to all the support from my loyal fans, and a special shout-out to my brother Black Whirlwind for the 666. Chen Fan estimated that no fewer than 200 similar streamers had gathered in this location. Overwhelmed, he realized that these individuals had come specifically for him. As he scanned the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure, the lanky youth from the Battle Wolf martial arts school who had claimed he would eat excrement. This young man was now shouting into his phone, "Brothers, I've figured out the identity of that mysterious person. When he appears, I will conduct a live interview. Let us boost the hype. Is it really such a sensation just to register for martial arts?" Chen Fan was at a loss for words and turned to Wang Yinran. "Sister Yinran, can we drive in? With this crowd, it's certainly impossible to get through. Let us find a place to park and walk to the school." Wang Yinran replied, equally exasperated. After parking the car, Chen Fan slung his sword over his shoulder and walked alongside Wang Yinran towards the school entrance. He lowered his head, attempting to avoid drawing attention from the throng, but Wang Yinran's striking beauty was simply too captivating to disregard. Suddenly, a reporter hurried over, microphone in hand. "Hello, ma'am. We are reporters from Shannon Provincial Television. May we ask you a few questions?" Wang Yinran exchanged a discreet glance with Chen Fan, pondering, "What should we do? It's the provincial television. Will it be inappropriate to decline?" As the reporter observed Wang Yinran glancing at Chen Fan, he promptly extended the microphone towards Chen Fan, inquiring, "This student, I see you are also here to participate in the martial arts examination. Are you acquainted with that student, Chen Fan? What sort of question is that? Am I to question whether I know myself or not?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan replied, "I suppose one could say I am familiar with him." "Excellent." The reporter appeared to have finally discovered a candidate who knew Chen Fan, brimming with excitement as he continued, "How much do you know about this student? Do you believe he has a significant chance of passing the martial arts examination? Is there a possibility of him failing on the examination grounds? Goodness, are you genuinely asking me about my own chances of succeeding in the martial arts examination?" 1,000 thoughts raced through Chen Fan's mind, yet he maintained a polite facade, stating, "I believe he should be able to pass." It seems that the enigmatic Chen Fan is not as straightforward as one might presume. Having garnered the recognition of his peers, after murmuring a few words to the camera, the reporter turned back to Chen Fan, expressing gratitude for his cooperation and wishing him success in the examination. Upon concluding his remarks, the reporter signaled to turn off the camera and proceeded to search for the next interviewee. Meanwhile, Wang Yinran stifled her laughter nearby, amused by the reporter's obliviousness to the situation. She could easily envision the explosive reactions once the program aired. At a distance of several meters away, the lanky young man, who had been engaged in conversation with fans, suddenly found himself in the frame alongside Chen Fan and Wang Yinran. Instantly, a sharp-eyed viewer alerted, Host, there's an extraordinary beauty behind you." This comment immediately captured the attention of the live stream audience, swiftly shifting the topic from the mysterious humanities student to Wang Yinran's stunning beauty. "Having encountered countless women, today I finally understand what it means to be astounded by beauty. My goodness, she is truly enchanting." Such a woman belongs only in the heavens. It is rare to encounter one like her on earth. Brothers, I am smitten. Just 1 minute. I need every bit of information about this woman. The barrage of comments was diverse, yet they all expressed admiration for Wang Yinran's allure. The lanky young man quickly turned back to gaze at the pair on screen, momentarily frozen in astonishment. Is that not my recently acquainted big brother? This must be the mysterious candidate Chen Fan who signed up for the martial arts examination. Indeed, a true brother, accompanied by a beauty. While others are here to toil for the examination, you appear to be on a vacation. The lanky man, filled with admiration, hurriedly approached. Hello, big brother, it's me, he said with a sycophantic smile. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Chen Fan replied dismissively. If you're not from the television station, I'm afraid Chen Fan, do not offer courtesy. The lanky young man panicked, quickly reminding him, I was present at the fight with Yuntian Ba a few days ago. Oh, I have a vague recollection. Chen Fan nodded, suddenly exclaiming, the brave warrior who dared to take on the challenge. I remember now? The lanky man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly distanced his phone, ensuring his fans would not hear such unrefined words. Upon noticing that Chen Fan and his companion showed no intention of halting their pace, the lanky man hurriedly quickened his steps to keep up. Boss, may I pose a question on behalf of the fans? Would that be acceptable? Speak, Chen Fan replied with an indifferent tone. The lanky man promptly inquired. Might I ask if this lovely lady by your side is your girlfriend? Am I mistaken in thinking I appear older, or does Sister Yinran seem younger? Chen Fan was momentarily speechless, yet he found amusement in the question. Casting a mysterious smile at the lanky man, he replied, What do you think? The multitude of male viewers in the live stream erupted in frustration upon hearing this. Must we even guess? The lady hasn't denied it. They are undoubtedly a couple. They lamented. How can such an exquisite beauty be with this fellow? It infuriates me. Where's my sword? I shall crawl through the internet to deal with this scoundrel. The live stream was filled with cries of despair. The lanky man, observing Chen Fan's retreating figure, felt an even greater admiration for him. Addressing the viewers, he declared, This is our city's enigmatic humanities student. What are your thoughts, brothers? The fans collectively gasped in realization, acknowledging that those who registered for the martial arts examination as humanities students were indeed exceptional. Chapter 18. The written examination commences. A provocation as Chen Fan and his companions stepped onto the school grounds. A profound tranquility enveloped the area, with a tense atmosphere permeating the campus. Their presence continued to draw the attention of many. Who is that senior walking alongside Teacher Wang? He is quite handsome, with an impressive demeanor. Numerous first and second-year female students cast curious glances. However, before they could indulge in their infatuations, someone nearby interjected, You don't recognize him? That's Chen Fan, the one who wagered on running naked. It's him. He does have a decent appearance, but why is he so foolish? The girls who had initially shown interest shook their heads in unison. Unfazed by the spectators' expressions, Chen Fan and Wang Yinran proceeded directly to the examination area, which was already bustling with numerous candidates. Wang Yinran introduced him to a man in his 30s, Teacher Zhang. This is our classmate Chen Fan. We will be counting on you shortly. Not a problem, Teacher Wang. You may attend to your humanities class matters, replied Teacher Zhang with a warm smile, turning his attention to Chen Fan. Hello, Chen Fan. I am Zhang Lei, the head teacher of Class 4 in the martial arts program. Since you have registered for the examination, you will be joining us for the next 2 days. Consider yourself a temporary member of our Class 4 team. Very well. Chen Fan responded politely. Please join the line behind me, Zhang Lei instructed, giving Chen Fan a light pat on the shoulder and gesturing towards the queue. Understanding. Chen Fan moved to the end of Class 4's line. At the back of the line stood a portly individual who turned to scrutinize Chen Fan before scoffing. So, you think you can attempt our martial arts examination? You really don't know your own limitations. What makes you think you're worthy of participating? None of your business. Chen Fan retorted coldly, crossing his arms. He felt an urge to deliver a swift reprimand to this self-important fool. However, the rotund individual in front of him erupted in fury upon hearing his words. You think you're quite bold, huh? Do you even know who I am? Yes. A piece of trash, that self-righteous sort of trash. Chen Fan replied coolly. You want to die, don't you? The hefty man, enraged, attempted to seize Chen Fan by the collar. Yet, how could Chen Fan allow him to succeed? With a swift motion, he reached out and deftly grasped the man's wrist. What's this? The rotund man was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Chen Fan's reflexes to be so quick. His arm felt as though it were caught in a vice, and he could not break free. Let go. The man exerted all his strength to escape, but Chen Fan suddenly released him, causing him to topple backward onto the ground. This spectacle instantly drew the attention of those around them. Bear, what are you doing? Have you been toppled by an ordinary person? Are you planning to put on a show to ease the tension? Laughter erupted from the crowd. It's not my fault. He fell on his own, Chen Fan shrugged, hastily distancing himself from the incident. Furious, the hefty man rose, intent on retaliating against Chen Fan. Xiangshan, have you lost your mind? Fighting outside the examination hall can cost you your qualification. The class instructor, Zhang Lei, hurried over to intervene, blocking the enraged man. You'd better wait for me. I hope you pass the written exam. Though gnashing his teeth in anger, Xiangshan dared not retaliate in that moment, merely turning away with curses. Zhang Lei patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, casting a warning glance before returning to the head of the line. Chen Fan smirked, and once Zhang Lei had distanced himself, he leaned towards the hefty man's ear and whispered, "Coward." Xiangshan's fury escalated, nearly causing smoke to billow from his nostrils. In his mind, he believed Chen Fan was attempting to drag him down with him, aiming to jeopardize his own chances. Do you know how bears typically meet their demise? They perish due to their foolishness. But do you know the difference between you and a bear? The distinction lies in the fact that bears die foolishly, while you die a coward's death. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan relentlessly continued his verbal assault. The hefty man's chest heaved with rage, the urge to retaliate bubbling within him. Yet he dared not act, truly afraid to do so. Of course, it wasn't merely Chen Fan's penchant for provocation. The system had issued a task for him to thoroughly humiliate this rotund man for his earlier provocations. While Chen Fan could endure the insult, the system could not tolerate any affront. Onlookers were left dumbfounded, their thoughts echoing, "Goodness, the wit of a liberal arts student is formidable." Those who had initially intended to mock Chen Fan now felt relieved they had not provoked this verbal virtuoso. 10 minutes later, the system notified him that he had completed the task, allowing Chen Fan to finally relent. System lottery. Chen Fan, feeling quite satisfied, eagerly initiated the lottery, and this time drew a purple card. Congratulations, host. You have received a mental power enhancement card. What a splendid prize. Chen Fan's mental prowess has now fallen behind his physical capabilities. This reward is precisely what he needs. With determination, he activated the enhancement card. Instantly, his mind cleared, and his mental strength surged from 30 to 33. Chen Fan sensed a remarkable improvement in his memory, and his comprehension of the Gale Blade technique deepened further. He had taken another step closer to his aspiration of becoming the top student in the province. Chen Fan felt a profound satisfaction. Moments later, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a resounding voice. "Attention, all homeroom teachers. Please check attendance and line up to enter the examination hall." The previously noisy crowd fell silent as the homeroom teachers began to call the roll against their lists. A few minutes later, the authoritative voice resounded again. "Teachers, please report the attendance. Class 1 of the Martial Arts Department, 48 students present. Class 2 of the Martial Arts Department, 51 students present. Class 12 of the Martial Arts Department, 52 students present." The 12 voices echoed in succession. Not a single one of the 621 martial arts candidates from Qingqing 3rd Middle School was absent. All candidates lined up to enter the written examination hall. With a rustling sound, the procession of over 600 students moved towards their respective examination rooms. The written examination for the martial arts candidates took place in a computer lab, where the seating was highly dispersed and each seat was individually partitioned. Each computer was equipped with its own camera, effectively eliminating any possibility of cheating. Once seated, Chen Fan entered his examination number and name into the display, and the camera conducted a facial recognition check. Moments later, he successfully accessed the written examination system. Chen Fan felt no anxiety. The knowledge from his books was firmly etched in his mind, making the written examination a breeze. As the clock struck 8, a set of questions appeared on his screen, and he swiftly began to answer them. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Zhongwen and the senior year director were anxiously awaiting the results of the written examination. Their hope was for Chen Fan to fail. They were under immense public scrutiny just moments ago. Reporters from the Shannan province television station had conducted an extensive interview with them. The questions posed were particularly sharp and challenging. If Chen Fan were to fail the written examination, it would be a cause for celebration. However, If he passed and subsequently met his demise during the martial examination, it would escalate into a significant educational incident for Qingqing Third Middle School. The narrative surrounding the school's mismanagement, leading to a liberal arts student's death due to a bet on the martial examination, would flood the media. Thus, the two could only hope for Chen Fan's failure. However, disappointment was inevitable. At 8:30, the system promptly revealed Chen Fan's written examination score, 100 points. Indeed, a perfect score. Chen Fan was exceedingly pleased. Concurrently, in the principal's office, the monitor displayed the written examination results for all martial arts students in the school. The grade director, Du Jiang, hastily reminded, "Principal, the results are out. Quickly, check Chen Fan's score." Zhang Zhongwen, flustered, urged him to hurry. As the two individuals opened the score report, they were momentarily taken aback. Among a list of over 600 names, Chen Fan stood at the top, the sole student in the entire school to achieve a perfect score on the written examination. The news struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving them slumped in their seats. Utterly defeated. This was it. Their careers appeared to have reached a definitive end. "Principal, what shall we do?" inquired the grade director, Du Jiang, in a grave tone. Zhang Zhongwen collected himself and replied, "Quickly call Zhang Lei from class 4 and persuade Chen Fan to forego this martial examination at all costs." Equally astonished were the first and second-year students throughout the school. A massive display screen in the campus updated in real time with the written examination results, prominently featuring Chen Fan's name at the top. Incredible. Over 600 participants, yet a humanities student clinched the first place. This is a humiliation for all the science students. Indeed, in previous years, students merely aimed for a passing score of 60. Who would have thought that this year, someone took it seriously enough to achieve a perfect 100? The science students were thoroughly embarrassed. The news of a humanities student claiming the top score swiftly reverberated across the campus. Wang Yinran gazed at Chen Fan's name and couldn't help but smile. "Xiao Fan, your decision to enroll in the science program was indeed not a spur-of-the-moment choice. You must give your all for the martial examination." Yang Chu-Chu, brimming with excitement, shook her deskmate Wang Wenli's arm. "Lily, I told you, since he dared to sign up. He must be confident. I believe he will pass the martial examination." However, Wang Wenli expressed her skepticism. "Chu-Chu, an ordinary person participating in the martial examination is doomed to fail. What significance does a perfect written score hold? Lily, why are you like this? Can't you at least hope for our senior's survival? He is different from others. I believe in him." Yang Chu-Chu's innocent face flushed slightly with anger. Of course, this news quickly reached the attention of numerous online spectators, who marveled at the impressive feat. Chapter 19. Outside Yuliang Pass, gathering of 3 cities at this moment. All candidates who had passed the written examination had congregated in a plaza in front of the teaching building. In front of the plaza stood no fewer than 20 buses, vehicles designated for transporting candidates to the alternate dimension. A few minutes later, after the class groups had been accounted for, the candidates began boarding the buses. Just then, the homeroom teacher Zhang Lei called out to Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, please wait a moment." "What is it, Teacher Zhang?" Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. Zhang Lei did not conceal the school's intentions and directly stated, "Chen Fan, I must inform you that the school does not wish for you to participate in this martial examination. If you were to perish in the examination, it would greatly tarnish the school's reputation. So, does that mean you are stopping me from participating?" Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Zhang Lei replied, "You need not overthink this. I am merely fulfilling my duty to inform you of the examination's seriousness. As for whether you choose to participate, I have no preference. You may not realize that the aura emitted by the exotic beasts can instill a profound sense of fear. Ordinary individuals possess too little mental fortitude to even muster the courage to resist. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Absolutely," Chen Fan responded calmly. "Very well then, let us board the bus." Zhang Lei, observing the situation, chose to remain silent. As the head instructor of the martial arts class, his strength had already reached the 2nd tier, rendering him largely indifferent to the pressures imposed by the school. After Chen Fan found a seat and settled in, his classmates cast him curious glances. Is this fellow really participating? Does he not fear for his life? They whispered among themselves. Who knows? Achieving a perfect score in the written examination indicates he is not merely acting on a whim. However, this individual already seemed like a dead man walking. Sharing a vehicle with him sent a chill down my spine. The other examinees exchanged hushed murmurs, their gazes towards Chen Fan betraying a mix of pity and derision. Unperturbed, Chen Fan closed his eyes and began to examine the system panel. Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder-Devouring Sacred Body level, mid-first tier, physique, 45, mental strength, 33 skills, 9 heavens thunder, thunder flash. Thunderclap palm, evaluation, a feeble and powerless chick, current task, achieve a perfect score in the written examination, task level, completed. Eligible for a lottery draw, task difficulty, another chance for a double lottery draw. Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. Upon entering the examination hall, the system had assigned him a task regarding the written test, which greatly motivated his earnest efforts. Initiate the lottery, he silently urged, and soon the roulette began to spin. A mechanical voice resonated through the air. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 physique enhancement card and a bottle of strengthening milk. What is this strengthening milk? Chen Fan inquired of the system, gazing at the small jade bottle before him. It is a liquid extracted from a type of high-grade plant's fruit. For ordinary individuals, consumption can increase physique points by 3. An excellent item. Although it may not benefit me, it could prove useful for Sister Yanran or Tong Tong. Chen Fan was quite pleased with this reward. Rumor had it that some alternate dimensions yielded miraculous fruits with astonishing effects. Yet such items were often exorbitantly priced and exceedingly rare. After some contemplation, he resolved to give the strengthening milk to Wang Yanran. As Tong Tong was still young and her bones had yet to fully develop, consuming such substances might be detrimental. Chen Fan chose not to extract the bottle of strengthening milk, fearing that possessing an additional item might draw unwanted attention. Use the physique enhancement card. Without hesitation, he clicked to use it, and after a wave of refreshing sensation, his physique reached 48 points. He was one step closer to becoming the top scholar of the province. Chen Fan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. 20 buses rolled out of the campus, heading towards the outskirts of Qingqing City. Simultaneously, Principal Zhang Zongwen and grade director Du Jiang received the news of Chen Fan's participation in the martial examination, and both felt as though the sky were about to collapse upon them. Du Jiang whispered, "Principal, should I simply detain him?" Zhang Zongwen's eyes blazed with fury. "Fool! With so many news media watching us, do you believe we can keep this under wraps? What shall we do then?" Du Jiang's expression darkened as he spoke weakly. There was no other way. One could only pray that he would be fortunate. Zhang Zongwen sighed and said, "Let us proceed. We must attend the martial arts examination opening ceremony. Do refrain from that morose expression, lest we become the laughingstock of other schools." "Understood," Du Jiang promptly responded. The bus raced along the road, swiftly leaving the city behind, with traces of human habitation vanishing from either side. After an hour, the convoy entered a desolate mountainous area and ultimately halted outside a town. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Lei, addressed the crowd aboard the bus. "We have arrived at the junction of Qingqing, Yinqing, and Weiqing, where lies an entrance to an alternate dimension. All candidates from the 3 cities will partake in the martial examination here." Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Lei gestured toward the window, saying, "Do you see the town outside? It is called Yuliang Town, also known as Yuliang Pass. A formidable legion of over 1,000 extraordinary beings is stationed here, tasked with guarding this entrance to the alternate dimension and annihilating any monstrous entities that dare to invade Blue Star. Soon, after the conclusion of the joint examination ceremony, you will all pass through this point and enter the alternate dimension to commence the martial examination." The crowd, filled with curiosity, leaned forward to gaze at the town. The outer perimeter of Yuliang Town was encircled by a 10-meter-high electrified fence, with only a single road for entry and exit. Outside the town lay a vast concrete plaza, already bustling with more than 200 buses. Zhang Lei glanced at his watch and announced to everyone on board, "All candidates, please ensure you have your admission tickets and respective weapons ready before disembarking. Assemble in front of the podium in the plaza." Simultaneously, candidates from over 200 buses began to alight. The crowd was dense, numbering more than 5,000. The expansive plaza saw each school's candidates occupying distinct areas. At that moment, a tall youth from the Qingqing First High School, shouldering dual axes, broke away from his group and approached the formation of Qingqing Third High School. His appearance immediately drew the attention of many. "Isn't that Yin Tianba from Qingqing First High School? What brings him over here? He looks quite imposing, as if seeking trouble. Who knows? It is said that he is an advanced, extraordinary being at the peak of the first tier, a formidable contender for the top spot in this joint examination. Who is unfortunate enough to have incurred his wrath?" The youth with the dual axes was indeed Yun Tianba. He strode directly to the front of the third high school's formation and called out loudly, "Where is Chen Fan? Where is he? Chen Fan. Is he looking for that liberal arts student? Chen Fan? How did Chen Fan provoke this formidable figure? He is likely in for a dire fate." The crowd murmured. Yet no one pointed out Chen Fan's location, as no one wished to meddle in others' affairs. However, within Class 4's ranks, the portly Xiong felt a surge of delight. He raised his hand and shouted, "Chen Fan is right here." Chapter 20. Entering the Alternate Dimension. The hunt begins. The crowd parted decisively, allowing Yun Tianba to stride through the throng, coming to stand before Chen Fan. He spoke coldly, "In the alternate dimension, you shall witness my prowess." Chen Fan cast a disdainful glance at the towering figure before him, retorting, "Merely a defeated foe. You truly lack self-awareness." The fury of Yun Tianba was ignited in an instant. His palm clenched into a fist, emitting a creaking sound from sheer anger. "Chen Fan, the otherworldly space is not the outside world. I possess 100 methods to bring about your demise." Let us await the outcome." Chen Fan remained unfazed. "Just you wait." Yun Tianba uttered a fierce declaration, casting a cold glare at Chen Fan for a few seconds before returning to his team. Upon his departure, the individuals from Class 3 began to murmur amongst themselves. Their enmity runs deep. From the sounds of it, Yun Tianba is merely a defeated foe of Chen Fan? How could that be? Did you mishear? I certainly did not catch that. Can an ordinary person truly best Yun Tianba? Are you jesting? As the crowd engaged in their discussions, a rumbling sound echoed, and the bronze gates of Yuliang Town swung open, revealing several military-clad psychics who stepped forth with measured grace. The leader, adorned with the insignia of a colonel, exuded a terrifying aura that compelled onlookers to avert their gaze. He approached the podium and addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mu Hongtao, the overseer of this otherworldly space entrance. Please pay close attention to my words. Otherwise, should you perish within, there will be no one to reclaim your bodies." The previously raucous crowd fell into a hushed silence, for none would gamble with their lives. Mu Hongtao continued, "The duration of this martial examination is 24 hours. Each participant is provided with a military backpack, which contains a smart wristband, an emergency energy orb, a day's worth of rations, and water. The smart wristband will record your scores and display your rankings. It must remain on your wrist at all times. Furthermore, the emergency energy orb can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Crush it, and within 10 seconds, an energy barrier will envelop you, providing temporary protection from attacks. Our soldiers will then come to your aid. However, those who are weaker or confront beasts of a higher level may find themselves slain before the orb can take effect. So each participant must act within their capability. Now, regarding the examination grounds. Once you enter the otherworldly space, you will find yourselves in a vast grassland, with a 30-kilometer radius surrounding the entrance as the examination area. Our warriors have already cleared the vicinity, driving out all second-tier and higher beasts. Of course, should any contestant wish to pursue a higher rank, they may venture further afield, but should they meet their demise there, our soldiers will offer no assistance. Does everyone understand? Mu Hongtao's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "We understand." The crowd quickly responded. "In that case, let us proceed into the otherworldly space. All candidates, line up for inspection by the soldiers." With that, soldiers began organizing the participants into a queue to enter Yuliang Town. After undergoing inspection and receiving his military backpack, Chen Fan stepped into the enigmatic town. The streets were lined with barracks, and at the center of an open area stood a distorted spatial gateway. Chen Fan strode forward, and in the next moment, he found himself on an endless expanse of grassland. Is this the realm of another dimension? The air here is so refreshing, and the scenery is breathtaking. The newcomers, filled with curiosity, gazed around in wonder. Yet, in the next instant, a tremendous roar from a beast echoed through the air, causing everyone to hastily silence themselves. The grassland was rife with the sounds of beastly roars, leaving those with weaker mental fortitude pale and trembling. It appeared that ordinary individuals could indeed not withstand the presence of these otherworldly creatures. The pressure that pressed upon the very depths of the soul extinguished any flicker of courage to resist, Chen Fan mused. At that moment, a silver metallic sphere, composed of countless facets, slowly ascended and eventually hovered high in the sky. "What is this?" Chen Fan inquired, puzzled, addressing a fellow examinee nearby. "That is the Eye of Heaven. You didn't know?" It monitors every movement within the examination arena. It is said to be crafted from a unique material found exclusively in this other-dimensional space. This material allows for cross-spatial entanglement, akin to quantum entanglement, and is the sole means of communication between Blue Star and this other dimension. Thus, every action we take is crystal clear to the outside world. Ah, I see. Thank you, Chen Fan replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Soon, all candidates had entered the examination arena, and the clock struck noon. The voice of Mu Hongtao resonated once more. The martial examination begins now. As his words faded, all candidates sprang into action. Kill. I am first in the martial exam. Nonsense, first place is mine. Many candidates boasted shamelessly, gripping their weapons tightly, scattering in search of prey. Of course, there were also those of lesser strength, timidly trailing behind the crowd, preparing to wait for an opportunity to strike. Chen Fan, too, identified a direction and swiftly dashed forth into the distance. The martial exam brooked no delay. After a mere 10 minutes, he found himself alone, devoid of any other examinees nearby. Just then, a dangerous presence approached from behind. Chen Fan spun around abruptly, only to find a fearsome wolf. The fearsome wolf was a common beast of the grassland, resembling a wolf but significantly larger. Akin to a calf, with a grayish coat. Their speed and explosive power made them formidable adversaries, capable of easily overpowering tigers and bears on Earth. The moment this fearsome wolf spotted Chen Fan, it let out a howl and lunged toward him. How daring to seek death at the initial stage. Chen Fan assessed its level through its aura. Though the fearsome wolf was terrifying, Chen Fan was even stronger. Faced with the charging creature, he had no intention of retreating. Such a creature posed no threat that warranted the use of supernatural abilities. His fist, imbued with tremendous power, shot forward, sending the wolf hurtling away. The fearsome wolf fell to the ground, attempting to rise, but its skull had already caved in, and after a few breaths, it succumbed to its injuries. So weak, Chen Fan lamented. In the next moment, his wristband emitted a beep, displaying his current score. 1. Slaying a first-tier early-stage aberration counted as 1 point, which seemed reasonable. Chen Fan switched the wristband to the leaderboard. First place, Jiang Tianan from Yen City No. 1 Middle School, 35 points. Second place, Chuhi from Wei City No. 1 Middle School, 32 points. 10th place, Yun Tianba from Qing City No. 1 Middle School, 19 points. How astonishingly swift these individuals were. How could their scores be so elevated? Had they encountered a swarm of aberrations, or perhaps faced higher-tier beasts? Chen Fan couldn't help but feel astonished. It appeared that he must not let his guard down. Chapter 21. The hunt begins. Chen Fan sought to check his ranking, only to discover that the list displayed merely the top 1,000 candidates. With his solitary point, he was nowhere near the leaderboard. He had intended to set off promptly. But suddenly, the system panel in his mind transformed, revealing an additional column. Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body level, first tier mid-stage, physique, 48, mental strength, 33 slaughter points, 1 skills, 9 heavens thunder motion, thunder flash. Thunderclap palm, evaluation, a feeble and powerless chick, current task. Attain the provincial top scorer of Shannan province to qualify for the ability lottery. Task level, slaughter points? What might that entail? Chen Fan pondered, inquiring of the system. Slaughter points are accrued from slaying aberrations. 100 points can be exchanged for a green-grade lottery. Such a treasure. It seems I must exhibit my true prowess. Filled with excitement, Chen Fan hastened toward the distance, where he could encounter more aberrations. Meanwhile, in a conference hall within Yuliang town, the principals and grade directors from 10 high schools across 3 cities had gathered. At the front of the hall was a massive monitor, displaying the current rankings of candidates in real time. Jiang Tianan. Could he be that prodigy who awakened the fiery golden flame ability? The crowd buzzed with discussion, envy evident in their gazes directed at the principal of Yen City No. 1 Middle School. The principal, Jiang Yishan, wore a proud expression, surveying the assembly as he proclaimed, Tianan has already brushed against the threshold of the first-tier peak. This time, the first place belongs to him, without a doubt. The previously envious crowd now wore troubled expressions. Was it so soon that he had already secured first place? The principal of Wei City No. 1 Middle School protested. Our Chu he has also approached the first-tier peak threshold, trailing Jiang Tianan by merely 2 points. The competition has only just begun, and the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, Our Mu Jijun is equally formidable. Others chimed in. Yet, two figures sat quietly in a corner, not engaging in the ongoing discussions. These two were Zhang Zongwen, the principal of Qing City No. 3 Middle School, and Du Jiang, the grade director. Their expressions were tense. Their gazes fixated on the candidate fatality list in the lower right corner of the screen. Principal, Chen Fan has already survived for 15 minutes. Du Jiang's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he whispered to Zhang Zongwen. Zhang Zongwen responded, barely even concerned about the achievements of the prodigious students from his own school. At that moment, Principal Zhang Yishan of Yinqing No. 1 High School unexpectedly turned his gaze towards the two. Principal Zhang, I've heard that a humanities student from your school is participating. What is his name? Let us see his ranking, he inquired. Zhang Zongwen's face darkened. The rankings only displayed the top 1,000. Surely you must be aware? Do you truly expect to see his ranking? Are you deliberately embarrassing me? Yet, with everyone's eyes upon him, he could not afford to be the subject of ridicule and feigned composure. His name is Chen Fan. But he hasn't made the list yet. Make the list? Old Zhang, have you not woken up? Making the list is akin to landing on the death register. Zhang Yishan laughed heartily, showing no mercy. Old Zhang, I've heard that students from your school are quite extravagant. Is it true someone wants to perform a naked run at the graduation ceremony? Another principal chimed in with jest. The crowd in the conference room erupted in laughter. Zhang Zongwen maintained a stoic expression, concealing his emotions, though inwardly he wished to disappear into a crevice. Outside, many were also keenly observing the martial arts examination. Wang Yinran had lost interest in the academic performance of her students, standing in the plaza in front of the school's teaching building, fixated on the screen, anxious for any news of Chen Fan's demise. Yang Chuchu was equally anxious, despite it being a Saturday with no classes. The school traditionally organized a viewing of the joint examination live stream at this time of year, participation being voluntary. Typically, Yang Chuchu wouldn't have cared about such matters, but this time she attended and even brought her friend Wang Wenli along. While the other students in her class discussed the top-ranking candidates, she remained focused on the bottom ranks, fearing that Chen Fan's name might appear there. In an alternate dimension, several minutes passed, and Chen Fan found himself 5 kilometers away, encountering remarkably few beasts along the way. Thus far, he had only earned 3 points, still lacking the qualifications to be listed. Is it truly this unfortunate? Is this direction so devoid of beasts? Chen Fan mused, surveying his surroundings in disbelief. Just then, the first eliminated candidate of the martial examination was announced. An alarm blared within Yuliang town, and a soldier shouted, 8 kilometers from the entrance, 6 o'clock direction, a candidate has shattered the energy sphere. The rescue team is mobilizing. Someone has been eliminated? In the conference hall, the principals and directors were suddenly taken aback, turning their attention to the screen. Lu Hong from Yinqing No. 2 High School has been eliminated. Zhang Zongwen and Du Jiang sighed in relief, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, silently grateful it was not Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's luck finally turned around as he crested a low hill and stumbled upon a lake. Surrounding the lake were numerous beasts quenching their thirst. He estimated there to be at least 30. This is it. This is my chance, Chen Fan exclaimed with immense excitement. He unceremoniously tossed his backpack aside and charged toward the herd of beasts. A roar erupted. The beasts, startled, quickly regained their composure and angrily lunged at Chen Fan. Undaunted, he boldly confronted a lightning-fast golden-patterned leopard. As the beast leapt at him, Chen Fan adeptly bent backward, evading its attack, and in the next moment, his arm shot out, seizing the creature's lengthy tail. The leaping leopard momentarily faltered in midair, and before it could react, Chen Fan swung it around. Gripping its tail, he exerted his strength, delivering a series of devastating blows to the ground. After 3 or 5 strikes, the leopard's bones shattered, its body collapsing like a broken doll, lifeless. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan accelerated, colliding with an iron-skinned black bull. His formidable physique sent the creature flying several meters away, and with a swift kick, he shattered its heart. Like a relentless demon, Chen Fan's strength was akin to that of a late-stage first-tier beast. The creatures here were all early-stage first-tier. They stood no chance against him. Within a mere 5 minutes, Chen Fan had slaughtered over 30 beasts. His score soared to 38, and at last, his name appeared on the ranking list. First, Jiang Tiannan, Yinqing No. 1 High School, 285 points. Second, Chu He, Weiqing No. 1 High School, 260 points. 998th. Chen Fan. Qingqing number 3 High School, 38 points. Upon seeing his ranking, Chen Fan's initial excitement quickly morphed into fury. Where had these creatures amassed such high scores? Unbeknownst to him, the annual three-city joint examination was held here, with many candidates well aware of the regions densely populated with beasts. Some even had their elders escort them beforehand to familiarize themselves with this alternate dimension. Thus, Chen Fan had already lost at the starting line. Chapter 22. The pompous Principal Zhang. When Chen Fan's ranking dropped to 1,000, it initially went unnoticed by others. However, at that moment, Principal Jiang Yishan of Yinqing No. 1 High School turned to Zhang Zongwen behind him and remarked, "That Chen Fan from your school is quite resilient. He hasn't been eliminated even after half an hour." Zhang Zongwen merely snorted, ignoring him. Yet Jiang Yishan persisted, "The highest-ranked student from your school is only 21st. How dismal." Zhang Zongwen's face turned a shade of green with anger, but suddenly, the grade director, Du Jiang, widened his eyes and nudged the principal, exclaiming, "Principal, surely my eyes aren't deceiving me? Isn't that Chen Fan from our school in the third to last row?" Zhang Zongwen paused, quickly following Du Jiang's pointing finger. 998th. Chen Fan, Qingqing number 3 High School, 38 points. A wave of astonishment washed over the principal, reddening his face as he hurriedly asked Du Jiang, "Do we have any other students named Chen Fan?" "No, none," Du Jiang replied, equally exhilarated. "This is utterly astonishing. How did he manage to accomplish such a feat?" A tempest surged within Zhang Zongwen's heart. A student of the humanities participated in the martial examination and not only survived, but also secured a place among the top 1,000. Their actions drew the attention of others, who were taken aback upon seeing Chen Fan's name. Could it be? Is he truly the humanities student? With 38 points. This implies he vanquished 38 otherworldly beasts with his mortal form. How extraordinary! How did he achieve this? The crowd present widened their eyes in disbelief. One of the principals turned to a soldier operating a monitor and inquired, "Young soldier, could you shift the camera to focus on this Chen Fan? I wish to discern the nature of this remarkable individual." The young soldier shook his head, replying, "That is not possible. The heavenly I can only pinpoint the locations of the top 100 candidates, unless he ranks within that threshold." A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. As the visuals were simultaneously broadcasted live, astute netizens quickly noted Chen Fan's name. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples, and discussions erupted, filled with astonishment. The most prevalent speculation among the crowd was whether Chen Fan might become the next white-clad war god. At the plaza in front of the teaching building of Qingqing 3rd High School, an uproar ensued when someone incredulously pointed out Chen Fan's name. Wang Yinran's delicate form trembled slightly, her serious expression almost breaking into tears of joy. "Xiao Fan, I knew you could do it." Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 4, Grade 1, Yang Chuchu was the first to notice Chen Fan's name. Her heart raced, and due to her anxiety, her complexion paled. Yet at that moment, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief, only to have her nose tingle and tears begin to fall. Beside her, Wang Wenli noticed her unusual demeanor and asked, "Chuchu, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Is it because Chen Fan has died?" Wang Wenli felt a surge of agitation and hurriedly glanced at the list of deceased candidates, finding no trace of Chen Fan's name. As her confusion deepened, someone in the class called out Chen Fan's name. "Chen Fan, 998th place. My heavens. He made it into the top 1,000. The students in the class reacted, turning to the list, and indeed, there was Chen Fan. A chorus of exclamations erupted. Yet, for reasons unknown, a flare of anger ignited within Wang Wenli. Why? By what right? How could he possibly rank among the top 1,000? She struggled to suppress her fury and calmly told Wang Chuchu beside her, "I need to use the restroom." Indeed, she did not wish to hear Yang Chuchu share this news. Absolutely not. Yang Chuchu nodded softly, saying nothing more, unaware of her dear friend's turmoil. Each time, there seemed to be an inexplicable overreaction stemming from Chen Fan. Just as the crowd remained engulfed in shock, Chen Fan's ranking steadily ascended. 995, 990, 960. At that moment, in the otherworldly realm, after circumventing a small lake, Chen Fan discovered a pack of fearsome wolves. Chen Fan was overjoyed, his figure darting like lightning as he swiftly pursued. Within mere minutes, over 20 ferocious wolves lay defeated beneath his fists. However, at that moment, a much larger snow-white ferocious wolf came charging from a distance. moving with remarkable speed. A late-stage first-order ferocious wolf. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed. It was the perfect opportunity to hone his combat skills against extraordinary beasts. He discarded his long knife and, with bare hands, charged towards his adversary. This ferocious wolf was as large as a bull, leaping over 10 meters with a powerful spring of its hind legs. Chen Fan, quick-witted, sidestepped just in time, simultaneously delivering a punch to its abdomen. Although the wolf stumbled, it landed unharmed. With a thunderous roar, the ferocious wolf lunged toward him once more. "Come on, beast." Chen Fan met the charge, landing a decisive blow to its head, sending it sprawling. Yet he too felt the impact, retreating several steps before regaining his balance. Such formidable strength. Chen Fan leaped and aimed a kick at the wolf's head. But the creature was exceedingly agile, evading his strikes repeatedly. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, and after several minutes, Chen Fan finally struck its eye, shattering the orb within. The wolf howled in agony, displaying signs of retreat, but Chen Fan would not let it escape. "While you're down, I'll take your life." He lunged forward, employing a powerful kick that struck the wolf's head. The force of his legs far surpassed that of his fists, and the wolf's tough skull was cleaved open, causing it to collapse on the spot. At that moment, Chen Fan's score soared to 82 points. His rank surged to 600. All the principals within the human pass were left astounded. While they could somewhat accept the reality of the top 1,000, a rank of 600 was utterly jaw-dropping. Among the 5,000 candidates present, there were no more than 500 late-stage first-order candidates, indicating that Chen Fan's prowess was nearing that level. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Fan had yet to utilize any extraordinary abilities or even wield a weapon. He might very well become the second liberal arts student in the history of the Great Xia to pass the martial examination. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Their gazes towards Zhang Zongwen shifted. The mocking and teasing had vanished, replaced by envy. "Congratulations, Principal Zhang." The principal of Qingqing No. 2 School politely clasped his hands. The others quickly joined in with their congratulations. What did this signify? It indicated that Qingqing No. 3 School would receive significant rewards. Zhang Zongwen could even advance in his career, potentially becoming the next director of the Education Bureau of Qingqing. At that moment, Zhang Zongwen was still in shock, watching Chen Fan's ranking steadily rise, so astonished that he nearly forgot to breathe. Beside him, Du Jiang hastily nudged him, whispering, "Principal, someone is speaking to you." Zhang Zongwen regained his composure, turning to the crowd with a knowing smile. All of this was to be expected. Chapter 23. Li Wenbin's mentality shattered. Chen Fan glanced at his ranking, which stood at a mere 600, and frowned. He needed to expedite his hunting. Otherwise, the beasts within a 30-kilometer radius would be eradicated, making it increasingly challenging for him to accrue points. It was time to showcase his true prowess. With a colossal blade resting on his shoulder, he sprinted towards the distant horizon. After a mere 10 minutes, Chen Fan had traversed an additional 3 kilometers, and the number of monsters in this area had evidently surged, their strength considerably heightened. Suddenly, a mid-stage first-order azure-eyed red-tailed tiger lunged at him. With a single-handed grip on his sword, Chen Fan effortlessly cleaved the beast in two. Before he could make his departure, a piercing screech echoed from above, as a fire falcon descended from a height of 100 meters, rapidly approaching his head. Seeking its demise, Chen Fan swung his blade, cleaving the airborne red falcon in half. A few minutes later, he encountered a herd of mid-stage first-order black-armored rhinoceroses. Chen Fan unleashed his formidable might, plunging into the throng of beasts and embarking on a frenzied slaughter. These colossal creatures, weighing 3 to 4 tons, were no match for his strikes. 10 minutes later, over 100 black-armored rhinoceroses lay slain, their crimson blood staining his dark battle attire. Thus far, he had yet to employ his supernatural abilities, as their recovery was relatively sluggish, and Chen Fan deemed it unwise to waste them on such lowly beasts. At this moment, his points had surpassed 300, propelling him to the 382nd position. The onlookers outside were utterly astounded, their attention riveted upon him to an extent surpassing that of the first-place contender, Jiang Tiannan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could an ordinary individual possess the prowess of a mid-stage first-order warrior? I refuse to believe it. Surely, he must be an ability user, one who awakened his powers in the later stages. Otherwise, such strength is inconceivable. Although the crowd could not witness his combat, they surmised much from his terrifying ranking. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at Qingqing No. 3 High School, The examination for the second subject of the liberal arts students had commenced. Li Wenbin stared at the exam paper, momentarily lost in thought. Just moments before entering, he had heard news that was beyond his wildest belief. 2 hours had elapsed in the martial examination, and not only had Chen Fan survived, but his ranking had also climbed to 400. What did this signify? It meant that even if Chen Fan were to abandon the martial examination now, his score would still qualify him for admission to a martial arts university. It is well known that even the most mediocre martial arts university is superior to the finest liberal arts institution. Thus, in this wager, he had lost, utterly and completely. He had no glimmer of hope for victory. Why? He was merely an ordinary person, the last in his class, and he should be looking up to me. Li Wenbin roared in his heart. He recalled the bold proclamations he had made and the notion of running naked. Despair washed over him. I am the top student in the liberal arts class. How could I possibly lose to him? How could I expose myself? I am a deity in the hearts of the liberal arts students. Li Wenbin's mindset gradually warped. He found himself utterly unable to calm down. The mere thought of parading naked before the entire school sent waves of despair crashing over him, almost pushing him to the brink of suicide. Minutes slipped by, and he was rendered incapable of solving even a single problem, his thoughts completely paralyzed. All he could do was pray for his survival. Yet, how could Chen Fan possibly perish within? Chen Fan had already ventured 20 kilometers in, amidst a plethora of monstrous beasts, where mid-tier creatures roamed in packs. And numerous late-stage beasts made their appearance. Points, I am coming for you. Chen Fan, akin to a tiger in a wolf's den, wielded his enormous sword, creating phantoms in its wake. The 1.5-meter blade relentlessly harvested the lives of the beasts, and his points surged rapidly. An hour later, Chen Fan's score surpassed 500, officially placing him among the top 100. Chen Fan was now ranked 100. The crowd at Yuliang Pass was taken aback, and a principal hurriedly called out to a nearby young soldier. Quickly, bring up Chen Fan's battle footage. Soon, a colossal screen displayed Chen Fan's figure. At that moment, he resembled a demon of slaughter, and the massive sword he wielded exuded an overwhelming sense of impact. His speed and strength were terrifying. The beasts around him fell effortlessly beneath his blade. This sheer intensity widened the eyes of the onlookers. How could this be possible? He possesses no supernatural abilities. He relies entirely on physical strength. Such physique could easily rival a late-stage first-tier supernatural being. Horrifying, utterly horrifying. The many principals present gasped in astonishment. It is essential to note that a late-stage first-tier supernatural being could barely match a mid-tier monster in raw physical strength. Their ability to slay beasts stemmed from their supernatural powers, with physical prowess and combat skills serving merely as auxiliary support. Yet here was Chen Fan, single-handedly wielding a sword to send late-stage beasts fleeing in terror. How could he possess such formidable physicality? Did he perhaps encounter extraordinary fortune, acquiring rare treasures that enhanced his physique? Speculations abounded among the crowd. Regardless, this kind of physicality would undoubtedly attract the attention of many supernatural universities, which would be eager to offer him a chance for a secondary awakening. Congratulations, Principal Zhang. The crowd once again cast benevolent glances toward him. At this moment, Zhang Zhongwen and Du Jiang exchanged a glance, their faces illuminated with profound relief. Thank goodness they hadn't completely dismissed Chen Fan, or they would have missed this significant opportunity. The top liberal arts student in Qingqing to participate in the martial examination in 20 years. The second liberal arts student in a century to pass the martial examination in the Great Xia. Cultivating such talent would surely elevate his career prospects. Of course, Chen Fan's battle footage was simultaneously broadcasted to Qingqing No. 3 Middle School. Everyone was awestruck by Chen Fan's ruthless efficiency in combat, one strike for each foe. Simple yet brutal. Senior Chen Fan is so cool. I hereby declare him my newest idol. A girl in Yang Chuchu's class proclaimed earnestly. Who was the first to mock him as foolish? A classmate jested. In that moment, all the girls who had previously ridiculed Chen Fan underwent a transformation in their sentiments. Yang Chuchu felt a surge of pride. This was the person she had chosen. Yet, one girl remained visibly distraught, and that was Wang Wenli. She was both shocked and enraged. Why, she wondered, did someone as seemingly insignificant as Yang Chuchu possess such potential? Why had it been Yang Chuchu that Chen Fan saved, instead of her? A profound sense of grievance and fury enveloped her. She had painstakingly endeavored to befriend Yang Chuchu, disdainful of ordinary individuals. Yet, fate seemed unfair, showering all the blessings upon Yang Chuchu. In a fit of anger, she stood up and stormed out of the classroom. The others were perplexed and turned to look. But soon their attention returned to the screen, focusing once more on Chen Fan. No one paid her any heed. Yang Chuchu hesitated, her words caught in her throat. And ultimately, she remained silent. Chapter 24, Thunder. Thunder. In a dimension beyond, Chen Fan was engaged in a frenzied slaughter, yet as his score climbed to the 88th position, advancing further proved challenging. At that moment, the candidates ranked close to him were also engaged in a desperate battle, refusing to allow him to surpass them. Let us unleash a bit more power. With a thought, blue lightning manifested on the giant blade in his grasp, quickly enveloping the entire weapon. Meanwhile, in the Yuliangwan conference hall, pandemonium erupted. What? A lightning-type ability user? Everyone rose in astonishment, gazing at the astonishing scene. He possesses abilities. I told you. How could an ordinary person wield such strength? A principal exhaled in relief. Yet, another individual beside him remarked, have you considered that he possesses the physical strength to combat a late-stage first-tier beast, not to mention his abilities? Is there anyone among this cohort who can surpass him? Indeed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Can you discern his ability level? Someone inquired. A principal shook his head. It is impossible to determine through the video, unless one can personally experience the aura he emanates while using his abilities. However, given his physique, I suspect he is at the peak of the first tier, nearing the second tier, or perhaps what? The crowd urged eagerly. Or perhaps his abilities are of a higher grade, and his strength has reached the late stage of the first tier, approaching the pinnacle. A collective intake of breath rippled through the crowd. A higher grade. It had been a decade since the last appeared in Qiqing. It is known that if one awakens a higher grade ability by the end of their freshman year, they would be specially recruited by universities on the spot. Thus, it is rare to encounter a higher grade ability user in the martial examination venue. As for Chen Fan's higher grade abilities, they scarcely dared to contemplate. This explosive revelation simultaneously astonished all the teachers and students of Qiqing No. 3 Middle School. Senior Chen Fan has abilities. Impressive. The senior is truly remarkable, wielding lightning abilities. How awe-inspiring. It seems he is destined to be invincible. Please, senior. Subdue Jiang Tianan from Yinqing No. 1 Middle School. In this moment, everyone realized that Chen Fan might indeed be the top contender in this year's San City Joint Examination, with even the potential to challenge for the title of the provincial champion of Shannan. Yang Chuchu's innocent face flushed slightly. How humble the senior is. Despite possessing extraordinary powers, he remains indifferent to the criticisms, choosing not to explain himself. Confident yet modest, he truly is the Prince Charming in my heart. In front of the teaching building, Wang Yinran had already been standing there for a full 2 hours. Suddenly, she smiled, her beauty captivating. Xiao Fan, you have kept your sister in suspense for too long. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Wang Yinran raised her delicate fist, playfully gesturing towards Chen Fan on the screen. Yet, she suddenly recalled that she had promised Chen Fan a hug after the martial arts examination, causing her cheeks to flush. In the otherworldly realm, as Chen Fan's colossal blade crackled with lightning, he swung it with precision, unleashing a blue arc of lightning that cleaved a late-stage first-tier red-tailed tiger in two. In the next instant, he slashed again, sending forth a massive lightning fox that bisected over a dozen mid-stage first-tier beasts. His ranking surged into the top 80 in an instant. This astonishing display left the viewers of the live broadcast in utter shock. He was astonishingly powerful, effortlessly dispatching multiple mid-stage first-tier beasts with a single strike. A singular thought echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Chen Fan is invincible. The top 100 candidates noticed Chen Fan's ranking leap by 10 places, their astonishment palpable. However, some prodigious youths remained unimpressed. A youth with fiery wings merely furrowed his brow. Chen Fan? I haven't heard of him. His momentum is indeed formidable. But no matter how strong he is, he poses no threat to me. Meanwhile, a towering figure wielding 2 giant axes stared blankly at Chen Fan's name. This guy made it to the top 80? Yun Tianba fell into deep contemplation. While he wouldn't be surprised by Chen Fan entering the top 300, the top 80 seemed a stretch. No, I must find him and devise a way to eliminate him. At this moment, the chubby bully from class 4 of the senior year, who had previously provoked Chen Fan, was now utterly dumbfounded. He had painstakingly squeezed into the top 1,000. And before he could revel in his achievement, He was drenched in cold sweat upon seeing the rankings. 78th place, Xinqing number 3 Middle School's Chen Fan, with a score of 702. How could he be this strong? Just as he was lost in thought, a giant ape struck him from behind, jolting him awake. He attempted to crush the energy ball, but found himself utterly drained of strength. No, please. In the next moment, the giant ape descended upon him like a mountain, crushing his skull beneath its foot. Simultaneously, on the large screen at Yuliang Pass, a name suddenly appeared in the death list at the bottom right corner. Qingxing No. 3 Middle School, Xiangshan, deceased. Xiangshan has perished, becoming the first casualty in this martial examination. Meanwhile, Chen Fan has descended into a frenzy of slaughter. As he unleashes his extraordinary abilities, he proclaims that the top rank is undeniably his. He relentlessly annihilates all in his path, leaving no beast unscathed. And his ranking rapidly ascends, placing him within the top 30 after merely half an hour. At that moment, the ground beneath him trembles, and a colossal creature emerges. A peak first-tier three-tailed red-shelled scorpion. This monstrous scorpion measures approximately 7 meters in length, its 3 massive tails adorned with half-meter-long black venomous stingers. As this formidable beast appears, the hearts of all spectators are gripped with trepidation. The first peak-tier beast of this martial examination has arrived. The scorpion exudes a terrifying aura. Can Chen Fan contend with it? The faculty and students of Qingxing No. 3 High School cannot help but feel anxious for him. While those from other institutions revel in schadenfreude, they assume Chen Fan possesses peak first-tier strength, believing he will surely face significant challenges against this creature. The same sentiment echoes within the conference room at Yuliang Pass, where many believe that this peak first-tier three-tailed red-shelled scorpion will reveal the true extent of Chen Fan's capabilities. Yet, they remain oblivious to his formidable prowess. In an instant, the giant scorpion's tail strikes forth, aiming directly for Chen Fan's chest. Unfazed, he grips his blade tightly, executing a technique from the Gale Blade method, channeling powerful lightning into the blade for a devastating strike. A bolt of thunderous energy cleaves through the air, and in the next moment, one of the scorpion's tails is severed. The beast emits a piercing wail, yet its ferocity intensifies. The remaining 2 tails dart towards him like phantoms. Still unyielding, Chen Fan smirks, swinging his blade again to slice through one of the giant tails. Simultaneously, thunder erupts beneath his feet as he leaps onto the scorpion's back, delivering a powerful kick. The scorpion shrieks in agony, a gaping wound now gushing blood from where Chen Fan had stomped. However, its tenacity prevails. This injury is insufficient to claim its life, and it lets out a shrill cry as it lunges at Chen Fan once more. Doomed. Chen Fan, now enveloped in crackling lightning, accelerates with astonishing speed, his figure darting forward to preempt the beast's assault. The giant blade, imbued with the force of thunder, cleaves the scorpion in twain. Its raised tail slowly descends, devoid of life. Indeed, while peak first-tier beasts are formidable, they are merely a challenge to be overcome. Chen Fan has yet to utilize the 3 innate skills of the thunder-devouring sacred body. He harbors profound confidence in his own strength. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the heads of various schools are left astounded. How could a peak first-tier beast, typically regarded as a formidable test, be dispatched by Chen Fan in mere moments? Just as the crowd is engulfed in shock, Zhang Zhongwen, the principal of No. 3 High School, rises abruptly and begins to applaud fervently. His face flushes with pride as he surveys the gathering, exclaiming with immense satisfaction, "This is a student I have personally mentored. Chen Fan, my pride." The grade director, Du Jiang, was utterly awestruck, exclaiming, "You truly are a leader. Your confidence is astounding." Meanwhile, the others present, unaware of the context, exhibited expressions of envy. In Chapter 25, with a mere slight exertion, Chen Fan achieved the top rank. His prowess was astonishing. He had managed to slay a peak first-tier beast with just 3 strikes. The faculty and students of Qingxing 3rd High School instinctively rose from their seats, erupting in applause. They felt an overwhelming sense of pride, for their school had historically languished at the bottom of the rankings. In this year's Tri-City Joint Examination, the highest achiever, Morong Xiao Xiao, had only reached the 19th position. Senior Chen, forever our idol. The younger students were eager to show their admiration. At that moment, Wang Yanran had returned home. Since Chen Fan would be engaged in battle within the alternate dimension for a full 24 hours, the responsibility of looking after Tong Tong fell to her. The two watched Chen Fan on television, their spirits soaring. "Brother, defeat that monster," Tong Tong exclaimed with excitement as she stood before the screen. After vanquishing the giant scorpion, Chen Fan chose not to venture further outward but instead began to search along the perimeter of the examination grounds. The beasts here were predominantly late first tier, providing him with ample opportunity to rapidly accumulate points. As he moved and fought, within an hour, his score soared into the top 10, displacing Yun Tianba from his position. "How is this possible? He is just an ordinary person," Yun Tianba bellowed in rage upon seeing the rankings. He had initially planned to wait until his own score stabilized before tracking down Chen Fan, intending to lure a few high-tier ferocious beasts to ensure Chen Fan's demise. However, fear began to creep in as he realized he could not possibly contend with Chen Fan, having offended someone he should never have crossed. "Stay calm. I must remain hidden. He must not discover my presence." Trembling with fear, Yun Tianba hastily turned and fled towards the entrance of the alternate dimension. Another hour passed, and Chen Fan's score successfully surpassed Jiang Tiannan, securing the top position on the leaderboard. First place, Xingqing Third High School, Chen Fan. Points, 1692. Second place, Yinqing First High School, Jiang Tiannan. Points, 1672. Those watching the live broadcast had anticipated this outcome, yet their excitement was palpable. The classrooms of Xingqing Third High School were ablaze with light. Teachers and students alike were so engrossed they neglected their meals. The campus resonated with cheers, a symphony of applause filling the air. "Chen Fan! Chen Fan!" the crowd chanted in unison. In Class 4 of the first year, the homeroom teacher observed the students. Invigorated as if they had been given a burst of energy, her excitement mingled with a hint of exasperation. "Students, I must remind you that the cafeteria will soon run out of food. Li Laoshi, we want to eat," the students replied in unison. This scene echoed in other classrooms throughout the school as well. Seated in the classroom, Yang Chuchu felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. The senior, Chen Fan, was simply too remarkable. At that moment, she believed herself unworthy of him. Surely, his academic achievements would secure him a place in one of the most prestigious universities. Would she be able to catch up to his pace in 2 years? After the martial arts examination in her senior year, the awakening ceremony for first-year students would commence, and all she could do now was pray for a higher-level ability to manifest. Wherever the senior went, Chu-Chu wished to follow. Within the otherworldly realm, twilight began to descend, and the echoing roars of beasts reverberated through the space. Many candidates started to seek companions, clustering together for warmth. Weaker individuals retreated to the entrance of the otherworld, awaiting the dawn to emerge once more to confront the beasts. The martial arts examination not only assessed combat prowess, but also gauged survival skills within this dimension, which explained its 24-hour duration. Upon amassing 3,000 points, Chen Fan decisively claimed a cave belonging to a bloodthirsty violent ape to recuperate. At this juncture, as the celestial eye could not capture Chen Fan's image, the small warriors in the Yuliangwen conference room shifted their focus to the second-ranked Jiang Tiannan. Yet, after witnessing Chen Fan's prowess, the audience found Jiang rather lackluster in comparison. Seizing the opportunity during the absence of Chen Fan's broadcast, Yang Chuchu contacted her family, requesting Uncle Qian to fetch her home. Inside the cave, after a brief replenishment of food, Chen Fan began to examine the system panel. His kill points had reached 628. He discovered that whether he eliminated a low-tier beast or a peak level 1, he only earned a single kill point. In contrast, the martial arts examination awarded varying points based on the strength of the beasts. Without further contemplation, he exchanged 600 points for 6 lottery chances. "Congratulations, host. You have received a mental strength enhancement card." "Congratulations, host. You have received a physical enhancement card." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a grade weapon, a dagger." "Congratulations, host. You have received a blessing card." "Congratulations, host. You have received a mental strength enhancement card." "Congratulations, host. You have received a physical enhancement card." Listening to the system's announcements, Chen Fan's heart soared with joy. A grade dagger could surely fetch around 200,000 when sold. What an excellent system. After examining the dagger, he turned his attention to the blessing card. "System, what is this?" The system replied, "Host, the blessing card is a type of card that can be used on others, temporarily enhancing the recipient's fortune." Could I perhaps bestow a blessing upon Tong Tong and then have her buy a lottery ticket? I wonder if she might win a grand prize, Chen Fan mused, satisfied. He promptly utilized the 2 physical enhancement cards and the mental strength enhancement card, eagerly checking the system panel. Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body level, mid-stage first rank, physical strength, 54, mental power, 39 kill points, 28 skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash. Thunderclap palm, evaluation, a feeble and powerless chick, current task, achieve the top scholar of the Southern Province to participate in the ability lottery. Task level, my physical strength is on the brink of breaking through 60. Once my mental power reaches 40, I feel I can attempt to once again devour high-voltage electricity for a breakthrough. This rocket-like enhancement is simply exhilarating. No, I must hunt more beasts. It will be difficult to acquire kill points once I leave this alternate dimension. Chen Fan, having tasted success, took a brief rest before emerging from his cave anew. Beasts, come to your brother's bowl. Chen Fan charged out, wielding his blade with abandon, striking down any beast he encountered. With his physical strength enhanced once more, slaughtering peak first-rank beasts felt as effortless as dispatching chickens. Chen Fan had become the most fearsome demon in the examination hall, leaving a trail of blood and corpses in his wake. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, while everyone else remained cautious in the dark, Chen Fan's points soared past the 5,000 mark. At that moment, his smart wristband emitted a shrill alarm, followed by an anxious voice. Candidates, please be advised. A second-rank beast has breached the southern perimeter of the examination hall. Candidates in the southern area must evacuate immediately. Those unable to escape should crush the energy ball at once. Our warriors are en route. Just as the alarm blared, a monstrous roar erupted from the south of the examination hall. Candidates in that vicinity turned pale, hastily changing direction and fleeing for their lives. Chapter 26. The assault of the second-rank beast. As the alarm in the wristband ceased, a tremendous roar resonated from the southern part of the examination hall. Chen Fan was positioned in the southeast, not far from the source of the roar. However, he felt no trepidation, given his current strength. He had no fear of any beast below the mid-stage second rank. Yet suddenly, the system's electronic prompt chimed. System task. Proceed to the southern examination area to rescue Mu Rong Xiao Xiao. Countdown for minutes. Task level. Mu Rong Xiao Xiao? That fierce girl from our martial arts class. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. To be honest, he preferred to avoid excessive interactions with females. But the allure of the task's rewards was too tempting. He resolved to go to her aid. With only 4 minutes remaining, she must have caught the attention of that second-rank beast. Chen Fan strapped his massive blade to his back, and with a thunderous crack beneath his feet, he launched himself forward, soaring 7 to 8 meters with explosive force. Like an arrow released from its bow, he sped toward the direction of the beast's roar. Meanwhile, an 8-member team was racing for their lives, pursued by a second-rank blazing lion. The lion radiated flames, its form reminiscent of a rhinoceros, and it moved with astonishing speed, catching up to the fleeing crowd within mere breaths. Murong Xiao Xiao, who initially led the group, cast a hurried glance backward, her complexion instantly paling. The mighty lion leapt high, its massive claws bringing down a member of the team at the rear. Chen Kuan, crush the energy sphere. Murong Xiao Xiao shouted urgently. The fallen candidate, disregarding his cries of anguish, hastily crushed the energy sphere in his hand. However, before the protective shield could take form, the lion sank its teeth into half of his skull. We cannot escape. This gruesome scene filled everyone with despair. This group comprised the 8 strongest individuals from Qingqing 3 middle school, yet faced with a second-tier beast, they could not muster any thoughts of resistance. Murong Xiao Xiao called out to the others, we cannot escape. Crush the energy spheres. Though the remaining 6 displayed hesitation, they understood the urgency of the situation. Being eliminated was preferable to death, so they decisively crushed their energy spheres. Yet the fiery lion closed in on them, unleashing a torrent of flames that sent them hurtling through the air with explosive force. We must unite against it. The energy spheres take 10 seconds to activate. Murong Xiao Xiao shouted, suddenly conjuring a thorned whip formed from soul energy, lashing out fiercely at the fiery lion. However, the flames enveloping the lion merely shimmered slightly, leaving it unscathed. In the next moment, before Murong Xiao Xiao could retreat, the lion's massive tail struck her, propelling her several meters away. Xiao Xiao. The group gasped, unleashing their strongest attacks against the lion. With thunderous roars, their efforts proved futile as the lion remained unharmed. In their moment of despair, the lion sent one of the candidates flying through the air. He landed with a shattering of his ribcage, losing consciousness on the spot. Just as the lion prepared to bite off his head, the energy shield activated, safeguarding him within its barrier. Simultaneously, energy shields formed around the others, protecting them as well. "We are alive." The group breathed a sigh of relief. Yet in the next instant, flames erupted from the lion's maw, transforming the vicinity into a sea of fire. The searing heat scorched the energy shields, causing them to crackle ominously. Can we endure until rescue arrives? Worry crept into their hearts. Meanwhile, in the Yuliangwan conference hall, those present were drenched in cold sweat, especially Zhang Zongwen, the principal of number 3 middle school. His face had turned pale with fear. All 8 candidates were from his school and among the most elite. If they were to perish in the examination, even with the unexpected presence of Chen Fan, he would face immense accountability. He turned to a nearby soldier, anxiously exclaiming, "When will your warriors arrive for rescue? My men are already on their way, but they are too far away. It will take at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Zhang Zongwen's eyes widened in disbelief. An energy sphere can barely withstand 3 minutes in the presence of a second-tier beast. How can we last 10 minutes? Where is Colonel Mu? He is a level 4 Esper. YISNT, he personally leading the rescue. With his speed, he could surely reach the battlefield in no time." Zhang Zongwen roared, filled with frustration. "The Commander Mu is not in Yuliang Pass. 2 hours ago, he ventured deep into the alternate dimension to carry out a mission. You must save them." Zhang Zongwen's face was etched with boundless despair. Today, he had traversed from elation to profound sorrow, the weight of it all making him feel as though he might faint. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast felt their hearts leap into their throats, especially the numerous teachers and students from Qingqing number 3 middle school. Could Senior Morong and the others be facing death? Good heavens, who can save them? Some of the more timid individuals began to weep openly. Within the alternate dimension, the energy shields surrounding the 7 were already riddled with cracks, precariously close to shattering, as if a mere touch would cause them to crumble. "We can't wait for rescue any longer." Despair enveloped the hearts of those present. The ominous specter of death loomed over everyone, and as time ticked away, the energy shields could no longer withstand the searing flames, shattering one after another. "It's over." The 7 closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Even those watching the live stream averted their gazes in anguish. Yet, just at that critical juncture, a figure suddenly burst forth into the live feed. Has a rescue team arrived on the scene? Those still watching the broadcast widened their eyes in disbelief. The newcomer moved with astonishing speed, enveloped in blue lightning. Is that Chen Fan? As the figure grew larger in the frame, the audience recognized him. It's Chen Fan. Thank goodness, he is here to save them. For reasons unknown, those watching felt an unwavering belief that Chen Fan could conquer this level 2 beast. Naturally, Chen Fan would not disappoint their expectations. Just as the fiery lion's massive claw was about to descend upon Murong Xiaoxiao's head, Chen Fan swiftly unsheathed the enormous blade from his back, channeling his strength to hurl it directly at the lion. The colossal blade, infused with the power of thunder, collided violently with the beast. Thunder and flames erupted simultaneously, sending shockwaves that propelled Murong Xiaoxiao away once more. Confused, she hastily opened her eyes, only to find a youth, crackling with lightning, standing protectively before her. Everyone stepped back. Chen Fan calmly instructed those behind him. Among the attendees from Qingqing number 3, some recognized Chen Fan and gasped in astonishment. You're Chen Fan? The liberal arts student? What? It's him? The current number 1 on the leaderboard? Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. In that moment, the fiery lion seemed to sense Chen Fan's formidable power. It stood its ground, roaring at him without daring to advance. Inside Yuliang Pass, Zhang Zongwen exhaled in relief upon seeing Chen Fan. With his strength, he should be able to withstand the level 2 beast for a few minutes, right? While the crowd did not believe Chen Fan could slay the beast, they hoped he could at least delay it until the rescue team arrived. However, how could they comprehend the magnitude of Chen Fan's strength? As the few individuals behind him gradually retreated to a distance of several dozen meters, the tempest of thunder surrounding Chen Fan surged even more ferociously. Beast, perish! Chen Fan initiated the assault. He did not retrieve his colossal blade, but chose to confront the foe with bare hands. The power of thunder coalesced around his fists, and he unleashed a mighty punch towards the blazing lion. The lion, unwilling to concede, raised its massive forepaw high and struck down with its fiery claw. The clash of thunderous fist and fiery claw was evenly matched. Yet, Chen Fan's offensive was far from simplistic. In the next moment, a crackle of thunder erupted beneath his feet as he delivered a swift kick to the lion's jaw, sending it soaring through the air. The two soon became entwined in a fierce melee, the surrounding area ablaze with the energy emanating from thunder and flames. Those witnessing this spectacle were left in awe. Chen Fan was holding his ground. Among the onlookers, Murong Xiao, despite her severe injuries, gazed at Chen Fan with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. After 3 years of companionship, she had been unaware that such a formidable figure existed within their ranks. After a minute of combat with the lion, Chen Fan resolved to test the innate skill of the thunder-devouring sacred body. He activated the thunderclap palm, channeling the electric energy coursing through his body into his palm, swiftly forming a sphere of lightning that radiated terrifying power. In the next instant, he struck the lion's abdomen with a resounding palm, unleashing a thunderous explosion that sent the lion's massive form flying. Simultaneously, its abdomen was charred, blood gushing forth in torrents. Come again. Chen Fan advanced, delivering another palm strike directly to the lion's skull. The beast howled in agony, its face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. As it was propelled another 10 meters away, realizing the dire situation, the lion retracted its flames, concentrating them in its mouth. In the next moment, it expelled a fireball aimed squarely at Chen Fan. The projectile moved with astonishing speed, reaching Chen Fan in the blink of an eye. Yet, Chen Fan's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind the fireball, employing another skill of the thunder-devouring sacred body, Thunder Flash. Perish, just as the lion stood in astonishment. Chen Fan's thunderclap palm struck its skull once more. With a resounding crack, the lion's skull shattered, extinguishing its life entirely. Is it dead? A wave of shock rippled through all who bore witness to this scene. They could scarcely fathom that someone had effortlessly vanquished a second-tier exotic beast in the martial examination arena. They had once again underestimated Chen Fan's prowess. In the conference room of Yiliangwen, Zhang Zhongwen slumped in his chair, drenched in sweat. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Chen Fan. Profoundly grateful that Chen Fan was a student of their institution and relieved that he had not forcibly withheld Chen Fan's participation. Meanwhile, within the alternate dimension, Chen Fan found himself momentarily dazed. In this fleeting instant, his points surged by 1,000, reaching a total of 6,000. The individuals present exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment immeasurable. The second-tier exotic beast that had proven too formidable even for their combined efforts had been effortlessly dispatched by Chen Fan. Murong Xiao struggled to rise, approaching Chen Fan with a solemn bow, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Chen Fan, for saving me and everyone. No need for thanks, Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. Murong Xiao was indeed beautiful, but at that moment, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, adding an alluring touch to her appearance. However, her attire was stained crimson, causing Chen Fan to feel a pang of concern. Alas, such a remarkable girl, it seems she may bear a lasting scar. Murong Xiao, noticing Chen Fan's gaze, blushed deeply, lowering her head as she murmured, I wasn't hurt there. Why are you telling me this? Chen Fan thought, somewhat speechless, for his heart belonged solely to Yanran. Moreover, given your physique, you are quite distant from her stature, so perhaps in a few more years, little sister. At that moment, 10 members of the rescue team finally arrived. Leading them was a squad captain, a late-stage second-tier ability user. He glanced at the fallen corpse of the fiery lion, and then at Chen Fan, momentarily taken aback. Such a prodigy among this year's candidates. Just as he was about to exchange pleasantries with Chen Fan, the ground began to tremble, and distant roars echoed ominously. Simultaneously, alarms blared from the smart wristbands of the crowd. All candidates, immediately retreat from the alternate dimension. A beast tide has erupted in the south. All soldiers within Yuliang Pass enter the alternate dimension to halt the beast tide, allowing not a single beast to breach Blue Star. As the alarms fell silent, a wave of astonishment swept through the candidates, who abruptly changed direction, fleeing toward the entrance of the alternate dimension. Here, the rescue team captain displayed a resolute expression. Addressing his team, we must halt the advance of the beast tide. Ensure the candidates can evacuate safely. Yes, the 9 soldiers responded in unison, swiftly drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. The candidates exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Why are you still hesitating? Retreat at once. The captain turned, his voice booming with authority. At that, everyone ceased their hesitation, helping each other as they fled toward the entrance. Only Chen Fan remained rooted, motionless. Young brother, aren't you leaving? The captain, recognizing Chen Fan's capabilities after witnessing him defeat the fiery lion, inquired with a hint of respect. In times of great peril, as a man of the great Xia, how could I flee? Chen Fan declared with righteous fervor, his voice resonating with determination. The soldiers regarded him with admiration. Not only was he powerful, but he also embodied the qualities of a responsible and courageous man. However, internally, Chen Fan was in turmoil. This cursed system had assigned him a task to withstand the beast tide until the last moment. And it was a singular task. Damn system, you will be my undoing. Could my frail form withstand a tide of beasts? Chen Fan lamented helplessly. Yet, the soldiers, observing his stoic demeanor and lack of fear, expressed their admiration, saying, "Young brother, you are truly a man. If we survive this battle, I shall treat you to drinks. Deal." Chen Fan hoisted the colossal blade onto his shoulder and responded coldly. "Oh dear, it seems this young master may meet his end here today. Sister Yinran may soon find herself a widow. Woe is me." At that moment, a cloud of dust billowed in the distance as thousands of monstrous beasts charged towards him. Chen Fan's heart raced. He quickly checked the system to initiate a lottery. The rewards for a task of this level were 3 consecutive draws, and to his fortune, he obtained 2 physique cards and a high-grade round shield. Though he dared not summon the shield within the alternate dimension, the 2 physique enhancement cards would significantly bolster his combat prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan utilized a physique card, and in an instant, his physical strength surged to 60. He did not pause. The system displayed that his kill points had accumulated to 300, prompting him to draw again. Chapter 28. Breakthrough, late stage of first rank. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a high-grade Yangyuan Dan. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a warm spirit jade. Congratulations, host. You have received a mental strength enhancement card. Yangyuan Dan. Warm spirit jade? What are these? Chen Fan hastily inquired of the system, and soon, answers were provided. The Yangyuan Dan was a potion for rapid recovery of abilities, while the warm spirit jade nourished the wearer's soul, conducive to the enhancement of powers. I have no use for the warm spirit jade, but the Yangyuan Dan is indeed crucial in this situation. Chen Fan swiftly employed the mental strength enhancement card. A refreshing sensation washed over him as his mental prowess broke through to 42 points. His strength had increased, and he should be able to withstand mid-stage second-rank beasts with some effort. As Chen Fan pondered, the first wave of the beast tide had already arrived. This wave consisted of 200 beasts, each possessing at least peak first-rank strength. Brothers, hold your ground and follow me to battle. The team leader, wielding a spear, led the charge. The 9 comrades behind him were all of second-rank strength. 3 of them were mid-stage, while the rest were early stage. They unleashed their abilities and charged forward. Chen Fan, gritting his teeth, joined the fray against the horde. His physique had indeed strengthened, making it easier to slay the beasts. However, he was soon besieged by 5 second-rank beasts simultaneously. Chen Fan retaliated with Thunder Palm and Thunder Flash, but after several breaths, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Damn it! Do you think I am easy to bully? Chen Fan roared, as lightning surged around him. Blue lightning began to coalesce rapidly, and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a blue lightning dragon that coiled around him. This was his most formidable combat skill, 9 Heavens Thunder Strike. In its most potent form, this skill could summon 9 lightning dragons, but with his current abilities, he could barely summon 1. Yet, that was more than sufficient. Chen Fan slashed with his blade, and the coiling blue lightning dragon surged forth with the force of his strike. With a roar, the dragon-shaped blade energy cleaved a mid-stage, second-rank beast in 2. So powerful, Chen Fan exclaimed, exhilarated, as he struck again. The roar of the thunder dragon echoed, as yet another beast was cleaved in twain. This sensation of invincibility was exhilarating. The thunder dragon coiled around him, imparting an overwhelming sense of power to Chen Fan. However, as he swung his colossal blade once more, it could not withstand the terrifying energy of the thunder dragon, shattering into fragments. At that moment, the remaining 3 beasts seized the opportunity to attack him. Yet, all their assaults were thwarted by the protective thunder dragon, leaving Chen Fan unscathed. Seeking death, Chen Fan discarded the hilt of his sword and opted for hand-to-hand combat. With a mighty punch, the Thunder Dragon surged forth alongside his fist. With a thunderous crash, the Thunder Dragon collided with one of the beasts, obliterating it instantly. In the next breath, Chen Fan unleashed another strike, slaying yet another beast. At this juncture, the sole remaining creature, filled with dread, attempted to flee. But Chen Fan would not allow such an escape. Die! The Thunder Dragon flared out from his form, launching several meters forward and reducing the last beast to mere fragments. In the span of a mere minute, Chen Fan had annihilated 5 early-stage second-tier beasts. This spectacle was simultaneously captured by the heavenly eye. The onlookers gasped, their astonishment palpable. Chen Fan was truly formidable. Within the dimensional space, after slaying the 5 beasts, Chen Fan's energy reserves had dwindled significantly. He decisively retrieved a restoration pill from his system and discreetly consumed it. Upon ingestion, his energy surged back to life with remarkable speed. In mere moments, he had fully regained his peak condition. Gazing towards the battlefield, he observed that a team leader was engaged in a fierce duel with a late-stage second-tier beast. Both combatants locked in a struggle of equals. Meanwhile, the others found themselves contending with multiple weaker beasts, perilously close to defeat. Is the main force not yet arrived? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, then plunged back into the fray. Gradually, he lost count of how many beasts he had slain. Although the restoration pill continued to replenish his energy, his physical stamina and mental acuity were nearing their limits. Just then, the cacophony of battle cries reverberated behind him. As numerous soldiers from Yuliang Pass arrived, on the other side, the horde of beasts drew near. A peak second-tier esper at the forefront shouted to the others, "Brothers, it is our duty to protect the land of Great Xia. We shall eradicate every beast. Brothers, follow me to battle. Kill." Over 1,000 esper warriors erupted with fierce resolve, undaunted in the face of tens of thousands of beasts. Soon, the prairie was filled with the sounds of combat, with blood and flesh scattered across the ground. After a brief respite, Chen Fan rejoined the fray. However, after dispatching a few early-stage second-tier beasts, he found himself targeted by a mid-stage thunder python. A powerful bolt of lightning struck from behind, sending him flying several meters away. Damn it! A sneak attack! Chen Fan seethed with fury, scrambling to his feet to engage in combat. Yet, against the mid-stage thunder python, Chen Fan quickly found himself at a disadvantage. A colossal pillar of lightning struck Chen Fan's chest once more. The electric current surged through his entire body, propelling him several meters away. Fortunately, Chen Fan's formidable physique ensured he emerged unscathed. As he rose to his feet, he astonishingly discovered that his body was absorbing the energy emanating from the thunderous serpent. The opportunity to break through to the late stage of the first level lay before him. Filled with elation, Chen Fan directly drew the protective Thunder Dragon into his body, allowing the serpent's electric power to envelop him. It felt like a delightful tickle. "More, please," Chen Fan taunted audibly. The Thunder Serpent, incensed by his provocation, wrapped its tail around him. Immediately, it unleashed a terrifying surge of electricity, causing Chen Fan's body to crackle and pop. This was exhilarating. Chen Fan reveled in the euphoric sensation of his cells absorbing the electric energy. He was utterly ecstatic. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast reacted with a myriad of emotions as they witnessed Chen Fan ensnared by the Thunder Serpent. Some deemed him overly arrogant, believing that his predicament was a consequence of his own hubris. Others lamented, fearing that such a prodigy was on the brink of demise. Yet, there were those who worried for him, particularly Wang Yinran and Yang Chu-Chu. The two focused intently on the screen, their faces pale and breaths nearly halted. "Xiao Fan, resist. Hold on. Senior, you must survive." Their eyes were red with tears cascading down their cheeks. However, Chen Fan showed no signs of resistance, appearing as if in a stupor, allowing the serpent to ravage him. Finally, after several minutes, Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, his body acted like a black hole, voraciously absorbing all the electric energy from the serpent's surface. The serpent, sensing impending doom, attempted to release Chen Fan, but found itself inexplicably drawn to him. The energy within its body was being relentlessly drained. In mere moments, it was left devoid of energy. Conversely, Chen Fan felt an unparalleled strength surging within him. At that moment, he had finally stepped into the late stage of the first level. Having drained the essence of the serpent, he felt invigorated. With a sudden surge of power, his body crackled with thunder, and with a resounding blast, He obliterated the serpent that had coiled around him into countless pieces. Chapter 29. The end of the martial exam. After shattering the Thunder Serpent, Chen Fan hurriedly checked his system panel. Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body level, late stage of the first level, physique, 82, mental strength, 60 kill points, 410 skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash. Thunder Roar Palm, evaluation, a feeble and powerless chick, current tasks. 1. Achieve the top scholar of Shannan province to participate in the ability lottery, task level. 2. Withstand the beast tide until the last moment, task level. His physique had increased by 20. Chen Fan felt an explosive power coursing through him and the formidable ability within his body. He was indescribably exhilarated. Outside, the viewers were left in stunned silence, perplexed by the sudden explosion of the Thunder Serpent and how Chen Fan remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Wang Yanran and Yang Chuchu were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. At this moment, within the realm of the dimensional void, Chen Fan once again plunged into the battlefield. He seized a discarded sword from a fallen warrior, and with a single stroke, unleashed a blue bolt of lightning that cleaved through 10 meters of space, effortlessly severing a second-tier beast in two. How formidable he had become. He now possessed the prowess to rival even the most elite second-tier, mid-level creatures. Chen Fan was filled with self-assurance as he activated the 9 heavens thunder motion, and the blue protective thunder dragon surrounding him had swelled significantly in size. He brandished his blade, charging towards a second-tier, mid-level ancient armored bull at his side. This beast, renowned for its incredible defense, was soon left battered and bruised by Chen Fan's dragon-shaped blade energy. After merely a few breaths, he unleashed both the protective thunder dragon and his blade aura, obliterating the bull into a mist of blood. Chen Fan was like a relentless demon, targeting only the early and mid-level beasts. The fierce battle raged on for over 2 hours without a hint of respite. Around him, the corpses piled high like a small mountain, with the number of second-tier beasts he had slain surpassing 100, and his kill count in the system exceeding 1,500. Citizens from the 3 cities outside dared not sleep, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle, should the warriors falter against the tide of beasts. A fate of citywide slaughter awaited them. The brutal conflict continued into the deep hours of the night, and just as the warriors began to waver, a 10-person squad emerged from the depths of the dimensional void. This group was exceptionally powerful, comprised entirely of individuals possessing abilities beyond the 3rd tier. Leading them was Colonel Mu Hongtao, the overseer of this dimensional entrance. Upon their arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically as they unleashed a frenzied slaughter upon the beast horde. The balance of power was finally disrupted. After another hour of fierce combat, the once mighty legion of beasts was entirely vanquished. Chen Fan collapsed onto the carcass of a black panther, gasping for breath. In that moment, both his physical and mental stamina had reached their limits. However, upon witnessing his kill points soar past 3,000 in the system, he felt an overwhelming sense of validation. Yet, the surrounding warriors did not rest. They began to clear the battlefield, tending to their gravely wounded comrades. As Chen Fan observed the bodies of their fallen kin being unearthed from beneath the slain beasts, the joy of his newfound kill points was abruptly washed away. So many lives had been lost. He gazed out, realizing that over 100 bodies had already been recovered. At that moment, the initial squad leader, who had fought alongside him, limped over and sighed. Ordinary people envy those with abilities. Yet they seldom consider that it is these very individuals who risk their lives to protect them when the tide of beasts surges. Chen Fan nodded silently, lost in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, the call to retreat sounded. The squad leader patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, brother. Let us return to Yuliang Town." Half an hour later, Chen Fan departed the dimensional void with the others, returning to the safety of Yuliang Town. Here, the candidates who had just exited the examination hall stood in 2 rows, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at Chen Fan. They had already witnessed his remarkable performance on the central screen of the square. At this moment, as he emerged, excitement surged through the crowd. To have participated in the martial arts examination alongside such a prodigy was surely a tale worthy of a lifetime of boasting. Chen Fan, Chen Fan. The crowd collectively chanted his name. Chen Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he understood the necessity of managing his expression. He maintained a calm demeanor and walked directly towards the line of Qingqing No. 3 Middle School. Principal Zhang Zongwen approached from a distance, embracing Chen Fan's arm. Nearly overwhelmed with joy, for Chen Fan had brought him an abundance of surprises. "Chen Fan, my dear student. Well done." Zhang Zongwen beamed, his face radiating warmth. Chen Fan recognized the principal and replied coolly, "Principal Zhang, I have heard that someone did not wish for me to participate in the martial arts examination." Principal Zhang's face fell, and he quickly adjusted his expression, saying, "It must have been your grade director, Fat Zhang, who was behind this. I will certainly take care of him upon my return to ensure you receive justice." Haha. Chen Fan chuckled, dismissing him with indifference. "We are not well acquainted. Do not attempt to get too familiar." Zhang Zongwen, in a fluster, hurriedly jogged to keep pace, leaning in to whisper, "Chen Fan, in front of so many people. Please grant me a little face. Our school receives a martial arts examination bonus of 1 million each year. I can assure you that this entire amount will be yours this year. How does that sound?" A smile crept across Chen Fan's face. He was somewhat impressed by the principal's straightforwardness. "All right then, I shall grant you a bit of face." Haha. It seems I was indeed mistaken about Principal Zhang. He is truly a reasonable man. Standing before the line of Qingqing No. 3 Middle School, Zhang Zongwen and Chen Fan feigned camaraderie, presenting themselves as close teacher and student. This scene evoked envy among the other high school principals, who lamented, "Why has our school not produced a prodigy like Chen Fan?" Meanwhile, those whom Chen Fan had saved pushed their way to the front of the crowd to express their gratitude. Minutes later, Mu Hongtao, having arranged the military matters, approached the line of candidates. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have consulted with the Provincial Education Department. The martial arts examination concludes here. You have spent a total of 8 hours in the examination hall. We will award you triple the scores as your results for this martial arts examination." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a chorus of reactions, some delighted, others dismayed. It was unfair yet entirely reasonable. Each year, the Daxiao martial arts examination had over 400 venues, and there had been instances of beast tides disrupting the examinations. However, it was rare for a re-examination to be organized due to the exorbitant costs involved. Thus, the authorities had directly stipulated that scores could be proportionally adjusted. Once the clamor subsided, Mu Hongtao continued, "Yuliang Town cannot accommodate such a large number of people for lodging. Each school may consider departing with their teams. Of course, if you feel it is too late, you may wait in the square outside Yuliang Town until dawn before leaving." The candidates, filled with helplessness, found themselves in an inescapable situation. Such are the rules. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from lingering within the military camp. Mu Hongtao raised his hand to quell the noisy crowd and reiterated, "During the recent defense against the beast tide, candidate Chen Fan excelled remarkably, having slain 208 second-tier beasts, making a significant contribution. I have reported this to the military command, and it has been decided to award Comrade Chen Fan with a bronze 2-star medal." A ripple of astonishment surged through the crowd, erupting in gasps of disbelief. Chen Fan had been awarded a medal, a 2-star medal, no less. My goodness, one had never heard of a high school student receiving such an honor. Do not envy. If you could vanquish a couple of 100 second-tier beasts, you too would be worthy of a medal. The murmurs among the crowd were filled with admiration, yet tinged with envy. Once Mu Hongtao descended the platform, he personally draped the bronze medal around Chen Fan's neck. "Well done." Mu Hongtao patted him on the shoulder before returning to the podium. "I hereby declare the martial examination officially concluded." Chapter 30. A grand harvest. As Mu Hongtao's words resonated, the martial examination results were finalized. First place, Chen Fan from Qingqing No. 3 High School, with a score of 18,000. Second place, Jiang Tianan from Yinqing No. 1 High School, with a score of 6,265. Third place, Chu He from Weiqing No. 1 High School, with a score of 5,824. As anticipated, Chen Fan had secured the top position in the Tri-City examination. However, a slight frown creased his brow. The beasts he had slain during the beast tide had not been counted towards his martial exam score. An accumulation of 18,000 points left him uncertain about his standing as the top scorer. After all, the rewards for being the top scorer included the opportunity to draw for special abilities. Over 200 second-tier beasts should have translated to no less than 200,000 points. Yet he was receiving a mere bronze medal in return. This felt like a significant loss. Reluctantly, Chen Fan examined the medal hanging on his chest, one side adorned with the totemic dragon of the Great Xia. while the other bore his name along with inscriptions of the date of conferral. Old Zhang, what exactly is the utility of this medal? Chen Fan inquired, turning to Zhang Zongwen beside him. Hearing Chen Fan call him Old Zhang did not irk Zhang. Instead, he beamed with delight. Haha, this medal is indeed a valuable item, comprising 4 types: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Each of these is further divided into 5 tiers, from 1 star to 5 stars. It is a symbol of honor. And what is the practical value of this? Chen Fan scoffed. Honor? What good is that? Zhang Zongwen hastily clarified. You must understand that entering the alternate dimension to hunt beasts typically incurs a fee. However, those wearing a bronze medal can enter free of charge. Additionally, you possess the temporary authority to summon 10 warriors from the garrison. Oh, Old Zhang, one thing eludes my understanding. Isn't hunting beasts a service to the nation? Why is there a fee involved? Chen Fan queried, his confusion evident. Zhang Zongwen feigned silence for a few moments, clasping his hands behind his back and adopting a commanding demeanor as he remarked, the flesh and blood of aberrant beasts are exceedingly valuable. They are treasures in their entirety. The extraordinary beings that slay these creatures can sell their remains for a handsome profit. What? The corpses can be sold? Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of injustice swell within him. This was not merely a significant loss, it was a catastrophic one. As the two conversed, they arrived at the plaza outside Yuliang Pass. Zhang Zongwen motioned for Chen Fan to enter his private vehicle, which was driven by the head of the department, Du Jiang. Upon encountering Chen Fan, Du Jiang promptly presented the most amiable smile he could muster throughout his lifetime. Congratulations, Chen Fan. You are the top scorer in the joint examination of the 3 cities. With a cold smirk, Chen Fan adjusted his seat to its lowest position, nearly reclining, signaling his desire for solitude. Du Jiang, taken aback, hastily sought to explain himself. However, Principal Zhang interjected sternly, Director Du, before Chen Fan, I must admonish you. A student as exceptional as Chen Fan nearly missed the opportunity to participate in the martial examination due to your prejudice and ignorance. You almost caused a grave error for the school. Upon your return today, you are to write a 10,000-word reflection and deliver it to Chen Fan. Do you understand? Du Jiang's countenance fell. In over 20 years of service, he had never imagined he would be required to write a reflection for a student. Yet, he found himself powerless. For neither of the 2 individuals in the vehicle was someone he could afford to offend. Very well. I shall write it overnight and present it to Chen Fan by tomorrow. Enough. Chen Fan waved his hand, interrupting their exchange. Old Zhang, there is one more matter I must discuss with you. That student, Li Wenbin, who wagered against me. He intends to streak at the graduation ceremony. The school must accommodate him. Zhang Zongwen's expression faltered, and he awkwardly replied, that student was disqualified from the examination this afternoon after he suddenly began shouting and acting erratically in the exam room. Thus, he would have no face to attend the graduation ceremony. Chen Fan was speechless. After all, he was the top student in the humanities, yet his attitude was so poor. He mused to himself that he could not let that scoundrel off the hook so easily. Zhang Zongwen, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that this was a scandal for their own school. He quickly shifted the topic. Chen Fan, universities will likely reach out to you in a couple of days. So you must contemplate which institution you wish to attend. Contact me in advance. Chen Fan questioned, puzzled. Isn't the ranking for the martial examination only announced 7 days from now? Zhang Zongwen explained, top-tier universities have channels to acquire your examination results beforehand. With your scores, there is no need for you to apply. Universities will directly seek to recruit you. All right, I shall research the various universities in the coming days. When Chen Fan returned home, it was already 3 in the morning. Tong Tong was not at home, as she was at Wang Yinran's residence. He hurriedly took a hot shower and then lay down in bed, succumbing to a deep sleep. As dawn broke on the 2nd day, Chen Fan's beautiful dream was ruthlessly shattered by the incessant ringing of the telephone. To his surprise, the call was from his estranged uncle. Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly. This uncle resided in Yinqing and had rarely reached out to him over the years. He suspected the call was prompted by his recent achievement of securing the top position in the 3-city joint examination. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the phone. A warm voice, as anticipated, greeted him. Nephew, it's your uncle. Ah. Chen Fan replied somewhat indifferently. Haha, Xiao Fan. I heard you've come first in the 3-city exam. Impressive. In a couple of days. I'll bring you and your sister to my home for a couple of days. I'll have Wenwen take you around Yinqing for some fun. By the way, Wen is also preparing for the martial arts exam next year. Please guide her well. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Wen was his cousin, the only daughter of this uncle. He scoffed internally, having initially thought his uncle was calling to congratulate him, only to realize that the true intent was to enlist him as free labor to tutor his own daughter. Truly, no one rises early without an ulterior motive. However, he refrained from expressing his disdain outright and made an excuse. Going to Yinqing? I'm afraid that won't be possible. In a few days, I'll be taking Tong Tong on a trip to the south. The man on the other end of the line clearly expressed his displeasure, falling into silence for a few seconds before replying, Xiao Fan, is that so? It just so happens that Wen wants to travel as well. Let her join you on your trip. You can guide her along the way. Don't worry, I'll cover her expenses. Chen Fan's disappointment in this uncle deepened. He replied coolly, let us discuss this later. I have other matters to attend to, and promptly hung up. Such relatives truly exemplified a lack of familial affection. Nevertheless, the uncle persistently called him several more times, prompting Chen Fan to silence his phone and cast it aside. Once, you disregarded me. Now, I am beyond your reach. Chen Fan recalled a famous saying, enough of these troublesome relatives. Let us focus on the lottery. He quickly checked his system. Having completed the task of fending off the beast tide, he had earned a level draw opportunity, and in addition, he possessed over 3,000 slaughter points, sufficient to exchange for 30 level draw chances. Chen Fan decided to indulge himself and opt for a grand total of draws. Chapter 31, Draw. Chen Fan's gaze concentrated deep within his mind, where the system panel was clearly visible. He commanded, System, initiate the level task reward extraction. As soon as the words left his lips, a brand new lottery wheel materialized in his mind, radiating a profound blue light, a stark contrast to the usual emerald hue. It seemed this time the rewards would be even more precious. Chen Fan was filled with anticipation. In just a few seconds, the wheel gradually came to a halt, revealing a shimmering silver ring suspended before him, accompanied by the system's prompt. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a low-level space ring. A space ring, he murmured in delightful surprise, his eyes shimmering with a light of incredulity. This ring was no ordinary trinket. It concealed an independent space capable of storing a myriad of items, undoubtedly a precious treasure for Chen Fan. To my knowledge, such a marvel had never graced the blue star. Eagerly, he manifested the ring into reality, gently slipping it onto his finger. The ring was exquisitely silver, its surface adorned with subtle engravings that seemed to encapsulate the radiance of the stars, both mysterious and elegant. When he focused his consciousness on the ring, he could distinctly sense that its interior space boasted a capacity of 3 cubic meters. Though not excessively vast, it was more than sufficient for everyday belongings and weaponry. Chen Fan was filled with joy. He couldn't help but begin to experiment with its functions. With a mere touch of the desired item and a thought, the object would be instantly drawn into the ring. Conversely, when he wished to retrieve an item, it would materialize in the palm of his hand with just a thought. Splendid. Truly deserving of its rank as a reward. Chen Fan was thoroughly satisfied. He then turned his attention to the 3,000 points of killing credits. The system allowed the conversion of killing credits into lottery draws. Dear host, would you like to redeem for a Tier A lottery or a Tier B lottery? Oh, there's even a Tier A option? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, hastily inquiring. What is required for the Tier A lottery? The Tier A lottery necessitates 1,000 killing credits. 1,000 points. Chen Fan was taken aback. The Tier B lottery required only 100 killing credits, while the Tier A demanded a full 10-fold of credits. After deep contemplation, he decided to expend 1,000 points for a Tier A reward. System, expend 1,000 points for a Tier A lottery. Understood, host. The lottery is commencing. As the electronic voice concluded, the blue wheel began to spin, and after a few breaths, the lottery was complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Tier A physique enhancement card. What? A physique enhancement card? Tier A? Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, quickly checking the details. The Tier A physique enhancement card merely increased his physique by 10 points. Chen Fan fell into a deep reverie. The physique enhancement card from the Tier A prize pool only granted a mere 10 points. Yet the expenditure of credits was 10 times that of the Tier B. This was a considerable loss. Clearly, redeeming for the Tier B lottery was far more advantageous. Chen Fan felt displeased. He promptly converted the remaining 2,000 credits into Tier B lottery draws. 20 consecutive draws, let us go. With Chen Fan's command, the system will begin to whirl. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a pair of Tier B gauntlets. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Tier B mental power enhancement card. Congratulations, host. You have received a manual on the Tier B light wave sword technique. As the series of 20 announcements echoed, Chen Fan amassed a total of 4 Tier B physique enhancement cards, 6 Tier B mental power enhancement cards, for pieces of Tier B weaponry, a manual on swordsmanship, a manual on marksmanship, a divine fruit for nurturing the spirit, a bottle of hair growth tonic, a luxurious silk nightgown, and a sacred gynecological elixir. Other matters are easily comprehensible, but what is the significance of this camisole night dress? And what exactly is this gynecological holy elixir? Can this be considered a serious system? Oh system, how insidious you are. Chen Fan retrieved the night dress. Its texture was smooth and delicate, as light as a cicada's wing. The lace trim added a touch of exquisite beauty, while the cleverly designed hollow section at the chest maintained an elegant air of mystery, perfectly showcasing the gentleness and allure of femininity. It exuded a silent temptation, a secret that belonged solely to the night. Chen Fan could not help but envision Wang Yanran adorned in this night dress, his pulse racing. Indeed, it was a fine piece, yet if gifted to Sister Yanran, would she not strike him down on the spot? He carefully stowed it away in his spatial ring, awaiting a more opportune moment to present it to Wang Yanran. He inquired further about the gynecological holy elixir, learning that it would free women from the burdens of menstrual pain. Another item perfectly suited for Sister Yanran. Chen Fan examined the other rewards. The swordsmanship and marksmanship were of little use to him, prompting his decision to sell them. The 4-grade weapons also seemed inadequate. Thus he resolved to part with them as well. As for the hair growth tonic and the pregnancy spirit fruit, he chose to retain them for the time being. The tonic could be beneficial for the hair loss issues faced by middle-aged men, while the spirit fruit could enhance the mental fortitude of ordinary individuals. After storing these rewards in his spatial ring, he promptly utilized the physique enhancement cards and the mental power enhancement cards. The 4-grade physique enhancement cards and a single-grade card collectively elevated his physique by 22 points. The 6-grade mental power enhancement cards increased his mental strength by 18 points. At this moment, Chen Fan's system panel displayed. Host, Chen Fan, ability, Devour Thunder Sacred Body level, late stage first order, physique, 104, mental power, 78, kill points, 65, skills, 9 heavens thunder movement. Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm, evaluation. A weak and powerless little chick, current task. 1. Achieve the top scholar of Shannan province to participate in the ability lottery, task level. His physique had surpassed 100. Chen Fan felt as though he was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of the first order. If he could elevate his mental power further, he could forcibly break through. Having completed all this, the sun had only just risen. He had slept a mere 3 hours the previous night, yet due to the significant boost in his mental power, he felt invigorated and full of energy, without a hint of fatigue. I wonder if Sister Yanran is awake. Perhaps I shall go to her house to share breakfast and conveniently bring Tong Tong back. After a simple wash, Chen Fan stepped out. 5 minutes later, he arrived at Wang Yanran's doorstep, greeted by the housekeeper, Aunt Zhou. Good morning, Aunt Zhou. Chen Fan said politely. Aunt Zhou, nearly 50 years old, had worked for Wang Yanran for a decade and was quite familiar with Chen Fan. Xiao Fan, you've arrived so early. The young lady hasn't even risen yet. The young lady refers to Wang Yanran, as affectionately addressed by Aunt Zhou. Chen Fan comfortably seated himself on the sofa and lowered his voice, saying, Aunt Zhou, there's no need to wake up Yanran. I've come this morning to mooch a meal. All right then, I shall prepare a little extra, Aunt Zhou replied, pouring him a glass of water before busily attending to her tasks in the kitchen. After a few minutes, Wang Yanran emerged from her bedroom, her sleepy eyes revealing a hint of unintentional allure. She was clad in a delicate nightgown, the soft satin gracefully hugging her figure, accentuating her enchanting silhouette. The neckline of her nightgown was provocatively low, revealing a glimpse of captivating allure. The hem danced gently with her movements, subtly highlighting her long, fair legs. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to lose composure at the breathtaking sight before him. Chapter 32. Quite delightful upon spotting Chen Fan in the living room, Wang Yanran rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Xiao Fan, is that really you? Why are you here so early instead of catching up on sleep? Evidently unaware of her somewhat revealing attire, she plopped down in front of Chen Fan, her surprise palpable. Chen Fan, however, was preoccupied. his gaze fixated on the exquisite view before him, prompting an internal monologue of, Yinran, must you present such a sight so boldly? Stealing glances. Chen Fan thoroughly indulged in the moment. Wang Yinran noticed the flush on his cheeks and the intensity of his gaze directed at her chest. Lowering her eyes to her own attire, she gasped, "Ah," and promptly dashed back to her bedroom. A few minutes later, she emerged in a more modest home outfit, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment. From Chen Fan's previous vantage point, she feared her form had been all too exposed. How mortifying! Chen Fan chuckled heartily, teasing, Yinran, you truly have a magnificent presence. Chen Fan, are you feeling particularly mischievous today? Wang Yinran's blush deepened as she seized a plush toy and hurled it at him. Chen Fan, quick on his feet, deftly dodged the projectile. Unwilling to let him off easily, Wang Yinran approached and playfully pinched his ear. Have you grown so bold that you dare to tease your elder sister? No, Yinran. It was merely a jest. Chen Fan complied, feigning innocence. Humph. After venting her frustration, she released him. Now, Xiao Fan, confess. When did you awaken your extraordinary abilities? How could you keep such an important matter from me and Tong Tong? Wang Yinran demanded, sitting beside him with an inquisitive expression. I awakened them during my second year of high school. Chen Fan lied effortlessly, his demeanor unwavering. Second year? Then why didn't you apply for the martial arts class? Wang Yinran questioned, puzzled. Well, I couldn't bear to part from you. Yinran, being in the arts class is delightful, with the daily pleasures and rapid enhancement of my skills. You cheeky rascal. Wang Yinran shot him a playful glare, her beauty captivating as ever. Xiao Fan, this cannot continue. Now that you have awakened, you ought to attend the martial arts class. If you were to join, you might surpass your current abilities by leaps and bounds. I understand. Yinji Jia, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Then, as if by magic, he produced a small jade vial, a potent elixir he had extracted from the otherworldly realm. Yinji Jia, this is for you. Wang Yinji's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Fan. Xiao Fan, where did you conjure this from? Haha, a secret. Chen Fan smiled enigmatically, unwilling to divulge the mystery of the spatial ring to Wang Yinji. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather the system was too fantastical. Likely, only a traveler could comprehend such an extraordinary phenomenon. Moreover, maintaining an air of mystery was paramount. It would ensure that the young lady remained intrigued. Wang Yinji did not press further. She accepted the jade vial, and an alluring fragrance wafted into her senses. Why does this liquid smell so exquisite? Wang Yinji wondered, her eyes widening as a thought struck her. You little rascal, did you add something to it, intending to scheme against me? Am I really that kind of person? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Who knows? But even if you had such mischievous intentions, you lack the courage to act on them. Humph, Wang Yinji retorted. Chen Fan was taken aback, feeling belittled by Wang Yinji's dismissal. She ignored his disgruntled expression and softly inquired, Xiao Fan, what exactly is this? Chen Fan explained, this is a liquid extracted from a high-grade spiritual fruit. Consuming it can enhance one's physique. Really? Wang Yinji asked skeptically. It's absolutely true. Chen Fan insisted. Rolling his eyes again, now drink it. I guarantee it with my character. Very well. Wang Yinji felt a considerable sense of trust in Chen Fan, knowing he would not harm her. She brought the porcelain vial to her lips and slowly poured its contents into her mouth. In an instant, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, and beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead. She felt an overwhelming warmth coursing through her body, accompanied by waves of tingling sensations. Wang Yinji was astonished. This reaction was strikingly reminiscent of the effects depicted in dramas featuring aphrodisiacs. It seemed that Chen Fan not only harbored lustful thoughts, but also possessed the audacity to act on them. Noticing her unusual state, Chen Fan quickly reached out to steady her. Yinji Jia, how do you feel? Wang Yinji exclaimed, Xiao Fan, let go of me, don't do that. She attempted to retreat to her room, but the tingling sensation intensified, leaving her weak and collapsing into Chen Fan's embrace. My goodness, is the effect of this elixir truly that potent? Chen Fan held Wang Yinji close, offering soothing words. Yinji Jia, I'm here, just hang on, it will pass. Wang Yinji's eyes widened with fear as she pleaded, Xiao Fan, I am your sister, you cannot do this. After all, we are not blood-related. Chen Fan smirked, deliberately displaying a mischievous grin. The delicate figure lay feeble and boneless, her skin smooth and tender, while her prominent bosom rose and fell rhythmically. Xiao Fan, no. Wang Yinran was on the verge of tears. Chen Fan recognized the need to rein in his actions and hurriedly placed her on the sofa, offering an explanation. I was just teasing you, Yinran Jia. That tingling sensation is merely the effect of the medicine transforming your physique. Wang Yinran was rendered speechless, only able to emit soft gasps. However, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the terror in her eyes diminished considerably. At that moment, Aunt Zhou, hearing the commotion from the living room, emerged to find Wang Yinran languishing on the sofa, disbelief etched on her face. The flushed cheeks, the frequency of her gasps, the faint sheen of perspiration on her neck, how reminiscent they were of something else. Aunt Zhou glanced at Wang Yinran, then at Chen Fan, before hastily retreating to the kitchen. This young man ought to exercise discretion amidst such fervor. In the living room, after several minutes of vigil beside Wang Yinran, the flush on her face completely faded, and her demeanor returned to normal. She fiercely grasped Chen Fan's ear. So, you little rascal, are you deliberately bullying your sister? Taking advantage of her, are you? Wang Yinran twisted Chen Fan's ear, leading him around the living room for 2 laps before finally releasing him. No, Yinran Jia, I had good intentions. Chen Fan quickly defended himself. Did you know there would be such side effects? The thought of her earlier state in front of Chen Fan made her cheeks flush anew. I truly had no idea. Chen Fan could never admit otherwise. I'm going to take a shower. I feel utterly disgusting. I'll deal with you later. With a glare, Wang Yinran disappeared into the bathroom. After a full half hour, she emerged from the bathroom, her long hair still damp, pure as lotus petals, unspoiled by embellishment, stunning. Chen Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Such an unparalleled beauty could hardly be overshadowed by anyone else. Chapter 33. The stars surround the moon. Wang Yinran's figure was nothing short of exquisite. Having just bathed, the remnants of water clung to her, the white shirt adhering closely to her graceful form, rendering it semi-transparent, akin to a delicate veil. The enchanting curves, partially concealed by this translucent fabric, appeared even more alluring. As she gently turned to the side, her slender waist and high, full bosom created a captivating silhouette beneath the wet garment. This breathtaking scene inevitably sparked the imagination. Confronted by Chen Fan's unabashed gaze, Wang Yinran felt a twinge of discomfort. She shot him a glare and softly admonished, "Stop staring. You're becoming quite the little pervert." Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly, quickly shifting the conversation. "Yinran Jia, how do you feel?" "I feel remarkably lighter," Wang Yinran replied, closing her eyes to savor the sensation. Her surprise evident. "This indicates a significant enhancement to your physique." "Xiao Fan, where did you acquire this lotion?" "Such specialized lotion for ordinary individuals costs millions." "It was a gift," Chen Fan responded nonchalantly. The wondrous spiritual milk did not astonish Wang Yinran. In fact, such miraculous lotions were available in exclusive shops frequented by supernatural beings on Blue Star. This exquisite elixir was crafted by apothecaries, a unique profession respected despite their lack of formidable powers. Most of these individuals were wood or plant elementalists, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to the properties of spiritual materials. They could concoct a myriad of extraordinary potions using the fruits and plants harvested from the otherworldly realms. Thus, Chen Fan felt no need to elaborate on the origins of this vial of spiritual milk. Seeing his nonchalance, Wang Yinran felt a deeper sense of gratitude. "Xiao Fan, if you come across such items in the future, just sell them for money. I am an ordinary person and do not confront magical beasts, so it would be a waste to squander such elixirs." "Not at all," Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. "Strengthening one's physique always proves beneficial. With your beauty, Yinran's sister, what if one day you attract the attention of unsavory individuals? When I am at university and not by your side, who will protect you?" Wang Yinran, touched, softly remarked. "We live in a society governed by law. There aren't that many rogues." The two then discussed Chen Fan's upcoming university journey, both feeling a sense of reluctance. At 7:20 a.m., Aunt Zhou had prepared breakfast, and Tong Tong had risen. "Brother, are you back from battling monsters?" Tong Tong exclaimed with joy, leaping into Chen Fan's embrace. "I returned last night," Chen Fan said, affectionately tousling her porcelain-like face. "So, did you bring me a gift?" Tong Tong asked seriously, pushing Chen Fan's hand away. "Well, in a few days, I'll take you shopping. Whatever you fancy, we shall buy," Chen Fan proclaimed generously. "Let's make a pinky promise." Tong Tong's face lit up with dimples as she danced with joy. "All right, Tong Tong, go wash your face and brush your teeth. It's time for breakfast, Wang Yinran gently called out, observing the affectionate exchange between the siblings. Okay, Sister Ran, Tong Tong obediently responded. Breakfast was abundant. Aunt Zhou had prepared freshly fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, scrambled eggs, and meat-filled buns. How sumptuous! Chen Fan exclaimed as he sat at the table, eager to dig in. After enjoying breakfast, Wang Yinran donned a pink jacket and hurried out the door. Although the martial arts college entrance exam had concluded, the liberal arts exam was still underway, necessitating her attendance at school. Chen Fan originally intended to take Tong Tong home, but to his surprise, she was unwilling to leave. Resigned, he decided to let her stay. Just make sure you don't cause any trouble for Aunt Zhou while you're here, he cautioned, pinching Tong Tong's cheek at the door before leaving with satisfaction. He planned to visit the Battle Wolf martial arts school, as the large knife he had rented had been damaged in the otherworldly realm, and he needed to discuss the matter with them. Upon arriving at the community entrance, he was taken aback by the banner that had been raised, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Congratulations to Chen Fan from my community for securing the first place in the Tri-City Joint Examination. In a flurry of surprise, Chen Fan quickly covered his face with his hands. Who was the impulsive soul that orchestrated this? And how did they act with such swiftness? He stepped out of the community with his face concealed, feeling a mix of exhilaration and embarrassment under the spotlight. Upon reaching the roadside, he hailed a taxi, directing the driver towards the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall. The radio inside the cab continued to broadcast news of his remarkable achievement. Fortunately, the driver did not recognize him. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall, Chen Fan found the crowd to be exponentially larger than usual, with throngs of people filling both the interior and exterior of the hall. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement and chatter. Word had spread that Chen Fan was there to work part-time and experience life. Many hoped to catch a glimpse of this prodigy. I too have come to encounter the Great One, hoping to share in some of his luck, that perhaps when my abilities awaken, I might astonish the world. Excuse me. Madam, what brings you here? I am here to get an autograph for my daughter. She is too shy to come herself. Chen Fan, with his keen hearing, could discern these conversations from several meters away. Is this the feeling of fame? Quickly, he turned and crossed the street to a small convenience store, purchasing a mask to wear before squeezing into the martial arts hall. However, he was soon recognized. Hey, your silhouette looks familiar. A tall man appeared beside him. As he caught sight of half of Chen Fan's face, his eyes widened in astonishment. Come quickly, Chen Fan is here. Don't let him slip away. The tall man grabbed Chen Fan's arm, and soon the crowd gathered, encircling him. It's Chen Fan. I can't believe I've actually encountered the Great One. Oh, Great One, please touch the top of my head and bless me. Handsome man, may I ask if you have a girlfriend? Could I be your girlfriend? I want to bear your children. The crowd erupted in chaos. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, wondering who would dare to make such a bold claim. Are the female fans truly this fervent nowadays? Surrounded by admirers, he felt a sense of helplessness. One must be ostentatious in their achievements, yet humble in their persona. He contemplated. He addressed the crowd tentatively. Everyone, I have matters to attend to. Might you allow me some space? Absolutely not. They chorused in unison. With a frown, Chen Fan attempted again. I need to speak with the person in charge here. Perhaps I could chat with you all afterward? Not a chance. They echoed once more. Confronted with such enthusiasm, Chen Fan felt increasingly exasperated. Just then, Lu Tao, the hall's manager, stepped in to defuse the situation. Everyone, let us settle down. We cannot crowd around Chen Fan indefinitely. How about this? I will take a group photo for everyone as a keepsake. The martial arts hall will print copies for all present. Lu Tao, indeed a seasoned veteran, swiftly garnered unanimous agreement with his proposal. The crowd, a formidable assembly of over 100 individuals, gravitated towards Chen Fan. Chapter 34. The favor of influential figures. Once Chen Fan extricated himself from the throng, Lu Tao pulled him aside. Chen Fan, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek you out. Oh, surely, you are not in haste to demand compensation for the damaged weapons? Chen Fan jested. That trifling sum is of no consequence. Today, the esteemed Lord Lei Jun, the overall director of the Wolf Martial Arts Academy in Shannan Province, has come to discuss a significant business opportunity with you. Lu Tao's excitement was palpable. Business opportunity? Chen Fan queried, perplexed. The Wolf Martial Arts Academy is one of the 10 principal martial arts schools in the Great Xia, with thousands of branches nationwide. The rank of the provincial director is exceedingly high, likely a 6th tier or greater ability wielder. How could such an individual wish to engage in commerce with him? Noticing Chen Fan's confusion, Lu Tao promptly clarified, "Our academy intends to invest in students with great potential." Chen Fan, your performance in the martial arts examination has been exceptionally remarkable, warranting such an investment. Oh, what would I need to contribute? Chen Fan remained skeptical of any notion of a free lunch. You need not contribute anything. Simply acknowledge yourself as a student of our academy. We wish to leverage your reputation to enhance the academy's influence. Similar to the role of a brand ambassador? Precisely. That is indeed a topic worthy of discussion. After some contemplation, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The conditions we offer will surely meet your expectations. Come, follow me to the office. Lord Lei is awaiting your arrival. Lu Tao, elated by Chen Fan's acquiescence, led him to the second floor. Upon entering an office, a man around 40 years of age rose to his feet, gazing at Chen Fan with enthusiasm. Young brother Chen, you are indeed a youthful hero, not only possessing exceptional talent, but also an extraordinary appearance. Lei Jun clapped Chen Fan on the shoulder, exuding familiarity. Ordinarily, one of his stature would not extend such cordiality to a low-tier ability wielder. Yet Chen Fan's displayed talent was nothing short of breathtaking. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as astonishing. Such a prodigy might surpass him within a decade. Hence he was careful not to underestimate him. Reciprocating the respect, Chen Fan promptly bowed. I have long admired the esteemed name of Senior Lei. Seeing Chen Fan maintain his composure without being servile, Lei Jun's regard for him intensified, prompting a higher valuation in his mind. Haha, come, young brother Chen. Have a seat. After guiding him to the sofa, Lei Jun continued, just now, Manager Lu must have informed you of my purpose. Chen Fan nodded in affirmation. Lei Jun directly handed a document to Chen Fan, bypassing pleasantries. Young brother Chen, this is the contract. Please take a look. Chen Fan accepted it and began to peruse the contents attentively, which enumerated a series of enticing benefits. The Wolf Warrior Martial Arts School provides him with an annual sum of 8 million in cash, and additionally, any purchases of goods or services within the school are offered at a 70% discount. Such extravagant generosity is truly remarkable. As Chen Fan gazed upon the figure of 8 million, his heart raced. This amount is certainly astronomical for an ordinary person. Yet, due to his potential and burgeoning reputation, he is deemed worthy of such a sum. Upon noticing Chen Fan's reaction, Lei Jun smiled and added, in addition to this, I shall personally gift you a high-grade weapon. With that, Lu Tao promptly presented a magnificent sword. Brother Chen, do you find this to your satisfaction? Lei Jun inquired with a grin. Chen Fan recognized that this was a gesture of goodwill, an attempt to forge a bond. He did not decline, understanding that there would be ample opportunities for future interactions with such a person. The sword resembled the one he had previously wielded, albeit of a superior grade. Undoubtedly a masterpiece among elite weapons, Chen Fan estimated its value to be around 700,000. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Lei. Seeing him accept the gift, Lei Jun's gaze towards Chen Fan grew warmer, signifying that Chen Fan was willing to acknowledge his favor. Brother Chen, Mayor Li of Qing City has invited me to lunch. Would you care to join us? Lei Jun asked. The mention of Mayor Li startled Chen Fan. To receive such an invitation to a gathering of this caliber was astonishing. Just prior to the martial arts examination, he was merely an ordinary liberal arts student, and now he found himself worthy of dining alongside such esteemed individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, how could I refuse such an invitation from a senior? Wonderful. Lei Jun laughed heartily, his satisfaction with Chen Fan evident. He turned to Lu Tao and instructed, Manager Lu, please prepare some tea. I wish to have a delightful conversation with Brother Chen. Lu Tao promptly complied, respectfully excusing himself. Chen Fan, being naturally loquacious and fueled by the confidence instilled by his system regarding his future, felt no trepidation or need for flattery in the presence of a six-tier powerhouse. Thus, their conversation flowed effortlessly, devoid of any awkwardness or formality. From Lei Jun, Chen Fan acquired an important piece of information that had not yet been made public. Just a month prior, a new dimensional rift had appeared in Shanbei province, teeming with abundant resources and high-tier spiritual materials. Moreover, some had encountered the fabled dragon, with others bringing forth dragon eggs from within, successfully hatching dragon offspring. Although this news had not been disclosed to the public, many high-tier superhuman beings were already aware of it. Consequently, Lei Jun asserted that the enrollment scores for the National Martial Arts University in Shanbei Province would soar this year, prompting many provincial top scholars to forego prestigious institutions such as Capital University and Magic City University in favor of this university. Intrigued by this revelation, Chen Fan resolved to investigate this university further the following day. At noon, Lu Tao drove the two to the highest-rated 5-star hotel in Qing City, where a warm welcome awaited them at the entrance. At the forefront stood a middle-aged gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding refinement. This man was none other than Li Ji, the mayor of Qingqing. As Chen Fan and his companion alighted from the vehicle, Li Ji approached them with great enthusiasm. In the realm of Daxiao, officials are often endowed with extraordinary abilities, and Li Ji was no exception, being a 5th-tier abilities user. However, he maintained a demeanor of humility in the presence of Lei Jun. Brother Lei, I have been anticipating your arrival, he said warmly. Lei Jun nodded with a smile, giving Li Ji a friendly pat on the shoulder before turning to Chen Fan. Mayor Li, I brought my younger brother along today. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. Li Ji chuckled, but upon catching sight of Chen Fan, his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you Chen Fan? Greetings, Mayor Li. Chen Fan returned the greeting amicably. Hello, hello? Li Ji replied, clearly taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his enthusiasm intensifying. His rise to such a position indicated a high emotional and intellectual quotient. He was well aware of Chen Fan's potential. Failing to cultivate a good relationship now could mean losing the opportunity to even serve him in the future. He extended his hands to clasp Chen Fan's, beaming with warmth. Welcome, our city's most outstanding young talent. Chapter 35. A date with Yang Chuchu accompanied by the support of the crowd, Chen Fan, Lei Jun, and Li Ji ascended to a luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel. Inside the opulent room, a grand circular table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. Once the three took their seats, the throng of followers gradually withdrew, leaving only the hotel owner and 3 attentive waitresses standing by, poised for any requests. These 3 waitresses were evidently handpicked for their exquisite beauty, dressed in high-slit kipeos. The hotel owner, a slightly plump middle-aged man, respectfully introduced the dishes before discreetly exiting. All the culinary offerings were sourced from an alternate dimensional space, with the pièce de being the braised paw of a 4th-tier golden flame violent bear. Chen Fan estimated the value of this meal to be well over several $100,000. In the spacious suite, only Chen Fan, Lei Jun, Li Ji, and the 3 alluring young women remained. The 3 beauties stood beside the gentleman, diligently pouring wine and serving dishes. Each smile and gesture exuded the grace of Eastern femininity, their figures accentuated by the kipeos that flirted with modesty. The young woman next to Chen Fan swayed her fair thigh close to him, her eyes brimming with tender affection, seemingly conveying a message. Master, please feel free to command Daji. How extravagant this high society is. Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel. Had it been another impassioned youth, they might have already succumbed to temptation. Yet, after experiencing the allure of Wang Yanran earlier that morning, he found himself somewhat disenchanted. Meanwhile, Lei Jun and Li Ji observed his unflinching demeanor with surprise. Chun, my younger brother, Lei Jun jested, if previously I believed you possessed the stature of a 7th-tier master, I now think that ascending to the 8th-tier grandmaster should be well within your grasp. Chen Fan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He was, after all, a person of substance, and the 8th tier seemed rather dismissive. Meanwhile, Li Ji directly requested Chen Fan's WeChat ID, claiming his daughter, Yan Fong, was 18, stunningly beautiful, and yet unmarried, eager to make an introduction. Chen Fan felt somewhat helpless. His romantic prospects were indeed abundant. The 3 of them spent a full 2 hours dining together, during which Chen Fan came across a significant piece of news. The beast tide that had occurred yesterday at Yuliang Pass was orchestrated by the beast worship cult. This cult is the largest heretical organization on Blue Star. Their doctrine posits that the arrival of monstrous beasts is a punishment from the Creator for humanity, and humans should not resist. They advocate that once the beasts have slaughtered enough humans, they will retreat on their own. Thus, this anti-human cult has gained infamy. Li Ji cautioned Chen Fan to be vigilant about his safety during this period, as this cult has a particular penchant for extinguishing prodigious talents. Their gathering continued until 2 in the afternoon before concluding. Upon returning to Sunshine Garden, Chen Fan received a notification of an 8 million transfer from the War Wolf Martial Arts School. He gazed at his bank balance, his eyes lighting up with joy. The feeling of wealth was exhilarating. After the excitement waned, Chen Fan booted up his computer to explore information regarding the Martial Science University. The Great Xia boasts 985 extraordinary universities, divided into 9 tiers. Notably, only 2 institutions made it to the top tier, Jingdu University and Moda University. Jingdu University is situated in the political heart of Tianjin City, while Moda University lies in the economic hub of Modu City. The prowess of these 2 universities is indisputable, with 6 of the current 7 ninth-tier martial saints in Great Xia being alumni, underscoring their formidable strength. Impressed, Chen Fan felt a surge of aspiration. He then recalled what Elder Lei had mentioned about the National Martial University. The concept of dragons greatly intrigued him, should the opportunity arise. He too wished to become a dragon knight. A quick search for the National Martial University revealed that it ranks 5th among Great Xia's institutions. Located in the capital of Shaanxi Province, Chang'an City. After half an hour of research, he discovered that this university was remarkably suitable for him, as it is near an otherworldly space known as Thunder Abyss, populated almost entirely by lightning attribute beasts, with bolts of lightning frequently striking the area. Such an environment would greatly benefit him, enabling rapid enhancement of his thunder-devouring sacred body. However, he found himself in a quandary. Should he attend the best university or the one most suited to his needs? After much contemplation, he ultimately could not reach a decision. Yet, as Principal Zhang had indicated, universities would soon reach out to him, so his final choice would depend on the conditions they offered. Just as he closed his laptop, he received a message from Yang Chu-Chu. "Senior, congratulations. You're amazing. First place, hee. As the clock struck 3 or 4 in the morning when you returned last night. I trust you have managed to rest a bit now?" Chen Fan couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. It seemed this junior was concerned about interrupting his slumber, evidenced by her late message. Indeed, this junior was quite admirable, and Chen Fan felt an increasing fondness for Yang Chu-Chu. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I have rested. Thank you for your concern." Meanwhile, within the villa, Yang Chu-Chu clutched her phone, carefully typing her inquiry. "Senior, regarding our earlier agreement for dinner. Do you still have time this evening?" Upon reading her message, Chen Fan was taken aback. He had genuinely forgotten about their arrangement. Initially, he intended to decline, but upon reflecting on Yang Chu-Chu's charming demeanor, he found it hard to resist. Thus, he replied, "I do have time." Yang Chu-Chu was instantly elated and hastily responded, "Senior. At 5 o'clock, on the 2nd floor of Tianyuan Hotel, let us meet without fail." "Very well, I shall be there," Chen Fan politely replied. Setting his phone aside, Chen Fan pondered what token of appreciation to bring for Yang Chu-Chu when suddenly, the system notification echoed in his mind. System task: assist Yang Chu-Chu in awakening her abilities above level 1 during the high school graduation awakening ceremony. Chen Fan was astonished. This marked the 2nd task the system had assigned specifically for Yang Chu-Chu, indicating a peculiar favoritism. Yet, how could he assist her in awakening her abilities? He found himself deep in thought. He examined the prizes stored in his spatial ring and ultimately settled on the spirit fruit. This fruit had the potential to enhance the mental prowess of an ordinary person, possibly aiding in her ability awakening. This was not merely Chen Fan's conjecture. Publicly available research indicated that the higher one's mental strength prior to awakening, the greater the likelihood of attaining higher-level abilities. "Ah, system. It appears you have laid out my path quite clearly," Chen Fan mused, somewhat resigned, as this fruit was initially intended for Wang Yanran. However, for the sake of the task, he resolved to present it to Yang Chu-Chu. In the province of Shannan, the weather in June was already quite sweltering. The sun hung high in the sky at around 4 in the afternoon, showing no signs of setting. Yang Chu-Chu donned a delicate light blue lace dress and arrived early at a window-side table on the 2nd floor of Tianyuan Hotel. She looked exceptionally beautiful today, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water, embodying a perfect blend of purity and elegance. Today marked her first date with a boy, and her face betrayed a mix of nervousness and anticipation. She retrieved her phone and sent Chen Fan her location and table number, anxiously awaiting his arrival. 20 minutes later, a taxi halted in front of the city's most luxurious hotel, and as Chen Fan stepped out, the onlookers directed curious glances his way. The reason was simple. He was the first person to arrive by taxi, and his attire was remarkably humble. At this moment, a BMW 8 Series came to a halt behind him, from which emerged a well-dressed young man and woman. The young man, appearing to be in his 20s, cast a disdainful glance at the entrance of the Tianyuan Hotel and remarked, "I haven't been back in 2 years. And I never imagined this place would still be so shabby." The young woman smiled and replied, "Cousin, it certainly cannot compare to the provincial capital of Taishan in Shannan province. Nevertheless, this is the most upscale hotel in Qingqing City. If Yang Chuchu were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this young woman as her closest friend, Wang Wenli." The young man was Wang Wenli's cousin, Li Yaping. Though Li Yaping hailed from an ordinary family, he possessed considerable talent and had recently advanced to a second-tier ability user. His primary motivation for returning to Qingqing City was to showcase his newfound strength to friends and family. Thus, he brought his cousin along to indulge in extravagance. Demonstrating his prowess, Li Yaping's face was still marked by a strong sense of disdain. "In Taishan, I wouldn't even enter a hotel as dreadful as this." Upon hearing his lavish lifestyle, Wang Wenli's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly clung to his arm, playfully requesting, "Cousin, when will you take me to explore Taishan?" Sensing the softness of her touch, Li Yaping felt a stir of emotions within. "Haha, of course. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll take you to see the sights." At that moment, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle upon overhearing their conversation, thinking how pretentious the young man was. Did he truly believe that driving a car worth 100,000 could warrant such disdain for a 5-star hotel? He shook his head, bemused. However, the topic of their discussion soon shifted, turning its focus towards him. Li Yaping, eyeing Chen Fan's back with contempt, remarked, "Indeed, the standards here are rather low, allowing even a country bumpkin to visit." Wang Wenli stifled a laugh, seemingly forgetting that she too was a country bumpkin. Chen Fan, upon hearing this, found himself both amused and infuriated. Little did they know that he was someone with a system of his own. How dare they call him a bumpkin? While he could overlook the insult, the system would not be so forgiving. As expected, the system issued a task in the next moment to utterly humiliate Li Yaping, making him question his very existence. Task level: exquisite retribution had indeed arrived. Chen Fan turned around to face the young man, coldly stating, "You truly are quite the pretender." Li Yaping appeared momentarily stunned, not expecting the so-called bumpkin to dare ridicule him, which quickly ignited his fury. "Kid, do you wish to die? Do you know who I am? Just a rabbit mutt," Chen Fan retorted, crossing his arms with a chilling demeanor. "Very well. It seems that after 2 years away from Qingqing City, I am no longer recognized." Li Yaping's face darkened, clearly ready to resort to violence. Meanwhile, Wang Wenli had recognized Chen Fan, her expression shifting dramatically, tinged with a hint of panic. She whispered to Li Yaping, "Cousin, this person is Chen Fan, this year's martial arts examination candidate, who achieved first place in the joint examination across 3 cities. He is exceptionally strong." Oh, Li Yaping was only slightly taken aback and did not dwell on it. After all, he had once ranked among the top 10 in the Tri-City entrance examination. Now, he had ascended to the status of a second-tier supernatural being. How could a mere top scorer from the Tri-City exam be so oblivious to the vastness of the world? Being a ruler in a small locale did not equate to being able to soar to greater heights. He was, after all, but a frog at the bottom of a well. Li Yaping scrutinized Chen Fan, his expression chilling as he commanded, "Kneel and apologize to me now. I will forgive your offense, but if you refuse, you shall witness my methods." Chen Fan let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Are you daring enough to meet me at the abandoned building in the northern district tonight?" Very well. Li Yaping had never encountered such audacity. He laughed in anger. "I remember your face. You cannot escape. If you do not show up tonight, I have 100 ways to make your life miserable." With that, Li Yaping cast one last cold glance at Chen Fan and entered the Tianyuan Hotel with Wang Wenli. The laws of the Great Xia Kingdom prohibited supernatural beings from engaging in violence in private. Thus, despite his desire to confront Chen Fan immediately, he dared not act so brazenly in broad daylight. Chen Fan chuckled to himself. If he did not beat his opponent to the point where even his mother would fail to recognize him, he would not bear the surname Chen. After adjusting his mood, he glanced at his phone, which displayed a message from Yang Chuchu with their table number, and entered the hotel. On the second floor of the hotel, Yang Chuchu was lost in thought while gazing out the window. Wang Wenli, ascending to the second floor, immediately spotted her. "What is she doing here?" Li Yaping, noticing where Wang Wenli was looking, was instantly captivated by her profile. Such beauty at such a young age. Imagine how stunning she would be in a couple of years. A strong desire for conquest flickered in his eyes. He inquired of Wang Wenli. Cousin, do you know that girl? Wang Wenli, possessing a keen mind, easily discerned her cousin's interest in Yang Chuchu. With a smile, she replied, that's a classmate of ours, named Yang Chuchu. Cousin, let me introduce you. Li Yaping's eyes gleamed with excitement as he tidied his hair and hastened to follow her. Wang Wenli approached Yang Chuchu, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, Chuchu, what a coincidence to see you here. Lily. Yang Chuchu responded with genuine surprise. Despite their recent disagreements, she felt a flicker of joy at encountering her. Wang Wenli, pulling her arm with unrestrained delight, said, Chuchu, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, a top student from Shannon University of Martial Sciences, and he is now a second-tier supernatural being. Li Yaping displayed a confident smile. Hello, beautiful. My name is Li Yaping. Yang Chuchu merely nodded politely, not bothering to regard him further. Wang Wenli quickly interjected, Chuchu, my cousin also graduated from Qingqing No. 3 High School, where he was the top student. MMM. Yang Chuchu replied dismissively before shifting the topic. Lily, are you both here for dinner? Wang Wenli smiled. Yes, Chuchu, would you like to share a table with us? Before Yang Chuchu could respond, she hurriedly said, Chuchu, in 10 days we are to participate in the awakening ceremony. My cousin is an awakened level ability user. It would be perfect for him to share some insights on the precautions we should take during the awakening. Li Yaping, aware that Wang Wenli was creating an opportunity for him, smiled and said, Sure, I will share with you all the necessary tips to ensure your successful awakening. Yang Chuchu, feeling somewhat apologetic, replied, Lily, I'm sorry, but I have plans today. How about I treat you to something delicious tomorrow? Both Wang Wenli and Li Yaping's expressions shifted slightly, as Li Yaping had not anticipated that a Na-Vi Jr. would decline his advances. This scene did not escape Chen Fan's notice. He recognized that the moment had arrived for him to make his entrance. Adjusting his attire, he strode toward the group. Chapter 37, Wronged. Defamed. Confronted with Yang Chuchu's rejection, Li Yaping was evidently reluctant to give up. He intended to shamelessly ask for her WeChat. However, he was suddenly interrupted by a tap on his shoulder. Excuse me. Chen Fan's voice rang out. Turning to face Chen Fan, Li Yaping's expression twisted with disdain. Yet he wished to maintain his composure in front of Yang Chuchu. Thus, turning his back to her, he muttered to Chen Fan, Get lost. With a light chuckle, Chen Fan disregarded him and turned to Yang Chuchu, saying, May I sit here, beautiful? Upon recognizing Chen Fan, Yang Chuchu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly replied, Of course. Chen Fan smiled back and nudged Li Yaping aside with a hint of disdain. Can you move over? Li Yaping quickly grasped that Yang Chuchu was indeed waiting for Chen Fan. At that moment, his frustration intensified. Why should such a stunning beauty be so indifferent towards him while showing favor to someone he deemed an unsophisticated outsider? Seething with anger, he yearned to lash out but refrained, mindful of preserving his dignity. You'd better watch out tonight, he warned Chen Fan before dragging Wang Wenli to another seat. Wang Wenli was taken aback. She had not anticipated that things would progress so swiftly between the two, as if they were already on a date. Initially, she had dismissed Chen Fan as a mere sparrow, but despite his manifest extraordinary talents now, she still hesitated to acknowledge that he had transformed into a phoenix. Gritting her teeth, she said to Li Yaping, Cousin, you have no idea how much I despise that person. You must give him a good beating tonight, preferably breaking his legs. Don't worry, I detest him even more than you do. Li Yaping replied, casting one last glance at Chen Fan, seemingly determined to remember his face. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was completely oblivious to them, engrossed in a delightful conversation with Yang Chuchu. Today, her attire showcased her unique beauty to perfection, causing Chen Fan's eyes to light up. Having conversed over WeChat for a week, they were no longer strangers. Yang Chuchu ordered an entire table laden with various beef dishes, leaving Chen Fan utterly astonished. Junior, how much do you adore beef? Chen Fan jested. Not quite, senior. Yang Chuchu gently shook her head, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. I noticed your post expressing curiosity about the taste of beef, so I thought. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible by the end. So you thought I had never tasted beef, which is why you ordered so much. Yang Chuchu, blushing, nodded repeatedly. Chen Fan was rendered speechless. Oh my, Junior, you are truly considerate, but I must clarify that the beef I referred to is not this kind. What I meant was that I wanted to experience the flavor of Yinran's beef. He sighed, adding, in any case, I must thank you. Junior, I was only joking. Then I shall order something else, Yang Chuchu replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Observing her bashful demeanor, Chen Fan felt a surge of compassion and quickly reassured her. Junior, there's no need for that. This is quite sufficient. However, as thoughts of beef crossed his mind, he couldn't help but glance down Yang Chuchu's delicate neck. Oh, the budding beauty? Chen Fan mused, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he quickly rationalized it. After all, she was only a freshman, with ample room for growth. Resolute in his decision, he placed a piece of beef before Yang Chuchu, saying, Junior, you are at that age where you need to nourish your body. Eat more meat. Thank you, Yang Chuchu replied, her face adorably flushed. Their tender interaction caught the attention of Wang Wenli and Li Yapeng, who were seated nearby. Li Yapeng, slamming his chopsticks onto the table, found the delicacies before him utterly unpalatable. An idea suddenly struck him, and he leaned towards Wang Wenli, whispering, I have devised a way to tarnish his reputation. Though Wang Wenli appeared somewhat discontented, she nodded in agreement. As Chen Fan and Yang Chuchu engaged in lively conversation, Wang Wenli unexpectedly approached them. Chuchu, I have come to apologize, she said, her expression radiating remorse. I wrongfully accused Senior Chen Fan. I thought, well, I was merely looking out for you, fearing you might be deceived. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuchu's eyes welled with emotion. Lily, I hold no grudge against you. You are my dearest friend, and I am not upset. You are too kind, Wang Wenli exclaimed, her joy evident. She then turned to Chen Fan, expressing, Senior Chen Fan, I previously spoke ill of you behind your back, and I sincerely apologize. With that, she leaned closer and bowed deeply before him. Chen Fan, taken aback, wondered what unflattering remarks had been made about him. Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Wenli suddenly exclaimed and collapsed into his arms, leaving Chen Fan bewildered. What was the meaning of this? He hastily raised his hands, cautious not to inadvertently touch the sensitive areas of the other party, thus avoiding any potential embarrassment. At that moment, Wang Wenli began to struggle, her face pale, as if she had been startled. Why are you pulling me? And you scoundrel, you touched me there. Her voice rang out loudly, instantly attracting the attention of nearby diners. Li Yapeng rushed over, angrily pointing at Chen Fan. How dare you bully my cousin? In broad daylight. You dare to engage in such indecent behavior with her. You truly are a disgrace to society. Chen Fan, somewhat bewildered, remarked, You two are such talented actors. If this year's Oscar doesn't go to you, I shall be the first to object. He quickly clarified, Miss, you stumbled on your own. Don't blame me. All right. While others may not have discerned the situation clearly, Yang Chuchu certainly did. She gazed at her friend in disbelief. Lily, what are you doing? Why are you slandering our senior? I am not slandering him. He pulled me. He even took the opportunity to touch my chest. Ugh, shameless. People began to gather around, some recognizing Chen Fan and exclaiming, Isn't that Chen Fan? He is actually this kind of person. Indeed, the most terrifying are those who are capable yet lack morals. Such individuals should be taken away for reformation. Chen Fan frowned slightly. This woman was indeed formidable. In her quest to defame him, she seemed indifferent to her own tarnished reputation. Noticing that some bystanders were pulling out their phones to record, he quickly stood up to address the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not lay a finger on her. This person feigned an apology only to slander me. Li Yapeng retorted, You're just making excuses. People like you should be sent straight to the police station. Meanwhile, Wang Wenli began to cry in a most cooperative manner, claiming she had been victimized. Chapter 38. A resounding slap in the face. Yang Chuchu had seen everything from her angle. Chen Fan had certainly not pulled Wang Wenli, and he had raised his hands at the first opportunity to avoid any misunderstandings. Disappointed by her friend's dramatic performance, she stepped forward and declared, I saw it clearly. Our senior absolutely did not pull you. You are the one slandering him. Chen Fan remained relatively calm, glancing around and noticing a camera overhead. He smirked internally and addressed the crowd. Everyone, the truth about who is lying will be revealed once we check the camera footage. Yes, each side has its own reasoning, and this camera serves as the best evidence. The crowd chimed in. Li Yapeng felt no fear. He recognized the owner of the establishment, having dined here 2 years prior when the city organized a gathering for outstanding students from his class. At that time, the owner had been exceedingly warm and complimentary, even boasting that he could dine here free of charge in the future. Thus, he was confident that the owner would support him and help orchestrate a splendid performance. He scanned the surroundings, indignantly declaring, "Bring the owner here. I shall expose this hypocrite in public." The commotion had long since drawn the attention of the waitstaff. Every patron dining here was a person of significant stature, not to be trifled with. Thus, one of them hurriedly reported the situation. Before long, the slightly portly owner approached briskly. Upon recognizing Chen Fan, he was taken aback. Was this not the gentleman who dined earlier with Mayor Li and Lord Lei? He quickly made his way over, his face adorned with a broad smile. Li Yaping, assuming the owner had recognized him, first shot a mocking grin at Chen Fan before hastily advancing towards the owner. "Boss Zhang, it's been a while. You must advocate for my cause." However, the owner disregarded him entirely, brushing past him to stand before Chen Fan. Bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, he exclaimed, "What brings you here? How can you dine in such a place? I will arrange for you to eat in the Supreme VIP room on the top floor." To him, Chen Fan was akin to a brother among 6th-tier ability users. He dared not show any negligence. Li Yaping was astonished. "Shouldn't I be the one receiving such treatment?" His expression soured, and he cleared his throat forcefully to draw Boss Zhang's attention. "Boss Zhang, I am Li Yaping. You should recall me, right?" "Li Yaping? Not familiar." Boss Zhang's gaze was filled with displeasure, and he treated him with an unmistakable coldness. "I care not who you are. If you disturb Master Chen on my territory, I shall have no hesitation in disposing of you." Li Yaping's face contorted with anger. 2 years prior, he had been considered a prodigy in Qing City, and both political and business circles had shown him deference. Yet today, this individual had drawn a clear line between himself and Chen Fan. He could not comprehend why. Despite being fellow prodigies from Qing City, the disparity in attitude was so stark, especially since he had already broken through to become a 2nd-tier ability user. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he loudly questioned the hotel owner. "What do you mean by this, Boss Zhang?" Enraged, the rotund owner replied coldly, "The Tianyuan Hotel will no longer welcome either of you. Get out." "You." Li Yaping's face twisted in disbelief. He realized he had completely fallen into Chen Fan's hands today. Feeling the heat of humiliation wash over him, Chen Fan chuckled inwardly and addressed the hotel owner. "There's no need to rush them out. Let us review the surveillance footage for everyone to see. I must have witnesses. If they have wronged me, I shall pursue them for defamation." The hotel owner was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of who was at fault in the earlier exchange, and hesitated to discern whether Chen Fan was merely speaking for show or genuinely requesting the footage. He tentatively replied, "I believe there is no need for the footage. We all trust Chen Fan's character. It's surely this person who has wronged you. That will not suffice. This matter must be resolved transparently. Retrieve the footage now." Chen Fan stated calmly. The hotel owner quickly grasped the implication, realizing that Chen Fan was undoubtedly the wrong party. He no longer hesitated and instructed the person accompanying him, Manager 1, immediately retrieve the surveillance footage. Li Yaping and Wang Wenli turned pale. If the surveillance was reviewed, their reputations would be utterly tarnished. Wang Wenli wiped her tears and weakly stated, "I might have wronged you. I was startled and did not react properly." "Did not react properly?" Chen Fan scoffed. "Are you suggesting that your accusation of me touching you was also a lack of reaction?" Wang Wenli found herself at a loss for words. The two of them wished to slink away, but with so many witnesses, they could only brace themselves for judgment. Before long, Manager 1 returned with the footage. "Boss, these two deliberately slandered Chen Fan. How despicable and shameless." The owner, Zhang, appeared even more enraged than Chen Fan. He presented the tablet to the crowd, declaring, "Everyone, take a look." Li Yaping's face turned ashen, while Wang Wenli collapsed to the ground in despair. Chen Fan spoke coldly. "Ladies and gentlemen, such morally bankrupt individuals deserve to face the law. Who will assist me in calling the police to have them arrested for malicious defamation?" "I will." The crowd was indignant, collectively condemning Wang Wenli and her companion for their shamelessness. In a state of utter panic, Wang Wenli clung to Yang Chuchu's legs, pleading, "Chuchu, please don't call the police. I'm only a freshman. I don't want a criminal record." Seeing her friend in such distress, Yang Chuchu felt a pang of compassion. She glanced at Chen Fan, hesitating to speak. Despite her profound disappointment in Wang Wenli, she could not bring herself to send her to jail. The girl was simply soft-hearted. Chen Fan observed this and understood Yang Chuchu's internal conflict. However, he needed to consider her feelings, so he resolved to deal with the two later that evening. He coldly stated, "For Chuchu's sake, I shall let you off this time. Should there be a next, I will not be so lenient." Yang Chuchu felt gratitude swell within her as she turned to Wang Wenli and said, "You should leave now. We should no longer associate with each other." Wang Wenli attempted to protest, but Li Yaping pulled her away. He shot a cold glance at Chen Fan and, under the scornful gazes of the crowd, left in disgrace. After dispersing the crowd, the hotel owner hastily approached Chen Fan, respectfully suggesting, "Shall I take you to the top floor? I can arrange a quiet private room for you there." "There's no need for that, Boss Zhang. Here is just fine. Thank you," Chen Fan replied, his demeanor cordial. Pleased with the owner's attitude, the hotel owner, beaming, sent over several dishes before cautiously departing. At that moment, the electronic notification sound echoed in Chen Fan's mind once again. System task completed, rewards can be claimed. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Had this caused Li Yaping to question his life? The system may have spared him, but Chen Fan certainly would not. Chen Fan mused to himself that tonight's duel would once again lead his opponent to question the very essence of life. Chapter 39. Has our daughter fallen in love? Chen Fan did not rush to claim his reward, for he believed that one should be fully attentive when on a date with a young lady. Yang Chuchu watched as Chen Fan continuously served her slices of beef. Gently brushing her forehead, she softly said, "Senior, I truly cannot eat anymore. You are far too slender. You must eat more. Miss this crucial growth period, and you will surely regret it later," Chen Fan earnestly advised, genuinely concerned for her well-being. After making a valiant effort to consume a few more bites, Yang Chuchu inquired, "Senior, have you decided which university to attend? Perhaps Kyoto University or National Martial University? I am still undecided between the two." "National Martial University? ISNT that ranked 5th? Yang Chuchu expressed her confusion, as she assumed Chen Fan would be choosing between Kyoto University and Magic City University. "National Martial University suits me better," Chen Fan explained. "By the way, your first-year awakening ceremony is in 10 days, right?" "Yes, Senior, but I wonder if I will be able to awaken any abilities." Worry flickered across Yang Chuchu's innocent face as she feared she might not keep pace with Chen Fan. "Don't worry, you will be just fine," Chen Fan reassured her. Retrieving a small box, "Thank you for treating me to dinner. Please accept this gift." "What is it?" Yang Chuchu asked, pleasantly surprised, not expecting Chen Fan to bring her a present. "It was given to me by someone else, and I have no use for it. You should have it, as it will aid you in your ability awakening." What he offered her was the divine fruit he had won from the lottery. Yang Chuchu cautiously opened it to reveal a deep red fruit. "This must be quite valuable, Senior. I cannot accept it." "Cannot accept it? How could that be?" "I need you to awaken your abilities," Chen Fan said, a hint of affectionate indulgence in his expression, his heart steady as he declared, "For others, I would feel regret. But for you, I am willing." Instantly, Yang Chuchu's romantic thoughts surged. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, making it difficult for her to meet Chen Fan's gaze. "Oh, dear girl, you shall never escape from my grasp." Witnessing her bashfulness, Chen Fan felt an urge to tease her further. "Chuchu, be good, listen to me, and eat it now." Though he initially wished to ruffle Yang Chuchu's hair, he ultimately deemed it too forward. "Did you just call me Chuchu?" Yang Chuchu's heart fluttered with a sweet, overwhelming joy. She nodded obediently, carefully placing the red fruit into her mouth. The fruit melted instantly, transforming into an ethereal energy that surged into her mind. Moments later, Yang Chuchu opened her eyes wide in astonishment, her mouth agape. "Senior, why have my previously vague memories suddenly become so vivid? And how has my vision improved so drastically? My mind feels so clear." With a smile, Chen Fan replied, "Your mental strength has significantly increased, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, which is why you are experiencing this. This object is exceedingly precious." Yang Chuchu felt a twinge of embarrassment, believing she ought to compensate Chen Fan in some way. "Well then, let us wish the junior a powerful awakening of her extraordinary ability." "Thank you, Senior. You are truly kind to Chuchu," she murmured, her affections for Chen Fan deepening. After the two enjoyed dinner, Chen Fan gallantly escorted Yang Chuchu to the entrance of her community. After a reluctant farewell wave, she made her way back to her family villa, while Chen Fan proceeded to the unfinished buildings in the northern part of the city. Upon returning home, Yang Chuchu was immediately surrounded by her parents. Her father, Yang Jianjun, was the head of the Jianjun Group, one of the top 10 conglomerates in Qingqing, and he was also a third-tier ability user. Her mother, Chu Xiaoyun, was strikingly beautiful, approaching 40, yet the passage of time had scarcely left a mark on her visage. Yang Jianjun glanced at his wife and remarked deliberately, "Our precious daughter has truly become remarkable, learning to date while still a freshman in high school." "What are you talking about, Dad?" Yang Chuchu blushed and quickly denied it. "Is it true that you are dating?" Yang Jianjun, noticing her expression, began to suspect something. His demeanor shifted, and he feigned sternness, declaring, "Which shameless person has captured my precious daughter's heart? You'd better confess, or I shall break his legs." "How dare you?" Yang Chuchu was incensed upon hearing her father's disrespectful comments about Chen Fan and his threats. "If you dare to trouble my senior, I will sever ties with you." Yang Jianjun was taken aback, feeling a pang of heartache. Why was she defending him so fiercely? He adopted a serious expression and said, "Yang Chuchu, you are but a freshman. Your focus should be on the awakening of your abilities in 10 days. I do not care who he is. I will not permit you to associate with him." Having never witnessed her father's severity before, Yang Chuchu felt aggrieved and stormed off to her bedroom. Yang Jianjun's expression darkened, while Chu Xiaoyan reproached him. "How can you speak to our daughter like that?" Realizing he had been too harsh, Yang Jianjun felt a sense of grievance as well. "Dear, while I can accept our daughter dating, it's problematic if she is already leaning towards someone outside our family. Can I not be upset? They say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, but ours seems to be a mere vest, letting in the cold. You should not speak in such a manner." Chu Xiaoyan scolded lightly and promptly knocked on Yang Chuchu's door to offer her comfort. Several minutes later, Chu Xiaoyan emerged. Wearing a smile, Yang Jianjun, perplexed, asked, "Wife, why are you so cheerful when our daughter is in a relationship?" Chu Xiaoyan cast him a sidelong glance, exuding charm. "Do you know who that boy is who dined with our daughter?" Yang Jianjun raised an eyebrow, eager to know. "Stop teasing, just tell me." "It's Chen Fan," Chu Xiaoyan replied with a smile. "Chen Fan? Which Chen Fan?" "It is indeed the individual who triumphed in the Tri-City Joint Examination, slaying 200 second-tier beasts." Yang Jianjun, taken aback, soon burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent. My daughter possesses remarkable discernment, having recognized such a prodigy at an early stage." He turned to his wife. Equally exhilarated, "Let us invite friends and family over for dinner tomorrow. I must share this delightful news with them." Yet, the situation remains uncertain. Chu Xiaoyan interjected, casting a glance his way. "It seems from what Chu Chu implied that our daughter harbors unrequited feelings." "What? This cannot be allowed," Yang Jianjun exclaimed. "Quickly share your experience of pursuing me with our daughter. Such an impeccable son-in-law must belong to the Yang family. Go away. You were the one who pursued me." Chen Fan remained oblivious to the fact that he had already caught the attention of Yang Chuchu's father. At that moment, he arrived by taxi at an abandoned construction site in the northern part of the city, where two individuals awaited him, Wang Wenli and her cousin. Chapter 40. Give me a call. The dilapidated building in the northern district of Qing City had lain in neglect for over a decade, overrun by weeds and seldom visited. Inside a brand new BMW, a man and a woman were tightly entwined, their clothes disheveled, engaged in an intimate embrace. These two were none other than Wang Wenli and Li Yaping. Chen Fan could hardly believe his eyes. "Oh my, is it really this exhilarating?" He cautiously approached the car window, discreetly took out his phone, and captured this explosive scene. The flash from the camera instantly drew the attention of the couple inside the car. Li Yaping pushed Wang Wenli away and hurriedly emerged from the vehicle. Upon recognizing Chen Fan, his previously tense expression relaxed. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have the guts to show up." Chen Fan admired the photo on his phone, marveling at the angle. "Which website should I post this on?" "You brat, are you seeking death?" Li Yaping's lips twitched, his gaze chilling like a venomous snake poised to strike. "Hand over the phone." Chen Fan tucked his phone away, beckoning him with a teasing gesture. "Come and take it if you can." "Very well." Truly unaware of your own limitations, Li Yaping roared in fury, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. His hand transformed into a claw, lunging toward Chen Fan's neck with swift and fierce intent. Ordinarily, a late-stage first-tier ability user would have been easily subdued by him. But Chen Fan was far from ordinary. He deftly sidestepped, evading the attack with impeccable timing. Li Yaping launched several more strikes. Yet he couldn't even graze the hem of Chen Fan's clothing. "You?" Li Yaping was taken aback. He held a two-tier advantage over his opponent and should have been able to engage Chen Fan in a back-and-forth battle without utilizing abilities. Had 2 years of university turned him into such an insufferable fool? Chen Fan derided him mercilessly, for he despised pretentious individuals above all else. At that moment, Wang Wenli emerged, having composed herself. Unbeknownst to her, the recent altercation between the two had transpired, and her gaze towards Chen Fan was laden with animosity. "Cousin, how dare he come here? You must incapacitate him." "Fear not, dear cousin. Today, I shall render him incapable of self-sufficiency, leaving him bedridden for at least half a month." Li Yaping remained confident in his own prowess. "Frigid domain," he bellowed, activating his extraordinary abilities. In that instant, the temperature plummeted within a radius of several meters surrounding him. The ground instantly cloaked in a thin layer of ice. Concurrently, his entire body was enveloped in a transparent ice armor. "Let me unleash my powers. You should feel honored." With a significant enhancement to his physical capabilities, Li Yaping launched a powerful punch at Chen Fan. Dismissively, Chen Fan manifested arcs of electricity upon his arm and retaliated with an equally forceful strike. Their fists collided. Chen Fan remained unwavering while Li Yaping staggered back several steps. His icy armor shattered completely. "How can you be so strong?" Terror flickered in Li Yaping's eyes for the first time. Beside them, Wang Wenli stood in astonishment. Recalling how Li Yaping had boasted of effortlessly slaying second-tier beasts as if they were mere poultry. "I refuse to believe it," Li Yaping shouted, conjuring an icy blade in his hand and lunging at Chen Fan once more. Chen Fan's fist was entirely enveloped in blue lightning as he braced himself against the icy blade with sheer force. In a flurry of strikes over a few minutes, Chen Fan exhibited effortless dominance, while Li Yaping's ice armor disintegrated, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Cousin, keep going," Wang Wenli fervently urged from the sidelines. In truth, Chen Fan had not yet revealed his true capabilities. He sought to hone his extraordinary skills through this encounter with Li Yaping. His physique was already primed to ascend to the pinnacle of the first tier. What he lacked was the application and practice of his powers. Though currently besieged, Li Yaping grew increasingly tenacious, his strength augmenting as the surrounding temperature dipped. Chen Fan, however, continued to engage solely with his thunderous fists. After another 5 minutes of combat, Li Yaping reached his zenith, finally instilling a sense of pressure within Chen Fan. "This feels exhilarating." Little did Li Yaping realize that Chen Fan was merely utilizing him as a free sparring partner. As their battle stretched on, Li Yaping's patience waned. "Crystallized space," he shouted, manifesting a multitude of dense ice crystals around him. With a sweeping gesture, the ice shards launched towards Chen Fan. "Thunder of the 9 heavens," Chen Fan murmured to himself. A purple lightning dragon erupted from his body, coiling around him. The onslaught of ice crystals was effortlessly halted by the lightning dragon. At that moment, Chen Fan resembled a tempestuous tyrant of thunder amidst the night. Li Yaping was taken aback. This was his ultimate technique. Yet it failed to inflict a single scratch upon his opponent. "Enough of this. I've played long enough," Chen Fan declared, no longer holding back. He unleashed a punch, sending the lightning dragon surging forward, directly striking Li Yaping's chest. The impact was akin to a thunderous blow, shattering several of Li Yaping's ribs with a single strike. His chest was a gruesome sight, flesh and blood mingling as his body was propelled 10 meters away, crashing violently to the ground. A smile lingered on Chen Fan's face as he approached, preparing to deliver a harsh humiliation. However, Li Yaping suddenly spat a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness completely. Was he really that fragile? Chen Fan was at a loss for words, yet he felt a sense of relief. He was grateful that he had only exerted 60% of his strength. Otherwise, that blow might have proven fatal for Li Yaping. "Almost landed myself in trouble," Chen Fan muttered to himself. "How should I deal with this woman?" He then turned his gaze to Wang Wenli, who had snapped out of her stupor. Her eyes wide with terror. "Do not come any closer." With a sinister smile, Chen Fan placed a hand on her shoulder, exuding the demeanor of a street thug. "What will you do if I do?" He regarded her with a mocking smile, his eyes brimming with derision. Simultaneously, he clenched his other hand into a fist, waving it in front of her, grinning as he remarked, "Have you ever seen such a massive punching bag?" Wang Wenli was so frightened that she burst into tears, trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, she collapsed to the ground. Looking up at Chen Fan, she pleaded, "Please don't hit me. I can sleep with you." "What?" Chen Fan thought he had misheard. Wang Wenli continued weakly, "I can keep you company at night. Please let me go." "Goodness, how shameless can you be?" Chen Fan was both astonished and shocked. To be honest, Wang Wenli was rather attractive. On a scale of 1 to 100, her beauty would easily score above 85. Perhaps due to prior experiences, her figure was curvaceous, truly deserving of the title beauty. However, Chen Fan held no interest in such a licentious character. "I see you're trying to take advantage of me," Chen Fan scoffed, delivering a powerful slap to her face that sent her flying 3 meters away. As an ordinary person, Wang Wenli instantly lost consciousness, her vision darkening. "You should be grateful this is a society governed by law." Just as Chen Fan turned to leave, a soft, seductive laughter emerged from the shadows nearby. "Oh, little brother, how heartless you are, being so rough with a girl." The voice that echoed from the distance was alluring, seemingly designed to ensnare the heart. Startled, Chen Fan spun around to see a stunningly beautiful woman stepping out from the shadows. She wore an audacious outfit, her alabaster skin partially exposed, as if beckoning. Her pristine abdomen was also visible, swaying enticingly with her movements. Her long, flawless legs appeared irresistibly alluring even in the darkness. "Little brother, do you think your sister is beautiful?" The woman approached Chen Fan, biting her lower lip, her peach blossom eyes radiating charm. "Quite beautiful," Chen Fan replied, offering a sincere assessment. Although the woman's beauty may not rival that of Wang Yanran, the allure that emanates from her very essence is such that even Su Daji would find herself overshadowed. The woman covered her mouth with a soft laugh, playfully gesturing towards the dilapidated building behind her. "Little brother, would you care to join me inside for a chat? I might be inclined, but I fear you might drain my vitality," Chen Fan replied with a grin, maintaining a prudent distance of 5 meters. "Oh, you are quite amusing. I am no ghost. How could I possibly drain your essence?" She chuckled lightly, her demeanor enchanting. "Not a ghost? Then perhaps a rogue?" Chen Fan feigned shock, widening his eyes in mock disbelief. "How could you think such a thing of your sister? I merely wish for your assistance." Her expression became beguiling, her face blooming like a peach blossom. What a temptress! Chen Fan felt his throat dry from her allure, yet reason urged him to keep his distance. "I concede that you are captivating, but alas, I am but a frail soul, unworthy of your charms. You truly are heartless," she retorted, her patience wearing thin, her voice turning cold. In an instant, her figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, reappearing right before Chen Fan. "Come, little brother, accompany me." Her delicate hand reached for his neck. Anticipating her move, he swiftly employed his lightning technique, appearing several meters away. "Be a good boy and yield to your sister." In the next moment, her form transformed into a shadowy feline. "Is this a beastly transformation?" Chen Fan, wary, summoned a surge of lightning, forming a protective barrier. Shadow Strike. The creature, now a beast, uttered human words as its formidable claws lunged towards him. Merely a trifle, Chen Fan remained undaunted, unleashing a thunderous palm strike that sent her flying. Yet, the shadowy cat landed gracefully and scathed. "Meow," it called, attacking once more. After exchanging dozens of blows, neither side gained the upper hand. Just then, a lean man emerged from the shadows, mocking the two combatants. "Cat girl, you seem to be losing your touch." The newcomer wore a mask, obscuring his features, but his voice suggested he was no youth. "Another one?" Chen Fan's heart raced as he retaliated, delivering a punch that sent the feline creature back, quickly distancing himself from both adversaries. The cat girl reverted to her human form, standing beside the man. "Eagle General, if it weren't for the boss wanting him alive, I would have subdued him long ago," she huffed, clearly displeased with the man's earlier comments. "One must think strategically." The man, called Eagle General, tapped his temple knowingly. In the next moment, he flung 2 feather darts that struck the unconsciously yapping and Wang Wenli in the back of their heads. Chen Fan's brow furrowed as he realized the gravity of the situation, understanding the adversary's intentions. Indeed, the man glanced at Chen Fan and let out a sinister laugh, saying, "Boy, do you think the police of Qing City will trouble you by tomorrow morning for privately arranging a duel that led to a fatality?" Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him. However, these two harbored ulterior motives, and he needed to find a way to turn the tables. He no longer focused on the corpse on the ground, but instead fixed his gaze on the 2 men and calmly said, "What do you want? Speak plainly." "Quite simple. Join our beast worship sect." The man replied, with a haunting tone. "What? The beast worship sect? Are you members of a cult?" Chen Fan was taken aback. Earlier that day, Mayor Li had warned him to be cautious of this cult, and now they had set their sights on him. "A cult? No. We prefer to call ourselves a divine sect." The masked man continued. "We have investigated your background. Your parents perished during the chaos caused by superpowered beings. And you have suffered much ridicule over the years, living an unhappy life. I believe you are also dissatisfied with this wretched world, are you not? Join us, and we can reveal to you the identity of the one who murdered your parents. Furthermore, we can provide you with abundant wealth and resources, enabling you to grow rapidly. With your talent, you will soon rise, and when our divine sect topples this world, you will be a celebrated hero. Power, beauty, wealth, you will possess it all. The masked man spoke eloquently, attempting to sway Chen Fan. Chen Fan sneered inwardly. The doctrine of the beast worship sect was to have beasts slaughter 90% of humanity, a morally reprehensible act he could never commit. At that moment, Cat Girl joined in the persuasion, blushing as she said, "Little brother, the boss has said that if you agree, I will be yours." Chen Fan nearly choked on his own blood. With such flirtation, he doubted he would be able to handle the situation, and it was uncertain who would end up playing whom. Just as he was about to reject their proposal, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. "Host, please be aware, system task, infiltrate the beast worship sect and sabotage their clandestine operations in Qing City. Task level HM? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that the beast worship sect was plotting something sinister. However, he had no desire to wade through this murky water. The salvation of humanity was a task for those willing to undertake it. He, Chen Fan, had no intention of doing so. Yet, with Qing City at stake, he felt a sense of unease, especially considering the presence of Tong Tong and Sister Yinran. Thus, he wished to understand the true intentions of the beast worship sect. Feigning contemplation, he casually remarked, "You make valid points. I do indeed harbor a deep disdain for this world. However, I never considered joining you, as your identities are too sensitive. If exposed, I would meet a grim fate." The two men exchanged glances, ready to present their prepared excuse, only to hear Chen Fan's words take a turn. "Joining you is not out of the question, but I request 100 companions like her." Chapter 42. Conspiracy of the Beast Worship Sect. Upon hearing Chen Fan's audacious demand, Catgirl and her companion widened their eyes in astonishment. "Say, buddy, are you some kind of stallion? 100 maidens, do you aspire to be an emperor? Why not reach for the heavens?" The eagle, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "If your standards for beauty are not excessively demanding, 100 maidens should pose no challenge. However, if they all possess the qualities of Catwoman, it indeed presents a considerable predicament for us." Catwoman then approached Chen Fan, her ample bosom nearly pressing against him. She was strikingly tall, standing at approximately 178 centimeters, comparable to Chen Fan, and her alluring crimson lips were but an inch away from his cheek. The sweet fragrance emanating from her was intoxicating. "Fear not, dear brother. I alone can fulfill all your fantasies." As she spoke, her pristine ears transformed into feline ones, and a white cattail sprouted from her back, gently caressing Chen Fan's cheek. Such a siren, Chen Fan thought, parched and entranced by her exquisite visage, tempting lips, and voluptuous figure. Any young man would likely capitulate. Regaining his composure, he feigned nonchalance and responded, "Perhaps you should refrain. It is too perilous. I prefer obedient, docile maidens." "I am very obedient." Catwoman then adopted a delicate demeanor, snuggling against Chen Fan's chest like a human-shaped feline. "Oh dear, I am struggling to uphold my resolve." Chen Fan felt an intense fire igniting within him. He discreetly stepped back, glancing towards the masked man in the distance, and said, "If 100 maidens are unattainable, then let me be frank. I have known poverty since childhood, and now I treasure wealth above all. Provide me with 100 million, and from that day forth, I shall be yours in life and in death." Chen Fan's audacious demand was a strategic maneuver to alleviate any doubts from the other party. Conceding too readily would lead them to suspect his intentions of infiltrating their ranks. The eagle-faced man pondered for a moment before addressing Chen Fan. "I must consult with our leader about this matter." "By all means," Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. The eagle-faced man nodded and retreated into the shadows behind him. Chen Fan smirked inwardly, knowing he had adeptly maneuvered them. 2 minutes later, the eagle-faced man returned. "Brother Chen, your proposal has been approved by our leader." However, he fixed his gaze on Chen Fan and paused. "You must assist us with a task first." "Oh, what is this task?" "Do share. But let me make it clear. My life is quite precious, and I will not engage in perilous endeavors." Chen Fan maintained an air of equitable negotiation. The eagle-faced man continued, You are acquainted with the heiress of the Yang family, I presume? Tomorrow night, you are to lure her here, and the rest will be taken care of. This will serve as your declaration of loyalty. They intend to target Chu-Chu? A jolt of concern surged through Chen Fan. He scrutinized the masked man before him once more, his heart racing. From the moment this man appeared, Chen Fan felt an unsettling familiarity in his gaze. Now, he was certain. Gazing at the man, Chen Fan boldly revealed his identity. If I am not mistaken, you are the Uncle Chen who came to escort Yang Chu-Chu home the day she was nearly accosted, correct? The man with the hawk-like visage felt his pupils constrict in surprise, evidently not expecting his true identity to be unveiled. This young man possessed an extraordinary acuity, able to discern his true nature after merely one encounter. The hawk-faced man's mind whirled with thoughts, and it took him a good 10 seconds before he willingly removed his mask. Brother Chen, since you have seen through me, there is no need for pretense. We shall work together from now on. I am Chen Fan. Chen Fan, taken aback by the other's candid admission, pondered a question that lingered in his mind. If you are indeed the chauffeur for Yang Chu-Chu's father, you must have ample opportunities to approach her. Why then the need for me to lure her here? What do you intend to do with her? We intend to capture this young lady as a means to deal with her father. Before Catwoman could elaborate on their scheme, Uncle Qian's reprimanding voice cut her off. Catwoman, be silent. He is not one of us. Do not foolishly divulge everything. Oh, Catwoman responded meekly, hastily closing her mouth. Chen Fan silently lamented the missed opportunity. Uncle Qian produced a dark pill and tossed it to Chen Fan, saying, take this, and you shall be considered one of our beast worshippers. Only then can we reveal our secrets to you. Examining the obsidian pill in his hand with a wary heart, Chen Fan inquired, what is this? Uncle Qian, with a benevolent smile, replied, fear not, Brother Chen. This is the ascension pill bestowed by the beast deity. Upon consumption, your soul will be closely linked with that of the beast deity, who will continually nourish your spirit, facilitating a rapid enhancement of your mental prowess. I wouldn't trust you if I were a fool, Chen Fan thought, rolling his eyes discreetly. He suspected that consuming this pill would render him a puppet of the so-called beast deity. Yet, a task from the system compelled him to comply. He feigned hesitation, asking, Uncle Qian, are there no side effects? This pill bears only benefits, no drawbacks, provided you do not betray our order, Uncle Qian explained. And what if I were to betray? Chen Fan queried, perplexed. The consequences would be dire. The beast deity would ensure your demise in a most horrific manner. As Uncle Qian spoke, a glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes, revealing that he had witnessed the fate of those who betrayed the organization. Catwoman, however, remained optimistic, giggling, fear not, little brother. You are a prodigious talent. The organization would not harm you. As long as you remain loyal, they would never wish to trouble you. When you succeed, do not forget your sister. Very well. Chen Fan pretended to be swayed, nodding as he tossed the pill into his mouth. Upon seeing the pill vanish from his hand, their gazes turned markedly more amicable. Haha, Brother Chen, welcome to our beast worshippers. Little brother, your sister will be by your side from now on. Remember to cherish her. Catwoman added, here's a secret. I am still a maiden. Chen Fan laughed heartily, feigning great excitement, while in truth, he regarded them as simpletons. He had not swallowed the so-called ascension pill at all. In the instant it was about to touch his lips, he swiftly stored it in his spatial ring. The entire operation was executed with fluidity, leaving the two oblivious to his deceit, as space rings had never existed on Blue Star. Chen Fan chuckled heartily and turned to Uncle Qian, inquiring, now you can reveal to me the purpose behind your capture of Yang Chu-Chu, can't you? Indeed. Uncle Qian glanced towards the urban area of Qing City, his expression icy. 3 days from now, we shall unleash a beast tied to annihilate the entire Qing City. What? A tempest of shock surged within Chen Fan. These lunatics. He silently chastised. Regaining his composure, he continued, what does this have to do with your capture of Yang Chu-Chu? Uncle Qian did not respond immediately, but instead posed a question. Are you aware of the business the Yang Group engages in? I've heard they are involved in maritime transportation with 2 private docks, Chen Fan replied. Uncle Qian let out a sinister chuckle. We intend to utilize the Yang Group's docks as a cover to deploy high-powered sonar devices, thereby attracting the beast tide from the sea to storm ashore and obliterate the whole of Qing City, transforming it into a living hell. Ha! Chapter 43. The innocent yet alluring cat girl. These madmen. Chen Fan observed the man from the Yang family, whose expression bordered on madness, feeling somewhat speechless. At this moment, he was curious about how the Beast sect had brainwashed these individuals. He interrupted their laughter, stating, "So you wish to capture Yang Chuchu to threaten Yang Jianjun, thereby facilitating your covert operation? Indeed, young brother Chen, you are quite astute." The cat girl gazed at Chen Fan's profile, her admiration evident. This saucy woman. Chen Fan scoffed inwardly. After regaining his composure, Uncle Qian elaborated, "I have been lurking within the Yang family for many years, waiting for this moment. Unfortunately, Yang Jianjun seems to have begun to suspect me and is deliberately trying to sideline me. Thus the plan to lure Yang Chuchu must fall to you." Chen Fan's mind raced with thoughts as he feigned hesitation. That little girl, so pure she seems to radiate innocence. I find myself rather reluctant. Uncle Qian chuckled. "Young brother Chen, you've misunderstood. When the time comes for you to deceive her into coming here, you will have your way with her. Am I that kind of person?" Chen Fan rolled his eyes inwardly. Chuchu is like a budding flower, not yet fully matured. He had no desire to hasten her growth or force her bloom. The cat girl then wrapped her arm around Chen Fan's, her ample bosom brushing against him. "Brother, so you prefer the innocent type? What do you think of my outfit?" As she spoke, her eyes sparkled enchantingly, and her attire transformed in an instant into a schoolgirl ensemble. A gray short skirt barely covered her hips, while white stockings reached just above her knees. Her thighs pure as jade and closely knit together. The white shirt she wore struggled to conceal her voluptuous figure. The neckline slightly opened, revealing a hint of her alluring curves, a sight truly captivating. What is purity and allure? This is the very essence of it, both innocent and seductive. My goodness, who could resist? Chen Fan found himself somewhat hesitant to gaze at her. He slightly lifted his head, gazing at the sky to prevent the flow of blood from his nose. The Catwoman, noticing his flushed face, felt a sense of triumph and playfully shook Chen Fan's arm, giggling heartily. "A little virgin, still hoping to escape from my grasp." Chen Fan took several deep breaths, suppressing his overwhelming emotions, and finally declared, "I have accepted the mission to entice Yang Chuchu." "Haha, splendid." The man surnamed Qian responded with great enthusiasm. Chen Fan continued, "Do you truly know who is the mastermind behind my parents' demise?" "Of course we know," Qian replied with a mysterious smile, adding, "Now that we are allies, let us proceed to meet the boss. He can provide you with the answers you seek." Chen Fan hesitated slightly, sensing the deep respect the two held for the boss they mentioned. He was uncertain of their strength and whether they would perceive that he had not consumed the ascension pill. Nevertheless, he resolved to witness this for himself, as the system task required him to disrupt the actions of the beast worship sect, and he needed to gather more clues. Furthermore, he genuinely wished to uncover the truth behind the death of the parents of this body, as it was a haunting obsession within. "Lead the way," Chen Fan decisively spoke after a few seconds. The man surnamed Qian chuckled, stepping into the shadows behind him, with Chen Fan and Catwoman following closely. Minutes later, the trio entered a basement, taking an elevator down to a space several dozen meters underground. To Chen Fan's astonishment, the underground area was constructed with remarkable opulence. He trailed behind the two, winding through corridors until they arrived at the entrance of a secret chamber. Before they could knock, the chamber door swung open automatically, and a deep voice resonated from within. "Come in." Such keen spiritual sensitivity. Chen Fan marveled internally, striving to convince himself that he was indeed a member of the beast worship sect to avoid raising suspicion. Inside the room sat a corpulent middle-aged man, reclining in a chair with his chest exposed. To Chen Fan's horror, another human face was grotesquely affixed to the man's chest. He was utterly stunned. What kind of monster is this? As he grappled with his shock, the face on the man's chest spoke first. "Welcome, little one, to the beast worship sect. I am one of its stewards. You may call me double-faced. Of course, if you prefer, you can refer to me as boss, just like those two." Chen Fan swallowed hard, repeatedly reminding himself of his allegiance to the beast worship sect. He bowed respectfully to the man, addressing him as boss. "I have already surmised your intentions. Please observe." Double-faced gestured, and the space before them rippled. A mirror appeared out of thin air, and the chaotic image within began to clarify. In the reflection, a Volkswagen was traversing a bridge, with 4 occupants inside. The driver was none other than Chen Fan's father. The remaining 3 were familiar to him as well. His mother occupied the front passenger seat, while his second uncle and aunt sat in the back. The 4 were engaged in cheerful conversation, exuding an atmosphere of harmony. At that moment, 2 figures embroiled in fierce combat approached from afar. utterly indifferent to the numerous bystanders traversing the bridge. The sheer force of their struggle shattered the several hundred meters of the bridge. Chen Fan's father's vehicle plummeted into the river as well, and the immense impact rendered the 4 occupants unconscious. The vehicle drifted with the current, soon becoming lodged against a massive rock along the riverbank. However, as the vehicle filled with water, it gradually sank deeper into the river. The first to regain consciousness within the car was Chen Fan's father. He desperately smashed the window and dragged the 3 others to safety on the shore. But he succumbed to exhaustion and fell back into the river, unable to escape. When the 3 on the shore awakened, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Chen Fan's mother was inconsolable, repeatedly attempting to leap into the river in despair. Chen Fan's second uncle offered a few words of comfort at first, but when he realized they had little effect, he ceased his efforts. Meanwhile, his second aunt harbored sinister intentions, suggesting that they should push Chen Fan's mother into the river, so that they could later devise a way to claim the compensation for the deaths of Chen Fan's parents. After their conspiratorial discussion, they callously drowned Chen Fan's mother in the river. Witnessing the despicable actions of the 2 from his vantage point, Chen Fan was engulfed in a tempest of fury. The very individuals his father had fought to save had turned out to be ungrateful wretches. Very well, Chen Fan vowed. He would settle the score with his uncle and aunt. Striving to suppress his rage, he turned his gaze toward the enigmatic figure before him. What is this ability you possess? How can you recreate the past? The dual-faced man responded with a mysterious smile. This is a gift from the beast god, known as temporal reversal. Should you wholeheartedly serve our divine order, the beast god will bestow upon you unimaginable powers. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that joining the beast cult was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Beside him, Uncle Qian interjected, "Boss, this ability can only be activated once a month. It has been used for you today, so be sure to express your gratitude." "Thank you, boss," Chen Fan responded quickly, feigning appreciation to avoid arousing suspicion. They would be allies from this point forward. Such a small favor was inconsequential. In an eerily synchronized manner, both mouths of the dual-faced man spoke. "We are here for you." Feigning overwhelming gratitude, Chen Fan bowed and asked, "Boss, do you know the identities of those 2 combatants?" "Indeed, one is named Yi Beichen, and the other Ji Yuan. They are renowned prodigies. Yi Beichen is currently the youngest and most accomplished mentor at Kyoto University, while Ji Yuan has already attained the rank of Major General in the Southern China military region. Such scum are unworthy of such positions," Chen Fan scoffed. The dual-faced man chuckled. "Thus, this world is in a dire state. We must overthrow them." Chen Fan was not an ignorant youth blinded by fervor. While there were indeed many villains in this world, it was not irredeemable. Furthermore, the doctrines of the beast cult were utterly depraved, inhumane, and he could never ally himself with such a group. Chapter 44. The Catwoman came home with him having received the answers he sought. Chen Fan hastily bid farewell. The unsettling aura of the dual-faced man compelled him to leave without lingering a moment longer. "Boss, I must take my leave. By this time tomorrow night, I shall bring Yang Chu-Chu here." "Haha, splendid." The two-faced man laughed heartily, reveling in joy. Just as Chen Fan turned to depart, the silhouette of the cat girl followed closely behind him. "Brother Chen, how could you so heartlessly abandon your sister?" Before Chen Fan could react, 2 delicate arms enveloped his own. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, his arm was ensnared by a soft embrace that nearly sent his heart racing. Chen Fan dared not move his arm, fearing it would provoke further excitement. He feigned calmness and inquired, "By the way, how old are you, cat girl?" "My dear brother, you are quite straightforward. Such questions are rather embarrassing," the cat girl replied, tightening her hold on his arm. Her rosy lips brushed against Chen Fan's ear as she whispered, "If you wish to know, sister can let you measure it yourself." Chen Fan nearly choked on his own breath. "Madam Cat, please have some decorum. I am but a child. I merely asked for your age, all right?" Giggles erupted from her. "Oh, little brother, you are so easily teased. A lady's age shall forever remain a secret. If I choose not to divulge, then so be it." Chen Fan rolled his eyes, hastily shaking off her arms and quickening his pace. "Cat lady, please do not follow me. That is out of the question." The cat girl once again clung to his arm. "The boss has instructed me to stay by your side during this time. Is it so? Such distrust?" Chen Fan replied as he walked, contemplating how to rid himself of this clingy enchantress. He feigned a concern. "Having a stunning beauty beside me will draw unwanted attention. If that happens, not only will I fail to lure Yang Chu-Chu here, but she may also misunderstand our relationship and refuse to see me. Fear not, dear brother. I shall keep your secret safe, the cat girl chirped, transforming her form into a petite white cat, scarcely a foot in size. With a gentle leap, she landed on Chen Fan's shoulder. Goodness, it can be done this way? Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment at this peculiar, shape-shifting ability. Alas, I cannot fight her off nor shake her loose. What a predicament. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. Very well, I shall take it one step at a time. Regaining his composure, he cradled the white cat in his arms, stroking her gently. Cat girl, you may accompany me, but you must not reveal your true form in public, lest you frighten others. Dear brother, do not let your hands wander, came the cat girl's voice from the cat's mouth. I shall touch as I please. Chen Fan playfully ruffled her head and continued. Remember what I said earlier. Rest assured, dear brother, I shall not expose myself. I value my life even more than you do. That is good to hear. Chen Fan nodded, embracing the white cat as he made his way homeward. By the way, how will you handle the bodies of Wang Wenli's cousins? Do not worry, little brother. The organization will claim responsibility for the murders, and no one will trace it back to you. The cat girl's innocent voice resonated. That is reassuring. When Chen Fan returned home, it was already 10 o'clock. Tong Tong was at Wang Yinran's house, so he had no need to worry. The cat girl, finding the house empty, reverted back to her human form. Unceremoniously, she reclined on the sofa, her skirt hiked up, revealing her long, pristine legs without any hesitation in Chen Fan's sight. Little man, you held me for so long earlier. You must take responsibility, she teased. Chen Fan, exasperated, thought to himself how this woman perpetually ignited his desires. He decided to take a shower to cool off. I'm going to take a shower. Feel free to do as you wish, he said, retrieving a sun-dried towel from the balcony as he made his way to the bathroom. The cat girl, undeterred, continued to tempt him. Brother, would you like to shower with your sister? Alarmed, Chen Fan hurriedly entered the bathroom and locked the door. This woman was utterly frightening. Honestly, could someone with such provocative behavior be a virgin? He found it hard to believe. A few minutes later, having finished his shower, Chen Fan emerged from the bathroom. At some point, the cat girl had rummaged through all of Tong Tong's snacks and was indulging herself. You certainly don't hold back, Chen Fan remarked, rolling his eyes. The cat girl giggled. I declare, from now on, I am the mistress of this place. Not at all. I do not consent, Chen Fan resolutely replied, pointing to one of the rooms. You can sleep in that room. No need for such formality. Sister understands men best. From now on, you belong to me. You can treat me however you wish, she said languidly, reclining on the sofa, raising one pristine leg high, her fingers caressing her smooth thigh in an enticing manner. Chen Fan felt a twinge of concern that he might wake up to find a slippery body in his arms. I am a man you cannot possess, humph, he said, firmly shutting his bedroom door to keep danger at bay. Call for me any time you need, dear brother, came her lazy voice from outside. Chen Fan locked himself in his room, lying on the bed, lost in thought. He needed to convey the plan of the beast worship cult to thwart their actions and complete his system task. However, his phone had been tampered with by the cult, and he dared not hastily send out information for fear of alarming them. Therefore, he had to devise a way to subdue the cat girl who was watching over him, so he could escape. A few minutes later, an idea struck him. The simplest way to incapacitate the cat girl, he thought, was to give her an unexpected electric shock. For a second-tier ability user, a standard household voltage of 220 volts would likely be ineffective. Fortunately, Chen Fan had a voltage regulator at home. Cat girl, do not blame me for being ruthless. At 3 in the morning, Chen Fan quietly slipped out of his bedroom. Stealthily, he adjusted the voltage regulator to 600 volts. He attached one end of the wire to the doorknob of the cat girl's sleeping quarters. Tomorrow morning, as soon as she opens the door, she will be knocked out cold. After Chen Fan accomplished everything, he stealthily returned to his bedroom and awaited with bated breath. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as he was on the verge of slumber, a piercing scream shattered the silence, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. Haha, the mission is complete. Chen Fan's face lit up with excitement as he rushed out of the bedroom. Indeed, the cat girl lay sprawled on the floor. She must have fainted, he mused. Leaning down cautiously to inspect her, the cat girl suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling his head directly into her embrace. Goodness! Chen Fan's face was instantly buried between two soft mounts. However, he could hardly savor the moment. An overwhelming surge of electric pain coursed through his body. It hurt. The excruciating agony threatened to render him unconscious. Chapter 45. Ascending to the pinnacle of the first tier, the staggering voltage of 600 volts tightly bound Chen Fan and the cat girl together. After a few seconds of struggle, the cat girl succumbed to unconsciousness, yet Chen Fan gritted his teeth and persevered. I cannot faint. If I endure this cellular tearing pain, not only will I survive, but I may even attain the pinnacle of the first tier. Sweat quickly drenched his body, but it could not shatter his resolve. Since returning from Yuliang Pass, Chen Fan had utilized a substantial number of physical and mental strength enhancement cards, and now his physique had surpassed 100. What he lacked to reach the pinnacle of the first tier was mental strength. This sensation of cellular tearing throughout his body was a form of trial. The extreme pain would facilitate rapid growth in his mental fortitude. Thus, as long as his will remained unbroken, he had the potential to break through to the pinnacle of the first tier. The endless pain persisted for an unknown duration, and he felt as though his entire being teetered on the brink of collapse. It was not until half an hour later that the agony began to subside, replaced by a gradual sense of euphoria. Chen Fan realized he had endured. What awaited him now was the rebirth of his cells. Another half hour passed, and his body had fully acclimated to the 600 volts of electricity. The feeling of surviving a catastrophe is truly splendid. Chen Fan hastily checked his system panel. Host, Chen Fan superpower, thunder-devouring sacred body level. Pinnacle of the first tier, physique. 125, mental strength. 100 kill points. 65, skills. 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash. Thunderclap palm, evaluation. A weak and powerless chick, current tasks. 1. Achieve the top scholar of Shannan province to participate in the superpower lottery, task level. 2. Humiliate Li Yaping, leaving him questioning his life. Task completed, eligible for a lottery. Gazing at the system panel, Chen Fan was elated. Indeed, he had reached the pinnacle of the first tier. My power has grown considerably. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly realized he was experiencing difficulty breathing. What is so soft? And it smells so good? Chen Fan sniffed lightly, only to realize that his head was still nestled between the cat girl's bosom. It was not my intention to take advantage of you. You drew me into your embrace. Chen Fan felt as though he would suffocate if he did not extricate himself from the cat girl's hold, and with great reluctance, he withdrew his head from her arms. Since you provided me warmth, I shall spare your life for now. Chen Fan, still yearning for more, gently laid the unconscious cat girl on his bed. While she was indeed beautiful, she was also exceedingly perilous. After some contemplation, Chen Fan bound her securely to the bed. Admiring his handiwork, he clapped his hands in delight. Oh, cat girl, ensnared by my grasp, your future days will not be pleasant. Chen Fan chuckled mischievously. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the entrance of the Qingqing city government building. As he pondered how to gain entry, an official recognized him. A suit-clad man clutching a briefcase hurriedly approached, wearing a sycophantic expression. Chen, what brings you here? Chen Fan turned to face him, finding the man somewhat familiar. He had been among those welcoming them when he and Lei Jun met Mayor Li yesterday. I urgently need to see your mayor. Could you escort me inside? Given the pressing nature of his business, Chen Fan was not inclined to be polite. Of course, no problem, Brother Chen. Just follow me, the man replied eagerly. 5 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at the mayor's office. Li Ji appeared somewhat surprised by his arrival. Skipping pleasantries, Chen Fan dove straight into the matter, revealing the plans of the beast worshippers. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Chen, this information is exceedingly vital. I have been investigating these beast worshippers for quite some time, and I did not anticipate they were concealed within that abandoned building. Rest assured, I will dispatch personnel immediately to apprehend those cultists. After arranging the ambush, Li Ji engaged in conversation with Chen Fan for several minutes. Eventually, Chen Fan managed to excuse himself and departed the government building. He first visited a Huawei store to purchase the latest model before returning home. By this time, the cat girl had awakened. Despite being firmly bound to the bed, she exhibited no fear or embarrassment. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, a blush graced her cheeks, and she looked at him with a flirtatious demeanor. Little brother, so you enjoy bondage. You could have simply told your sister. I would have obliged without such trouble. Oh, by the way, would you like a little whip? I can lend you my tail, she purred, as a white tail emerged from beneath her, swaying gently. I suspect your beastly transformation isn't that of a shadow cat, but rather a fox spirit, Chen Fan remarked. Sitting beside her, and playfully stroking her smooth cheek, quite satisfied. The cat girl did not display anger. Instead, her eyes sparkled with amusement. "Little man, as long as you enjoy it, your sister can be a fox spirit too." In the next moment, her body became as pliable as if devoid of bones, and the ropes binding her were effortlessly cast aside. She reclined on the bed, her delicate arms supporting her head, gazing at Chen Fan with profound affection. "I presume you just went to alert someone," she remarked. Chen Fan smirked with a hint of mischief, realizing that this Catwoman was not as innocent as she seemed. He unabashedly admired her graceful curves and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "So what if you've guessed? The die is cast, and nothing you can do will change that." The Catwoman showed no sign of anger, remaining coy and gentle. "Little brother, how about we make a wager? I wager that within an hour, the police will arrive to take you away. Do you believe me?" "What do you mean by that?" Chen Fan asked, frowning slightly, perplexed by her apparent lack of concern about her organization being exposed. The Catwoman rose to a sitting position, wrapping her arms around Chen Fan's neck as if they were lovers in a passionate embrace. She leaned in, her crimson lips brushing against his ear, whispering, "Little man, allow me to enlighten you. No one can save Qingqing. Abandon all hope of survival. If you wish to live, there is but one path. Escape Qingqing immediately." Chen Fan found himself unable to discern the truth in her words. Her expression revealed neither worry nor fear. At that moment, he began to suspect that the Catwoman had lost her senses. Noticing his contemplation, she sighed softly, "Little brother, I truly like you, but fate has deemed us incompatible." With that, her lips gently pecked his forehead. "Good luck, dear." In the next instant, the Catwoman transformed into a white cat, leaping gracefully from the windowsill and landing effortlessly from a height of 20 meters. Her white form darted swiftly through the streets, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan stood by the window, watching her depart, choosing not to intervene. What had gone awry? He fell into deep thought. By this time, Mayor Li's men should have apprehended the cultists of the beast worshippers. Logically, he should have disrupted their plans. Why then did the system still indicate that the mission was incomplete? Chapter 46. Incarceration for a greater cause. Half an hour later, Chen Fan understood why the system deemed his mission unfulfilled. At that moment, a dozen police officers cornered him in his home, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Leading them was the current captain of Qingqing's criminal investigation team, a peak-level second-tier ability user, who regarded Chen Fan with icy disdain. "Ah, Chen Fan, how could you fabricate a lie about the beast worshippers to conceal your murderous actions? You are truly irredeemable, deserving of the harshest punishment. Regardless of your talents, the law must prevail. Come with us." Without allowing Chen Fan the chance to explain, they swiftly restrained him. He felt a surge of frustration. He had underestimated the methods of the beast worshippers. It was evident that a traitor had emerged from within the populace, and the plan to eradicate the cult had likely been compromised. This is also the reason for Catwoman's unwavering confidence. The current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for Chen Fan, compelling him to devise a strategy for resolution. He gazed at the leader and coldly inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed name, Captain? Do you seek revenge upon me?" The captain smirked disdainfully, retorting, "With your crimes, you are destined to languish in prison for a lifetime. You may wish for vengeance in your next life." At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chen Fan's mind. "Host, please be advised, in the face of provocation, there is no need for restraint." System task: eliminate Li Wenxiang within 3 days. Task level: successful completion grants participation in a lottery. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. This individual had already reached the pinnacle of the second rank, and confronting him directly would be futile. However, the 3-day time frame provided ample opportunity to devise a plan for his demise. With a devilish glint in his eyes, Chen Fan directly addressed him. "Your name is Li Wenxiang, is it not? I presume you have a brother named Li Wenbin? Your brother bet against me and, overwhelmed by his own emotions, lost his qualifications for the college entrance examination. Thus, you seek to settle the score and take revenge on me, correct?" Chen Fan's words pierced the captain's heart like daggers. Although he was puzzled by Chen Fan's recognition, it only intensified his fear and loathing toward him. "Enough of your nonsense. Follow me now," Li Wenxiang barked, his anger boiling over. He seized Chen Fan's arm and dragged him outside, simultaneously berating him for his misdeeds, ensuring the onlookers were well aware of the unfolding drama. As they exited the community, many recognized Chen Fan, their astonishment fueling fervent discussions. Isn't he the top scorer from the three-city joint exam? I can't believe he has committed murder. I heard Captain Lee say that not only did Chen Fan kill someone, but he also sullied a high school girl? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I thought he was a hero. The cacophony of gossip was unbearable. Had it not been for Chen Fan's thick skin and resilient mindset, he might have succumbed to despair. Those two brothers from the Lee family truly are cut from the same cloth, not a decent one among them. At that moment, Chen Fan concluded that in addition to eliminating Li Wenxiang, he must also expend effort to send Li Wenbin to his demise. He felt no fear regarding his apprehension at the police station. Chen Fan had always acted with caution when he departed the dilapidated building the previous day. He had discreetly taken the dashcam from Li Yaping's vehicle. It clearly recorded the events at the crime scene, and he had already submitted this footage to Mayor Li Ji. Therefore, Li Ji would undoubtedly ensure his protection. This was a certainty. As Chen Fan was escorted to the police station, Li Ji appeared. He dismissed everyone else, leaving only Chen Fan behind. Chen Fan, this matter was my oversight. I did not anticipate that there were spies from the beast-worshipping sect embedded among us. And this time we failed to apprehend them. I have captured you in this manner to obfuscate the eyes of the crowd, using you as bait to draw out the members of the beast-worship cult. True to their nature, they will undoubtedly dispatch members to eliminate you. At that moment, I shall set a trap here. Should we capture even one member of the beast-worship cult, we will have a means to compel them to reveal their hiding place. Lao Li, you should have communicated this with me in advance. Chen Fan felt a twinge of displeasure. He acknowledged that Li Ji was correct, yet he despised the feeling of being manipulated. Li Ji's expression stiffened as he explained, "The situation is urgent, and I currently do not know who among us is trustworthy and who is not. I can only put you in this predicament. Once this is resolved, I will personally offer you 10 million as compensation." "That is more acceptable," Chen Fan replied, his demeanor softening considerably. He then looked at Li Ji and said, "This plan must be kept from as many people as possible. Moreover, the personnel sent for infiltration must be chosen with utmost care, if a spy is among them. I fear I may not even realize my demise. Rest assured, I will arrange this properly." Li Ji nodded firmly, then quietly urged Chen Fan, "It is time to act." With that, Li Ji abruptly stood, slamming his palm on the table, and bellowed, "Chen Fan, I never expected you to commit such an act. You have truly disappointed me." After several minutes of vociferous tirade, he stormed out in a fit of rage. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, thinking that Lao Li's acting skills were somewhat lacking. Soon enough, news of Chen Fan's alleged murder spread throughout Qing City, transforming him from a revered young hero into a despised criminal. However, Chen Fan remained unconcerned, for Li Ji had promised to compensate him for his tarnished reputation and vowed to publicly clarify the truth. In the interrogation room, Criminal Investigation Captain Li Wenxiang sat across from Chen Fan, glaring at him like a ferocious tiger. "Do you know how Wenbin is faring now? Because of you, he has become the laughingstock of everyone, cowering at home, his mind unraveling and contemplating self-harm. You are classmates. Why have you treated him so? Why are you an ability user? Why did you not disclose your abilities sooner? Do you not think you deserve this?" Each word from Li Wenxiang dripped with palpable hatred. Chen Fan fell silent, realizing that it seemed only your brother was entitled to insult others while he was to meekly comply. With a cold laugh, he replied nonchalantly, "I can only tell you, your brother brought this upon himself. Such trash dares to insult me? Furthermore, when I am released, I shall compel him to fulfill our wager and run naked before the entire faculty and student body." "You." Li Wenxiang was nearly grinding his teeth in fury. "Chen Fan, even at death's door, you dare to be so audacious. If it weren't for the cameras above, I would have already smashed my fist into your face. Do not think that just because Mayor Li has instructed not to impose punishment upon you, I am powerless against you," he growled. "I advise you to confess to the fact of your crimes sooner rather than later. I have already stated that no one here will bring you food or water. Let us see how long you can endure." After delivering this menacing remark, Li Wenxiang cast one last fierce glare at Chen Fan before reluctantly exiting the interrogation room. Chapter 47. The extraction of extraordinary abilities. Following the interrogation, Chen Fan was escorted to a special confinement chamber for ability users. From 10 in the morning until 10 at night, a full 12 hours passed, and true to Li Wenxiang's words, no sustenance was provided. This wretched creature. The moment I am free, I shall ensure Li Wenxiang meets his demise. Chen Fan seethed with indignation. However, He remained unfazed, with his robust physique. He could easily withstand days without food or water. As the night deepened, Chen Fan did not succumb to sleep, maintaining a state of vigilance to thwart any attempts by the beast cult to infiltrate. Yet, the night passed without incident. The following morning, just as Chen Fan began to feel drowsy, the system's notification tone echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. After assessment, you have achieved the top rank in the martial arts examination of Shannan province with a score of 18,000 points, earning the title of the province's top scorer and qualifying for the extraction of extraordinary abilities. Would you like to initiate the draw? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, but then elated. It appeared that the education department of Shannan province had finalized the examination results. Overwhelmed with excitement, he hesitated to commence the ability extraction, remembering that during the previous ability infusion, he had lost control of his body for half an hour. If the cult were to strike at that moment, he feared the consequences would be dire. Attempting to ascertain more, Chen Fan inquired, "System, how long will this extraordinary ability infusion render me immobile?" The infusion of extraordinary abilities does not require the host to relinquish bodily control. Excellent. Chen Fan wasted no time and decisively clicked to initiate the ability extraction. As the wheel gradually came to a halt, the pointer ultimately landed on the word mimicry. Mimicry? What kind of ability is that? Chen Fan pondered deeply. Yet, in the next moment, the system's voice chimed in. The mimicry ability allows the possessor to simulate the appearance of any human they have encountered. The host may also interpret this as the capability to transform into another's likeness. How extraordinary! Chen Fan eagerly sought to test it. As he envisioned a face in his mind, his own visage began to morph. In mere seconds, his appearance and physique underwent a dramatic transformation. While it may not be advantageous in combat, it would serve well for stealth, concealment, or even for nefarious deeds. Chen Fan found himself quite pleased with this development. Could I perhaps disguise myself as a woman to infiltrate the ladies' bathhouse? A sudden and audacious thought crossed Chen Fan's mind. Ugh, am I that kind of person? He quickly shook his head, discarding such a sordid notion. Oh, my physique and mental acuity have increased. Chen Fan's gaze brightened upon observing the system panel. Host, Chen Fan, ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, Mimicry level, Peak of First Order, Physique, 132 Mental Power, 110 Slaughter Points, 65 Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunderous Palm, Mimicry, Evaluation, a feeble and powerless chick, current tasks. 1. Eliminate Li Wenxiang, task level, completion allows participation in a lottery. 2. Bring Li Yaping to disgrace, even to the point of questioning his life. Task completed, participation in a lottery allowed. It appears that the bestowal of new abilities has indeed enhanced physical prowess. However, it remains uncertain when the system will issue another task for an ability lottery. After indulging in his fantasies, Chen Fan chose to extract the task and rewards concerning bringing Li Yaping to disgrace. The system commenced the lottery. Moments later, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill reward, Thunder Wings. Thunder Wings. What is this? Chen Fan was taken aback. He never anticipated that the lottery could yield a skill. The ability to transform thunder into wings, granting the power of flight. What a splendid skill. Chen Fan was exceedingly pleased. For flight is a dream cherished by all humanity. With everything in readiness, he awaited the arrival of his brethren from the beast worship sect. He could hardly contain his eagerness to soar through the skies. As Chen Fan baited the trap, awaiting the beast worship sect to take the hook, a strange scene unfolded at a military port in Qing City. Numerous colossal sonar emitters had been strategically placed, broadcasting a peculiar low-frequency sound wave directed towards the depths of the sea. Simultaneously, a multitude of sea beasts began to stir, swimming towards the coastline. This occurrence transpired with an air of enigma, unnoticed by anyone. On the following day, Chen Fan was summoned once more to the interrogation room for an hour-long questioning. He steadfastly maintained his innocence, denying ever having taken a life. The head of the criminal investigation team, Li Wenxiang, was infuriated by his inability to charge Chen Fan and erupted in a fit of rage within the interrogation room. Life in the holding cell was monotonous and dreary, and even by the afternoon of the second day, Chen Fan had yet to encounter any retaliation from the beast worship sect. However, a conversation between several officers outside the holding cell captured his attention. Did you see the news online? Numerous sea beasts have been spotted gathering at the Bohai port. Who knows what those creatures intend to do? I'm aware of that. Didn't the experts say it's the mating season for sea beasts? There's no need for excessive concern. They will disperse on their own after a while. So that's it. I was worried for no reason. The exchange immediately heightened Chen Fan's vigilance. He sensed that the beast worship sect's plan might be coming to fruition. Truly, experts are a blight upon society. Mating season? What nonsense. The sea beasts are poised to attack the city, and they remain oblivious. If the citizens are not evacuated swiftly, Qing City may face imminent doom. Chen Fan's expression was one of urgency. Tong Tong and Wang Yanran, as ordinary citizens, would undoubtedly perish should the beast tide erupt. Chen Fan realized that Li Ji's scheme had faltered. He hastily called out to the two departing individuals, "Comrades, please wait." The two turned back, displeased, and coldly replied, "Do you wish to beg for food? Abandon that hope. Offending our captain, Li will bring you nothing but suffering." Inwardly, Chen Fan seethed with fury, contemplating bestowing a resounding slap upon each of them. Nevertheless, he restrained his anger and said, "Bring your director here. I have important matters to report." "Who do you think you are to meet our director?" One of them scoffed disdainfully. "You might as well wait here for your demise." Chen Fan attempted to communicate further, but these two were utterly unyielding. "Engaging with you is an exercise in futility. Just leave." It became evident to Chen Fan that here he was calling out to an indifferent sky and a silent earth. "Are you looking for a beating?" One of the men roared, preparing to unlock the holding room and charge in to deal with Chen Fan. The other quickly restrained him. "Peng, don't be impulsive. Do you wish to forfeit your police uniform? Mayor Li has explicitly ordered that not a single finger be laid upon him. Consider yourself fortunate." The man ultimately refrained from violence. "You might as well starve to death here." After their departure, Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. It was one thing for others to be puzzled by the gathering of sea creatures, but Li Ji could not possibly be unaware. Why had he yet to take action to evacuate the populace? Furthermore, since the plan had failed, he should have notified the police station to release him. Why was he still imprisoned here? After much reflection, a possibility dawned upon him. What if Li Ji had encountered misfortune? Chapter 48. The ingenious use of mimicry. Chen Fan waited quietly in the holding room for an hour, still without news of his release. Clearly, he could not rely on Li Ji any longer. If he wished to escape, he would have to rely on himself. He began to observe the holding room, contemplating whether he could break through the wall. It was a desperate measure. Otherwise, remaining here until the beast tide arrived would surely spell his doom. However, this holding room had been specifically designed for those with abilities, and with his strength, he could not possibly break free. Am I truly destined to wait for death here? I haven't even had the chance to woo Sister Yanran, nor has Chu Chu confessed to me. I refuse to accept this fate. Chen Fan lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. At last, after several minutes, an escape plan occurred to him. This was a pivotal moment. Chen Fan activated his mimicry ability, and within seconds, he transformed into the likeness of Li Wenxiang. Approaching the bed in the holding room, he deliberately revealed his form. Soon, a passing officer took notice of him. Captain Li, how did you end up locked in here? Where's Chen Fan?" The newcomer looked at Chen Fan, astonished. The bait had been taken. Chen Fan smiled inwardly. Quickly imitating Li Wenxiang's voice, his face contorted with rage. "Damn it. That little brat Chen Fan tricked me. He lured me into the room and slipped away while I was distracted." "What? Chen Fan escaped?" The young officer's face registered shock. "Captain, I'll sound the alarm immediately. We might still be able to corner him. You come back here." How could Chen Fan allow him to sound the alarm? If the real Li Wenxiang appeared at that moment, his cover would be blown. Emulating Li Wenxiang's tone, Chen Fan declared with authority, "Open the door, let me out. I shall handle this matter personally." The young officer, without a shred of doubt, promptly complied, retrieving the key to unlock the door. However, in the next instant, Chen Fan struck him on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. "Do not blame me for my harshness. Consider it your misfortune." Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings and hastily dragged the officer into a corner of the holding room. "Stay here obediently while I enjoy myself outside." Once again, Chen Fan altered his appearance, this time adopting the guise of the young officer. He calmly exited the holding room, locked the door from the outside, and then strode purposefully towards the police station's exit. 5 minutes later, Chen Fan navigated his way out of the police compound without obstruction. Yet, in the next moment, a voice called out from behind him. "Chen Peng, why are you outside during work hours?" Did you request leave? Hurry back. What a coincidence. Chen Fan momentarily paused, recognizing the voice belonged to Li Wenxiang. Almost forgetting his system task to eliminate this individual within 3 days, he realized the deadline was fast approaching. In a flash, Chen Fan devised a new plan. He turned to face Li Wenxiang, tauntingly saying, "You want me to return to work? Only if you can catch me." With that, he took off running. Li Wenxiang, momentarily taken aback, wondered if Chen Peng had lost his mind, daring to speak to him in such a manner. "Chen Peng, stop right now." Anger surged within Li Wenxiang as he pursued Chen Fan. After a few minutes, Chen Fan ducked into an unoccupied alley and waited silently. Moments later, Li Wenxiang caught up, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon recognizing the figure before him, he froze in astonishment. "Wenbin, what are you doing here?" Li Wenxiang shook his brother's shoulders, bewildered. In contrast, Wenbin appeared to be radiating a newfound brightness. "Brother, I've come to a realization. The emotional turmoil Chen Fan caused me has been resolved. He is exceptional. Not only is he powerful and gifted, but he is also incredibly handsome. Next to him, I feel utterly insignificant. I no longer wish to compete with him." Li Wenxiang was momentarily perplexed by his brother's reasoning, which seemed somewhat peculiar. But he soon felt relieved. "Wenbin, it's good to see you found peace." Feeling a sense of pride, Li Wenxiang patted his brother's shoulder and inquired, "By the way, Wenbin, did you see anyone running past here?" "Yes." Wenbin nodded emphatically. "He ran right by me, heading forward." "All right. I have matters to attend to. Enjoy your time and head home when you're ready," Li Wenxiang said before turning to pursue Chen Fan once more. However, at the very moment he turned away, a dagger more than a foot long pierced through his chest. His heart had been penetrated. Li Wenxiang, in utter disbelief, struggled to turn his head, only to see his brother smiling at him. "Wenbin, why did you kill me?" Li Wenxiang fell to the ground, clutching his chest with all his might, yet torrents of blood continued to flow through the gaps between his fingers. "Look closely. Do you recognize who I am?" Yet, his brother's face underwent a drastic transformation, morphing into another visage in the blink of an eye. "Chen Fan." Li Wenbin's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He could not fathom this reality. "Why are you here? You were clearly locked away in the detention room." Li Wenxiang's face turned ashen, his breath faint. He had not yet closed his eyes, entirely due to his profound unwillingness to accept his fate. Chen Fan stomped on his face, mercilessly extinguishing the last vestiges of his vitality. "This is the consequence of offending me," Chen Fan declared with an air of dominance. Just as he prepared to depart the scene, a sultry female voice echoed. "Dear brother, what remarkable skills you possess. Effortlessly eliminating a peak second-tier ability user, truly an eye-opener for me." "Who?" Chen Fan's heart raced as he turned to see a white cat perched on a nearby wall. "Catwoman." Chen Fan furrowed his brow, unleashing his thunderous powers as he leaped over 5 meters to the wall. "Catwoman, I let you go last time, but this time, I shall not." Chen Fan lunged towards her. His strength had significantly increased, yet he grasped nothing but air. The white cat nimbly evaded, landing 10 meters away. "Don't run." Chen Fan's arm transformed, a hand of lightning reaching for the white cat. "Little brother, you truly dare to strike at your sister?" The cat reappeared 10 meters away, this time assuming human form. "Little brother, I have come to propose a transaction." "A transaction? Do you think I would negotiate with someone from the beast worship sect?" Chen Fan's gaze was icy as he scrutinized her. Prior to this, the beast worship sect had not posed a threat to his family, allowing him to interact with the Catwoman with relative ease. However, now that Wang Yanran and Tong Tong's lives were directly endangered, he would show no mercy. The Catwoman maintained a beguiling smile, her voice still enchanting. "Little man, do you not wish to save Qing City? Do you not want to know where your esteemed mayor has gone?" Chapter 49. The Catwoman seeks cooperation. Li Ji's demise was inconsequential to him. Whether dead or incapacitated, he did not care. As for saving Qing City, sorry. But he was equally disinterested. Chen Fan scoffed lightly, speaking with indifference. His apparent ruthlessness stemmed from a keen awareness that any display of vulnerability would provide the beast worship sect with leverage over him. The Catwoman covered her mouth with a soft laugh, approaching Chen Fan without a trace of concern regarding a sudden attack from him. Indeed, the words of men can often be deceiving. "My dear younger brother, I have been observing you closely in secret these past few days. How could I be unaware of your intentions?" The enchantment on Catwoman's face slightly diminished as her demeanor turned serious. "Chen Fan, though your abilities may be somewhat lacking, Your talent is undeniably formidable. Remarkably, you are a dual-element adept. Most significantly, your mindset and intelligence are equally impressive, making you worthy of collaboration with me. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed and momentarily unable to grasp Catwoman's intentions. Sensing his confusion, she proactively elucidated. If we join forces, I will assist you in rescuing Li Ji, and in return, you shall help me eliminate the Faceless. You wish to kill the Faceless? Chen Fan nearly gasped in shock. Catwoman's words were increasingly explosive. He regarded her with skepticism. To my knowledge, the beast worship sect has a strict hierarchy, and attacking a superior would invite divine retribution from the beast god. The consequences could be dire for you, would they not? Thus, I must express my disbelief in your proposition. Of course, Chen Fan found it hard to believe. Anyone who did would be a fool, given the notorious methods the beast worship sect employs to control its followers. I appreciate cautious men, Catwoman chuckled lightly, before her aura surged, instantly revealing her status as a third-tier adept. Little brother, had I wished to kill you, you would have long since met your demise. Now, surely you can trust my words. Chen Fan's heart raced. Catwoman had concealed her true strength, and his 600 volts of electricity had likely failed to phase her. She had been toying with him from the beginning. Goodness, had he taken advantage of her for so long? Would she seek retribution? The memory of their awkward fall to the ground sent shivers down his spine. Giggles erupted from Catwoman. Little brother, your remarkable abilities have truly captivated me. I would never harm you. She again transformed into a vision of allure, gently kissing her fingertips before pressing her lipstick-stained index finger against Chen Fan's lips. Goodness, a vixen. Chen Fan had been indirectly kissed. Feigning calm, he spoke. I am beginning to believe you, yet I still harbor some doubts. You must have consumed that ascension pill, correct? Are you not afraid of the beast god's curse? Catwoman chuckled softly, leaning close to Chen Fan's ear and whispering, Dear brother, have you not heard? Cats possess 9 lives. Oh, is that so? Chen Fan was astounded. By the way, sister, your beastly transformation ability is quite remarkable. He was now inclined to trust Catwoman, given her strength. Had she wished to harm him, she could have easily accomplished it, even forcefully administering the ascension pill. The fact that she had not done so indicated that her words were genuine. She was indeed conspiring against the beast worship sect. One final question. Why do you wish to kill the Faceless? Chen Fan posed his last lingering inquiry. Catwoman seemed lost in thought, and after several breaths, she replied softly, When I was 8 years old, the beast worship sect slaughtered all 523 villagers in my home. Only I survived, as my parents hid me in a dry well, allowing me to escape the massacre. I vividly recall the visage of the leader. He is the one known as the Two-Faced. For all these years, my affiliation with the beast worship cult has merely been an opportunity to eliminate him. A chance to avenge my family. The cat girl's exquisite face was etched with boundless hatred. It appears that she too possesses a story worth telling. A flicker of compassion and sorrow arose within Chen Fan. Such a remarkable young woman must have endured countless grievances within the confines of that nefarious cult. Come, brother. Embrace me. Chen Fan opened his arms, prepared to envelop the cat girl in his embrace, eager to offer her solace. Impudent little brother, your intentions are not pure. One delicate hand of the cat girl pressed against Chen Fan's chest, halting his advance. Ah, I was too hasty, too hasty. Chen Fan laughed heartily to mask his embarrassment. Cursed be this wretched compassion. Speak, reveal your plan, and I shall agree to collaborate with you. In the next moment, Chen Fan regained his commanding presence, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. After a light laugh, the cat girl replied earnestly, Currently, the beast worship cult has amassed nearly 50,000 sea beasts near the Bohai Bay. Should these creatures surge into Qing City, it would be reduced to ruins overnight, resulting in the demise of millions of innocent civilians. To withstand this tide of beasts, there exists but one solution. We must summon the garrison from the nearby dimensional entrances. However, the power to mobilize troops lies with Li Ji. Alas, he has already fallen into the machinations of the beast worship cult. Thus, to save Qing City, we must rescue Li Ji. I see. Chen Fan nodded solemnly, quickly inquiring, Where is Li Ji imprisoned? The cat girl regarded him with a smile, withholding the location of Li Ji, instead saying, Brother, you have yet to promise that you will help me eliminate the Two-Faced afterward. Dear sister, there will be ample opportunities to eliminate the Two-Faced. Addressing the current crisis in Qing City is of utmost urgency. Chen Fan retorted, exasperated, rest assured. I shall persuade Li Ji to devise every possible means to vanquish him. Even if that fails, once my strength grows, dispatching him will be a matter of moments. Trust me, my dear sister, my stature is robust. Once you cling to me, I shall ensure your future is filled with wealth and prosperity. The cat girl chuckled at his words, her lips forming a playful pout as she teased, Little man, a mere robust leg cannot captivate my sister. What do you mean? Chen Fan exclaimed in shock. What kind of leg would attract your attention? What do you think? The cat girl raised an eyebrow playfully. Chen Fan hastily shifted the topic. So, where is Li Ji currently held? The cat girl then set aside her playful demeanor, stating, he is at the Bohai Bay port. There. Not only are there numerous sea beasts, but several members of the beast worship cult are present as well. My plan is for you to accompany me into their midst. I will divert the attention of the other members, and you can seize the opportunity to rescue Li Ji. Chen Fan felt a sense of unease and voiced his concerns. I am not a beastly metamorph, and if I approach the beast tide, I fear I will be immediately attacked by the sea creatures. I need to devise another plan to infiltrate. In response to Chen Fan's apprehensions, the cat girl appeared to have already formulated a strategy. Worry not. Would I allow you to march to your doom? She chided playfully, leaning closer to Chen Fan. Open your mouth, dear brother. Chen Fan, perplexed yet compliant, followed her instructions. The cat girl's crimson lips hovered near his, halting just shy of half an inch away. In the next moment, a pearl radiating a soft white light emerged from her mouth and swiftly glided into Chen Fan's. This is a beast core I have nurtured within me. Holding it in your mouth will obscure your human scent, as long as you remain passive. The sea creatures will not attack you, she explained, her complexion paling, and her breath noticeably weakened, indicating the toll this act had taken on her. Chen Fan promptly supported her delicate form, astonished that she would entrust such a precious item to him, knowing it would be detrimental to both her and herself. Are you not afraid I might use this to threaten you? Chen Fan jested, eyeing her. Threaten me? What would you coerce your sister into doing? The cat girl feigned innocence with her enchanting eyes. Certainly to compel you into mischief, Chen Fan replied with a mischievous smile. Ah, dear brother, while you possess the intent, do you have the audacity? The cat girl teased, her laughter light and airy. That morning, when I was completely out of it, you did not dare to lay a finger on me. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Chen Fan retorted with indignation, vowing that if given another opportunity, he would ensure the cat girl comprehended the harsh realities of life. Moreover, had he truly acted upon his impulses that day, he likely would not have lived to see this moment. He felt fortunate to consider himself a person of integrity. Once they had finalized their plans, the cat girl transformed into a white cat and leaped into Chen Fan's arms, treating him as her free mode of transportation. Sighing in resignation, he cradled her as they made their way towards the port of Bohai Bay. Brother, you do not intend to run there on your own, do you? The white cat inquired, tilting her head. Otherwise, what do you suggest? Chen Fan countered. Take a taxi, of course. I am beginning to question your intellect. Oh, Chen Fan exclaimed, smacking his forehead before hastily flagging down a taxi. Driver, to Bohai Bay port, he called, settling into the passenger seat with the white cat in his arms. Upon hearing their destination, the taxi driver was not deterred. Rather, he was filled with excitement. Little brother, are you also heading to witness the sea creatures? You are the 5th passenger I have picked up today bound for Bohai Bay. Many people are going there? Chen Fan asked, frowning. Absolutely. Let me tell you, the scene is utterly spectacular. There are at least tens of thousands of sea creatures. But fear not. These beings are quite docile. As long as you keep your distance, they will not attack you. The taxi driver engaged in a spirited monologue, leaving Chen Fan utterly speechless. A clear testament to the terrifying nature of ignorance. Master, Chen Fan kindly cautioned, I advise you to finish this fare and swiftly return home. These sea beasts are not to be trifled with. How can that be? Retorted the driver, his tone dismissive. I won't pass up easy money. Business has been thriving these past few days. Working just one day is equivalent to several days' earnings. With that, the taxi driver adopted an attitude that suggested Chen Fan should mind his own business. Suit yourself, Chen Fan replied, having fulfilled his duty to warn. Since the driver chose to disregard his advice, he decided not to press further. He settled the white cat on his lap, closing his eyes in a moment of respite. Over the past few days, he had remained ever vigilant against potential ambushes from the beast worshippers, and his mental fortitude was already waning. Thus, he needed to make the most of his time on the road to recuperate. Silence enveloped them, and after an hour, the taxi came to a halt approximately 1 kilometer from the Bohai Bay port. Young man, I can only take you this far. Proceeding further would attract the attention of the sea beasts, the driver remarked, gently rousing Chen Fan from his slumber with a pat on the shoulder. Have we arrived? Chen Fan inquired, gazing through the window to behold a vast expanse of dark figures littering the beach, a multitude of sea beasts stretching for miles. Impressive, isn't it? The driver, now accustomed to such sights, observed Chen Fan's slightly agape mouth with a sense of pride. You youngsters today lack experience. You've been too well protected. Unlike my generation, who had to endure hardships and were compelled to take up arms against these otherworldly creatures, even as ordinary folk. The taxi driver, brimming with self-importance, began to regale tales of his youth. However, Chen Fan had little interest in his ramblings. After paying the fare, he hastily exited the vehicle. The driver remained behind, convinced that Chen Fan would not linger long, as most young people came seeking thrills and knowledge, quickly losing their novelty and returning home. Yet, this time, he was mistaken. Just as he lit a cigarette, leisurely observing Chen Fan's departing figure, he was taken aback to see the young man heading straight toward the throng of beasts. This young lad has quite the audacity, the driver mused, taking a few puffs of his cigarette, shaking his head in disbelief. But soon, his eyes widened in astonishment. Growing ever larger, he witnessed an incredible spectacle. The very young man he had just driven boldly striding into the midst of the beasts, which appeared to regard him with indifference. Good heavens, have I picked up a ghost? The taxi driver turned pale, the heat of the cigarette burning his fingers, jarring him back to reality. Hastily discarding the cigarette, he pressed the accelerator and sped back toward the city. Meanwhile, Chen Fan traversed the sea of beasts with an outward calm that belied the turmoil within. Surrounded by creatures whose might surpassed the second tier, he dared not even take a deep breath. Madness. This inept Li Ji requires me to take risks to rescue him. I feel utterly cheated by the promised compensation of 10 million. As Chen Fan walked, he contemplated how he might cleverly extort 1 billion from Li Ji to soothe his wounded spirit. Just as they were about to traverse the beastly horde, the cat girl leapt from his embrace, reverting to her human form. Dear brother, the Eagle Commander is currently dispatched on a mission. You can transform into his likeness, which would enhance our safety, the cat girl suggested, leading the way deeper into the shadows. Nodding, Chen Fan's form shifted, adopting the appearance of the Eagle Commander as he cautiously followed her. The port of Bohai Bay was vast, bustling with countless cargo ships. The cat girl guided him through the throngs, and soon they found themselves on the deck of a colossal freighter. Brother, try not to speak. We must avoid raising suspicion. She cautioned him. Rest assured, I am quite the thespian. Chen Fan replied with a confident smile, trailing the cat girl into the ship's interior. Chapter 51. The sinister cult of beast worship. The two advanced cautiously through the dimly lit cabin, emerging into an entertainment lounge filled with 7 or 8 members of the beast worship cult. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the assembled individuals. Weren't you two dispatched by the boss on a mission? Did you complete it? A youth with a dog-like head approached them inquiringly. Indeed, the cat girl replied dismissively, attempting to sidestep him. However, the youth pressed closer to Chen Fan, sniffing him intently, causing his pupils to narrow in realization. Eagle Commander, your scent seems off. Chen Fan's heart raced. Could it be that he was about to be exposed? The surrounding members closed in, scrutinizing the Eagle Commander before them. The cat girl felt a pang of anxiety as well. Yet, the dog-headed youth suddenly grinned wickedly, exclaiming, Eagle brother, I never expected you to be the first among us to enjoy the cat girl's company. With that feline scent about you, I presume you've had quite the encounter. Do share with us how she tastes. Expressions of disbelief flickered across the faces of the others, and the cat girl felt a surge of indignation. How could you let that old fool have her? Would you care to have some fun with me instead? A bald man leered at the cat girl. Begone, she retorted coldly, marching alongside Chen Fan as they hastily exited the area, the lingering gazes of the crowd still fixating on her form. You seem quite popular, Chen Fan teased once they had distanced themselves. Are you feeling jealous, dear brother? The cat girl replied playfully. Haha, me jealous? If anything, it would be others coveting what is mine. Chen Fan staunchly denied, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort at the vulgar remarks he had overheard. Don't worry, dear brother, your sister is still a maiden, she reassured him with a mischievous smile. I am not concerned about you. Chen Fan scoffed. Soon, an elegant gentleman in a suit appeared before them. He presented a rose to Chen Fan with a gentlemanly demeanor. Eagle, I offer you a rose. Ah, what's this? Chen Fan was taken aback. It seemed this man had a good rapport with him, as he was freely gifting roses. Just as he reached out to accept it, however, the Catwoman swatted his hand away. Flower gentleman, do not stir trouble unnecessarily. This is a crucial moment for our beast worshippers. If the boss learns of your actions, he will not spare you. Catwoman admonished sternly. Before the gentleman could respond, Catwoman quickly grasped Chen Fan's arm and urged him to move away from the man. At that moment, the man known as Flower Gentleman showed no sign of anger. Instead, a devilish smile graced his lips as he admired Chen Fan's figure, plucking petals from the rose and delicately chewing them. Who is this person? Chen Fan pondered, bewildered by Catwoman's insistence that he not accept the rose. Catwoman whispered to him, "This man has a peculiar habit. Anyone who accepts a rose from him is doomed to meet their end by the next day." Could the rose be poisoned? Chen Fan's expression shifted alarmingly. He had unknowingly wandered close to death's door. Catwoman smirked mischievously. Not quite. He simply has a penchant for young men. He will come knocking at your door at midnight and toy with you until you perish. Chen Fan felt a tightening sensation and vowed never to associate with the beast worshippers again. Of course, excluding Catwoman, as she remained quite obedient. Stinky little brother. Let me first show you around the premises. You must memorize the layout, for we shall split up later. As they walked, Catwoman explained the purpose of each room. Before long, they arrived at a heavy iron door. After signaling to Chen Fan with her eyes, they hastily departed. Stinky little brother. Li Ji is confined behind that iron door, and so is the Two-Faced. Two-Faced is in there. What could he possibly be doing? Chen Fan exclaimed, realizing that rescuing Li Ji would be a daunting task. Two-Faced intends to extract Li Ji's life essence to enhance his own power. What a ghastly operation. Chen Fan was shocked. The beast worshippers were indeed terrifying. We must hasten to rescue Li Ji, or else Two-Faced's scheme will come to fruition. And it will be too late. Catwoman's eyes reflected her urgency. Understood. Chen Fan nodded resolutely. Catwoman continued. I will do my best to divert the other members of the beast worshippers on the ship, but how we deceive Two-Faced and rescue Li Ji will depend on your performance. The task was formidable. Chen Fan frowned slightly, but given the situation, he knew he had to act. He nodded with confidence. Do not worry. Leave it to me. In just 10 minutes, Chen Fan memorized the entire layout, as well as the names, personalities, and weaknesses of every individual present. Catwoman led him to her room to discuss their subsequent plans. In a moment, I shall entice as many of them as possible to the beach at the harbor, while you initiate a blackout to create chaos, and then seize the opportunity to act. Once the two had finalized all the details, they swiftly set their plan in motion. Catwoman made her way to the entertainment lounge. Feigning authority as she declared, "How can you still be playing around at a time like this? The boss has instructed me to inform you to patrol the vicinity of the harbor immediately, apprehending any suspicious individuals to ensure the success of this operation. The boss is truly relentless. Can't we have a moment's respite? We have already controlled those expert media outlets, and the entire Qing city believes this area is a breeding ground for sea creatures. What is there to patrol? Everything is under control." The crowd grumbled but complied, clearly respecting the authority of the double-faced leader. Meanwhile, Chen Fan stood quietly outside the ship's control room, awaiting the right moment. After 5 minutes, he sensed that everyone had vacated the cabin, and he pushed the door open. Inside the control room was a slightly plump man wearing a cap, who looked surprised upon Chen Fan's entrance. "Eagle, what brings you here?" Chen Fan recalled his previous encounters with Eagle and mimicked his tone, saying, "The boss has sent me to inspect the area and ensure that no issues arise aboard the ship." The cap-wearing man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly assured him, "Eagle, you can rest easy. Nothing will go wrong here." "That remains to be seen." Chen Fan adopted a routine demeanor. He pointed at the various switches in the control room and inquired, "What do these control?" The cap-wearing man promptly explained each one. Minutes later, Chen Fan had acquired a preliminary understanding of how to operate the entire ship. He discreetly generated an electric arc and directed it into a switch. In the next instant, the entire cabin was engulfed in darkness. "What is happening, Luya?" Chen Fan feigned ignorance, his tone urgent as he reprimanded loudly. "It might be a power outage, but don't worry, Eagle. I'll fix it soon." Luya quickly fumbled for a flashlight to examine the control circuits. However, in the next moment, a faint electric arc surged into Lu Ya's flashlight. After a cloud of black smoke, the control room was once again shrouded in darkness. At this point, Chen Fan had silently exited the scene. Here, only I can use a flashlight. He retrieved the flashlight he had prepared in advance and approached the heavy door. Chapter 52. Chaos inside the thick iron door. Li Ji lay on an operating table, while a sophisticated device extracted a milky white fluid from his body. The double-faced leader stood quietly by. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness, and the device ceased its function. The double-faced leader frowned and stepped out of the chamber. At that moment, Chen Fan arrived at the door. "Eagle, what is going on?" The double-faced leader was unfazed by the darkness and immediately recognized the newcomer. Chen Fan's heart raced with urgency as he respectfully bowed and said, "Boss, there's a problem at the route duct. We are currently repairing the power supply." Though double-faced displayed a hint of displeasure, he refrained from excessive reprimand. Yet, in the next moment, the eyes of the visage on his chest suddenly opened wide. "You are not the Eagle General. Who are you?" Panic surged through Chen Fan. He was bewildered as to how his identity had been unveiled. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to escape. Chen Fan shone his flashlight towards Double-Faced's eyes and, in the next instant, darted away. By the time Double-Faced regained his vision, Chen Fan had already vanished without a trace. "Whoever you are, you shall perish," Double-Faced bellowed. His voice reverberated throughout the entire cabin. "Everyone, take heed. The Eagle General present in the cabin is an imposter. Immediately seal off the deck. No one is to enter or exit the cabin." At that moment, although many had been led outside by Catwoman, a few members of the beast worship sect remained within the cabin. These individuals grew instantly alert, each feeling a sense of dread. Meanwhile, after Chen Fan slipped into a passage, his appearance transformed drastically, morphing into that of Catwoman. "Phew, as long as Double-Faced doesn't spot me, no one would suspect I can change my guise," Chen Fan thought cautiously as he concealed himself. Minutes later, a burly man wielding a flashlight collided with him head-on. "Catwoman, have you seen the Eagle General?" Chen Fan gently shook his head, refraining from speech, as he found it challenging to mimic Catwoman's alluring tone. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Brushing past him to continue his search, Chen Fan, emboldened by his skill, turned back towards the heavy iron door. At that moment, a man in a suit stood guard at the entrance. It was the flower gentleman. "This fellow hasn't been lured ashore?" Chen Fan furrowed his brow, imitating Catwoman's gait with a sway of his hips. Simultaneously, he concealed one hand behind his back, where a terrifying sphere of lightning began to form. Upon noticing someone approaching, the flower gentleman felt a surge of tension. However, upon realizing the newcomer was not the Eagle General, he finally relaxed. "Catwoman, the boss said no one is allowed near here. I'm merely passing through." Chen Fan strained to replicate Catwoman's voice. "What is with that voice?" The flower gentleman frowned. But the next moment, Chen Fan's thunderclap palm struck him squarely in the left side of his chest. With a thunderous explosion, the spherical lightning nearly tore through the flower gentleman's heart, sending him flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed, unconscious. Chen Fan swiftly dashed into the secret chamber. "Oldly," he exclaimed, shaking Li Ji's shoulder in an attempt to rouse him. However, Li Ji remained deeply unconscious, unresponsive. "Damn it," Chen Fan thought anxiously, forcibly removing the tubes from Li Ji's body, hoisting him over his shoulder, and bolting out of the secret chamber. At that precise moment, the cabin's lighting system flickered back to life, and soon 6 or 7 people charged towards him. There was no time to lose. After Chen Fan burst out of the secret chamber, he swiftly opened a door and hurriedly concealed himself within. Two-Face arrived shortly thereafter, his gaze falling upon the fallen Hua Junzi, his expression dark and foreboding. Forcing Hua Junzi awake, he coldly inquired, "Who harmed you?" "Boss, it was Catwoman," Hua Junzi managed to utter with great difficulty. "Catwoman? Could it be that more than one person infiltrated the cabin? Or does this individual possess 1,000 faces?" Two-Face furrowed his brow deeply, scrutinizing those around him. Upon ensuring that none exhibited any peculiarities, he promptly issued commands. "Luya, navigate the ship 5 kilometers into the sea. I want him trapped without a means of escape. Pei Laohu, guard the cabin exit. No one is to leave, not even me. Dong Erniu, lead a search of the entire cabin." "Understood." The assembled individuals acknowledged their orders and promptly dispersed to act. Meanwhile, Chen Fan found himself in a cramped room, desperately attempting to revive Li Ji. "Oldly, if you don't wake up soon, I'm going down with you." Chen Fan slapped Li Ji's face, striving to force him back to consciousness. In the current predicament, reviving Li Ji was his only glimmer of hope. Li Ji was a level 5 psychic manipulator, and according to Catwoman, he had been ambushed and severely injured by a member of the beast-worshipping sect lurking nearby. Thus, awakening Li Ji was Chen Fan's sole avenue for survival. Within a minute, Chen Fan rained down dozens of slaps, yet Li Ji remained unresponsive. At that moment, the search party had arrived in the adjacent room, causing Chen Fan to feel a surge of urgency. "Old Li, I'm left with no choice. If you turn into a fool after this, don't blame me." With a steely resolve, Chen Fan charged his palm with blue electricity and placed it atop Li Ji's head, allowing the potent current to surge into Li Ji's brain. Chen Fan was determined to forcibly awaken him. However, this was perilously dangerous. A momentary lapse in caution could result in madness or even death. As the electrical current penetrated Li Ji's cerebral cortex, his body began to convulse uncontrollably. "Old Li, wake up!" Just as the search team swung open the door, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and intensified the electrical output. Finally, Li Ji opened his eyes. "They're here," a member of the beast-worshipping sect shouted loudly. Yet, in the next instant, a 2-meter-long steel pipe shot out from the corner like a bolt of lightning. With a sickening thud, it pierced through the man's heart, the force pinning him against the metallic wall. Li Ji had struck. "Old Li, you've finally awakened." Chen Fan nearly wept tears of joy. "Thank you, little brother." Li Ji quickly grasped the situation. However, before they could make their escape, Two-Face and his entourage blocked the door. Two-Face cast a frosty glance at Chen Fan. "You must be Chen Fan, am I correct?" "Indeed, it is I." Chen Fan, hidden behind Li Ji, reclaimed his composure. "Old Li, let us take him down." This time, he no longer feared Two-Face. "You are quite remarkable." Two-Face ground his teeth in frustration. He turned his gaze towards Li Ji and coldly remarked, "Mayorly, your current strength can barely exert a mere 30%. Escaping is utterly impossible. Cease your futile struggles. But the possibility is not yours to dictate." Li Ji replied, raising his hand slightly. The dozens of steel pipes piled in the corner instantly stood upright behind him. "Step aside or perish," Li Ji declared indifferently. Chen Fan, stirred by the tension, felt a rush of adrenaline. This old Li, seemingly refined, displayed quite the commanding presence in combat. Opposite him, Shuangmian's expression darkened as he commanded his subordinates, "Attack." In the next moment, 5 individuals behind him transformed, pouncing towards Chen Fan and his companion. "Old Li, you join me as well." The 5 attackers, all late-stage second-tier ability users, forced Chen Fan to take refuge behind Li Ji, cheering him on. Li Ji did not disappoint. The steel pipes behind him shot through the air, effortlessly injuring the 5 assailants. Incompetence. Shuangmian seethed with rage. Immediately, the visage on his chest swiftly shifted, appearing at his neck in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Shuangmian sprouted an additional head. "Death stare," Shuangmian bellowed. A gray beam erupted from his eyes, hurtling towards Li Ji. Li Ji waved his hand, lifting one of the assailants off the ground, using him as a shield against the gray energy. Chen Fan observed in shock as the gray light struck the unfortunate individual, transforming his body into a dull gray, and then, astonishingly, into stone. "How bizarre," Chen Fan gasped, hurriedly seeking refuge behind Li Ji again. "Be careful, don't let the light hit you," Li Ji warned before charging furiously towards Shuangmian. Chen Fan, witnessing his protector abandon him, felt a surge of panic. Old Li was so unreliable. With his body crackling with electricity, a thunder dragon coiled around him. At that moment, a member of the beast worship sect took the opportunity to attack Chen Fan. "How dare a late-stage second-tier challenge me?" Chen Fan thought. He activated his lightning speed, instantly appearing before his adversary. "Die." In the next breath, the thunder dragon surged forth with Chen Fan's fist, piercing through the attacker's chest. Such was the extent of Chen Fan's current power. "Old Li, hold your ground against Shuangmian. These lackeys won't harm me," Chen Fan shouted towards Li Ji, then boldly charged at the other members of the beast worship sect. "You brat, don't be so arrogant." One of the opposing fighters, muscles bulging, transformed into a towering giant over 3 meters tall. His fist, imbued with unparalleled strength, swung towards Chen Fan. With lightning-fast reflexes, Chen Fan sidestepped, driving his knee into the giant's abdomen. The man winced in pain, hunched over slightly. In an instant, Chen Fan gathered electricity in both hands and executed a dual-peak strike. His hands struck simultaneously at the sides of the giant's temples with tremendous force. A muffled thud echoed as blood gushed from the man's orifices, and he collapsed, incapacitated. This kid is strange. Surround him and eliminate him. The remaining individuals discerned Chen Fan's extraordinary prowess and rushed to attack him collectively. Do you presume I fear your numbers? Chen Fan retrieved the formidable battle blade bestowed upon him by Lei Jun from his spatial bracelet. What sorcery is this? The onlookers were astonished to witness someone conjuring objects from thin air. However, Chen Fan paid them no heed. With a single stroke, he cleaved one adversary in two with a surge of azure dragon-shaped energy. The two remaining combatants, now wary, prepared themselves. One was encased in a layer of white bone armor, wielding a massive bone spear, while the other transformed into a blazing firebird, flames erupting from its mouth. Aimed directly at Chen Fan. Thunder wings. Chen Fan muttered inwardly as a pair of wings, forged from lightning, materialized behind him, an ability acquired through a fortunate draw. With a mere thought, he drew the wings together, successfully shielding himself from the onslaught of flames. In the next moment, his blade met the bone spear of the armored opponent. This adversary was an advanced Tier 2 Esper, wielding immense strength, and within a few exchanges, he began to overpower Chen Fan. My delight lies in vanquishing prodigies. A sinister laugh echoed from beneath the bone mask, sending chills down the spine. Yet, Chen Fan remained unfazed. He kept a vigilant eye on Li Ji's struggle against the dual-faced foe. Once Li Ji subdued his opponent, he could easily dispatch the two in front of him. However, he soon noticed that Li Ji was becoming increasingly overwhelmed. What is wrong with old Li? At such a critical juncture, he falters. Chen Fan felt exasperated. It seemed he had to rely on his own strength. The confidence he exuded against the two adversaries stemmed from having just extracted the reward for defeating Li Wenxiang, a temporary power amplification card lasting just 2 minutes. Though its duration was brief, it would suffice for him to eliminate these minor threats. Activating the power amplification card, Chen Fan silently intoned. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength course through his body. It was time for him to take center stage. With a decisive swing of his blade, he severed the bone spear in two. Before the stunned opponent could recover, Chen Fan delivered a fatal blow, cleaving him from head to toe. The firebird in the air was startled by the scene and attempted to flee, but Chen Fan dispatched it with a single strike from afar. Old Li, your savior has arrived. Chen Fan resolved to utilize these 2 minutes to effect as many changes in the battle as possible. Overconfident, the dual-faced adversary scoffed, unleashing a death beam towards Chen Fan. Thunder flash. With a thought, Chen Fan vanished and reappeared several meters away, evading the attack. In the next instant, his blade struck the dual-faced foe's head. A resounding clash of metal rang out, yet the dual-faced adversary remained unscathed. Is the disparity truly this vast? Before Chen Fan could retreat, he was sent flying several meters by a powerful punch from his opponent. As Chen Fan rose, preparing to engage once more, a voice echoed urgently in his mind. Is this a mental transmission? Chen Fan was taken aback. Chen Fan, you cannot defeat him. I am nearing my limit. You must find a way to open the cabin door. Then wait for me on the deck. Let us devise a means of escape. Li Ji's voice resonated with urgency. This old Li is truly a hindrance. Chen Fan silently lamented as he dashed toward the control room. Within, Luya was maneuvering the ship into the depths of the sea. Turn around. Head back, or I shall plunge this knife into your back. Chen Fan materialized behind him. A dagger pressed firmly against his spine. Big brother, please don't kill me. Luya, possessing only the feeble strength of a low-level second tier, dared not resist Chen Fan's overwhelming aura. Enough of the nonsense. Turn the ship around quickly and open the hatch. Chen Fan, brimming with urgency, pressed the dagger forward, piercing through flesh. Luya hastily complied. Once he had opened the hatch and adjusted the ship's course, Chen Fan did not hold back. He thrust the dagger into Luya's heart. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Remember to be a good person in your next life. With remarkable speed, Chen Fan burst forth from the cabin and ascended to the deck of the ship. Shortly thereafter, a disheveled figure emerged, Li Ji. Old Li. Chen Fan rushed to support him. At this moment, Li Ji's breath was faint, his injuries severe. Mayor Li, you cannot escape. Surrender and become the nourishment for my body. It shall be your honor to aid me in becoming a 5th-tier ability user. An ominous voice echoed from the cabin, followed by the emergence of a creature with a human head and serpentine body, Shuangmian. Chapter 54. Wishing you safety. Chen Fan gazed at the bizarre Shuangmian and quietly inquired of Li Ji, "What kind of ability is this?" "It is the beast transformation ability of the two-headed chi snake. Its powers are exceedingly peculiar." Li Ji explained, then secretly conveyed, "I have but one final strike left. When I push him back with all my strength, you must seize the chance to escape." "Understood." Chen Fan nodded, feeling the storm of thunder within him, ready to sprout his thunderous wings at any moment. Godslayer slash. Li Ji roared, his fingers poised at his temples, a translucent energy of mental force coalescing and shooting forth from his brow, cleaving into Shuangmian's brain. Caught unawares by this mental assault, Shuangmian was struck at the core of his soul, rendering him momentarily dazed. "Go." Li Ji uttered his final word before succumbing to unconsciousness. Understanding that he could not breach Shuangmian's physical form, Chen Fan decisively lifted Li Ji onto his back, translucent blue thunder wings unfurling behind him as he soared into the sky. The speed of Chen Fan's thunder wings eclipsed even his running pace. Ascending to a height of 100 meters, he gazed into the distance. The ship had already traversed 5 kilometers, and with the power of thunder coursing through him, he could just manage to carry Li Ji to shore. However, barely half a minute into their flight, the previously dazed Shuangmian regained consciousness. He glared at the distant figure of Chen Fan, now a mere speck on the horizon, filled with resentment. His body expanded rapidly, sprouting a pair of fleshy wings from his back. "You cannot escape, boy." In the next moment, the fleshly wings unfurled, soaring skyward with a velocity surpassing even that of Chen Fan. Sensing the impending danger, he hastily glanced back, his heart racing as the thunderous wings seemed to waver. Behind him, a 10-meter-long two-headed serpent was rapidly closing in. Was it truly the day he would meet his demise here? Reluctant to accept such a fate, Chen Fan exerted every ounce of his strength to activate the thunderous wings, yet the ominous figure continued its swift approach. "System, grant me aid," he pleaded internally. "Provide some assistance in advance, and I shall repay you later." But the system remained unresponsive to his desperate call. "Stay calm. Let me think of what means I possess." Chen Fan endeavored to stabilize his mindset, hurriedly reviewing the items he had previously won in the lottery. Gynecological sacred pill, hair growth lotion, silk pajamas. Blessing card, a blessing card. "You may be my only hope." A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. This was the sole item that might prove advantageous. He had initially intended to use it during Yang Chuchu's awakening ceremony, but faced with such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to utilize it now. Surely, with a stroke of luck, he could evade this peril. With a resolve akin to clutching at straws, Chen Fan commanded the system, activate the blessing card, and bestow a blessing upon me. Apologies, host. The blessing card can only be applied to others. The host cannot utilize it. Chen Fan erupted in frustration, cursing the system vehemently. "I wish to bless myself. What good does blessing another do me?" Just as he prepared to abandon the card in search of another escape, inspiration struck him. "I cannot bless myself, but I can bless Li Ji. As long as his fortune shines and he evades this calamity, I should remain unharmed as well." Without hesitation, Chen Fan chose to bestow his blessing upon Li Ji. "Oldly, I wish you safety." Yet, in the following seconds, nothing transpired. Damn, this virtual trinket is indeed unreliable. However, just as Chen Fan was about to be overtaken, a colossal whale, measuring over 100 meters, swam beneath them. It seemed quite displeased with the two-headed serpent above. With a powerful sweep of its massive tail, it struck the ocean's surface, unleashing towering waves that surged skyward. The force of the impact sent the serpent flying several hundred meters away. So, this is how the blessing card operates. Chen Fan mused with a sense of relief, glancing at the serpent plummeting into the sea, and hastily made his way towards the shore. Minutes later, Chen Fan landed on a sandy beach, carelessly tossing Li Ji aside before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. "I'm utterly exhausted, Li Ji. Was I indebted to you in a past life? What a waste of my blessing card." Chen Fan found Li Ji increasingly irksome. Were it not for the system's task to thwart the plans of the beast worshippers, he would have had no interest in him whatsoever. Chen Fan resolutely reclined on the sandy beach. After a few minutes, he finally regained a modicum of strength and, with a hint of disdain, hoisted Li Ji onto his shoulder before dashing into the distance once more. However, after running a mere few hundred meters, he collided with a knoll from the beast worship cult. "Who are you? Why do you carry the scent of the cat girl? And who is this you bear?" The knoll obstructed Chen Fan's path, wearing an unfriendly expression. At that moment, Chen Fan's countenance was more unpleasant than that of someone who had just tasted bitter melon. How could Li Ji be so unfortunate? Had the blessing card's efficacy expired? Just as Chen Fan prepared to tap into his potential for a desperate attempt, a striking figure approached from afar. "Noel, mind your own business. This individual has recently joined our ranks." The newcomer was none other than the cat girl. Yet the Noel appeared unconvinced. "This brat seems suspicious, and why does this person look so familiar?" As he moved closer to inspect Li Ji, a sharp claw pierced through his chest in an instant. It was the cat girl who had struck. "You." The Noel struggled to turn and face the cat girl. Disbelief etched across his features. "It's not my fault. You were the one who sought to bully my dear brother." The cat girl coyly twisted her waist as she approached Chen Fan, her demeanor exuding insincere flattery. The Noel, filled with rage, collapsed to the ground. Chen Fan, meanwhile, wore an expression of exasperation. "Sister, if you don't hurry, your dear brother is finished." He swiftly handed Li Ji over to the cat girl. "I truly lack the strength. Please take him while I regain my energy." What kind of gentleman would allow a lady to carry heavy burdens? The cat girl pouted her lips adorably. "Oh dear sister, what are you concerned about at a time like this? We must flee. If the dual-faced pursuers catch up to us, we are doomed." Chen Fan had no time for banter. He forged ahead, sprinting towards the distance. The cat girl, somewhat begrudgingly, scooped up Li Ji and hurried to keep pace. However, mere minutes later, they were spotted by several members of the beast worship cult. "Cat girl, if I am not mistaken, that is Li Ji you are carrying, is it not? Where do you intend to take him? Does the leader know?" Of course, the leader is unaware. Facing the three, the cat girl boldly admitted without a trace of fear. Are you attempting to defect from our sacred cult?" After their initial astonishment, the three quickly encircled Chen Fan and the cat girl. The cat girl shrugged nonchalantly, handing Li Ji to Chen Fan. Her hands rested on his shoulders as she gazed at him tenderly. "Dear brother, return my beast pearl to me. It is time for your sister to perform." Chapter 55. Mobilizing forces facing the encirclement of the three, the cat girl exhibited no sign of trepidation. Her arms entwined around Chen Fan's neck, her eyes glimmering with boundless affection as her red lips slowly approached him. "Naughty brother, open your mouth." Chen Fan, terrified, dared not move, fearing the imminent contact of her lips. He obediently parted his lips, and in an instant, a white beast pearl was drawn into her mouth. "Dear younger brother, allow me to handle these individuals." The Catwoman gently lifted Chen Fan's chin with one hand and planted a soft kiss on his cheek before vanishing in an instant, as swift as lightning. "You nearly stole my first kiss." Chen Fan internally roared, for the Catwoman's lips had almost met his own. "Watch your sister perform," she declared, her aura suddenly surging, instantly transforming her into a level 3 beginner psychic. The three members of the beast worship sect were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. "Catwoman, how can your power be so formidable? What are you concealing? Are you not afraid of the divine punishment from the beast god?" "Not particularly," she replied with a playful laugh. "Moreover, if I were to eliminate all of you, who would ever know of my betrayal?" With a swift, ghostly speed, she continued, "Fear not, for I shall soon send you to the underworld to reunite with one another." In the blink of an eye, before the trio could comprehend her movement, her claws glided effortlessly across their throats, extinguishing their lives. Such speed. Chen Fan scarcely comprehended how the Catwoman had executed her attack. "Come on, dear brother." At some point, the Catwoman had returned to his side, taking his hand to pull him from his shock. As he felt the delicate, almost boneless touch of her hand, a tempest of emotions stirred within him. While undeniably beautiful, her ferocity was alarming. He feared he could not contend with her in the immediate future. The pair sped away, swiftly distancing themselves from the port of Bohai Bay. Chen Fan was utterly exhausted. He decisively hailed a speeding taxi. "Driver, to Sunshine Garden Community, please." However, upon seeing Chen Fan's face, the taxi driver was reminded of the scene from an hour ago where Chen Fan had traversed the sea of beasts unharmed, causing him to panic. "Ghost!" The driver screamed, flooring the accelerator. "What the hell?" Chen Fan exclaimed in shock as he and Li Ji were flung from the vehicle, while the Catwoman nimbly sidestepped to safety. "Are you out of your mind?" Chen Fan cursed vehemently. Had he not been utterly spent, he would have charged at the taxi and obliterated both it and the driver. The Catwoman, witnessing Chen Fan being tossed aside, laughed uncontrollably, her body shaking with mirth. "Dear brother, you are quite foolish. Truly, A tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. Chen Fan felt a surge of indignation. The Catwoman helped him to his feet, feigning concern. Calm down, dear brother, let me avenge you. Just as she prepared to utilize her powers to stop the taxi, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The speeding vehicle inexplicably spun 180 degrees, returning at an even greater speed. What the hell? Coming back? Chen Fan was about to evade, but the car halted right before him. What is happening? He exchanged a glance with the Catwoman, both reflecting horror in their eyes. Could it be we're truly haunted? Chen Fan quickly scanned the surroundings, only to find Li Ji regaining consciousness. Realization dawned upon Chen Fan, and he was filled with fury. Lao Li, is it not rather amusing to wield extraordinary abilities as if they were mere acrobatics? If you awaken, could you perhaps utter a sound? After all, scaring someone can indeed lead to dire consequences, can it? Chen Fan directed a barrage of words at Li Ji. Li Ji approached him, wearing a look of sincere apology. Young brother Chen, the situation is urgent. I hope you will not take offense. Chen Fan merely shot him a glance of disdain, conveying his disinterest in continuing the conversation. Li Ji offered a sheepish smile, quickly urging, let us depart from this place. The three of them climbed into the car, while the taxi driver desperately pressed the accelerator. However, regardless of his efforts, the vehicle remained steadfastly immobile. What's going on? The driver exclaimed, his face filled with terror as he glanced at the three occupants. Chen Fan was at a loss for words, reflecting on how the driver had boasted of his worldly experiences and exceptional bravery when he had first picked them up. How had he become so cowardly? With no other option, Chen Fan forcefully turned the driver's head towards Li Ji, stating, behold, this is your mayor. There are no ghosts here. The taxi driver steadied himself, his disbelief evident upon recognizing Li Ji. Is it really you? Li Ji maintained a courteous demeanor, offering an apology. There are reasons for this. Hence we had to commandeer your vehicle. Please, we implore you to assist us. Certainly, no problem. The driver, regaining his composure, was filled with excitement. It seemed that Lao Li held considerable esteem in the eyes of the public. Chen Fan couldn't help but regard Li Ji with newfound respect. 40 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt at the Sunshine Garden community. The trio entered Chen Fan's residence and engaged in a clandestine discussion that lasted for half an hour. Chen Fan's task was to procure Li Ji's military command token and venture into several nearby dimensional spaces to summon reinforcements. Meanwhile, Li Ji needed to swiftly regain his strength and organize the existing extraordinary individuals in the city to protect Qingqing. Without a moment's delay, they split up to commence their respective missions. Half an hour later, utilizing his mimicry abilities, Chen Fan successfully infiltrated Li Ji's office, unlocked the specialized safe, and retrieved the military command token. Shortly thereafter, a speeding SUV raced out of the city, heading towards the nearby Yuliang Pass. The two occupants of the vehicle were none other than Chen Fan and the Catwoman. Little brother, I must admit I underestimated you. Your driving skills are quite impressive. Catwoman remarked from the passenger seat, her long, slender legs elegantly draped across the window, seemingly unbothered by the presence of a male companion. Chen Fan felt a mix of exasperation and intrigue, pondering whether he should look or avert his gaze. By the way, dear sister, do you not realize that one must maintain focus while driving? My speed has already soared to 180. A moment's distraction could lead to catastrophe. Feeling increasingly parched and unable to endure the situation any longer, he pleaded, Catwoman, could you please rein in your enchanting powers? Amused, Catwoman giggled, playfully tugging at her white skirt, exposing her smooth thighs in full view. But it is simply too hot, she pouted. Chen Fan felt his cheeks flush, hastily responding, my dear sister, I can nearly glimpse the color of your undergarments. I implore you, please, restrain your enchantments. Ah, little man, you truly cannot withstand a tease. Sister, have you not yet unleashed your power, and are you already prepared to surrender? The Catwoman, full of pride, shifted her legs closer to Chen Fan, nearly placing her foot upon his face. Merely a red-skinned skeleton, I cannot be deceived. Women only serve to slow my draw. Chen Fan could only engage in self-hypnosis. However, as the two rushed onward, the double-faced gathered the remaining members of the beast worshippers together. Chapter 56. The Eagle General arrives. The double-faced, shedding its previous calm demeanor, was now consumed with rage. Are you all worthless? To be outmaneuvered by a mere child. You have brought disgrace upon our beast worshippers. The crowd bowed their heads, none daring to speak. Now that Li Ji has been rescued, he will soon organize his forces to withstand the beast tide. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must incite the beast tide and utterly destroy Qing City. Moreover, capture Chen Fan alive. I want him to suffer beyond imagination. Yes, the multitude of subordinates roared in unison, their bodies transforming. They began to create chaos among the sea beasts, leading the charge. Instantly, the port of Bohai Bay was enveloped in a cloud of dust, the roars echoing through the air. The swirling sands soared hundreds of meters into the sky. The commotion caused by the stampede of beasts could be felt even in Qing City, over 100 kilometers away. Initially, people thought it was an earthquake. But as they rushed out of their homes, they were left astonished by the clouds of yellow sand on the horizon. What is happening? Is this the apocalypse? Nonsense. It's the beast tide erupting in Bohai Bay. A beast tide? Did the experts not say it was merely a mating season? How has it turned into a beast tide? The populace fell into a state of extreme panic, eager to flee, yet the roads quickly became congested. Wang Yanran and Tong Tong were equally terrified, hiding in their home. But sister, is brother really all right? Tong Tong clung to Wang Yanran, her youthful face etched with worry. Fear not. Your brother just called, saying he was on a task assigned by the mayor and would return shortly. Wang Yanran tried to reassure her. But the uncles and aunts in the neighborhood are saying that brother has killed someone, labeling him a villain, and claiming he has been taken away for execution, cursing him for bringing shame upon our community. Tears began to well in Tong Tong's eyes. Wang Yanran, heart aching, hurriedly embraced her. Tong Tong, dear, you must believe in your brother. Xiao Fan would never kill anyone. Yet, deep within her eyes lay a profound concern. Meanwhile, outside Qing City, Li Ji had organized 2,000 empowered warriors. Brothers, our loved ones and friends are within the walls of Qing City. If we retreat, they may be torn to shreds in an instant, so we must stand our ground. Li Ji stood at the forefront of the ranks, impassioned. Indeed, we must not yield. It is merely a few tens of thousands of sea beasts. I did not flinch when faced with 1,000,000 monstrous beasts at White Tower Pass during my service. A retired veteran of the third rank echoed loudly. Indeed, when marine beasts set foot on land, they become mere reptiles, devoid of fear. To penetrate the city of Qing, they must first trample over my body. Despite having only one leg remaining, I am still a formidable warrior in the face of battle. The over 2,000 individuals here are largely seasoned veterans, many of whom bear the scars of disability. Yet, it is only this group that, when confronted with the specter of war, rises unflinchingly to charge into the fray, defending our homeland. Should the call to arms arise, we shall return without hesitation. The crowd roared in unison, echoing their battle cry from their days of service. Excellent. Li Ji joined in the fervent cheer. If we survive today, I, Li Ji, shall revel in a 3-day feast with my fellow warriors. Brothers, let us hold the tide of beasts outside the city of Qing, and follow me into battle. Li Ji led the charge towards the oncoming tide of beasts. Soon, the clash of weapons and the cries of battle reverberated through the air. Li Ji, if you surrender and bind your hands, submitting yourself to my authority, I shall retreat and spare the city of Qing. The two adversaries clashed once more. Although Li Ji was merciful, he was not a fool. Binding himself would serve no purpose other than his own demise. You double-faced, have forsaken humanity in your devotion to the beast cult, and your wickedness deserves retribution. You lack the people's support, and your schemes against the masses will ultimately lead to your downfall. As they fought fiercely, their words were as sharp as their blades, neither yielding an inch. With merely 2,000 remnants, you dare to stand against my army of 50,000 beasts? Such folly. Double-faced roared, transforming into a 10-meter-long two-headed serpent, his power surging. As a psychic manipulator, Li Ji could command all things. In this realm, everything was his weapon. The cacophony of battle cries and beastly roars shook the heavens. The great conflict had commenced. Many citizens gathered atop buildings, anxiously observing the battle unfolding outside the city. At this moment, Chen Fan had just arrived at Yuliang Pass. His speeding off-road vehicle was halted 100 meters from the entrance by vigilant soldiers. This is a critical national defense zone. No unauthorized personnel are permitted. Chen Fan quickly produced an item for the two soldiers to see. Urgent. I must see Colonel Mu Hongtao. The soldiers approached to take the item, their bodies trembling. A troop command token? Where is the emergency? Qing City. Quickly, open the gates. Take me to Colonel Mu Hongtao. Chen Fan spoke succinctly. for he had no time for elaborate explanations. The two soldiers recognized the urgency and, without further inquiry, hastily opened the gate. Chen Fan's vehicle sped through. 2 minutes later, he encountered Colonel Mu Hongtao once more. "Colonel Mu, this is urgent. Please assemble the troops. We must depart to rescue Qing City." Chen Fan promptly presented the troop command token. "A troop command token?" Colonel Mu's eyebrows shot up as he sprang to his feet, taking it with astonishment. "This is Li Ji's command token. What has happened to Qing City? The marine beasts are attacking. The city is in grave danger." Chen Fan replied hastily. "What?" Colonel Mu was taken aback, rushing out in a flurry. In the next moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air above Yuliang Pass. "All personnel, assemble immediately." The entire camp erupted into chaos, and within 2 minutes, a battalion of 1,000 soldiers was fully mobilized and prepared for departure. "Chen, take the troop command symbol and head to Beiyang Pass. We cannot repel 50,000 sea beasts with just our numbers." "Understood," Chen Fan replied without hesitation, climbing into the vehicle with the cat girl, hastily setting off once more. Beiyang Pass lay a considerable distance of 120 kilometers away. Even if Chen Fan accelerated to 180 kilometers per hour, he would still require 40 minutes to arrive. However, just 20 kilometers out of Yuliang Pass, a hawk appeared overhead. Initially unperturbed, Chen Fan soon realized that the hawk was persistently following them. It must be the Eagle Commander. The cat girl suddenly became alert. Chen Fan's heart sank. He had not anticipated that the beast worshippers would pursue them so far. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is that hawk the Eagle Commander's beastly transformation ability?" "No," the cat girl gently shook her head, explaining, "This is merely an ordinary wild beast. The true Eagle Commander is likely en route." Indeed, as her words fell, a piercing cry resounded. A golden-feathered divine eagle, with a wingspan of 2 zhang, shot towards them with astonishing speed, reaching the top of Chen Fan's vehicle in the blink of an eye. Chapter 57. Carnage. The golden-feathered divine eagle emanated a formidable aura. Its speed incredible as it descended, its talons effortlessly tearing through the metal roof of the SUV. "Damn it, we can't let it destroy the vehicle. We need to get out and take it down." Chen Fan decisively prepared to exit the vehicle and engage in battle. However, the cat girl halted him. "Leave the Eagle Commander to me. Time is of the essence, and you should proceed to Beiyang Pass." Recognizing the cat girl's prowess, Chen Fan deemed her capable of handling the Eagle Commander. After weighing his options, he nodded, "Just be careful. Don't worry, dear brother." Without waiting for Chen Fan to stop the vehicle, the cat girl opened the door and leaped out. "Whoa," Chen Fan gasped. But he watched as the cat girl landed gracefully, unharmed and still exuding elegance. "You all seem to enjoy acrobatics, don't you?" Chen Fan quipped, then quickly leaned out to admonish her, "Sister Cat, don't be careless. Avoid any missteps." "Got it, dear brother. Now hurry along," the cat girl replied, though her expression lacked any seriousness or gravity. The golden-feathered divine eagle did not pursue Chen Fan, but instead landed before the cat girl, transforming into human form, a visage brimming with murderous intent. "Cat girl, you have betrayed the organization and deserve a most grievous fate. Come back with me today for punishment, and perhaps you may die a swift death." The Eagle Commander glared at her, his eyes ablaze with fury. The cat girl stifled a laugh. "Return with you? That depends on whether you possess the capability." Arrogant. In the next moment, the Eagle Commander's aura surged, and he broke through to the initial stage of the 3rd tier. He maintained his human form, but a pair of metallic glimmering wings sprouted from his back. Every feather of his resembled a sharp blade, and as he gently stirred his wings, they shot forth like arrows, aimed directly at the Catwoman. As she focused, her form transformed into that of a shadowy feline. Her speed was unparalleled, gliding through the barrage of sword-like projectiles unscathed. The two adversaries stood poised, and in an instant, they clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, outside Qing City, the battle escalated into a fervent frenzy. The human forces, comprising 2,000 retired veterans, displayed an extraordinary resilience. Fearless and unyielding, they momentarily halted the advance of the beast tide. Among them, a fire element veteran, having slain dozens of sea beasts, found his powers utterly depleted. "Old Li, fall back," a comrade urged loudly. Yet, the fire-wielding warrior known as Old Li's countenance flushed, his spirit aflame. "If I retreat, what will become of the ordinary people behind me? Brothers, comrades, we shall slay the beasts and yield not a step." He cast a lingering glance toward Qing City, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Remember my name? Li Jiangguo. I enlisted at 17 and served at Yuliang Pass for 23 years, having slain 1,328 beasts. Today, let me offer my final light and warmth for this land. With a thunderous roar, he ignited into a blazing inferno and charged headlong into the horde of beasts. Shouting, "To live is to be a hero. To die is to become a valiant spirit." As his fervent voice echoed, a tremendous explosion erupted. He had detonated himself. The raging flames surged forth, engulfing dozens of sea beasts in an instant. A chill swept through the hearts of those present. Li Jiangguo had fallen. This scene repeated across the battlefield. These veterans had forgotten life and death. They understood that to save Qing City, at least an hour of resistance was required from their 2,000. Meanwhile, within the confines of Qing City, the populace sank into an abyss of terror and despair. News of the frontline losses trickled in like heavy stones weighing down their hearts. Were there no more powers left within the city? If there are, please rush to the front lines. The major broadcasts throughout Qing City frantically urged the citizens to mobilize, yet few dared to step forward to join the fray. At this moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded at Qing City No. 3 High School. All the students had walked out of their classes, gathering on the playground. "If they do not fight, we shall," declared the entire second-year cohort, demanding to take up arms to defend our beloved Qing City. This group of youthful students unfurled a banner, their indignation palpable. "We must strive for self-improvement. We are the youth." Meanwhile, the principal, Zhang Zhongwen, along with the faculty, wore expressions of helplessness. "This is absurd. You have only awakened for less than a year. Are you truly willing to march to your demise on the front lines?" Zhang Zhongwen bellowed from the podium. Yet, the voices of the students rose even louder. Within Yuliang Pass, Senior Chen Fan faces the beast tide, daring to engage second-tier beasts with his first-tier strength. Though we may not match his prowess, we too are willing to fight against first-tier beasts. Indeed, the valiant veterans at the front line are courageously battling the enemy. How can we cower like turtles? We must join the fight. Zhang Zhongwen, feeling helpless, hurriedly contacted the parents of the students. Soon, a considerable number of citizens gathered, their expressions grim. "Return home. Children, your presence will be futile, and going would only lead to your demise." It was utter nonsense. With such limited strength, you would merely create chaos. Many citizens urged against it. However, the students from Qingqing No. 3 Middle School remained fervent and indignant. At that moment, one onlooker could no longer endure the scene. He pushed through the crowd, his face resolute. "There is no reason to send children into battle. I, Zhang Zhan, volunteer to fight." A stir rippled through the crowd, and one by one, others began to step forward. "I, Gao Bowen, volunteer to fight. I, Li Jing, volunteer to fight." This wave of fervor quickly spread throughout Qingqing City. The citizens gradually overcame their fears, and nearly 1,000 extraordinary individuals chose to participate in the conflict, rushing towards the battlefield beyond the city. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was still racing towards Beiyang Pass, pushing the off-road vehicle to its utmost limits. "I hope Li Ji can be reliable this time." Chen Fan was anxious, fully aware that the warriors at Yuliang Pass would need at least another hour to reach the battlefield. If Li Ji could not hold back the tide of beasts, by the time he returned, it might be too late. After all, the people he held most dear were within Qingqing City. Just as Chen Fan silently prayed for the city, a white figure, swift as lightning, leaped through the car window. It was the white cat, transformed from the cat girl. "Sister Cat, has the Eagle General been dealt with?" As soon as Chen Fan spoke, he sensed something was amiss with the cat girl. She curled up tightly, trembling all over, seemingly enduring immense pain. "Are you all right?" Chen Fan's heart raced with anxiety as he called out to her repeatedly, but she offered no response. A foreboding feeling gripped him. He swiftly cradled the white cat in one hand, examining her. Her breathing and heartbeat were rapidly fading. Chen Fan's pupils constricted, a profound sorrow enveloping him. This was a sign of impending death. Had the Eagle General harmed you? In that moment, Chen Fan's murderous intent crystallized into something palpable. "By the beast sect, I shall not share this world with you." As Chen Fan roared, unleashing his pent-up fury, the white cat finally spoke, albeit in a faint voice. "Dear little brother, do not worry. I have merely been cursed by the beast god, and I fear I may not endure much longer. But rest assured, when I awaken, I shall embrace a second life." With her words, the cat girl slipped into a deep unconsciousness. Chapter 58. Urgent rescue. Chen Fan gazed at the unconscious white cat, an unusual feeling stirring within him. Had it not been for the cat girl, he would not have been able to rescue Li Ji. Qingqing City might have already fallen. Chen Fan composed himself and continued his swift journey towards Beiyang Pass. After half an hour, he finally reached his destination. To Chen Fan's astonishment, the thousands of warriors here had already gathered and were fully prepared for departure. A colonel approached Chen Fan's vehicle from a distance. "Are you Chen Fan? Do you have the military insignia?" The urgency in his voice was palpable. "I do." Chen Fan, bewildered, hastily produced the insignia. The man seized it, confirmed its authenticity, and immediately rushed to the front of the ranks, shouting at the top of his lungs, "The army is to mobilize at once. All warriors must reach Qingqing within 2 hours. Follow me to vanquish the enemy and protect Qingqing." Yes, the thousands of warriors behind him erupted with unparalleled fervor, swiftly boarding military vehicles as they surged towards Qingqing. Hundreds of military trucks formed a lengthy convoy, a formidable sight. Chen Fan, already in a state of anxiety, led the charge at the front of the formation. Beside him in the passenger seat was the aforementioned Colonel, Yang Hongjun. "Young brother Chen, I just spoke with old Mo. Their troops will take another 30 minutes to reach the battlefield." Another 30 minutes. Chen Fan's expression darkened, for this was even slower than he had anticipated. Yang Hongjun reassured him. "The pace of the army will naturally lag behind that of individual soldiers, but you need not worry too much. Old Mu will certainly organize an elite team to advance to the battlefield first." Chen Fan nodded, his mind preoccupied with the urgency to return to Qingqing. At that moment, outside Qingqing, the dual-faced General Li Ji had repelled the enemy, surveying the battlefield with a troubled countenance. He had not expected the remnants of the opposing forces to resist so fiercely. The blood of beasts surged within him. With a mighty roar, thousands of sea beasts unleashed their overwhelming battle intent. Their eyes turned crimson, radiating a ferocity unmatched. In this instant, the human warriors faltered. The newly joined young soldiers, overwhelmed by fear, fled in disarray. "Hold your ground. Do not let them break through." Many seasoned veterans shouted in desperation. "Break through? Not a chance." An enraged veteran, with fury ignited, swallowed a blood-boosting pill, and in the next moment, his muscles bulged, veins protruding grotesquely from his skin, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. His power surged drastically. Wielding his massive blade, he felled wave after wave of sea beasts. However, his body could not withstand the effects of the pill. After slaying dozens of sea beasts, he collapsed, disintegrating into a mist of blood. Meanwhile, explosions erupted throughout the battlefield. In an instant, blood splattered, and the air thickened with the scent of carnage as many veterans chose to self-destruct to counter the onslaught of the beast tide. Long live humanity! Prosperity to the great Xia! Their voices were filled with solemnity but unwavering determination. As one veteran after another chose to detonate themselves, thousands of sea beasts were claimed by the blasts. Li Ji's eyes reddened as he shouted, "Hold on for another 10 minutes. The vanguard from Yuliang Pass will arrive." Despite the valiant efforts of the soldiers, some sea beasts inevitably broke through. Within Qingqing, chaos reigned as ordinary citizens faced the otherworldly creatures, lacking even the courage to resist. The city was engulfed in piercing screams. The supernatural beings hiding within the metropolis could no longer remain passive. They sprang into action, slaying the monstrous beasts that had invaded. Chaos reigned both inside and outside the city, and as the seasoned soldiers fell one by one, despair began to grip humanity. Where were the warriors from Yuliang Pass? A sense of endless hopelessness overwhelmed the crowd. At last, after 10 arduous minutes, the vanguard of Yuliang Pass arrived. Mu Hongtao surveyed the grim battlefield, his eyes ablaze with fury. Earth Dragon technique, he bellowed, as the ground beneath him convulsed, and dozens of gargantuan serpents formed from the earth surged skyward, effortlessly decimating a horde of sea monsters. "Brothers, follow me into the fray." The soldiers surged into battle, alleviating the pressure on the frontline veterans. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was consumed with urgency. His vehicle had already left the main force far behind, yet a considerable distance remained to Qing City. Beside him, Colonel Yang Hongjun was equally anxious. "Chen Fan, at this pace, it will take at least another half-hour to reach Qing City. What do you suggest we do?" Chen Fan replied tersely, "Isn't it obvious? Do I not wish to go faster? The accelerator is already pressed to the floor." Yang Hongjun, undeterred by Chen Fan's frustration, quickly elaborated, I am a wind element supernatural being. I can use my powers to reduce the wind resistance of the car, allowing us to increase our speed. But you must keep a firm grip on the steering wheel. Otherwise, the risks are immense. Have no fear. I can manage, Chen Fan declared decisively. His focus sharpened as he grasped the steering wheel tightly. As Yang Hongjun unleashed his ability, a bullet-like barrier formed around the vehicle. In that moment, the speed of the off-road vehicle surged to more than double. They were truly racing like the wind. 10 minutes later, they reached the outskirts of Qing City. The roads were choked with traffic, forcing them to abandon their vehicle and sprint forward. A pair of wind wings sprouted from Yang Hongjuan's back. He nodded to Chen Fan and darted toward the frontline battlefield. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, cradling the unconscious white cat, dashed towards Sunshine Garden Community. Just as he stepped into the city, a 2-meter-tall azure-eyed toad lunged at him. Its colossal tongue lashed out like a sword, aiming for Chen Fan's heart. Seeking death, Chen Fan was frantic, unwilling to waste precious time. He drew his battle blade, unleashing a dragon-shaped energy that cleaved the creature in two. Kill count, 10. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Chen Fan unfurled his thunderous wings and soared into the sky. He intended to fly directly to Sunshine Garden Community. At that moment, Sunshine Garden Community was engulfed in unending panic. 2 massive giant squids were rampaging, mercilessly slaughtering the residents. Their tentacles were extraordinarily agile, easily snapping human necks. And within mere minutes, hundreds had perished at their hands. Heavens, is there anyone who can save us? I do not wish to die. Why are we so unfortunate? Are there no supernatural beings in our community? Please, step forward and slay these 2 monsters. The community was in utter chaos, the sounds of weeping and shouting intertwining. Resembling a scene from hell, Wang Yanran tightly clutched Tong Tong, her own face reflecting fear and despair. In her eyes, escape seemed impossible. Just as the residents were enveloped in extreme panic, a figure descended from the heavens, intercepting the 2 colossal squids. The newcomer, appearing to be around 17 or 18, exuded an air of youthful vigor, with a pair of thunderous wings that enhanced his enigmatic presence. An extraordinary being has come to rescue us. We shall survive. The crowd erupted in tears of joy. However, as they recognized the figure of Chen Fan, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was indeed Chen Fan. Chapter 59. The massacre begins. To their astonishment, the one sent to save them was none other than Chen Fan. A wave of unease swept through the crowd, for they had privately discussed his imprisonment on numerous occasions. Now, his presence here clearly indicated his innocence, prompting a profound sense of shame among them. I told you. How could Chen Fan, who single-handedly slew so many beasts at Yuliang Pass, possibly be a murderer? One remarked. Indeed, some even claimed he assaulted a high school girl. I never believed it. A young man as exceptional as he would surely have the affections of women willingly, without resorting to force. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussion. Amidst this, Wang Yanran and Tong Tong also recognized Chen Fan. It's my brother. He has returned to save us. Tong Tong's eyes welled with tears. Wang Yanran felt a pang in her heart, tears cascading down her stunning face. Xiao Fan, he is back. Brother, Tong Tong misses you so much. Without hesitation, Tong Tong dashed toward Chen Fan. Stay back, Chen Fan exclaimed, startled, quickly admonishing her. Wang Yanran, equally taken aback, swiftly grasped Tong Tong, pulling her back into her embrace. However, in that moment of distraction, a tentacle lunged toward Chen Fan's head. Watch out, the crowd shouted in alarm. Yet, Chen Fan stood unperturbed. With a disdainful snort, he vanished from sight, reappearing 3 meters away. You dare threaten my sister and Tong Tong? Chen Fan roared, summoning a battle blade from thin air and charging at the 2 colossal squids. He did not retract his thunderous wings, as they not only shielded his back, but also enhanced his agility. With a powerful flap, his speed surged, evading the massive tentacles. Simultaneously, he swung his blade, severing a significant portion of one squid's head. The creature writhed in pain, dozens of tentacles lashing out at him. Such trivial skills. Chen Fan scoffed, unleashing a horizontal strike with his wings, a streak of blue lightning cleaving through the air, instantly severing numerous tentacles. What razor-sharp wings! Chen Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. Once more, he wielded his wings in a sweeping motion, this time invoking the 9 heavens thunder, a blue lightning dragon swiftly coursing through the wings behind him. With a devastating strike, he split a massive squid in 2. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the sheer might displayed by Chen Fan. Yet, his strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. In the next moment, a surge of thunder coalesced around him, converging into a single fist. With a powerful strike, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens. A divine dragon, forged from crackling lightning, erupted from his fist, obliterating the fleeing tyrant squid into a mist of crimson. Cheers erupted from the gathered crowd, a jubilant celebration of both Chen Fan's triumph and their own survival. "Brother has vanquished the beast," Tong Tong exclaimed, wiping away her tears, her face alight with excitement as she broke free from Wang Yinran's embrace and dashed into Chen Fan's arms. "Brother, you're so amazing. I want to be as formidable as you in the future. I will surpass you one day." Chen Fan, equally delighted after a long separation, felt a rush of warmth. At that moment, Wang Yinran approached, her gaze towards Chen Fan tinged with a hint of affection. "Xiao Fan, please inform me of your whereabouts in advance from now on. You can't keep disappearing without a word." Wang Yinran, with her proud disposition, found it difficult to express her true feelings. Chen Fan was taken aback, noting the traces of tears that hinted at her recent struggles. "I promise, Yinran Jia, it won't happen again." Chen Fan nodded earnestly. The sudden softness of the once aloof goddess left him slightly disoriented. He gently set Tong Tong down, seizing the opportunity to draw Wang Yinran into his embrace under the guise of offering comfort. "I'm sorry for worrying you, Yinran Jia," as he tenderly stroked her hair. Everything felt so effortlessly natural. Wang Yinran's cheeks flushed, yet she did not push him away. "Hey, brother, where did you find this cat?" Tong Tong suddenly tugged at Chen Fan's clothing, her curious eyes fixated on the white cat cradled in his other arm. Frustrated that the moment was disrupted, Chen Fan reluctantly released Wang Yinran and began explaining to Tong Tong, "This is a friend of mine. She's currently asleep. Please take good care of her for me over the next few days." He ruffled Tong Tong's little head and handed the cat girl to her. "Okay," Tong Tong exclaimed joyfully, eagerly embracing the cat, for children are often enamored with animals. Chen Fan then turned to Wang Yinran, "Yinran Jia, with sea beasts rampant throughout Qing City, staying indoors is far from safe. You should head to the underground parking lot and seal the entrance. It should provide a relative sense of security." Wang Yinran nodded, agreeing with Chen Fan's sound reasoning. Their conversation was overheard by the other citizens, who began organizing their retreat underground. Once he ensured the safety of the crowd, Chen Fan extended his thunderous wings and soared into the sky once more. This time, he was headed to the front lines, the very locus of chaos plaguing Qing City. He had to hurry, for his mission was to save the city. Although the thunderous wings were ill-suited for long distances due to their excessive energy consumption, the journey to the front lines would not deplete his powers significantly. Despite Chen Fan's mental preparation, a jolt of shock coursed through him upon witnessing the grotesquely brutal battlefield. Nearby, a series of thunderous explosions echoed, the tragic result of several ability users choosing self-detonation as their oil lamps flickered out. This scene was both harrowing and awe-inspiring, a true testament to the carnage that left no trace of flesh nor bone. With a heart as cold as ice, Chen Fan unsheathed his great sword and resolutely charged into the fray. His long blade danced through the air, executing the wind blade technique with exquisite finesse. Any beast whose power did not exceed the pinnacle of the second tier was unlikely to survive even 3 strikes at his hands. However, this also meant that his energy was depleting rapidly. The incessant chime of accumulating kill points echoed in his mind, and soon he amassed 100 points. System: exchange the kill points for a lottery draw. Chen Fan wasted no time. The gravity of the situation allowed no room for hesitation. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a physique enhancement card." The system's prompt resonated swiftly. Chen Fan decisively clicked to use it. In the next instant, his physique surged by 3 points. Chen Fan relentlessly slaughtered the sea beasts. Each time he gathered 100 kill points, he promptly exchanged them for another chance at the lottery. In a mere 5 minutes, he had vanquished 100 second-tier beasts and redeemed 10 lottery draws. Just as his abilities were on the verge of depletion, he drew a vitality pill. Without a moment's pause, he swallowed it whole. The potent effects rapidly rejuvenated his powers, and after just a few breaths, his abilities were once again brimming. At that moment, a gray beam of light pierced the air from afar, hurtling directly towards Chen Fan. It was the dreaded dual-faced death gaze. "Watch out!" A booming voice rang out. Chen Fan snapped to attention, but it was too late to evade. This is the end for me, he lamented, face contorted in despair. Yet, just as disaster loomed, an invisible force lifted him into the air, narrowly allowing him to escape the deadly beam. The one who intervened was none other than Li Ji, little brother Chen. Losing focus on the battlefield is a grave mistake. Li Ji appeared beside him, offering a well-intentioned warning. Thanks a lot. Chen Fan shot him a glare, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. If it weren't for your incompetence, would I need to fight for my life here? At that moment, the dual-faced serpent loomed ominously, its gaze fixed upon the two men. Li Ji, Chen Fan, you have both thwarted my plans and deserve nothing less than death. Both heads hissed in unison, teeth gritted with fury. In his design, at this juncture, his army of 50,000 beasts should have already stormed into Qing City, unleashing unparalleled slaughter. Instead, only a measly few hundred had breached the city limits, and he was filled with bitter resentment. Die! The dual-faced serpent roared, and from one of its heads erupted a golden beam of light, brimming with annihilating power. Watch out! Li Ji shielded Chen Fan behind him, while simultaneously commanding the earth with his formidable mental prowess. The ground ahead suddenly heaved, forming a colossal barrier that repelled the golden beam of light. A resounding explosion echoed as the 10-meter-wide, formidable wall crumbled to dust. Chen Fan, witnessing this terrifying scene, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Fortunately, the dual golden beams were completely extinguished, dissipating into nothingness. You shall pay for this. The two-headed serpent lunged towards Chen Fan and his companion, brimming with resentment. However, before Li Ji could make a move, the earth beneath the creature surged, and a massive earthen column shot skyward, transforming into a 10-meter-long earth dragon. The earth dragon, comparable in size to the dual-headed serpent, instantly engaged in a fierce struggle. Simultaneously, two figures appeared behind Chen Fan and his companion, Mu Hongtao and Yang Hongjun. Li Ji hurriedly inquired, "What is the status of the battle?" Mu Hongtao replied, "We have stabilized the situation. All the warriors of Yuliang Pass and the vanguard troops of Beiyang Pass have joined the fray. What follows is a protracted battle. Once the main forces of Beiyang Pass arrive, we shall annihilate these 50,000 sea beasts." Indeed, Li Ji nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. He turned his icy gaze towards the dual-headed serpent nearby. Today, he would ensure its complete destruction. With a thunderous roar, he summoned the scattered weapons on the ground to soar behind him. 10,000 swords shall pierce the heavens. He pointed ahead, and the weapons flew forth like a volley of arrows, aiming to strike the serpent. Meanwhile, behind Yang Hongjun, numerous colossal wind blades materialized. With a powerful shout, the wind blades sliced through the air, heading straight for the dual-headed serpent. As the battle raged on in the distance, Chen Fan watched the dazzling displays of power with envy. When would he possess such strength? In a conflict of this magnitude, he could not intervene, for even a mere touch could spell his doom. Never mind, I shall collect some slaughter points. Seeing that the three had begun to suppress the dual-headed serpent, Chen Fan felt a sense of ease and charged towards the sea beasts. These creatures were predominantly of the first and second tiers, with very few at the third tier, allowing Chen Fan to unleash his carnage without hesitation. Half an hour later, Chen Fan had lost count of the number of exotic beasts he had slain. However, his slaughter points on the system panel had surged beyond 5,000. On the human front, with the arrival of the main forces from Beiyang Pass, they had completely subdued the sea beasts. The creatures within the city of Qingcheng had also been eradicated. The only intense battle still unfolding was that of Li Ji and his companions against the dual-headed serpent. As one of the ministers of the beast worship sect, the serpent possessed the ability to communicate with the beast gods. A peculiar energy emanated from it, instantly healing all its wounds. This was the reason the trio had struggled to defeat it. Yet, as the number of sea beasts dwindled on the battlefield, numerous peak third-tier abilities began to join the assault on the dual-headed serpent. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ji unleashed a divine strike, his mental energy transforming into a blade that plunged deep into the serpent's soul. The dual-headed serpent was immediately rendered motionless. Kill! The warriors united in a resounding roar, directing all their assaults upon the two-headed serpent. Thunderous crashes reverberated through the air as the serpent's skin was torn and flesh laid bare. Yet, these assaults did not touch its essence. Just as the creature was on the verge of regaining consciousness, a colossal transparent wind blade, measuring 10 meters, materialized above Yang Hongjuan's head. Gale slash! He bellowed, sweeping his hands in a horizontal arc. The immense wind blade sliced through the void, descending upon the two-headed serpent with ferocity. Alarmed, the serpent stirred from its stupor, awakening from Li Ji's divine strike, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, the wind blade severed its neck, sending one of its heads flying and a torrent of blood gushing forth. A piercing scream erupted from the remaining head, as the serpent's massive body collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Seize this opportunity and end its life. Quickly, Li Ji shouted, regaining his composure. The warriors sprang into action once more, but a hemispherical spatial barrier enveloped the serpent. All assaults met the barrier as if swallowed by an abyss, vanishing without a trace. You waste the spatial abilities bestowed upon me by the esteemed bishop. You shall pay for this. The serpent transformed back into a human form. Though its neck was now devoid of a head, the visage on its chest continued to speak, its eyes filled with resentment. Li Ji, do not presume your victory. I shall annihilate Qingcheng and return in due time. Await my return. With that, ripples danced across the space before him, and he stepped forward, disappearing in an instant. Spatial shifting. The warriors exchanged glances, lamenting the missed opportunity. The higher echelons of the beast cult were notoriously difficult to slay. It was said that the only spatial adept on Blue Star hailed from their ranks. They had embedded spatial seeds within all their leaders, enabling them to form barriers against physical attacks and execute long-range spatial shifts when in peril. Li Ji turned to the others, expressing his regrets. I was careless. I did not anticipate that this mere steward would possess the qualification to bear a spatial ability. Having failed to capture him now, it will be a challenge to eliminate him later. Mayor Li, he has lost one head and sustained significant damage. He is no longer a threat. Rest assured, the others urged. Chen Fan, observing the situation, nearly erupted in frustration upon seeing the serpent escape. Old Li, can't you be a bit more reliable in your actions? Yet, Li Ji seemed to sense Chen Fan's gaze from afar. He turned to acknowledge him with a nod of apology. Chen Fan merely rolled his eyes at him and resumed his pursuit of slaughter. Chapter 61. The curtain falls as more human warriors join the fray. The battlefield tipped overwhelmingly in their favor. The aquatic beasts no longer exhibited their previous arrogance, facing only the fate of slaughter. Half an hour later, Chen Fan discarded his nearly ruined battle blade to the side. At this moment, there were no living sea beasts beside him. The kill points had not surpassed 10,000. Chen Fan gazed at the system panel, which displayed only 9,000 kill points, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Just then, the electronic prompt of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to save Qingshi City. You have earned a chance for a high-level lottery. At that moment, the tension in Chen Fan's heart finally eased. This task was undeniably more challenging than achieving the top score in the college entrance examination. Chen Fan couldn't help but scoff internally. If such a difficult task only yielded 2 physique enhancement cards, he would genuinely be infuriated. After a moment of prayer, Chen Fan promptly clicked to initiate the lottery. The blue compass spun rapidly, soon completing 2 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Thunderstorm. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the weapon Thunder Goddess Spear. Thunderstorm? Thunder Goddess Spear? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. He hurriedly inquired of the system, what is the Thunderstorm skill? The host can cultivate thunder seeds within their body in advance, dispersing them throughout space to form a lightning net. When an ability user detonates the thunder seeds, a chain explosion occurs in the space, resulting in immense destructive power. Oh, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel delighted. This was undoubtedly a formidable skill for ambushes. This skill was quite fitting for his style. He liked it. Countless applications for Thunderstorm began to formulate in Chen Fan's mind. Next up was you. Thunder Goddess Spear. Chen Fan examined it. The Thunder Goddess Spear resembled a sniper rifle from Earth, though it was far more intricate and sophisticated. Entirely blue and adorned with bolts of lightning. How does one use this? Chen Fan asked the system. The bullets of the Thunder Goddess Spear are transformed from lightning. The host can infuse their abilities into it, which, after compression, can be converted into bullets to strike enemies from a distance. What a treasure! Chen Fan was exceedingly pleased. Previously, he had been curious as to why there were no firearms on Blue Star. After researching relevant materials online, he concluded that explosives seemed forbidden in this world. Thus, this unique sniper rifle in Chen Fan's possession was undoubtedly one of a kind. Moreover, It was an existence that would overturn the imaginations of Blue Star's inhabitants. Another tool for ambushes. I like it. Just as Chen Fan reveled in his joy, a sudden pat on his shoulder interrupted him. Little brother Chen, I see your grin nearly reaching your ears. What has got you so happy? Chen Fan turned to find it was Li Ji. He immediately retracted his smile, his expression turning serious as he asked, Old Li, when will the 100 million transfer be made? Li Ji stiffened, hastily chuckling. You know that Qingshi City has suffered severe damage, and the reconstruction costs are immense, so I'm temporarily holding off. But don't worry, I will repay you eventually. Huh, an empty promise, is it? Chen Fan sneered, continuing to regard him with a cold demeanor. Li Ji had truly disappointed him, consistently dragging his feet. By the way, Old Li, you're the mayor and a 5th-tier ability user. I find it hard to believe you don't have at least 8 or 10 billion on hand. Chen Fan looked at him with a face full of disbelief. Li Ji's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily explained. You have no idea how costly daily necessities are if you are not in charge. Do you know the annual fiscal deficit of Qingqing? All my earnings go to supplement the finances. Is that true? So, you are a clean official then? Chen Fan regarded him with skepticism. Of course. Li Ji puffed out his chest with pride. Having spent considerable time together, the two had grown quite familiar, almost like brothers sharing a profound bond. Brother Chen, how about you take center stage at tonight's celebration banquet? Li Ji jested. Better not. I prefer to remain low-key. I certainly do not wish to attract the attention of the beast cult again. As they chatted and walked, they soon returned to the city of Qingqing. The streets were crowded with citizens who lined the way to welcome them with exuberant spirits, celebrating their survival. Thank you for your hard work, warriors. Thank you, Mayor Li. Thank you, classmate Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not attend the evening's celebratory banquet, not merely for the sake of humility, but primarily because 2 lovely ladies awaited him at home. As soon as he pushed open the door, he sensed something was amiss. Only Tong Tong greeted him, while Wang Yanran sat on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, not even bothering to lift her head. Tong Tong, what is wrong with your sister? Chen Fan cautiously inquired, avoiding the icy beauty. Brother, Yanran's sister is upset with you, Tong Tong whispered in his ear. Upset with me? Chen Fan quickly surmised the reason. It must be because he had disappeared without a word after being imprisoned, leaving everything unspoken. He gently ruffled Tong Tong's hair and forced a smile as he approached Wang Yanran. Sister Yanran, come here, give me a kiss. What? Wang Yanran froze in place. If she heard correctly, he had just said kiss? Kiss my foot. I am still angry, she retorted, turning her head away, her reproachful eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Then, if you are not angry, may I have a kiss? Chen Fan, with his audacity, asked her with a cheerful grin. Wang Yanran, realizing his implication, instantly blushed. What nonsense are you talking? I am your sister. Progress in conquering Wang Yanran. 10. Chen Fan thought, delighting in her evasive gaze. He understood that teasing a girl had its limits, so he swiftly changed the subject. Sister Yanran, you mustn't blame me. After my imprisonment, I had an agreement with Li Ji not to disclose any information, which is why I did not inform you of the reasons for my incarceration. Moreover, the situation became urgent, and time was of the essence. In any case, Sister Yanran, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. Wang Yanran's expression turned serious as she replied, Xiao Fan, I am not upset for that reason. I am angry because you never consider your own safety. During the beast tide at Yuliang Pass, you could have retreated like the other students, yet you insisted on standing at the forefront to confront the onslaught. The same applies to your encounter with the beast worship cult. Such perilous endeavors would inevitably be undertaken by others in your absence. You consistently disregard your own life, Xiao Fan. We do not require such heroism from you. Simply remaining safe would suffice. Wang Yanran's eyes were filled with concern and compassion as she gazed at Chen Fan. For a moment, Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words. Sister Yanran, do you hold me in such high regard? I am hardly that noble, he retorted defiantly. Regardless, Chen Fan would never concede. Even in the absence of a system task, he would still have participated. Chapter 62. Announcement of martial examination results early the next morning. Several government officials knocked on Chen Fan's door, presenting him with a ceremonial banner. Student Chen Fan, this is personally inscribed by Mayor Li, who specifically requested we deliver it to you. Chen Fan felt a flicker of appreciation. Old Li had a kind heart. However, upon reading the inscription, his expression darkened immediately. Youthful hero, selfless and just. With gritted teeth, Chen Fan accepted the banner. After bidding farewell to the officials, he promptly called Li Ji, unleashing a torrent of invective. "Old Li, what do you mean by selfless? You must be joking. I suspect you have no intention of repaying me." Li Ji chuckled nervously, quickly shifting the subject. "Not at all. I have just applied for a Silver Star medal from the military district on your behalf. Isn't that generous of me? A silver medal?" Chen Fan was taken aback. Li Ji, with a hint of pride, continued, "The silver medal is not awarded to just anyone. It is bestowed upon those who have made outstanding contributions in battles, saving over 1 million lives. It certainly surpasses your previous bronze medal. With this medal, you will surely command respect in the alternate dimension." "Well, I suppose that is thoughtful of you," Chen Fan conceded, allowing him a reprieve. By midday, the results of the martial examination were publicly announced in Shannon Province. With an impressive score of 18,000, Chen Fan unsurprisingly claimed the title of provincial top scorer. The second place was taken by Mu Wudi from the provincial capital, Taishan City, with a total score of 16,520. Although Chen Fan had already been aware of his status as the provincial top scorer through the system, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing the official announcement. Of course, where there is joy, there is also despair. In previous years, the top scorer in Shannon Province typically achieved around 15,000 points, leading Mu Wudi to believe victory was assured. Today, however, he was utterly astonished. Who is this Chen Fan? His name was never mentioned in any of the media predictions for the provincial top scorer, Mu Wudi inquired, furrowing his brow at the principal. "I had no prior knowledge of such an individual among the high school students of Shannon Province," replied the principal of Taishan No. 1 High School, his expression equally grim. "It is disheartening to lose a victory that seemed guaranteed. 18,000 points? Truly unfathomable," Mu Wudi murmured. He possessed a high-level ability, an ice-type mutant ability known as Absolute Zero. Upon awakening in his first year of high school, he had the option to pursue a special admission route to prestigious universities. However, he chose to remain and take the college entrance examination, solely for the sake of claiming the title of provincial champion. The conditions offered by various universities to the provincial top scorer were often far superior to those extended to regular special admissions. Yet, despite 2 years of diligent effort, he found himself without the anticipated rewards, a reality he found difficult to accept. Meanwhile, the principal, holding his phone, stared intently for a while before exclaiming, "Unbeatable. I have discovered the truth. This lad has stumbled upon a stroke of luck." A beast tide occurred at Yuliang Pass, granting him triple points, when in reality, he only achieved a score of 6,000. "Damn it!" Mu Wudi exclaimed, shattering the desk before him in an outburst of fury. He could tolerate others being superior to him, but he could not abide by an undeserved victory. In Qingqing City, Principal Zhang Zongwen of the 3rd High School promptly called Chen Fan to extend his congratulations. "Chen Fan, congratulations. Provincial champion. Truly remarkable, bringing honor to our school and to Qingqing. I am genuinely happy for you." Chen Fan, however, saw through his facade. "I sense you are more pleased for yourself, are you not? You must be the next director of the Education Bureau." "Haha. Primarily, I am happy for you. My achievements are nothing in comparison." Zhang Zongwen's excitement was palpable. "Old Zhang, I advise you not to rejoice too soon. I believe your moral integrity as an educator is lacking, and your words hold little weight. Thus, I find you ill-suited for the position of Education Bureau Director." Chen Fan replied coolly. Zhang Zongwen was instantly taken aback. Everyone in Qingqing knew Chen Fan's standing. He was a person bold enough to criticize even the mayor to his face. If this individual whispered in Li Ji's ear, the position of Education Bureau Director could swiftly become a thing of the past for him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Zhang Zongwen struggled to decipher the implications of Chen Fan's words. "What makes you think my moral integrity is lacking? Or have I failed to keep my word?" After a rapid mental calculation, Zhang Zongwen recalled the promise he made to award Chen Fan a bonus of 1 million. Slapping his forehead, he hastily pulled out his phone to process the transfer. "Chen Fan, consider the additional 200,000 as a gift. Remember to invite me to your wedding with Teacher Wang when the time comes." "Huh." Chen Fan chuckled at his antics. This old fellow was quite the gossip, wasn't he? Satisfied upon hearing the notification of 1.2 million in his account, he remarked, "Old Zhang, I am beginning to think you might actually be suited for the position of Education Bureau Director after all." Zhang Zongwen laughed heartily, filled with joy. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Fan received over 100 similar congratulatory calls, which began to wear on his nerves. Nonetheless, The emergence of the provincial champion in Qingqing also brought some much-needed joy to this city in need of revitalization. That evening, Chen Fan had initially promised to dine with Yang Chuchu. However, an admissions officer from Kyoto University arrived at Chen Fan's home, accompanied by Principal Zhang Zhongwen. Zhang Zhongwen, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly pulled Chen Fan aside to introduce him, saying, "This is Master Yi from Kyoto University. He wishes to discuss the matter of college entrance examinations with you." Master. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. To be referred to as a master could only imply that this individual was a 7th-tier ability wielder. He quickly glanced over, noting that this person was certainly no older than 30. How astonishing it was that someone so young could attain such a title. The faculty of Kyoto University was indeed extraordinary. Chen Fan felt a surge of respect. The man with the surname Yi wore a smile as he spoke. "I am Yi Beichen. Nice to meet you." Yi Beichen. Upon hearing this name, Chen Fan nearly dropped the tea he was holding. The reason was simple. He had been informed by Shuangmian that one of the individuals indirectly responsible for his parents' demise was none other than Yi Beichen, the youngest and most remarkable mentor at Kyoto University, the murderer of his father. In that moment, Chen Fan struggled to suppress his urge to confront him. Yet he refrained. A figure of such stature could extinguish his life with the mere flick of a finger. Though Chen Fan concealed his emotions well, his reaction did not escape Yi Beichen's keen observation. "Your heart rate has suddenly spiked to 200. Do you know me?" Yi Beichen inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Fan's eyes. "Of course, I have heard of you, the youngest and most accomplished mentor at Kyoto University. Your name resonates widely." Chen Fan endeavored to maintain an expression of admiration. Fortunately, his experience as an actor allowed him to mask any signs of distress. Otherwise, his unease might have been evident. "Haha." Yi Beichen chuckled at Chen Fan's flattery, expressing great delight as he patted Chen Fan's shoulder. "No need to be nervous. I was the provincial champion of Shannan province in 2025, and you will be the champion in 2035. We are quite fated to meet." "Indeed, quite fated," Chen Fan thought to himself, suppressing a cold laugh. "What does your talent matter? Can you surpass the system? In less than 3 years, I shall have your head in my grasp. Just as a football, let us get straight to the point since we are fellow countrymen. The university has sent me to extend a special invitation to you." Yi Beichen took a seat opposite Chen Fan, producing a contract and presenting it to him. "The university will grant you an annual scholarship of 10 million, along with the personal guidance of a peak 8th-tier grandmaster for your training. Additionally, you will be allocated a standalone villa for your residence." Chen Fan, as a fellow countryman, I assure you, this offer is the most generous that any institution can provide. Chen Fan listened intently. Although he harbored disdain for the man before him, it did not preclude him from considering Kyoto University. To be candid, the 10 million and the villa held little allure for him. However, the prospect of an 8th-tier peak mentor was indeed impressive. An 8th-tier master stood merely a step away from the martial saint realm, already a figure of prominence in the Great Xia. With such a powerful protector, he could grow with confidence and audacity. Before Chen Fan could respond, Yi Beichen continued, "I have reviewed your combat videos. Your strength is commendable. I suspect you are an ability user of the Thunder Extreme Body. Your talent is commendable. If, for years hence, you earn the title of Outstanding Graduate, I shall gladly welcome you into my exceptional team, the North Star Brigade." Such an opportunity is not readily afforded to the ordinary. While Yi Beichen's words were pleasing to the ear, he could not conceal his belief that Chen Fan paled in comparison to his former self. Chen Fan, discerning the arrogance in the other's tone, could not help but smirk inwardly. "What level of extraordinary ability do you presume I possess? You have not even inquired, yet you hastily conclude my capabilities?" A cold smile crept upon Chen Fan's lips. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward demeanor of utmost eagerness and gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yi. I shall certainly contemplate the conditions presented by Peking University." Nodding, Yi Beichen rose to depart. "My next destination is Taishan City. Should you reach a decision, feel free to contact me." After Yi Beichen's departure, Zhang Zhongwen hastily encouraged him. "Chen Fan, the terms offered by Peking University are indeed unparalleled. They are the standard for the provincial top scholar each year. Furthermore, with Yi Beichen as your fellow townsman, you will undoubtedly thrive there." Zhang Zhongwen held Yi Beichen in high esteem. Chen Fan, however, scoffed internally. "Protected? Do I require his protection? Even if I attend Peking University, it would be to sharpen my skills against Beichen." Before Zhang Zhongwen could continue, Chen Fan interjected. "Enough, old Zhang. Let us review the offerings from other esteemed institutions tomorrow. The following morning, a line of visitors formed at Chen Fan's doorstep, all representatives from various universities' admissions offices. An elder from Magic City University appeared, seemingly amiable, yet undoubtedly a master in his own right. Like Yi Beichen, he asserted that Chen Fan's extraordinary ability was of the Thunder Extreme type. With unwavering confidence, he proclaimed that Chen Fan would surely choose Magic City University. The reason was simple. One of the current mentors possessed the same extraordinary ability, albeit only at the late 7th stage. Chen Fan, compatibility is paramount. You shall never regret joining Magic City University. You will receive the most professional guidance. And upon your graduation in 4 years, you may have the opportunity to ascend to the 4th stage of extraordinary capability. At that juncture, you could opt to remain at the university as a teaching assistant, with your mentor continuing to guide your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan shook his head in disbelief. Why do these individuals persist in their presumptions? At the very least, they could inquire about my extraordinary ability. Do you believe your assumptions to be absolute? Subsequently, he encountered representatives from Zhejiang University, Nanjing University, and other institutions. Ultimately, their offerings fell short in comparison to those of Peking University and Magic City University. It was not until the arrival of the National Martial University that Chen Fan felt his interest piqued once more. This time, 3 individuals arrived, signifying the university's earnest regard for him. Leading them was a man named Zhang Kuan, who wasted no time in addressing the matter. Chen Fan, we have thoroughly analyzed your combat videos and do not believe your extraordinary ability to be of the Thunder Extreme type, the combat prowess of the Thunder entity, both in close quarters and ranged engagements, pales in comparison to yours. Thus, we surmise that your awakening must pertain to a unique ability of a higher echelon. Chen Fan nodded, relieved to encounter individuals with discernment at last. The 3, upon witnessing Chen Fan's acknowledgement, were momentarily taken aback despite their prior conjectures. They exchanged glances, secretly elated, resolved to capture this potential dragon concealed within. Zhang Kuan adjusted his glasses and remarked, Chen Fan, you are undoubtedly aware that the alternate dimension known as Thunder Abyss is situated in Chang'an City, almost at the doorstep of Guowu University. Our institution is renowned nationwide for its research on thunder-based abilities, so you can rest assured in joining us. Furthermore, you must have heard of the legendary figure, the white-clad military god, Luo Changsheng, correct? Luo Changsheng? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, but soon found clarity. I've heard of him. He is reputed to be the first individual in the history of the Great Xia to pass the martial examination as a humanities student. Zhang Kuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is now regarded as the foremost individual beneath the martial saint. At that time, Guowu provided him with the opportunity for a second awakening tailored to his unique constitution. He too awakened a unique ability, the chaotic Thunder Body. Although Lord Luo currently serves in the military, he continues to hold the honorary title of vice president at our university. If you earn his favor and become his disciple, your future prospects would be boundless. Chen Fan nodded, acknowledging the man's extraordinary strength, one of the few he truly admired. Yet, he also understood that such individuals are often proud and lofty, making it difficult for someone like him to gain their attention. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fan replied, I comprehend what you are saying, but it is not compelling enough to sway me. I have heard that a new alternate dimension recently emerged in Chang'an, rumored to harbor the existence of dragons. The trio could not help but be astonished. This information was known to very few in the outside world, and they were taken aback that someone with no apparent background like Chen Fan was aware of it. Chen Fan continued, joining Guowu University is not out of the question, but I require a dragon egg. At this, Zhang Kuan could not suppress a mysterious smile. Chen Fan, I can inform you that for this enrollment cycle, our university has indeed prepared a dragon egg. However, its ownership belongs to the strongest new student of this cohort. We will organize a freshman competition, and if you possess confidence in your abilities, that dragon egg shall surely be yours. What a clever scheme, Chen Fan thought to himself. Realizing that Guowu University could entice numerous students with such a ploy, he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he picked up the contract and scrutinized it. The offerings from Guowu University were rather modest, an annual scholarship of merely 300,000, and the dormitory accommodations were merely suites. What constitutes a suite? It is a large room partitioned into several smaller chambers, with each individual residing in a separate room. Zhang Kuan, noticing Chen Fan's frown, awkwardly explained. The economic conditions in Shaanxi province are not comparable to those of larger cities. This is the best we can offer. Sighing inwardly, Chen Fan refrained from hastily making a decision. He rose to his feet and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed teachers. I shall give Guowu University due consideration." Chapter 64. The choice of national martial arts. After seeing off the 3 representatives from National Martial Arts University, Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. He faced a dilemma between the Lei Yuan Dragon Egg and an esteemed mentor at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. However, just as Chen Fan was grappling with his indecision, a phone call from Zhang Zongwen interrupted his thoughts. Zhang was irate from the outset, his voice laced with fury. "Chen Fan, Jing University is utterly disgraceful. That so-called righteous Yi Beichen is more despicable than I ever imagined. What happened, old Zhang? What is going on with Jing University?" Chen Fan was momentarily bewildered. Zhang, still seething, replied, "Yi Beichen just called me, claiming that the promised mentor at the 8th tier has vanished." "What? It can't be true." Chen Fan was taken aback, his anger rising. Was Jing University truly so unreliable? Zhang continued, "I'm not sure of the details, but I suspect it has something to do with Mu Wudi, the second-place candidate in the martial arts examination. I heard he recently broke through to a second-tier ability user. And Yi Beichen has gone to Taishan City." Zhang's conjecture was indeed accurate. After leaving Qingqing, Yi Beichen's second stop was to meet the highly regarded Mu Wudi. He held this individual in great esteem, and since he was also an alumnus of Taishan No. 1 High School, he promptly reversed his earlier decision and sought to reallocate the rewards originally designated for the top 2 candidates. Thus, under his insistence, Jing University's higher-ups, considering the randomness of Chen Fan's martial arts examination results, acquiesced without hesitation. Simultaneously, a heated discussion erupted on Weibo regarding the rankings of the martial arts examination in Shannon province. A staggering 90% of the comments rallied in support of Mu Wudi, asserting that he was the rightful champion. With his unparalleled abilities nearing the 2nd tier, he was indeed a contemporary prodigy. Conversely, the less than 10% who supported Chen Fan predominantly hailed from Qingqing. They were indignant. Do you truly believe Chen Fan ascended to prominence solely through triple points? In the examination, he single-handedly faced the beast tide, slaying 200 second-tier beasts. If converted to points, he would surpass even 100,000. They vehemently argued that Mu Wudi was unworthy of comparison to their Chen Fan. Yet, despite the impassioned defense from Qingqing's netizens, it proved futile. Come off it. Slaying 200 beasts? Do you think it's as easy as killing chickens? Can you honestly believe such claims? Indeed, I suspect he merely picked up scraps behind the main force. The comment above is correct. If Chen Fan were truly that formidable, Jing University would have bestowed upon him the best special recruitment privileges. I've heard the highest accolades this year went to Mu Wudi. In no time, Weibo was divided into 2 factions, embroiled in a fierce dispute. After observing the heated exchange on his phone for quite some time, Chen Fan could no longer contain himself. Enough was enough. Resolute in his decision, he registered a verified Weibo account and boldly declared, "The strong will always prevail. No need for debate. I extend my gratitude to my fellow villagers, brothers, and sisters for your unwavering support. I have resolved to attend Guowu University. Furthermore, I am deeply disappointed by Kyoto University. At this year's National College Freshman League, I shall decisively demonstrate the superiority of Guowu by overwhelming all freshmen from Kyoto." A single stone has stirred 1,000 ripples. The online discourse erupted into a frenzy, and mere minutes later, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Citizens of Qingqing exclaimed, "Haha, truly the pride of our city, so formidable." The derision towards Kyoto University was palpable, as I place my trust in Chen Fan, who shall strike down the proud and elevate our Qingqing. However, the supporters of Mu Wudi responded with scorn, questioning the audacity of a small town aspiring to greatness. They asserted that he could scarcely contend with even Mu Wudi, let alone challenge the entire freshman cohort of Kyoto University. Mu Wudi himself soon voiced his challenge. "Chen Fan, boasting is not the mark of a gentleman. Shall we settle this atop Mount Tai? Do you dare? This fellow is truly unyielding." Chen Fan merely smiled, his tone laced with mockery. "You are not worthy to engage with me. In 3 months, I shall undoubtedly represent Guowu's freshman class in the National College Freshman League. If you wish to face me, first secure your place among Kyoto's competitors." Mu Wudi retorted, "Chen Fan, do not be so arrogant." After delivering his jibe, Chen Fan contentedly closed his phone. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuan from Guwu University stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. You haven't even enrolled yet. And you've already managed to incite a rivalry between Guwu and Kyoto? If you are defeated by their students at the national competition, the university bears no responsibility. With a resigned sigh, he handed Chen Fan the contract, saying, if all is well, please sign. Certainly, Chen Fan replied, reviewing the document once more before elegantly inscribing his name. Chen Fan. Zhang Kuan smiled knowingly, recognizing a triumph for their institution. He looked at Chen Fan with enthusiasm. Our university usually commences the academic year quite early, requiring freshmen to report by July 1st. July 1st, indeed quite early. Chen Fan calculated the time remaining, little more than half a month. Zhang Kuan continued, you must understand that the National Freshman League commences on October 1st, leaving us only 3 months for selection and training. The timeline is quite pressing. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a knock at the door interrupted them. A group of soldiers arrived at Chen Fan's home, respectfully presenting him with a silver medal. Upon seeing the medal, Zhang Kuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He could scarcely fathom such an honor being bestowed upon a high school graduate. Chen Fan, what remarkable contributions have you made? He inquired eagerly after the soldiers departed. Chen Fan responded with a mysterious smile. Not much, merely saved Qingqing. Zhang Kuan was taken aback, and at that moment, Chen Fan's status in his eyes soared immeasurably. He began to harbor a tentative hope that perhaps Chen Fan truly possessed the strength to challenge the entirety of Kyoto University. After bidding farewell to Zhang Kuan, Chen Fan ventured alone to the outskirts. He prepared to test his recently acquired skill, Thunderstorm, along with the unique Thunder God gun. In the outskirts of Qingqing, several military squads were still conducting operations to eliminate sea beasts that had fled into the wilderness. Chen Fan paused beneath a massive rock, placing a thunder seed beside him before swiftly retreating 50 meters away. With a mere thought, the thunder seed detonated. However, aside from a few additional cracks appearing on the rock, there was no significant damage. Is the power of a single thunder seed so feeble? Chen Fan mused, feeling somewhat disillusioned as it starkly contrasted with his expectations. According to the system, deploying the thunder seeds to form a thunder net would significantly enhance their explosive power through a chain reaction. Resolute in his endeavor, he quickly set to work, arranging 10 thunder seeds in a pattern resembling a 5-pointed star around the rock. With a focused thought, the starburst of energy erupted, accompanied by a resounding roar. As the 10 thunder seeds initiated a chain reaction, the ferocious energy exploded, obliterating the gigantic rock and reducing it to mere powder. Chen Fan, observing from a distance, couldn't he help but marvel. The explosive power was likely equivalent to 10 kilograms. Chapter 65. The Thunder God Gun. Chen Fan conducted various experiments with the thunderstorm skill. He discovered that with his current mental strength, he could not detonate thunder seeds from a distance exceeding 100 meters. Moreover, he could only condense a maximum of 49 thunder seeds at any one time within his body. Once these thunder seeds were expended, it would take 24 hours for them to replenish completely. Chen Fan was quite pleased with the power of the thunder seeds. If detonated simultaneously, they could sufficiently injure a Tier 3 ability user. However, there was a significant drawback to Thunderstorm. Enemies were unlikely to foolishly stand in the middle of the thunder net. Therefore, the execution of Thunderstorm required specific circumstances and opportunities. After grasping the nuances of Thunderstorm, he retrieved the Thunder God gun. It felt solid and weighed heavily in his hands, stretching an impressive 1 meter and 20 centimeters in length. As he embraced it, channeling his ability into the weapon, arcs of blue lightning coursed along its barrel, and a thunder bullet rapidly took shape. Don't let me down, he urged, aiming the Thunder God gun at a boulder 200 meters away. Pulling the trigger, a blue thunder bullet shot forth instantaneously. However, contrary to his expectations, the boulder remained unscathed. He had misfired. Who would have thought this required such skill? Chen Fan exclaimed, determined to try again. After a series of attempts, he finally regained the knack for sniping. With bated breath and utmost concentration, he fired once more, the thunder bullet striking the boulder 200 meters away. Following a thunderous explosion, the rock shattered into fragments. Impressive, Chen Fan remarked, satisfaction evident in his gaze as he examined the Thunder God gun. He had only infused 1% of his total ability into it. The range and power of this remarkable weapon were directly proportional to the amount of ability he channeled. Thus, if Chen Fan were to infuse all his energy, he could obliterate a Tier 3 beast with a single shot. In the ensuing hours, Chen Fan diligently practiced his marksmanship in the vacant lot. After depleting more than half of his abilities, he finally achieved the remarkable precision of hitting his target with unwavering accuracy. Next on his agenda was a practical lesson. Cradling the Thunder God gun in his arms, he began to scan the distance. The outskirts of Qingqing still harbored numerous escaped sea beasts, and he was determined to locate one. However, after an exhaustive hour of searching, he had come up empty-handed. Had the military squads already purged the area? Just as a frown creased his brow, faint sounds of battle reached his ears from afar. An opportunity had presented itself. Chen Fan, brimming with excitement, hurried to a higher vantage point to survey the scene. Indeed, approximately 400 to 500 meters away, 3 individuals were engaged in a fierce struggle against a colossal octopus creature. This formidable creature, at the pinnacle of the second tier, appeared to navigate the onslaught with ease despite being outnumbered. Quickly, Chen Fan dropped to the ground, positioning the Thunder God gun with precision. Soon, he spotted the octopus's location through the scope. This was to be his first kill. He needed to muster all his strength. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he aimed at the beast's head. In the next instant, he squeezed the trigger, and a blue bullet soared through the air. It traversed the distance in an instant, striking the creature's head with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding bang, the octopus's head erupted into a mist of crimson within the scope. Chen Fan could not help but applaud his own remarkable feat. Meanwhile, the trio, once so focused on their target, stood frozen in shock. They exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Had the creature's head simply exploded? Their faces turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. The leader quickly scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of any assailant. Perhaps it was a passing expert who casually dispatched the creature with a single shot. While the three continued their wild speculations, Chen Fan had already turned and departed from the hilltop. With the matter settled, he prepared to return home and indulge in a well-deserved lottery draw. After all, his system panel boasted over 9,000 kill points. Upon returning home, he first checked on the white cat's condition, confirming that there were still no signs of her awakening. Only then did he retreat to his bedroom. Chen Fan intended to expend all 9,000 kill points at once, for the tangible benefits obtained were the true rewards. Drawing from his previous lottery experience, he decisively opted for a tiered draw. After 20 consecutive pulls, he acquired 4 physique enhancement cards, 6 mental power enhancement cards, 2 nurturing pills, 1 curse card, a piece of rare metal, a bottle of strength-enhancing elixir, 1 divine fruit, while the remaining items were weapons he deemed unworthy. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Fan swiftly activated the physique and mental power enhancement cards. Following a wave of refreshing sensations, his physique reached 147, while his mental power soared to 128. Chen Fan felt as though he had reached the limits of his first tier. To ascend further, he would need to become a second-tier ability user. This also signifies that the enhancement of physical strength and mental fortitude is of no immediate use to him. Thus, Chen Fan resolutely opted to expend 1,000 slaughter points for a level lottery draw. As the wheel came to a halt, what materialized before Chen Fan was a wooden fish. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a wooden fish from the Nanhai Divine Monk. When struck, this wooden fish will create a domain barrier within 100 meters of the host. Within this barrier, the host will enjoy a 10-second invincibility. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Fan was nearly ecstatic enough to leap with joy. Immunity to all damage. Wasn't this essentially a divine skill? What a remarkable treasure. Chen Fan, brimming with excitement, eagerly sought to experiment. He manifested the wooden fish, its wooden surface revealing no extraordinary qualities. When he gently struck it, a transparent wave of light emanated from the fish, instantly expanding to 100 meters. Chen Fan drew a dagger and thrust it toward his arm. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. Where the dagger pierced, a swastika appeared, and no matter how forcefully he tried, he could not breach the surface. After 10 seconds, the barrier quietly dissipated, and the swastika vanished as well. Incredible! I am invincible. Chen Fan carefully stored it in his spatial ring. While not entirely invincible, it could certainly prove invaluable in a critical moment. Yet, no sooner had Chen Fan reveled in his triumph than the system's prompt resounded. Host, please be aware that once the wooden fish is used, its effects will cease for 1 month. Chen Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why hadn't you mentioned this sooner? He had squandered a chance at invincibility. Regaining his composure, he hastily initiated a second draw. However, it appeared his fortune had been exhausted, as the next 3 attempts yielded nothing of significance. He merely acquired a physical enhancement card and 2 grade weapons. The enhancement card was now of no use to him, awaiting his advancement to the second tier for future utilization. Only 3 draws remained. Chen Fan exhaled deeply and proceeded with the lottery once more. This time, he drew an ancient tome. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the leg technique Aurora Whirlwind Break. Upon mastering it, when the host performs a soaring kick, a tempestuous lightning will spiral violently around his legs, creating an extremely powerful tearing effect, specifically designed to penetrate defenses. What a splendid find. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Should he master this Aurora Whirlwind Break, he would possess greater leverage when confronting formidable beasts such as the Tortoise Beast, renowned for its exceptional defenses. Chapter 66. Enchantingly beautiful. This tome, Aurora Whirlwind Break, is exceedingly challenging to master. It not only requires the practitioner to possess formidable physical prowess, but also demands exquisite leg techniques. After all, this method relies on the strength of the legs. Chen Fan materialized it in the external world. The booklet comprised over 40 pages, richly illustrated and providing a detailed account of the entire process of exertion. Chen Fan skimmed through it, finding it rather obscure and difficult to comprehend. Reluctantly, he decided to set it aside, intending to visit the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall the next day for focus training. As for the remaining 2,000 points of slaughter, Chen Fan decided to reserve them for the time being. After all, his luck for the day had nearly been exhausted, and in order to draw the grand prize, he needed to cultivate some good fortune. Chen Fan gazed at the prizes within his spatial bracelet, soon becoming lost in thought. The nourishing essence pill could continuously restore his extraordinary abilities, thus he naturally intended to keep it for his own use. However, he found himself uncertain about the distribution of the strengthening milk and the fertility fruit. In just a few days, Chu Chu would undergo her ability awakening, and the fertility fruit was evidently more crucial for her. Yet, she had already consumed one previously, and taking another would significantly diminish its effectiveness. As for the strengthening milk, the last bottle had been given to Sister Yanran. After much deliberation, Chen Fan resolved to allocate the strengthening milk to Yang Chu Chu, while the fertility fruit would be entrusted to Wang Yanran. Only in this manner could the maximum efficacy of both be realized. After all, a robust physique serves as the vessel for extraordinary abilities, and a stronger body would undoubtedly benefit the awakening process. Having made his decision, Chen Fan promptly called Yang Chu Chu. Chu Chu, do you have time this evening? Let us meet at Tianyuan Hotel. I have a precious gift for you. Oh, and don't forget to bring your ID. The two had grown quite familiar with each other, and Chen Fan was eager to tease her. On the other end of the line, Yang Chu Chu was momentarily bewildered. A hotel? A precious gift? An ID? What could the senior be planning? The thought struck her, and she quickly buried her head under the covers, her face flushed with embarrassment. After a few seconds, she shyly replied, "But my ID is with my parents." Chen Fan flashed a devilish smile, ceasing his teasing. "You don't need to bring your ID, but we must go to the hotel. I have something that enhances physical strength for you, and it's not convenient to consume such things in public." "All right." Yang Chu Chu nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved, yet somehow a bit disheartened. After they agreed on a time, Chen Fan hurriedly changed into a white t-shirt and set out. A few minutes later, he once again encountered the pure and charming Yang Chu Chu at Tianyuan Hotel. She seemed hesitant to look at him, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. The young girl was easily flustered. Observing the delicate blush on her fair neck, Chen Fan felt a surge of accomplishment. Growing up so fast? He swept his gaze down her alabaster neck. Impressive indeed. Previously, she was but a budding flower, and now she has blossomed into spring's enchanting peaks. The growth is remarkable. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, as the ancients wisely noted. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Yang Chu Chu sensed Chen Fan's unusual gaze, her cheeks flushing deeper as she kept her gaze fixed on her toes, too shy to speak. News of Chen Fan's intention to book a room soon reached the ears of the Tianyuan hotel owner. Upon seeing Chen Fan, he immediately beamed with delight. "Hee, Brother Chen, how about the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor? It has everything: a bathtub, a large round bed, and ambient lighting. I'll have the staff bring up 2 bottles of red wine later. A tipsy feeling will set the mood just right. Go on, go on." Chen Fan felt a bit speechless and quickly interrupted. Can't you see the young lady is still here? We men might have thick skin, but her face is practically dripping with embarrassment. He waved his hand and said, no need for such extravagance and luxury. Good soundproofing is all that matters. Soundproofing? The boss raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. I get it. I totally get it. He promptly instructed his manager, take Brother Chen to room 8888 on the top floor. And remember, no disturbances until Brother Chen comes out. Soon, Chen Fan entered this ultimate luxury presidential suite. The interior was lavishly decorated, and on the balcony, there was even an open-air swimming pool spanning over 60 square meters. The wealthy really know how to enjoy life. Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel. Yang Chu-Chu followed closely behind him, too shy to lift her head. All right, Chu-Chu, it's just the two of us here now, Chen Fan said, sitting on the sofa and smiling at her. Senior, what did you call me here to give me? Yang Chu-Chu asked, feeling nervous and uneasy. Go lie down on the bed first. Chen Fan smiled at her. Yang Chu-Chu's eyes widened, her chest rising and falling slightly, clearly not mentally prepared. Haha, just teasing you. Look how scared you are, Chen Fan said, satisfied, and stopped teasing her. He took out the bottle of lotion and handed it to Yang Chu-Chu. This is body strengthening lotion. After taking it, it can greatly enhance your physique and will be very helpful for your awakening abilities. However, it has side effects. After consumption, your body may feel feverish, weak, and experience other physiological reactions. In short, it might be a bit embarrassing, so don't be afraid later. If it becomes too uncomfortable to hold back, you can cry out. The soundproofing here is excellent. Senior, what kind of reactions are you talking about? Yang Chu-Chu, being too young, had no understanding of such physiological knowledge. Her eyes widened, her expression pure and innocent. Sin. Chen Fan silently recited Ba in his heart. He felt as though he were corrupting an innocent young girl. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, you'll understand in a moment. You can take it in the inner room by yourself. I'll wait outside. I want to come in. Yang Chu-Chu's eyes widened even further. Senior, I'm a bit scared. I don't dare to stay here alone. All right then. I'll go in with you, Chen Fan said without hesitation, promptly standing up and following her into the room. You asked me to come in yourself. Following Chen Fan's instructions, Yang Chu-Chu poured the lotion into her mouth. The next moment, a wave of pleasure washed over her. She felt as though countless hands were caressing her body, leaving her tingling and itching all over. Her entire body flushed with embarrassment, her breathing grew rapid, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her neck. From time to time, she let out shy, involuntary moans. Watching the innocent and captivating young girl on the bed, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the system has proven its excellence, truly a masterpiece. After a brief period, the transformative effects of the strength-enhancing elixir took hold, and Yang Chu-Chu gradually regained her composure. She finally comprehended the somewhat embarrassing implications of Chen Fan's words. Yet, it was not merely a trivial embarrassment, it was profoundly mortifying. Hastily, she buried herself beneath the covers, too shy to face anyone. The senior was quite mischievous. As an experienced actor, Chen Fan feigned the demeanor of a gentleman, offering earnest counsel. After a considerable time, Yang Chu-Chu timidly peeked out, her hair disheveled and her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Senior, I wish to take a bath. Thank you. Chapter 67. The Awakening Ceremony the following day. Chen Fan immersed himself in the training room of the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts School. He needed to master the Aurora Whirlwind Strike before the commencement of university. Only then could he confidently approach the National Martial Arts Freshman Tournament and the National Freshman League. However, this technique demanded exceptional leg skills. Despite having mastered numerous exquisite leg techniques, he found practicing this one exceedingly challenging. For the next 3 days, apart from sleeping, Chen Fan rarely left the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts School. At last, through his tireless efforts, he managed to initially achieve the rapid, circular motion of his legs without losing coherence. Finally, some progress. Chen Fan nodded slightly, yet remained unsatisfied. He was still far from breaking through to truly lethal capabilities. On the 4th day, Chen Fan had to pause his training. It was the day of the awakening ceremony for the first-year high school students. The awakening ceremony consumed a vast array of resources and required spirit masters to inscribe the magical formations, chanting continuously to awaken the latent powers within the children. Every year, Qing City organizes a collective awakening for all first-year students in mid-June. This year's ceremony took place at the Municipal Sports Hall. By the time Chen Fan arrived, the venue was already teeming with people. The ground was inscribed with a multitude of golden symbols, and a semi-transparent dome enveloped the entire arena. Inside the luminescent barrier stood rows of boys and girls prepared for their awakening. Chen Fan observed the throngs filling the steps around him. There were at least 10,000 spectators present. Fortunately, Chen Fan had the invitation from Li Ji, allowing him to access the viewing platform. To his surprise, Zhang Kuan, a teacher from the National Martial Arts University, was also in attendance. Chen Fan, come here. Li Ji beckoned him over, indicating for Chen Fan to sit beside him. Zhang Kuan, too, wore a cheerful expression. Classmate Chen Fan, it's good to see you again. Teacher Zhang, you seem to have plenty of free time. Chen Fan replied with a chuckle, feeling at ease. Though his words were subtly veiled, Zhang Kuan could certainly discern the implication that Chen Fan found it rather amusing that he attended such an event out of idleness. This coincides perfectly with the awakening ceremony of Qingqing. I was invited by Mayor Li to lend my support and, on a whim, to scout for promising talents. Zhang Kuan chuckled heartily, displaying great amiability towards Chen Fan. After all, as a prodigious genius, it would not be difficult for him to surpass Zhang Kuan, provided he does not falter along the way. Li Ji interjected, explaining, Chen Fan, I too am an alumnus of the National Martial University. Quite unexpected, isn't it? Indeed, this revelation was rather surprising. At that moment, Chen Fan found Li Ji somewhat more agreeable. Li Ji continued jovially, Zhang Kuan and I are fellow disciples, having studied under the same master, so we share a strong bond. Such a connection? Chen Fan was taken aback, but simultaneously looked down upon Li Ji. For one was already a 7th-tier master, while the other lingered at the 5th tier, a significant disparity. Noticing the disdain in Chen Fan's gaze, Li Ji felt slightly embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and quickly shifted the topic. The awakening ceremony is about to commence. Chen Fan turned his attention to witness a man, resembling a priest and cradling a golden tome, stepping into the midst of the students. As he chanted, the golden symbols inscribed upon the ground began to pulsate. In that instant, all the students instinctively closed their eyes. After a few breaths, the first awakened student emerged, a bespectacled boy with a buzz cut and a simple demeanor. At that moment, a blue glow materialized above his head, and he opened his eyes. The awakening was indeed swift, yet regrettably, he possessed only a Tier 1 ability. The crowd began to murmur. The boy appeared somewhat dejected as he lowered his head and slowly exited the translucent barrier. Chen Fan was perplexed. He could not comprehend how the onlookers discerned the boy's ability tier. Sensing his confusion, Li Ji elucidated, the different colors above their heads signify varying tiers of abilities. From lowest to highest, the tiers correspond to green, blue, white, yellow, orange, red, black, purple, and finally, gold. Now it makes sense. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. At that moment, more students began to awaken. Chen Fan observed that most of those awakening displayed white and yellow hues above their heads, correlating to Tier 2 and Tier 3 abilities. Some of these children exhibited great excitement, while others appeared profoundly disappointed. As 2 minutes elapsed, the first red aura emerged in the arena. Someone had awakened a Tier 3 ability. Quick! Let us see whose child it is. The spectators were filled with astonishment and envy, for a Tier 3 ability in Qingqing was undoubtedly regarded as elite. Time flowed slowly, and as the priest continued his chant, a quarter of the students had successively awakened their powers. Meanwhile, the radiance emanating from the golden tome in the awakening master's hands began to wane, as though it were on the verge of losing its luster entirely. It seemed the awakening ceremony was nearing its conclusion. Many parents of students are anxiously waiting, hoping for their children to awaken at the last moment. Meanwhile, Chen Fan is intently observing Yang Chu-Chu, feeling increasingly anxious as he overhears the discussions around him. This shouldn't be happening. She has consumed the fruit of the pregnant god and drunk the strong birth milk. Surely, she should be able to awaken at least a level of extraordinary ability, right? The golden symbols inscribed in the arena have nearly lost all their luster, and the priest has slowly closed the book. In this moment, everyone realizes that the awakening ceremony has concluded, and those children who did not awaken are destined to follow the path of the humanities. Just as Chen Fan is enveloped in despair, a sudden surge of purple light fills the arena. The crowd, originally preparing to leave, turns their gaze. This purple light is extraordinarily luxurious and noble, casting a purplish hue throughout the entire gymnasium. What a skill! Everyone around stands frozen in place. The only one maintaining composure is Chen Fan, who breathes a sigh of relief, for it is Yang Chu-Chu who has awakened a level of extraordinary ability. In the next moment, Yang Chu-Chu opens her eyes. Simultaneously, the purple light fades, replaced by a resonant and clear phoenix cry. A golden fire phoenix bursts forth from Yang Chu-Chu's body, continuously spiraling around her. Level extraordinary ability, true phoenix form. Li Ji and Zhang Kuan stand in stunned silence, both exclaiming the name of Yang Chu-Chu's awakened ability. Excellent. Chen Fan is equally elated, as an electronic prompt echoes in his mind. Congratulations, host. Yang Chu-Chu has successfully awakened an extraordinary ability of level or higher, granting the host one opportunity for a level lottery. However, just as the crowd is filled with excitement, a tremendous hand emerges from the sky above the gymnasium, as if a massive tear has been made in the heavens. A fierce wind rushes in, bringing with it an overwhelming aura of malevolence. What is that? The crowd looks up in unison. At that moment, a colossal hand reaches down, aiming to seize Yang Chu-Chu. Chapter 68. Titan Giant Ape. The enormous hand is covered in thick black fur, unmistakably not human. This hand measures about 10 feet long, exuding a terrifying pressure as it grasps Yang Chu-Chu, who is on the ground. Chu-Chu. Chen Fan gasps in horror, yet he feels utterly powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, within the gymnasium, thousands of spectators are rendered powerless by the overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground. Impudent. At that moment, a booming voice resonates in Chen Fan's ears. Immediately thereafter, a sharp sound pierces the void. A massive beam of sword light shoots skyward, traversing 100 meters in an instant, striking the giant hand with force. Chen Fan turns to see that the one who has acted is Zhang Kuan. The enormous arm is struck by the sword light, instantly tearing through flesh and causing blood to spill. Simultaneously, a deep, thunderous roar emanates from the black rift in the sky. The creature seems extremely enraged. In pain, it directly hurls Yang Chu-Chu from the air. Boldly, save her. Chen Fan was in a state of utter urgency, hastily urging Li Ji beside him. Good. Li Ji responded swiftly, his mental energy manifesting as a colossal hand that securely caught the descending Yang Chu-Chu. In no time, she was levitated beside Chen Fan, though her complexion was as pale as death, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Are you all right, Chu-Chu? Chen Fan quickly steadied her. Meanwhile, the creature from the spatial rift seemed exceedingly unwilling to relent, extending its entire arm towards Chen Fan with a fierce grip. The massive limb swept past him, nearly startling his very soul into flight. Chen Fan promptly retreated with Yang Chu-Chu in tow. At that moment, the creature within the rift, filled with rage and resentment, let out a series of thunderous roars that reverberated painfully against Chen Fan's eardrums. Everyone, evacuate at once. Li Ji shouted loudly, hastening to disperse the crowd. Zhang Kuan stood ready, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, prepared for confrontation. Finally, after a tense interval of several breaths, the creature reluctantly retracted its arm. Soon after, a pair of enormous eyes emerged from the fissure, fixated intently on Yang Chu-Chu in the arena. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure from a ferocious beast bore down upon them. Chen Fan instinctively shielded Yang Chu-Chu behind him, and this time he discerned that the eyes belonged to a primate-like entity. At that moment, Zhang Kuan swung his sword once more, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy that surged into the rift. In the next instant, the eyes vanished, and a resounding voice echoed forth. The true body of the phoenix is the only suitable choice for my beast cult's holy maiden. This girl shall be claimed by my beast cult. Fierce slave, retrieve her. With that commanding shout, the rift in the sky gradually widened, soon expanding to a staggering 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, a colossal shadow descended from above, none other than the master of that enormous hand. It was a titan gorilla towering at a height of 100 meters. What in the world is that? Chen Fan's heart raced with trepidation. Zhang Kuan's expression turned grave as he explained. This is a savage beast raised by the beast cult. Given its size, it possesses nearly 8th tier strength. 8th tier. Chen Fan gasped in astonishment. The giant gorilla let out a deafening roar and stomped its massive foot towards the crowd with tremendous force. Protect the civilians, Li Ji bellowed, channeling his mental energy to manipulate the earth. The ground beneath the gorilla transformed into two massive chains that firmly bound its feet. However, this was utterly insufficient to halt the beast's advance. With a sudden lift of its leg, the chains shattered with a resounding crash. Concurrently, Li Ji spat a mouthful of blood, instantly feeling his mental energy wane. Against such a ferocious beast, his strength was negligible. "I'll handle this." In the next moment, the awakener in the crowd spat blood onto the book he held. The previously dim tome was instantly enveloped in golden light. As he chanted, golden characters transformed into streams of light that surged into the giant gorilla's consciousness. The once violent beast immediately became tranquil. "Everyone, flee from this place." Li Ji struggled to rise, channeling his mental energy to carve a gaping opening in the stadium wall. In an instant, the crowd scattered in panic. However, the colossal ape swiftly regained its senses. As it opened its eyes, the spirit master lay motionless on the ground. "Be careful," Zhang Kuan shouted, directing his mental energy to control the flying sword. The technique of the flying sword, Burial of Heaven, unleashed a brilliant sword light, transforming the sword into an astonishing length of several dozen meters. The immense sword energy swiftly struck towards the charging titan ape. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape crossed its arms defensively across its chest. The deafening impact resonated as the ape withstood the sword energy unscathed. In the next moment, the ape unleashed a punch imbued with tremendous force. Sword and shield technique. Zhang Kuan maneuvered the flying sword in an arc, the sword energy coalescing into a massive barrier that deflected the ape's fist. Chen Fan hurriedly lifted Yang Chu-Chu into his arms, unfurling his lightning wings to soar into the sky, escaping the battlefield. "You should leave as well," Zhang Kuan called out to Li Ji. In the next instant, his flying sword split into two, then four, and continued to divide until it reached a total of 36. Heavenly sword formation, rise. Zhang Kuan divided his mental energy into 36 parts, simultaneously controlling the flying swords. Each sword, enhanced by the sword energy, measured an impressive 10 meters in length, encircling the titan ape within the formation. The giant ape, undaunted, radiated a blue glow, its fist striking with relentless force, effortlessly countering all assaults from the flying swords. Cradling Yang Chu-Chu, Chen Fan hovered in midair, anxiously observing the masterful clash. Soon, the stadium could no longer withstand the barrage of sword energy, crumbling into ruin. The ape, immensely powerful, displayed bulging muscles as its flesh collided with the flying swords, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The might of this giant ape was truly formidable, and the flying sword technique was astonishing. Chen Fan was left in awe. The flying sword technique ranks first among lethal arts, wielded solely by those capable of mental energy manipulation. Their mental prowess is exceptional, allowing them to control flying swords to strike from a distance, demonstrating a profound understanding of sword force, embodying the true essence of a sword master. As Chen Fan contemplated this, Zhang Kuan's battle against the giant ape began to tilt unfavorably. With urgency mounting in his heart, Chen Fan shouted to Yang Chu-Chu, "Chu-Chu, hold on to my neck tightly, don't let go." Yang Chu-Chu obediently nodded, wrapping her arms around Chen Fan's neck. Freeing his hands, Chen Fan produced an object, the Thunder God Spear. He hoped it would prove useful. With intense focus, he channeled all his abilities into the spear. In the next moment, seizing an opportunity, a thunderous bullet shot forth, traversing several hundred meters to precisely strike one of the giant ape's eyes. Though the bullet failed to shatter the eye, the surge of thunder rendered it temporarily blind. With a furious roar, the giant ape turned its gaze toward Chen Fan, seething with rage. A formidable aura of a monstrous beast suddenly bore down upon Chen Fan, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. At that moment, Zhang Kuan seized the opportunity. From within the sword formation, a flying sword surged forth like a dragon crossing a river, swiftly piercing towards the giant ape's other eye. Chapter 69. The true competition of outstanding talents faced with the thrust aimed at its eye. The giant ape found it too late to defend itself. With a gruesome squelch, the massive eyeball burst, sending blood splattering in all directions. The giant ape let out a pained howl, now completely blind. With a rallying cry, Zhang Kuan took advantage of the moment. All 36 flying swords in the air converged into a singular, colossal sword. The technique of the flying swords unleashed a devastating strike. Zhang Kuan bit down on his tongue, channeling all his mental energy into the giant sword. The airborne sword shot forth, as swift as a streak of light. In the next instant, that flash cleaved through the void, piercing through the chest of the Titan giant ape. The enraged Titan ape seemed to freeze midair, only to crash to the ground moments later with a thunderous thud. Victory! Chen Fan looked on, seeing Zhang Kuan now half kneeling on the ground, his face ashen. Chen Fan hurried to his side, helping him up. Teacher Zhang, are you all right? Zhang Kuan gasped for breath, clearly having reached his limits in this battle. He regarded Chen Fan with astonishment. What weapon did you employ just now? And where is it now? Chen Fan had long prepared his response, maintaining a calm facade. That was a special skill inherent to my abilities. What you witnessed was merely a projection of an energy entity, not something that truly exists. Chen Fan's explanation was foolproof. After all, his powers had never manifested on Blue Star, allowing him to attribute all miraculous phenomena to his unique abilities. Moreover, the concept of firearms had never existed on Blue Star. No one would harbor doubts. Zhang Kuan nodded, evidently convinced. After all, the weapon's vanishing act could only be the product of a manifested skill. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Chen Fan. If it weren't for the thunderbolts you unleashed, I fear I would have perished here today. Without you, we might all have met our demise. Chen Fan spoke candidly. Enough of your mutual flattery, interjected Li Ji. Approaching them, he glanced at the gradually dissipating rift in the sky, frowning. I've heard that the Saint of the Beast cult is an awakened being with the body of a true dragon. Moreover, he has reached a stage where he can initially transform into a dragon. Thus, they are urgently seeking an individual capable of transforming into a phoenix. It is said that offspring born from the union of dragon and phoenix can inherit what they refer to as the will of the beast god, allowing the beast god to manifest in human form upon Blue Star. These revelations were the first Chen Fan had heard, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. If that were the case, Yang Chuchu would remain in constant peril. Zhang Kuan, possessing the wisdom of age and a mind teeming with intricate thoughts, began. Keeping classmate Yang Chuchu here poses a risk to both her safety and the security of Qingqing City. He turned to Yang Chuchu with a reassuring smile. Our Guowu University boasts an abundance of experts who can undoubtedly ensure your safety. Would you be interested in joining our esteemed Qianlong class? Qianlong class? Both Chen Fan and Yang Chuchu appeared somewhat bewildered, evidently hearing of it for the first time. Zhang Kuan elaborated, every year, top universities handpick exceptionally talented first-year students for concentrated training. This is the Qianlong class. Your second and third years of study would be spent within this elite group. And upon graduation, you would enter university alongside the new cohort of freshers. The instructors of our Qianlong class are all masters in their respective fields. Yang Chuchu nodded enthusiastically. Eager at the prospect, for attending the same university as Chen Fan was a cherished dream of hers. Chen Fan too hoped for Yang Chuchu's admission to Guowu, believing that with his presence, her growth would undoubtedly accelerate compared to any other institution. However, Chen Fan furrowed his brow and interjected, Teacher Zhang, may I inquire whether we will be competing for this year's coveted dragon egg alongside the cohort from 2 years ago? Zhang Kuan nodded awkwardly, confirming, yes. But you need not be overly concerned. Given your capabilities, you still have a 30% chance against the prodigies of the Qianlong class. 30%? Chen Fan was taken aback. That seems rather dismissive. He expressed incredulity, questioning, are the students of the Qianlong class truly that formidable? Zhang Kuan, with a confident smile, replied, how could they not be strong after 2 years of tutelage from masters? Allow me to share a secret. All 30 students entering the Qianlong class alongside you are awakened level 1 extraordinary abilities, and more than half have already advanced to level 2. That indeed instilled a sense of urgency within Chen Fan. With just about 10 days remaining until enrollment, he resolved to strive for level 2 advancement, believing it essential for absolute assurance. Zhang Kuan then discussed the benefits associated with the Qianlong class, and upon witnessing Yang Chuchu's unwavering determination, he felt relieved. Classmate Chuchu, let us finalize this. Tomorrow, I will arrange for the contract to be delivered for your signature, and this matter will be settled. All right, Teacher Zhang, Yang Chuchu replied, brimming with joy. However, news of the emergence of a level 1 prodigy in Qingqing City swiftly reached the online realm through the ears of the discerning. Major universities, upon receiving this information, promptly notified their recruitment officers still in Shannon Province. The following day, representatives from a dozen top-tier universities convened in the office of the principal of Qingqing No. 3 Middle School, demanding fair competition for Yang Chuchu's choice of school. Zhang Zongwen found himself in a state of disarray and immediately informed Chen Fan. When Chen Fan arrived, the atmosphere was tense, almost charged with hostility. The competition for a level 1 prodigy was indeed of a different caliber than that for level 2 prodigies. During his time, they had merely regarded him as a level 1 extraordinary ability user. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, gently shaking his head. He harbored no regrets about his choice to join the National Martial Arts University. At that moment, in the office, Yang Chuchu stood beside Principal Zhang Zongwen. Feeling somewhat anxious and out of place, Zhang Kuan, however, was engaged in a fierce debate, arguing his case vigorously. The representative from Jing University was none other than Yi Beichen. He cast a fleeting glance at Chen Fan, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk. Clearly displeased with Chen Fan's decision to choose national martial arts and his public challenge to all the new students at Jing University online. Yet, in the presence of numerous esteemed professors and powerful masters, he merely snorted softly, refraining from an outright confrontation. This fellow, Chen Fan mused, would eventually settle both old and new scores with him. Unfazed by Yi Beichen's gaze, Chen Fan stood resolute. Yi Beichen then turned his attention to Zhang Kuan, launching a scornful remark. Mr. Zhang, can your national martial arts truly cultivate a talent like Yang? You wouldn't want to hinder her future. Indeed, national martial arts doesn't even have a martial saint at present. Can you withstand the pressure from the beast worship sect? Please, do not ruin this young lady's prospects. A teacher from Mo University chimed in, equally indignant. Mr. Zhang, while it is true that you saved her life, you cannot coerce her into joining your national martial arts. The other professors in the room also wore disapproving expressions. Zhang Kuan's face flushed red, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Chuchu quickly interjected, joining national martial arts was my own decision. No one has coerced me. Chuchu, you are still young and do not understand the significance of resources. At national martial arts, you will only receive instruction from master-level teachers. But if you come to Mo University, I can assure you that an 8th-tier grandmaster will personally guide your studies. The teacher from Mo University spoke kindly, attempting to persuade her. Yi Beichen then cleared his throat, directing his gaze at Yang Chuchu, deliberately exuding charm and approachability. With an air of self-satisfaction, he flashed a conceited smile and urged, Chuchu, you must have heard of me. I am Yi Beichen. Come to Jing University, and as a fellow townsman, I will certainly look out for you and even personally teach you. He added, of course, there will always be a reserved spot for you on the Beichen battle team. Chapter 70. Frenzied Training. Yi Beichen truly had no shame. Chen Fan scoffed inwardly. Just days ago, during Yi Beichen's special recruitment of him, he had claimed that only if Chen Fan graduated with honors would he consider offering him a position on the Beichen battle team. Now, faced with Yang Chuchu, he was promising her a guaranteed spot. Damn it, had he never regarded me highly from the start? Moreover, his intentions towards Chuchu were clearly not pure. Chen Fan deliberately leaned closer to Yang Chuchu, shielding her from Yi Beichen's somewhat sinister gaze. Senior, I do not wish to attend other schools. I only want to go to National Martial Arts University with you. Yang Chuchu's face displayed a hint of grievance. Being young, the atmosphere of competing for someone felt as daunting as a brawl, leaving her uneasy. Chuchu, there is nothing to worry about. You need not fear them. The choice of university is yours alone. Chen Fan whispered comforting words into her ear. The onlookers, witnessing the intimate conduct of the two, couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Turning to press Chen Fan. Chen, shouldn't you persuade them? A prodigy should not squander their talents on mere whims. After all, do not jeopardize this young lady's future for your own selfish desires. You must understand the implications, especially considering she is 2 years younger and still naive. Chen Fan could sense that in the eyes of these individuals, the prodigy was regarded as infinitely superior to him. Zhang Kuan, who had been momentarily stunned by the confrontation, regained his composure. How can our national martial arts waste a student's talent? Wasn't Luo Changxing also an extraordinary ability user in his youth? Now he stands as a peak 8th-tier grandmaster. That was solely due to his own exceptional talent and hard work, which has nothing to do with your institution. Immediately, voices of dissent arose. Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Indeed, the special admissions teacher had a thick skin, excelling in the art of sophistry. He stepped forward, asserting, I believe national martial arts is quite commendable. At the very least, its vision far surpasses yours. The expressions of the teachers present momentarily faltered, quickly realizing the implication of Chen Fan's words, and they began to voice their criticisms. These educators, all masters in their own right and largely extraordinary ability users, did not regard Chen Fan, a still emerging genius, with much apprehension. Chen Fan, speaking in riddles, do you think we cannot discern your meaning? Your talent is merely average, not worthy of the top-tier resources. Indeed, and I observe this young man exhibits no reverence towards us. Such individuals seldom go far. I find it fortunate that he did not choose our university. Very well. So you all deem me inadequate? When the time comes for me to prove you wrong, I wonder who will be laughing then. Chen Fan discreetly activated the recording function on his phone, silently documenting their mocking words, preparing to play it back to them when he eventually succeeded. Yang Chuchu's stance was in complete alignment with Chen Fan. Mustering her courage, she declared, "Wherever Senior Chen Fan goes, I shall follow." "Oh, you young lady." The crowd sighed, recognizing the youthful stirrings of infatuation, a love that knows no bounds. While the group continued their fervent persuasion, Yi Beichen suddenly turned to Chen Fan and proposed, "Chen Fan, why not join me at Jing University? I can assure you of an opportunity to secure a mentor at the peak 8th tier level, and we will cover your breach of contract with National Martial Arts." "Sorry, but I have no interest." Chen Fan resolutely shook his head, leaving no room for negotiation. "I cannot take Jing University's promises seriously." "You." Yi Beichen's face flushed with anger, barely restraining himself from erupting. The teacher from Magic University, who had initially intended to use this to persuade Chen Fan, found the words caught in his throat upon witnessing Yi Beichen's failure. This contention lasted for over an hour, and seeing Yang Chuchu's firm resolve, they began to seek alternative routes. They took out their phones and proceeded to call Yang's parents. The two individuals displayed an unusually resolute attitude, entirely determined by a discussion between the daughter and Chen Fan. Their intentions were unequivocal. They had firmly accepted this son-in-law. The crowd, feeling helpless, chose to depart one after another. Yi Beichen lingered at the back, turning to Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan. He remarked, "You two should pray for a smooth journey in escorting Yang Chuchu to Guowu." "What do you mean?" Zhang Kuan stood up, casting a cold glare at him. "Nothing of consequence, merely a sincere reminder. After all, the beast worshippers will not easily relent. That is none of your concern." Zhang Kuan replied tersely, "Best of luck to you." Yi Beichen smirked, choosing not to linger further, and stepped out of the room. Chen Fan exchanged a glance with Zhang Kuan, both harboring a profound disdain for Yi Beichen. Zhang Kuan furrowed his brow and said, "Yet Yi Beichen speaks truth. The beast worshippers will undoubtedly take action next. For safety's sake, I shall escort Yang back to Guowu today, lest prolonged delays bring about unforeseen troubles." Yang Chuchu hesitated briefly before finally nodding her head. She understood that remaining here would bear no benefits and might even jeopardize Qingqing City. "Senior, I will wait for you in Guowu," Yang Chuchu said, her gaze fixed on Chen Fan, filled with reluctance. "Very well." Chen Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, displaying a hint of indulgence. In the afternoon, after seeing Yang Chuchu off, Chen Fan immersed himself in the Battle Wolf Martial Arts Hall, in pursuit of the Dragon Egg. He knew he must exert every ounce of effort over the next 10 days. In the days that followed, Chen Fan dedicated his mornings to mastering the Aurora Whirlwind Break and spent his afternoons in the Gravity Training Room, honing both his physique and willpower. The Gravity Training Room, as its name suggests, allowed for the manipulation of gravitational force exerted on the ability users, making them feel as though they bore immense weight. With his current physical condition, training under tenfold gravity proved ideal for refining his body and sharpening his resolve. Over these few days, Chen Fan's remarkable willpower astonished Lu Tao. Each time he entered the room, he was taken aback by the sight of Chen Fan drenched in sweat. In the mechanism training room, Chen Fan battled against 10 combat robots under tenfold gravity, astonishingly holding his ground. His formidable physique, astonishing willpower, and exquisite combat skills made Lu Tao feel that he could hardly withstand even a single move from Chen Fan. Finally, on the 7th day, Chen Fan had thoroughly polished his peak first-tier strength to perfection. Simultaneously, he had successfully mastered the Aurora Whirlwind Break. With no beast to validate the technique's power, he instructed Lu Tao to procure a 30-centimeter thick titanium alloy steel plate. Chen Fan executed a soaring kick, thunder swirling around his feet at breakneck speed, much like a thunder drill penetrating the steel plate, instantly shattering it into fragments. "Excellent." Chen Fan gazed at the scattered iron shavings, thoroughly satisfied with the technique's power. In the time that followed, he could fully commit to advancing towards the second tier. Chapter 71. Unable to absorb lightning? That noon, after dining at Wang Yinran's home, Chen Fan returned home alone. At this very moment, the advanced second-tier ability wielder emerged. Chen Fan quelled his excitement and adjusted his state to its optimal condition. He set the output voltage of the voltage regulator to 800 volts. However, his body remained unresponsive. Furrowing his brow slightly, Chen Fan incrementally raised the voltage. Yet, when he reached 1000 volts, he was overcome by excruciating pain, as if his cells were tearing apart. Nevertheless, Chen Fan soon realized something was amiss. In previous experiences of pain, he would simultaneously feel the euphoric sensation of cellular regeneration. This time, however, he felt no pleasure. Rather, his cells seemed to vehemently reject the influx of electrical energy. After enduring several breaths of agony, he decisively unplugged the power source. Why could he not advance by absorbing lightning this time? Chen Fan pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. According to the system, the thunder-devouring sacred body should grow stronger through the consumption of lightning. He hurriedly voiced his doubts to the system, yet, as always, it chose silence in the face of such inquiries. Cursed system. Chen Fan silently cursed. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to seek counsel from another. The only choice was Li Ji. After all, among those he could trust, Li Ji was the strongest. Li Ji quickly answered the call, and upon hearing about Chen Fan's ability, he nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Are you certain that absorbing lightning previously led to your advancement? Li Ji confirmed repeatedly. Indeed. Boldly would I deceive you? Chen Fan, having been questioned multiple times, felt a twinge of irritation. Li Ji appeared dumbfounded. He wished to advise Chen Fan to maintain composure and wait until he became a martial sage before flaunting his abilities. Chen Fan, from now on, I'll call you brother. And I'll be your little bro. How does that sound? Li Ji jested, unusually lighthearted. Oh, come on, oldly, spare me the jokes. I fear I can no longer absorb lightning for advancement, and I may have to rely on you for support, Chen Fan replied, somewhat disheartened. Li Ji, with a hint of envy, remarked, it's impossible not to advance. The reason you cannot absorb electrical energy is that you are facing a significant barrier. A significant barrier? Is it different from previous advancements? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it is quite different. Li Ji responded, gritting his teeth. Speaking of which, Chen Fan, once we reach university, can we please take some time to properly study the foundational knowledge of these abilities? Chen Fan replied, boldly, given the circumstances, let us not bring up past shortcomings. Li Ji chuckled awkwardly and quickly elaborated. Every ability advancement requires an understanding of its corresponding principle, which is why everyone needs to practice their methods. The methods encapsulate the insights of those who came before us regarding the principle. By studying methods related to one's own abilities, one can gain a more direct and convenient understanding of the relevant principles. Your ability is somewhat unique, as it allows for advancement through the absorption of lightning. In my view, your body, while absorbing lightning, inadvertently draws upon certain rules contained within the electrical energy. The reason you are currently unable to absorb electrical energy for advancement may lie in the fact that your body has thoroughly assimilated the essence contained within artificial electricity. To elevate to the second level, you must seek to absorb lightning of a different nature, such as that from mystical beasts or the natural thunder that exists in the environment. So that is how it is. Chen Fan listened intently, finding great wisdom in Li Ji's words. In the past, every time he absorbed electrical energy, he experienced a surge of excitement in his cerebral cortex, which seemed to be a subtle perception of the underlying principles. Thank you, oldly, for your clarification. You truly are my good brother, Chen Fan expressed, having grasped the crux of the matter and feeling quite elated. I hardly deserve such praise, Li Ji laughed heartily, adding, just don't forget us little folks when you become a martial saint. That will never happen, Chen Fan swiftly denied, jesting, oldly, I might forget others. But not you. After all, you still owe me a staggering 100,010,000. I shall remember this for a lifetime. Their camaraderie had genuinely blossomed. Chen Fan admired Li Ji as a principled mayor, while Li Ji respected Chen Fan as a passionate young man. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan began to contemplate his upcoming plans. The natural lightning was something he dared not approach. as it could instantaneously obliterate him. Therefore, to advance to a second-tier ability user, he could only rely on the thunderous power within mystical beasts. According to Li Ji, he would need to absorb the lightning from at least 3 second-tier mystical beasts to have a chance at advancement. With only a few days left before school resumed, he decided to make a trip to Yuliang Pass, hoping to break through. Chen Fan resolved to seek his fortune there. Once he had made arrangements for Wang Yinran to care for Tong Tong, he packed various provisions, seasonings, cooking utensils, and camping gear into his spatial ring. It felt like a vacation, though he found the 3-cubic space of the ring somewhat inadequate. He lamented that he had initially hoped to include a folding bed as well. Just then, he remembered that he had yet to claim the reward for helping Yang Chu-Chu awaken her abilities. He hurriedly clicked to draw from the lottery. Spatial ring. Spatial ring. Chen Fan fervently prayed within his heart. At last, the blue wheel came to a halt, revealing a red porcelain vial before him. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of the Great Sun Pure Yang pill. Disappointment washed over him as he realized he had not drawn a spatial ring. He took the vial in hand, uncorked it, and discovered several red pills inside. What an enchanting aroma. Chen Fan inhaled gently, feeling a rush of vitality. Such a remarkable item. It must be some kind of divine medicine. He promptly inquired of the system, what are the effects of this item? Upon consuming the Great Sun Pure Yang pill, an ability user can fight for 3 days without exhaustion. Indeed, what a splendid item. This is merely an upgraded version of the Yang Nourishing pill. No wonder it invigorates the blood with just a whiff. Chen Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. However, the next sentence from the system nearly provoked an expletive from him. Host, please be advised that due to the necessity of mobilizing the primordial yang energy throughout your body, this elixir carries significant side effects. Once consumed, you shall be impotent for 3 months. Wait a moment, what does impotent for 3 months mean? Chen Fan's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the jade vial. Is this impotence the same as the one I understand? Chen Fan attempted to inquire. Yet, the system ceased to respond. Hastily, Chen Fan secured the lid of the jade vial, fearing that its emanating aura might affect him. Impotent for 3 months? This is simply tantamount to becoming a eunuch for 3 months. How distasteful. Chen Fan found this notion exceedingly repugnant. Nevertheless, discarding such a life-saving item would be too regrettable. After careful consideration, Chen Fan resolved to gift it to Li Ji. Surely, old Li wouldn't mind, right? After all, at his age, impotence might not be such a concern. Meanwhile, Li Ji was in his office, instructing his secretary on the upcoming tasks. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, an ominous feeling suddenly arose within him. At that moment, even his previously alluring secretary appeared rather uninteresting. Chapter 72. Re-entering Yuliang Pass that afternoon. Chen Fan requested an off-road vehicle from Li Ji and set off alone towards Yuliang Pass. He drove swiftly, arriving at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This time was different. The vast square outside Yuliang Pass was bustling with activity, teeming with people, akin to a marketplace. Numerous ability users were engaged in trading exotic beasts. A long queue formed at the massive iron gate, leading both in and out. Is there anyone interested in a complete Tier 1 late-stage violent armored bear carcass? 5,000 for transfer. A Tier 2 early-stage flamingo tail feather can be taken for 12,000. Is there any interest in a Tier 1 scarlet blossom? Price negotiable. Chen Fan parked his vehicle aside and began to wander through the market, astonished. Is this the legendary Beast Affinity Fair? Indeed, the Beast Affinity Fair. As the name suggests, it is a place where ability users seek items associated with exotic beasts. Chen Fan had heard of it before. Each alternate dimension has specific times when it is open to the public. Ability users can enter these alternate spaces to hunt exotic beasts and bring them back for sale. To his surprise, he had coincidentally stumbled upon the Beast Affinity Fair at Yuliang Pass today. The array of items for sale was diverse, even featuring exotic beast cubs. Young man, would you like a cub of the terror wolf? They make excellent contract beasts and can guard your home. The vendor, noticing Chen Fan lingering, began to promote his wares. I'm sorry, boss, but I am not a beast master type ability user. Chen Fan shook his head and hurried away. On Blue Star, there exists a unique category of ability users known as beast masters. These individuals often possess psychic or mental abilities, allowing them to establish emotional bonds with exotic beasts and command them in battle. Such ability users are exceedingly rare, at least in Qingxing No. 3 Middle School. He had never encountered one. Moreover, it is said that taming beasts is exceedingly costly, as high-tier exotic beast cubs have already skyrocketed in price. After wandering here for a while, Chen Fan discovered that the carcass of a second-tier exotic beast could fetch several tens of thousands. Thus, his desire for a spacious storage ring grew more urgent. However, even if he were to draw another space ring, it would likely only be 3 cubic meters. Unless he were to access a higher-level lottery. While Chen Fan pondered, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. "Young brother, do you wish to team up to hunt exotic beasts? We are currently 3 in number. Would you be interested in joining us?" Turning around, Chen Fan observed that the speaker was a burly man, exuding the aura of a mid-level second-tier ability user. Accompanying him were 2 others, a man and a woman in their mid-20s, both at the initial stage of the second tier. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Why would a group of second-tier elites extend a cordial invitation to a first-tier novice such as himself? He was skeptical of their good intentions. Noticing his hesitation, the burly man explained, "We mainly seek someone to assist in transporting the exotic beast carcasses." Chen Fan scoffed inwardly. Did they truly think he was a Na'vi newcomer? Although he was unaware of the trio's true intentions, he certainly did not trust their words. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Sorry, but I see that your auras are rather ominous. I fear that associating with you might bring misfortune upon me." "Who are you calling ominous?" The young man behind him erupted in anger, pointing furiously at Chen Fan. The other 2 shared equally unfriendly expressions, realizing they could not deceive Chen Fan. Their true motives had been exposed. "Do you think that just because the Great Xia prohibits ability users from fighting each other, you can rest easy? Once you enter the dimensional space, with heaven high and the Emperor far away, you will find it impossible to survive or die at your leisure." Chen Fan sneered. "Do you know why I called you ominous? You dare to offend me, yet you are unaware of how many eyes the Horse King has." In terms of verbal sparring, Chen Fan had never been bested. The tense standoff between the group attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Someone kindly interjected, "Wu Xiong, are you planning to swindle newcomers again? If you continue this way, you will surely be caught by the authorities. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet." "Indeed, young man, do not be fooled. These 3 often invite newcomers to hunt exotic beasts. Yet no one has been seen leaving the dimensional space alive. After all, Great Xia is a society governed by law, and there are still many law-abiding citizens." Wu Xiong and his companions could not refute the claims and hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd, retreating swiftly. Chen Fan felt somewhat helpless. He had not yet dealt with them. How could they escape? After politely thanking the crowd, he quickly began searching for the trio. He intended to follow them, and once they entered the dimensional space, find a secluded corner to eliminate them. However, as Chen Fan scanned his surroundings, he could not locate any trace of the 3. Reluctantly, he gave up and made his way to the entrance of Yuliang Town to join the queue. All ability users entering the alternate dimension must undergo a soldier's inspection. When it was Chen Fan's turn, the soldier on duty failed to recognize him. After disembarking, Chen Fan had altered his appearance. After all, he was quite renowned in Qing City, and it was likely that many ability users from there would recognize him. To avoid unnecessary complications, he cleverly transformed his visage to resemble that of Li Yaping. The silver medal bore Chen Fan's name, rendering it unusable for concealment, and thus he relinquished $1,000 without protest. Upon entering the alternate dimension, he still refrained from reverting to his true form. After all, committing nefarious acts necessitated the guise of another. Prior to his entrance into the alternate dimension, he had obtained an official internal document from Li Ji. Therefore, he had a fair understanding of where the thunder beasts might lurk. The documents indicated that thundercloud leopards frequently prowled a canyon located 30 kilometers south of the entrance. So he decided to investigate that area first. Chen Fan retrieved a military map, identified his bearings, and promptly set off. Along the way, he encountered numerous ability users hauling the carcasses of exotic beasts. Most bore anxious expressions, fearful that others might seize their hard-earned spoils. Chen Fan's objective was clear. He did not wish to squander time on other beasts. Thus, as long as the exotic creatures did not initiate an attack, he would grant them mercy. An hour later, Chen Fan finally arrived at the designated canyon on the map. He concealed himself behind a hillside, carefully observing the surroundings. Within the valley resided a dozen second-tier thundercloud leopards, with the largest among them measuring 3 meters in length and shimmering with blue-white electric arcs. This one had reached the pinnacle of second-tier strength. Chen Fan possessed the capability to easily combat second-tier late-stage beasts in close quarters, Yet against a pinnacle second-tier beast, he still fell short in strength. However, should he employ all his tactics, he might stand a chance against such a formidable opponent. After meticulously assessing the situation and confirming the absence of third-tier thundercloud leopards, he quietly retrieved the Thunder God Spear. He would not be foolish enough to recklessly charge into the valley to engage in a melee with the pack of thundercloud leopards. With his current prowess, that would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Thus, he planned to eliminate the other thundercloud leopards in the valley from a distance before engaging in a proper duel with their leader. Chapter 73. Hunting the thundercloud leopard. Chen Fan cradled the Thunder God Spear, scrutinizing the scene intently. The thundercloud leopard was a creature of both wind and thunder attributes, renowned for its remarkable speed. His position on the hillside was over 800 meters from the leopard pack. Should they become aware of his presence, they could reach him within mere moments. After careful deliberation, Chen Fan concealed himself behind a rock. He cautiously peered out, aiming the Thunder God Spear at a second-tier late-stage thundercloud leopard. Poor unfortunate creature, your journey ends here. Chen Fan swiftly infused his ability into the Thunder God Spear, and in the next instant, he pulled the trigger. A blue thunderbolt projectile instantaneously traversed a distance of 800 meters, resulting in a deafening explosion that obliterated the head of the thundercloud leopard into a mist of crimson. Meanwhile, Chen Fan swiftly withdrew behind the rock. At that moment, the pack of thundercloud leopards erupted into chaos. The once crouching beasts sprang up in alarm, hastily retreating from the lifeless body. The leading second-tier pinnacle thundercloud leopard emitted furious roars, surveying its surroundings with palpable rage. Yet, Chen Fan remained utterly still, daring not to make a sound. The agitated beasts scoured the valley, yet ultimately failed to detect any trace of their adversary. After several minutes, the cacophony of beastly roars subsided, restoring tranquility to the valley. These intellectually limited creatures believed they had evaded danger. At this juncture, the devilish Chen Fan cautiously peeked out once more. A second target. A wicked smile crept across Chen Fan's face as he fired again. A thunderbolt projectile claiming yet another second-tier late-stage thundercloud leopard. The pack was engulfed in sheer terror, forming a defensive circle, warily scrutinizing their surroundings for any movement. Yet, the hunter is perpetually more patient than the prey. After a full 10 minutes, Chen Fan seized the opportunity, taking down another one. Employing the same strategy, he dispatched all 5 remaining second-tier late-stage beasts, leaving behind a collection of headless corpses. It was at this moment that the leader of the thundercloud leopards finally discerned Chen Fan's position. With a furious roar, the remaining 7 second-tier mid-stage leopards lunged toward him in a frenzied assault. But what does it matter if they discovered him? It was too late. Unfazed, Chen Fan rose to his feet, revealing himself within the leopard's line of sight. The second-tier late-stage beasts had been eliminated, and the remaining mid-tier threats posed no danger whatsoever. With the Thunder God Spear in hand, he fired 2 shots in quick succession, shattering the skulls of 2 fast-approaching thundercloud leopards. The true slaughter had only just begun. Chen Fan stowed the Thunder God's Spear in his spatial ring, summoning a large blade into his grasp. Standing atop the mountain, he resembled a deity of war. Kill! He bellowed, arcs of electricity enveloping him as he charged toward the pack with his blade drawn. Die! With a flourish of his blade, he unleashed a tempest of slashing strikes, cleaving 1 second-tier thundercloud leopard in 2 with a bolt of thunderous energy. In the next instant, he activated his lightning flash, evading harm while repositioning himself 5 meters away. With a deft thrust of his blade, he pierced through the mouth of another thundercloud leopard, effortlessly penetrating its skull. At that moment, the remaining 3 second-tier mid-stage leopards had encircled him. Their claws descended upon Chen Fan simultaneously, yet they inflicted no damage whatsoever. For at that moment, Chen Fan unleashed his 9 Heavens Thunder movement, a blue thunder dragon coiling protectively around him, absorbing the assaults without so much as a ripple. Perish! With a mighty swing of the great blade in Chen Fan's grasp, the heads of 3 thundercloud leopards were sent soaring into the air. Blood gushed forth from their severed necks, and their bodies collapsed in unison. Only one remained. Chen Fan's gaze fixated on the pinnacle second-tier thundercloud leopard, situated 20 meters away. Undaunted, he resolved to challenge his own limits that day. The beast's eyes blazed with fury as it emitted a series of low, wrathful growls. Although it sensed that the human before it was merely at the peak of the first tier, it could not comprehend the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Yet, This did not diminish its murderous intent towards Chen Fan. In the next moment, it bared its massive, sharp fangs and leaped forward, its claws tearing towards Chen Fan in a swift motion. 3 streams of wind and thunder energy surged from its claws, resembling colossal blades, crashing against Chen Fan's protective thunder dragon with a thunderous impact. Chen Fan was sent reeling backwards, his protective shield nearly dissipating. What incredible speed and power! Chen Fan marveled, realizing that this creature's strength was likely approaching the 3rd tier. Before he could regain his footing, the thundercloud leopard's claws descended upon him. Chen Fan could only execute a lightning-fast maneuver, vanishing from sight and reappearing 5 meters away, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The leopard, momentarily surprised, quickly renewed its assault. Chen Fan exerted all his strength, unleashing dragon-shaped energy slashes from his great blade as he engaged in a fierce battle with the beast. After several breaths, his blade could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered beneath the leopard's claws. In a perilous situation, Chen Fan's agility saved him. He unleashed a powerful kick imbued with lightning, striking the leopard squarely in the face. The unexpected blow sent the creature sprawling to the ground, allowing Chen Fan to narrowly escape its deadly fangs. "This beast is incredibly fierce. My strength is still lacking," he gasped, retreating 10 meters while keeping a wary eye on his opponent. The thundercloud leopard, agile and fierce, suddenly sprang forth once more, intent on attacking Chen Fan. He dared not underestimate it. A pair of thunderous wings formed behind him, enveloping his body and deflecting the oncoming waves of wind and thunder. Simultaneously, a surge of thunder erupted beneath his feet as he delivered a precise kick to the leopard's neck, propelling it 10 meters away. However, the leopard's robust physique absorbed the impact without sustaining any injuries. This creature, nourished by thunder for years, was as resilient as tempered steel. Subduing it proved to be quite the challenge. At that moment, the thundercloud leopard recognized the difficulty of facing Chen Fan and began to circle him, seeking an opportune moment to strike with lightning speed. Chen Fan, regretting his lack of additional blades, having drawn mostly daggers and war hammers in previous lotteries, found himself at a disadvantage. With no choice, he transformed his thunderous wings into a blade. Deliberately exposing a vulnerability, he turned his back to the leopard, believing it had found an opening. The leopard lunged with its wind and thunder-infused claws, aiming for the nape of Chen Fan's neck. However, Chen Fan was well prepared. He swiftly turned around, and the thunder dragon adhered to the thunder wing, instantly striking the airborne thundercloud leopard. A gaping wound was carved into the abdomen of the thundercloud leopard by the sharp thunder wing. In agony, the thundercloud leopard let out a mournful cry and tumbled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan sprang forth, delivering a powerful strike with his thunder palm upon the creature's skull. A sharp crack echoed as the leopard's cranium caved in, the light in its eyes gradually fading away. "You cannot perish yet." Chen Fan's thunderous hand rested upon its head. In the next moment, an invisible force emanated from his fingertips, fervently absorbing the thunder power from the creature's body. Chapter 74. The Three-Eyed Thunder Ape. At this juncture, the thundercloud leopard was on the brink of death, devoid of any means to resist, merely awaiting the depletion of its thunder power by Chen Fan. 5 minutes later, Chen Fan withdrew his hand, feeling a sense of unfulfilled desire. Indeed, as Li Ji had stated, to advance, one must absorb diverse forms of thunder power. Chen Fan sensed the surging thunder within him. He was but a step away from advancing to the 2nd tier. A thread of lightning flickered from his fingertips, surprisingly quicker than before. Could it be that the thunder-devouring sacred body had absorbed the thunder attributes of the thundercloud leopard, endowing him with a hint of wind and thunder properties, thus hastening the lightning by a third? This revelation brought Chen Fan immense joy. It signified an enhancement in his combat prowess. Just as Chen Fan was preparing to rise and depart, 3 figures emerged at the edge of the valley. Leading them was the formidable figure, Wu Xiong, who had previously threatened Chen Fan outside the Jade Good Fort. Behind him, a woman bore a small lizard beast resting upon her arm. The lizard creature flicked its long tongue, seemingly scenting the air. Wu Xiong inquired nonchalantly, "Lin Shan, have you located that brat?" Lin Shan pointed towards the valley ahead, stating, "Boss Wu, that brat is just ahead. The little lizard has sensed his presence." "Good." Wu Xiong nodded in satisfaction, a cruel smile crossing his lips. "We shall first utilize this brat to obtain the purple thunder flower. If he is fortunate enough to survive, We will capture him and deal with him accordingly. The man clad in white beside him also bore a chilling gaze. This brat dared to provoke us in public. I shall ensure he understands my methods. All right. We are close now. Let us ensure he does not escape. With that, Wu Xiong quickened his pace, swiftly entering the valley where Chen Fan resided. However, as the three drew near, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The valley was strewn with the lifeless bodies of at least a dozen thunder cloud leopards. The corpses bore gruesome appearances, some with missing heads, others split in twain. Boss, who could have done this? It seems a complete massacre of an entire small clan. The white-clad man swallowed hard. Such methods could only belong to a third-tier ability user. Wu Xiong too felt a twinge of fear. He scanned the surroundings and, upon finding no one, his expression brightened with relief. Bai Song and Lin Shan, the claws of this thunder cloud leopard serve as excellent materials for crafting battle soldiers. Hurry and cut them off. With this many claws, they could fetch around 200,000 to 300,000. Haha, what a windfall. The two were elated, swiftly drawing forth their daggers and approaching the lifeless body on the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Fan concealed himself behind a massive rock, observing the scene with an air of indifference. It seems I must delve deeply into the compendium of exotic beasts. Wealth lies before me, yet I remain unaware. Chen Fan lamented inwardly, though he felt grateful for the efforts of the trio. After all, these spoils would soon be in his possession. After about 10 minutes, the three managed to extract all the lethal claws of the thundercloud leopard, filling nearly half a sack. Just as they reveled in their triumph, Chen Fan boldly stepped forward. "Gentlemen, what a coincidence," he said, a smile gracing his face, devoid of any fear. The three were taken aback, exchanging glances. And then their expressions shifted to delight. They had not anticipated that this young man was merely a naive fool. Wu Xiong turned to Chen Fan, exuding an imposing aura, and declared, "Boy, do you wish to live or die?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, that line should be mine," he retorted. Before he could finish, Wu Xiong continued, "Dying is simple. I'll cleave you with a single stroke. Living is also easy. Help us with a task." "A task? What task?" Chen Fan was in no rush to kill, knowing full well that subduing the three would be effortless. "There is a cave nearby, home to a patch of purple thunder flowers. If you assist us in gathering them, we shall let you go." The trio surrounded Chen Fan, creating an atmosphere ripe for conflict at the slightest provocation. Purple thunder flowers? Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly, though he was uncertain of their efficacy. The association with lightning piqued his interest. He inquired of the trio, "It must be quite perilous inside. Otherwise, you wouldn't need me to collect them, would you?" After exchanging furtive glances, Wu Xiong revealed a hint of goodwill, stating, "Little brother, you are indeed astute. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Inside the cave slumbers a late-stage, three-eyed thunder ape. We are all at the second tier of strength, and its aura is overpowering. Should we approach, it would awaken. But you, with your weaker prowess, can remain silent, and it shall not stir." So that is how it is. Chen Fan understood. The three-eyed thunder ape was quite formidable, though its strength was slightly lacking. Absorbing its lightning should aid in his own breakthroughs. Chen Fan stroked his chin, his mind racing with thoughts. "Upon completion, I shall pay you 10,000. Wu Xiong, assuming Chen Fan hesitated, quickly patted his chest in assurance. "Very well." Chen Fan played along, feigning a moment of indecision before agreeing. "Ha, little brother, here are 5,000. Take it for now, and the remainder will be yours upon completion." Wu Xiong laughed heartily, generously producing a wad of cash and placing it into Chen Fan's hands. Chen Fan accepted it with pleasure, discreetly glancing towards the other's pocket. There remains much to be claimed, and soon it shall all belong to me." Wu Xiong and the others, upon observing the upward curl of Chen Fan's lips, mistakenly interpreted it as a sign of greed, their eyes glimmering with scorn. The group proceeded cautiously, and after half an hour, they stumbled upon a concealed cave nestled within the mountainside. "Young brother, this is the spot. That thunder ape is in a deep slumber, and as long as you maintain silence upon entering, it shall remain undisturbed," Wu Xiong whispered to Chen Fan as they halted. Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to engage further, and stepped inside with determination. The time for retribution against the trio had not yet arrived. He intended to extract every ounce of their worth before ultimately ending their lives. Upon entering the cave, Chen Fan soon found himself enveloped by the thunderous sound of snoring. Before long, he laid eyes upon the three-eyed thunder ape, with the coveted purple thunder flower flourishing beside it. It would be surprising if he did not awaken the beast. Chen Fan felt a twinge of exasperation, yet he remained undaunted. The thunder ape was merely at the late stage of the second level, easily subdued. With the utmost stealth, Chen Fan approached, his palm radiating with terrifying lightning. Thunderclap palm, he silently intoned, bringing his hand down fiercely upon the thunder ape's crown. The aura of death instantly jolted the creature awake, its gaze turning fierce as the third eye on its forehead abruptly opened. A bolt of purple lightning surged forth, hurtling directly towards Chen Fan. Chapter 75. The purple thunder flower. The energy contained within this lightning was formidable, and its speed was astonishing. Fortunately, Chen Fan maintained an unwavering vigilance. He activated Thunder Flash, narrowly evading the onslaught. That was close. Standing 3 meters away, he marveled at the gaping hole left by the purple lightning behind him. The strength of this thunder ape was perilously close to the pinnacle of the second level. At that moment, the thunder ape rose to its full height of 3 meters, its muscular form brimming with seemingly boundless power. With a mighty roar, it lunged forward. Its massive fist aimed squarely at Chen Fan. Let us test our strength. Chen Fan, undeterred, faced the challenge head-on. During his recent training under tenfold gravity, although his physical attributes had not increased, his body had become more solidified. Come, Chen Fan bellowed, his fist charged with lightning as he retaliated with equal force. A thunderous clash echoed as their fists collided, one large and one small, before they separated. The thunder ape staggered back 3 steps, while Chen Fan remained steadfast, embodying the essence of his formidable physique. Once more, Chen Fan advanced, eagerly seeking battle. Provoked, the thunder ape's fury intensified, enveloping itself in a shroud of purple lightning as it unleashed a barrage of colossal punches, eager to prove its superiority over Chen Fan. The air was filled with relentless booms as the purple lightning struck Chen Fan, igniting a strange exhilaration within his very cells. At this moment, the blue lightning coursing through him began to assimilate this newfound energy bit by bit. The two engaged in an intense exchange of blows, with Chen Fan growing increasingly formidable, his thunderous energy shimmering with hints of purple. Conversely, the thunder ape's aura began to wane, the power of its thunder growing ever more feeble. This sensation was exhilarating. Through this encounter, Chen Fan absorbed the opponent's thunder while simultaneously honing his physique. Moments later, the thunder ape sensed its impending doom and attempted to retreat, but was held back by Chen Fan. At this juncture, even refraining from striking was no longer an option. Chen Fan treated it as a living battery, draining the creature for nearly 5 minutes. The opponent's punches had become weak and listless, its eyes filled with terror. Enough. You have outlived your usefulness. In the next instant, Chen Fan accelerated his assault, delivering a thunderous palm strike to the beast's head. With a squelching sound, the thunder ape's skull burst open like a watermelon. What a thrill! Chen Fan reveled in the state of his body, overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, as the thunder ape's head cracked open, a purple orb tumbled forth. Is this the vertical pupil from the thunder ape's forehead? Chen Fan was taken aback and hurriedly bent down to retrieve it. However, in the next moment, his body was engulfed by an inexplicable force, causing the orb in his hand to disintegrate into powder. Yet before he could fully grasp the situation, an unusual sensation surged from his forehead, a piercing pain that nearly brought him to his knees. What was happening? Chen Fan quickly steadied himself against the wall with one hand while probing his forehead with the other. To his astonishment, he felt a fissure beginning to form at his brow. What is this? Chen Fan was struck with panic. In the next moment, a pulling force emanated from his forehead, drawing in the energy of the purple thunder flowers scattered on the ground, transforming into a stream of purple light that burrowed into his brow. It was as though he had entered a sea of purple, with the rich violet energy continuously flowing into him. Finally, after several minutes, the cluster of purple thunder flowers had completely withered, and astonishingly, a vertical pupil emerged at his brow. I have grown another eye. Chen Fan's heart was in turmoil. When he ventured out, would others perceive me as a monster? This thought plagued him. Fortunately, when he closed his new eye, it fit seamlessly, leaving no trace for the outside world to discern. Chen Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him and began to explore the capabilities of this new vertical pupil. With a mere thought, a bolt of purple lightning shot forth from his brow, instantly blasting a large hole in the adjacent wall. Impressive power. This lightning was 3 times stronger than that of the thunder ape, potent enough to vanquish a late-stage second-tier beast, which greatly pleased Chen Fan. Moreover, he discovered that when he opened his vertical pupil, the previously dim cave became vividly illuminated, granting him the ability to see clearly in the dark. This revelation filled Chen Fan with even greater elation. The 3 individuals outside truly were his fortuitous stars. He felt immensely satisfied with the gains from this venture. At that moment, the thunder within him surged, and he was but a hair's breadth away from advancing to the second tier. He need not search for a second-tier beast. Even a mere early-stage thunder beast would suffice for his advancement. Chen Fan composed himself and stepped out of the cave. Outside, the 3 men were on edge. Having faintly heard the enraged roars of beasts and the sounds of a struggle at the cave's entrance moments ago, they suspected that Chen Fan had awakened the thunder ape. This wretch has truly failed, awakening that thunder ape. He is surely doomed. With their plans thwarted, they could only devise another strategy. Just as they prepared to retreat quietly, they were astonished to see Chen Fan emerge alive. How could this be? They were taken aback, having heard the beast's roars clearly. Wu Xiong, incredulous, inquired about the thunder ape. Chen Fan replied with a calm smile, curious to know? Allow me to introduce you. Suddenly, the vertical pupil on his forehead opened wide, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning. Panic seized Wu Xiong. Evasion was impossible at such close range. With a thunderous crash, his head shattered into a mist of crimson. Boss. The 2 onlookers turned pale at this sight, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew. Run. They exchanged a glance and fled in a frenzy. Yet, Chen Fan would not let them escape. Lightning wings. He commanded inwardly, and in an instant, he soared into the sky, intercepting the fleeing duo within mere breaths. What kind of monster are you? They cried in terror. At that moment, Chen Fan, with a pair of lightning wings and a single vertical pupil on his brow, presented an awe-inspiring spectacle. A monster? Chen Fan retorted, displeased, as his wings transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the air. The next moment, the head of the woman named Lin Shan flew from her shoulders, her voice stifled before she could utter a sound. The man in white beside her was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. I beg you, do not kill me. I was wrong to offend you. Please spare my life. Chen Fan's expression hardened as he approached, seizing the man by the throat and lifting him into the air. Give me one reason not to kill you. The man pleaded desperately. If you spare me, I will follow you, serving you faithfully. Sorry, you are unworthy. Chen Fan tightened his grip, causing the man's complexion to turn a deep purple. I can reveal a secret. I know why the beast worship sect has been fixated on Qing City. The man panicked, throwing out his final bargaining chip. You know the secret of the beast worship sect? Chen Fan exclaimed, intrigued by this revelation. If you promise to spare me, I will tell you. The man implored eagerly. Speak now or die. Chen Fan's gaze was fierce, and he exerted his strength, nearly choking the man to death. No, I will tell you. The man's face turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes wide with terror as he struggled to speak. Say it. The only response he received was the murderous gaze of Chen Fan. The man gasped for breath and struggled to speak. The beast cult has been fixated on this place because they are searching for a passage to the world beneath the earth. The world beneath the earth? Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly. The so-called world beneath the earth refers to the notion that Blue Star is a hollow sphere, concealing another realm within. Yet, Chen Fan found this hard to believe, as he had never encountered any news regarding such a world. I see no reason to waste any more time, Chen Fan remarked coolly. However, the man desperately began to struggle. What I say is true, Lin Shan told me. She said the world beneath the earth is home to an advanced, intelligent race that calls themselves the Lizard People, and the passage to this underworld is hidden within Qing City. The beast cult intends to raze Qing City to the ground in order to uncover that concealed passage. The man spoke with urgency, fearing that if he faltered, Chen Fan might suddenly crush him. His tone was resolute, and there was no hint of deceit in his eyes, which made Chen Fan believe him to some extent. Driven by curiosity, he voiced his doubts. How do you know all of this? The man hurriedly replied. It was Lin Shan who informed me. She claimed to be the offspring of a union between a lizard person and a human, and her father is indeed a lizard person. Lin Shan, who is this person? Chen Fan's brow furrowed deeper, as he found it hard to accept that such beings existed. The man quickly pointed to the corpse of a woman nearby. She is Lin Shan. You are deceiving me. Chen Fan roared. Do you think you can say whatever you like without evidence, just because she is dead? The man sweated profusely. No, I am telling the truth. Look at her body. Her blood will oxidize to green upon contact with air. Chen Fan frowned slightly and turned his gaze to the corpse. Blood gushed from where the head had been severed, and as he squinted, he indeed observed hints of green in the blood, which appeared to deepen over time. How can this be possible? Chen Fan found it hard to believe. Logically, blood should darken upon oxidation, yet the blood of this female corpse exhibited an inky green hue. I am telling the truth. She is a descendant of the lizard people. It is said that their blood is green. The man, seeing Chen Fan's eyes widen, felt a slight relief in his heart. What else do you know? Tell me everything. I wish to know all there is about this Lin Shan. Chen Fan turned back, asking coldly. The world beneath the earth, the lizard people, this entirely shattered his understanding of reality. Thus, he was eager to uncover the truth. However, the man shook his head, stating that this was all he knew. Moreover, Lin Shan had never met her lizard person father. All she knew about him was from her mother. After thorough confirmation, Chen Fan concluded that the man held no value, and with a swift motion, he broke the man's neck, disposing of the corpse carelessly. Chen Fan bent down to scrutinize Lin Shan's body. He observed that her anatomy was strikingly similar to that of a human, yet her blood was an unsettling shade of green. This world appears to be far more intricate than I had anticipated. I must consult Li Ji, for he might possess some insights. Even if he does not, once I enter university and encounter individuals of greater prowess, they are likely to know more. After some contemplation, Chen Fan emptied the cash from several pockets, disregarding the scene behind him, and continued on his journey. Half an hour later, he arrived at the edge of a precipice. According to military intelligence he had received, this location had experienced natural thunderstorms, and many trees at the base had been transformed into lightning-struck wood. A peculiar species of avian beast was known to favor roosting upon these thunderous trees, referred to as the thunder falcon. The purpose of Chen Fan's expedition was to capture one of these creatures. He lingered at the cliff's edge for half an hour, patiently awaiting the return of a thunder falcon that had been hunting. Concealed well, his thunder god gun was poised, aimed at one of the falcon's wings. With a sharp whoosh, the thunderous projectile shot through the air, striking its target. With a resounding bang, flesh and feathers erupted in a gruesome display. Chen Fan watched in exhilaration as the thunder falcon, thrown off balance, plummeted rapidly. The opportunity for a second-tier advancement was at hand. Retracting his thunder god gun, he summoned his thunder wings, propelling himself skyward. Moments later, he seized the falcon in midair. As fear registered in the creature's eyes, Chen Fan forcibly absorbed the electricity coursing through its body. The instant the lightning surged into him, he shattered the shackles of the second tier. His aura surged, the power of thunder coalescing within him. His physique and speed escalated dramatically, and after several breaths, he had drained the falcon completely. After discarding the creature's lifeless form into the abyss, he quickly checked his system panel. Host, Chen Fan superpower, thunder-devouring sacred body. Mimicry level, early second tier, physique, 200 mental power, 200 kill points, 2,371 skills, 9 heavens thunder motion, thunder flash, thunderclap, thunder wings, thunderstorm. Aurora whirlwind break, evaluation. A nascent, aggressive little wolf, current task. None gazing at the system panel, Chen Fan could not help but feel elated. Both his mental power and physique had surpassed 200. Furthermore, he sensed that the significant increase in mental power was closely linked to the thunderous eye at his brow. With my current strength, I should be able to easily overpower the esteemed talents at the National Martial Arts University. Chen Fan unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating an ancient tree as thick as a person into mere splinters. Strong, exceedingly strong. Chen Fan felt a profound sense of satisfaction, and he realized that his mimicry ability had undergone a transformation. Previously, he could only alter his appearance, unable to replicate the essence of his counterpart. However, now, both his visage and aura would be indistinguishable from the original. Moreover, to his astonishment, his form could even transform into that of a fantastical beast. According to conventional wisdom, a tiered ability is merely a skill, with the user perpetually confined to the first tier, incapable of advancing. Yet, I have transcended to the second tier through the divine thunder body. The physique of a second-tier ability naturally engenders a mutation in the mimetic aspect of the tiered ability. Chen Fan grasped the essence of this revelation, his heart brimming with exhilaration. If this were the case, it would signify that upon subsequent breakthroughs, the mimicry might undergo further transformations. Chapter 77. Departure from home. Chen Fan was eager to experiment with the mutated mimetic ability. With a mere thought, his body instantaneously morphed into the form of the Thunder Hawk he had seen moments before. Furthermore, as he gently flapped his wings, he found himself soaring into the skies. This was akin to the legendary 72 transformations. Chen Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. The surprises brought forth by the mutation of the tiered ability exceeded his wildest imagination. However, he soon realized that he could currently transform into only 3 types of fantastical beasts: the Thunder Cloud Leopard, the Three-Eyed Thunder Ape, and the aforementioned Thunder Hawk. This indicated that he could only metamorphose into beasts he had previously absorbed. Although it was not as miraculous as he had envisioned, it still filled Chen Fan with indescribable joy. While he could not transform into countless forms, he was undoubtedly formidable enough. Moreover, he could now disguise himself as a beast morphing ability user. Chen Fan planned to delve into the study of the techniques and combat strategies of beast morphing ability users once he entered university. From that point forward, he would possess dual identities. One identity would be the Divine Thunder Body, Chen Fan. The other would be the beast morphing ability user, Chen Fan. However, regarding which beast morphing combat techniques to study, he would have to meticulously contemplate after entering university. Chen Fan had not anticipated that his journey to Yuliang Pass would unfold so smoothly. Initially, he had prepared to spend the night there. Yet now, he had successfully advanced to the 2nd tier in less than half a day. Nevertheless, he had no intention of departing just yet. With a few days remaining before the start of classes, he resolved to remain and engage in combat with fantastical beasts, striving to elevate his prowess to its zenith. Several minutes later, he encountered a peak 2nd-tier crocodile tortoise. In a matter of breaths, Chen Fan executed an aerial kick, shattering the beast's carapace with a dazzling cyclone. And in the next moment, he delivered a punch that penetrated its body. The following days were spent in relentless slaughter. Aside from a harrowing encounter with a peak 3rd-tier tiger peak, from which he narrowly escaped, the remaining peak 2nd-tier fantastical beasts found it exceedingly difficult to withstand even a few exchanges with him. On June 30th, Chen Fan had to depart from Yuliang Pass town. After all, he was set to embark on his journey to the National Martial Arts Academy the following day. Upon returning to Qing City, Chen Fan immediately sought out Li Ji. Regarding the matters of the Blue Blood people and the Lizard Men, Li Ji had never heard of them either. With no other recourse, Chen Fan resolved to ponder these issues further once he entered university. Within the confines of their home, Wang Yanran and Tong Tong displayed an overwhelming sense of reluctance. After all, opportunities to return home during university would be scarce. Chen Fan sensed the subtle tension in the atmosphere and, attempting to lighten the mood, jested, "Sister Yanran, why not quit your job and accompany me to Chang'an City? I shall support you." He spoke with a sense of noble resolve. "Go away." Wang Yanran shot him a playful glare, exuding a certain charm. Yet, she ultimately could not bear to part with Qingcheng. "Xiao Fan, with transportation so convenient now, make sure to visit Tong Tong and me often," she said with a hint of sadness. "I will, Sister Yanran." Chen Fan replied earnestly, nodding emphatically. He then affectionately ruffled his little sister's hair and suggested, "Tong Tong, why not join your brother in Chang'an City? I could live off campus and rent a place." Tong Tong appeared somewhat tempted, glancing between Chen Fan and her beloved sister. Uncertain of her choice, Wang Yanran, however, decisively intervened for Tong Tong. She embraced Tong Tong tightly and solemnly declared, "Xiao Fan, once you begin university, you won't have the time to care for Tong Tong. Besides, based on your previous methods of teaching children, I cannot let Tong Tong follow you." Chen Fan awkwardly scratched his nose, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as silence settled over the room. Ultimately, it was Tong Tong who made the decision. "Brother, I've thought it through. I don't want to transfer schools or meet new friends. However, you must visit Tong Tong often." "All right." Chen Fan affectionately tousled her hair, feeling a profound reluctance to leave. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning on July 1st, Chen Fan bid farewell to everyone and boarded the train to Chang'an City alone. The carriage was predominantly occupied by returning university students, their belongings nearly overflowing into the aisles. In contrast, Chen Fan traveled light, exuding an air of ease and comfort, as all his belongings were stored within a spatial bracelet, leaving him only cradling a slumbering white cat in his arms. This stood in stark contrast to the other passengers burdened with numerous bags. Once seated, he took out his phone to browse the latest news. The handsome young man seated beside him, who appeared to be of similar age, was initially resting with his eyes closed, clad in headphones. However, upon noticing the white cat in Chen Fan's arms, he expressed surprise. "Brother, are you an animal tamer?" "An animal tamer? Not at all." Chen Fan was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. The young man, still surprised, remarked, "I can tell your white cat is extraordinary." "It's just an ordinary domestic cat," Chen Fan replied politely. Haha. The young man clearly did not believe him and jokingly offered, "If it's just a regular domestic cat, how about selling it to me for 100,000? Chen Fan responded with a light-hearted chuckle, "You wish to buy my white cat? With that face of yours? Dreaming is all you can do. This is a living treasure, a true beauty." Confronted by Chen Fan's sardonic smile, the young man remained unfazed, even taking the initiative to impart his experience in beast taming. The youth was named Gao Wenba, a sophomore at the National Martial Arts University's Beast Taming Academy. Although Chen Fan did not explicitly acknowledge his status as a beast tamer, in Gao Wenba's eyes, there was no doubt about it. Chen Fan, however, chose not to dismantle this notion, as he too harbored a keen interest in the art of beast taming. After all, the reward for the freshman king at the National Martial Arts University was none other than a dragon egg. When the hatchling emerged, Chen Fan was utterly clueless about how to foster a bond with it. Thus, he was inclined to engage in conversation with Gao Wenba. Upon discovering that Chen Fan was his junior, Gao Wenba's excitement surged, his spirits soaring. "Junior, our meeting is fateful. Should you encounter any troubles at the National Martial Arts University in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I may not boast, but among sophomores, many will regard the name Gao Wenba with respect." With that, Gao Wenba spoke eloquently, unwittingly adopting an air of seniority. Chen Fan, however, paid little heed to such pretentiousness. His focus remained steadfast on mastering the art of dragon taming. "Senior, may I interrupt with a question? Once I hatch the dragon, how might I subjugate it? Surely, you do not covet that dragon egg?" Gao Wenba was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Chen Fan with a hint of disdain. "Junior, one must recognize their limitations. Historically, the freshman king has always emerged from the elite group of prodigies within the hidden dragon class. Thus, that dragon egg belongs to them." With a cold smile, Chen Fan retorted, "Your condescension is rather unbecoming." Gao Wenba, donning a serious expression, replied, "One ought to boldly acknowledge the disparities between oneself and others." He feigned the demeanor of a seasoned senior, declaring, "I too was once as carefree as you, until I entered the National Martial Arts University and encountered those exceptional individuals." Chapter 78. The pretender Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by his pretentious demeanor, feeling an urge to slap him. However, before he could act, an invisible force suddenly gripped his neck from behind, rendering him breathless. Alarmed, Chen Fan struggled to pry the arm away, but the assailant's strength was overwhelming. He exerted every ounce of his might to break free. "Who dares?" Chen Fan roared in fury, yet when he turned, there was naught but emptiness. Gao Wenba, surprised, gazed at Chen Fan, confusion etched on his face. "Junior, what just happened?" "Something attacked me," Chen Fan replied, scanning the surroundings warily. Behind him stood a small girl, around 7 or 8 years old. Those enormous hands could not possibly belong to her. Yet, the others around remained composed, betraying no signs of disturbance. "Surely, you're not hallucinating?" Gao Wenba questioned skeptically. "Hallucination?" Chen Fan shook his head internally. How could that be mere illusion? In the next moment, a sense of danger enveloped him, prompting him to bend low. An invisible force swept perilously close above his head, and he narrowly evaded its grasp. However, Gao Wenba, standing beside him, was not so fortunate. With a resounding thud, Gao Wenba was instantly knocked to the ground, blood streaming from his nostrils. "Who dares to ambush me?" Gao Wenba scrambled to his feet, surveying the surroundings with a furious glare. The onlookers frowned, casting disapproving looks at the two men. "Gentlemen, please maintain silence within the carriage and refrain from shouting." A woman's voice rang out sharply. Gao Wenba, filled with rage, retorted, "Maintain silence? Who among you dared to attack me? Step forward." Chen Fan, too, was scanning the crowd. This intangible and insidious ambush could only be the work of a psychic or an air manipulation ability user. Moreover, the force of the attack was evidently lethal. Yet, no one in the crowd confessed, regarding the two men as mere clowns. Just as Gao Wenba continued his outburst, a suitcase behind them suddenly soared into the air, hurtling toward Chen Fan's head. This sight startled the crowd. Chen Fan swiftly turned, his eyes wide open with electric energy. This time, he finally discerned the assailant. It appeared to be a translucent figure, resembling a spirit. What sort of ability is this? Or is there a ghost in Blue Star? Chen Fan was taken aback, but did not hesitate. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the indistinct shadow crashing to the ground. The suitcase fell as well. Gao Wenba stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Is your third eye an ability? Yet, Chen Fan remained silent, his focus locked on the shadowy figure on the ground. It was clearly heading for him, likely a servant of the beast cult. Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, you shall perish. Chen Fan no longer held back. Thunder crackled in his palm as he struck the figure's forehead with a thunderous blow. However, aside from being repelled, the spectral form suffered no damage whatsoever. Seeing Chen Fan continuously attack while he himself was in a state of distress, Gao Wenba exclaimed, "What on earth are you battling, Junior?" "A ghost," Chen Fan replied coldly, kicking the entity away once more. Meanwhile, the other passengers had already retreated to the sides. "Young man, don't frighten us. There are no ghosts in this world." The crowd's faces turned pale, clearly terrified. In mere moments, Chen Fan had repelled the figure more than 10 times, yet it still charged at him relentlessly, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds. What exactly is this creature? Chen Fan's resolve hardened, a purple lightning bolt shooting from his third eye. This time, it proved effective. The entity became momentarily dazed. However, its form began to solidify slowly, its power escalating, soon revealing the visage of a remarkably youthful man. At this moment, everyone's expression shifted in shock, for this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Fan. Gao Wenba could not help but swallow hard. "Junior, do you have a twin brother?" Chen Fan gently shook his head, refraining from uttering a word. The situation was far too bizarre. Just as he hesitated on what course of action to take, his adversary charged at him once more. A smile adorned the assailant's face, yet his strikes were merciless, intent on extinguishing Chen Fan's life. This eerie scene sent chills down the spine. Suddenly, Gao Wenba interjected, "I believe I have identified this malevolent entity. Could it possibly be the legendary doppelganger?" "Doppelganger?" Chen Fan furrowed his brow in inquiry, certain that this was his first encounter with such a term. Gao Wenba hurriedly explained. "It is said that upon discovering an individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to oneself, one must exercise caution, for this may indeed be the fabled doppelganger. Its sole purpose is to eliminate you and usurp your existence entirely. Is there truly such a strange phenomenon in this world?" A thrill coursed through Chen Fan as he recalled his recent encounter with the Blue Bloods, now facing a doppelganger. Observing the pallor of Chen Fan's countenance, Gao Wenba gallantly positioned himself in front of him. "Fear not, Junior. This fiend lacks strength. I shall vanquish him for you. Come forth, spotted golden armored ant." With a commanding shout, a golden ant, no larger than a fingertip, emerged from his pocket. In the next instant, it rapidly enlarged to the size of a prairie wolf. "This wretch dared to ambush you, my master. Eliminate him." Upon receiving its master's command, the colossal golden armored ant let out an enraged roar. Fixating on the advancing doppelganger, having attained mid-second tier strength, the creature moved with astonishing speed, darting forth like a streak of golden light, lunging at the man. The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle, causing the carriage to sway violently. Amidst the chaos, Chen Fan urgently called out, "Be gentle in your strikes. At such high speeds, if we derail, it would spell disaster." Simultaneously, alarms blared within the carriage as several attendants swiftly approached. Upon grasping the situation, they hastily pressed the emergency stop button. The train gradually came to a halt in the outskirts. A head attendant, with an anxious expression, declared, "First, we must expel this creature from the train, then devise a method to eliminate it." "Understood." Chen Fan and Gao Wenba nodded in unison. The doppelganger was a pure energy entity, impervious to death. Only the gradual depletion of its energy could subdue it. The group dashed out of the train, with the doppelganger closely pursuing, intent on slaying Chen Fan. The golden armored ant surged from the side, intercepting the foe once more. "Junior, your powers are insufficient. Do not engage him recklessly." Gao Wenba displayed exceptional loyalty. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Fan had concealed his true abilities through mimicry. leading Gao Wenba to mistakenly believe he was merely a first-tier ability user, with someone fighting on his behalf. Chen Fan was more than willing to let him take the lead. Moreover, he sensed that the situation was far from simple. The adversary appeared singularly focused on him and likely had further schemes in play. Indeed, a piercing shriek cleaved through the air as a massive bat-like creature swooped down from above. Beneath the giant bat, a colossal tiger, measuring 5 meters in length, sprinted towards Chen Fan with unrelenting ferocity, both creatures targeting him with lethal intent. Chapter 79. The Great Battle of the Third Tier. The two monstrous beasts exuded an overwhelming aura, their speed surpassing even that of a high-speed train. Gao Wenba's pupils constricted in alarm, his voice trembling with disbelief. How can there be beasts here? Not beasts, but metamorphic ability users from the beast worship sect. Chen Fan's gaze fixed upon the distant figures, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. The beast worship sect. Gao Wenba's voice escalated in pitch, clearly overwhelmed by fear as it was his first encounter with this nefarious cult. The train conductor beside him turned ashen, hastily stumbling back into the carriage to call for help. The beast worship sect is here. Are there any powerful ability users? Step forward and help us fend them off. Yet, upon hearing the name of this infamous cult, chaos erupted among the passengers within the carriage. To the public, the beast worship sect was nothing short of demonic. Moreover, they were unfortunate, for within this train, there were no ability users exceeding the second tier. Outside the carriage, the two monstrous beings approached Chen Fan and transformed back into human form. With malevolent expressions, they regarded him. You must be Chen Fan. I believe we need not resort to violence. Just come with us willingly. Gao Wenba, still valiantly standing in front of Chen Fan, declared, "You've all cultists. Do you think you can commit murder in broad daylight?" Chen Fan shook his head, recognizing that Gao Wenba had yet to grasp the treachery of the world. Indeed, the two members of the beast worship sect looked at him as if he were a fool. How naive. In an instant, the bat-like figure struck forth with a palm, unleashing a surge of purple flames that soared 10 meters straight towards Gao Wenba. The assailant's power far surpassed that of Gao Wenba, and the sudden attack left him paralyzed in shock, unable to react. Just as the flames were about to engulf his head, a hand crackling with thunder intervened, shattering the inferno before it could make contact. The savior was none other than Chen Fan. The splattering flames scorched Gao Wenba, jolting him back to reality. Drenched in sweat and pallid, he had just danced with death. It was then he realized that these two members of the beast worship sect were, in fact, at the early third tier. Step back, Chen Fan urged, patting him on the shoulder. Gao Wenba, feeling the overwhelming power radiating from Chen Fan, swallowed hard. Incredible. So powerful. He found it hard to believe that a fellow student he had encountered could possess such strength. Unconsciously, he took 2 steps back, positioning himself behind Chen Fan. Go for it, senior. The two members of the beast worship sect unleashed their formidable presence, pressing towards Chen Fan. To have 2 elite disciples dispatched to hunt you down, you ought to feel quite proud. Come with us, or perish. Yet, Chen Fan maintained his composure, casting a cold gaze upon them. You two have yet to witness my true power. The members of the beast worship sect scoffed, their faces twisted in mockery. Huh. No wonder the organization deems you a prodigy of this caliber. You are indeed audacious. However, the act of mercilessly slaying the talented is indeed my greatest delight. The bat-like aberrant energy wielder strode confidently towards Chen Fan, dismissing him entirely. As a top-tier prodigy, he believed he could easily combat opponents across 3 minor realms, thus underestimating Chen Fan's prowess, assuming him to be merely at the peak of the second tier. Chen Fan, fully aware of his limitations in facing 2 third-tier aberrants simultaneously, retrieved the Thunder God Spear and remarked casually, "Do you know what this is?" The bat-like aberrant was taken aback by Chen Fan's sudden conjuration of the weapon. "Could it be that you are also a spatial-type energy wielder?" he inquired, recalling that within the beast worship sect, their esteemed bishop was a spatial-type wielder, reputed to summon items from thin air. Chen Fan, with a mysterious smile, replied, "I merely wish to show you a magnificent treasure." Intrigued, the aberrant scrutinized the peculiar object crackling with lightning in Chen Fan's grasp. Yet, in the next instant, as the Thunder God Spear charged, Chen Fan decisively pulled the trigger. A terrifying compressed lightning projectile hurtled through the air, reaching the aberrant in an instant. The aberrant's expression twisted in horror as he attempted to evade. But it was far too late. With a resounding boom, his head exploded into a mist of crimson. "Demon bat!" exclaimed the nearby tiger-headed man, his eyes wide in disbelief. His longtime ally had just been obliterated by a single shot. Chen Fan had infused 30% of his energy into that shot, and now, with his recent advancement to the second tier, the energy he could channel into the Thunder God Spear had significantly increased. "I will ensure your demise is without a grave," roared the tiger-headed man, transforming into a 5-meter-tall giant tiger, charging ferociously at Chen Fan. With no time to infuse energy for a second shot, Chen Fan hastily stowed the Thunder God Spear into his spatial ring. Simultaneously, he enveloped his fist in a dense aura of lightning and struck at the oncoming giant tiger. With a thunderous clash, the tiger's paw met his lightning-imbued fist, sending Chen Fan hurtling 10 meters away. Fortunately, his formidable physique shielded him from injury. Having just eliminated a member of the beast worship sect, Chen Fan felt a surge of confidence as he faced the remaining adversary. Let the grand spectacle unfold today. A titan ape against a third-tier giant tiger. With a thought, his form transformed into a towering, three-eyed lightning ape, standing over 4 meters tall. This beastly transformation not only retained his original formidable physique, but also augmented it with the strength of the beast he had become, rendering him even more powerful. The elongated arms of the lightning ape were ideally suited for combat against the giant tiger. This astonishing transformation startled the giant tiger energy wielder. Yet he quickly regained his composure and roared once more as he charged at Chen Fan. Sky-shattering thunder. Chen Fan intoned silently, and 2 lightning dragons materialized behind him. This was the manifestation of his newfound abilities as a second-tier energy wielder. Die! Chen Fan unleashed his fury as the 2 blue-purple lightning dragons coiled around his arms. With both fists raised, the transformed lightning ape struck simultaneously. Following the deafening roar, the 2 forces collided, each equally matched. He was utterly formidable. Gao Wenbo, a bystander, was utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom the immense strength of Chen Fan. A power so formidable that it left him in awe, seemingly unattainable. Could he truly be a freshman? At that moment, he was convinced that the students of the National Martial Arts Academy's Hidden Dragon class would be utterly dominated by Chen Fan. Everyone within the carriage was captivated by the fierce battle unfolding outside. Initially, the conductor had contemplated abandoning Chen Fan and resuming the journey. Yet a fervent desire took root in his heart. He longed to witness Chen Fan's victory. Meanwhile, the clash between Chen Fan and the giant tiger had escalated to a fever pitch. Chen Fan was consumed by a wild frenzy. His thunderous, towering body ensnared the tiger's neck with one arm, while the other unleashed a relentless barrage of fists, mercilessly pummeling the tiger's head. Their fierce struggle stirred up clouds of dust, obscuring them from the view of the passengers inside the carriage. Outside, Gao Wenbo diligently commanded the golden-armored ant to prevent the artificial beings from approaching Chen Fan, all the while silently praying for his success. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, the dust began to settle, and the roars of the beast diminished. A human figure emerged from the haze, none other than Chen Fan. As the smoke cleared, the onlookers were met with the grim sight of the giant tiger, its massive head reduced to a pulpy mess, lifeless. In that moment, Chen Fan's silhouette appeared extraordinarily heroic. Possessing the combat prowess of a third-tier fighter at such a young age, he was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of humanity. Gao Wenbo gazed at Chen Fan with fervent admiration, feeling an overwhelming impulse to kneel in reverence. The future undoubtedly belonged to Chen Fan. Yet, Chen Fan remained furrowed in thought as he observed the artificial being engaged in battle with the golden-armored ant, his mind swirling with uncertainty. He could not ascertain whether this creature was indeed a creation of the beast cult. Fortunately, the entity's strength was weak, composed entirely of energy, and it was now on the brink of dissolution. Chen Fan, unwilling to squander any more time, delivered a powerful punch that sent shockwaves through the air, obliterating the foe entirely. "Let us depart from this place," Chen Fan exclaimed, patting Gao Wenbo on the shoulder as he stepped into the carriage. Gao Wenbo hastily stowed the golden-armored ant in his pocket and followed closely behind. With excitement glimmering in his eyes, he addressed Chen Fan. "Junior, I finally understand why your name sounds so familiar. You are the very freshman who boldly claimed he would challenge all of Peking University, aren't you?" "Indeed," Chen Fan replied. settling into his seat and lifting the white cat beside him to ensure she was unharmed, before offering Gao Wenbo a warm smile. He held a favorable impression of this individual and was eager to foster a friendship. Gao Wenbo pretended to bow in reverence, giving a thumbs up with admiration. Impressive. As the train gradually resumed its journey, Gao Wenbo became increasingly curious about Chen Fan's seemingly endless array of abilities. But Chen Fan only offered a cryptic response. It's a secret. Understanding the hint, Gao Wenbo refrained from further probing, yet a resolute idea began to blossom within him. From now on, I shall undoubtedly cling tightly to Chen Fan's leg. Originally, the train was scheduled to arrive in Chang'an by noon, but it was delayed by a full 30 minutes. Outside the train station, Yang Chuchu and Zhang Kuan had long been waiting. Mr. Zhang. The senior said he encountered a pursuit by the beast cult on the way, and he mentioned something about a false person. He won't be injured, will he? Yang Chuchu cast a worried glance at the swordsman beside her. Zhang Kuan, exasperated, noted that this was the 20th time Yang Chuchu had posed the same question. Rest assured. Yang, didn't Chen Fan call us? Amid their anxious anticipation, Chen Fan and Gao Wenbo finally emerged from the train. In stark contrast to Chen Fan's carefree demeanor, Gao Wenbo trailed behind with an enormous suitcase. I say, Chen Fan, don't you bring any luggage as a freshman? Gao Wenbo inquired curiously. He had long forgotten the process of Chen Fan conjuring objects from thin air. Moreover, it is common knowledge that spatial rings do not exist on Blue Star. Hence he would never entertain such thoughts. The two soon exited the train station. Though still young, Yang Chuchu stood out amid the crowd like a crane among chickens. Gao Wenbo immediately spotted her and nudged Chen Fan, whispering, Chen Fan, look over there, a beauty. My goodness, how pure she looks. Following his gaze, Chen Fan indeed saw Yang Chuchu. At that moment, she also caught sight of him, her face lighting up with joy, revealing a hint of shyness in her eyes. Their gazes locked, and the longing between them was palpably evident. Wow, she seems to be looking at us. This girl looks even more beautiful when she smiles. Gao Wenbo exclaimed internally, eagerly sharing his excitement with Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Yang Chuchu had begun to approach them. She's coming over, Junior, Gao Wenbo said, filled with excitement as he hurriedly adjusted his attire, hoping to seize the opportunity to strike up a conversation. However, before he could utter the carefully prepared words, he watched in astonishment as Yang Chuchu suddenly quickened her pace and dashed towards them. In the next moment, to his utter surprise, she leaped into Chen Fan's embrace. Wow! Gao Wenbo's mouth fell agape, his emotions a tumultuous mix of feelings, leaving him momentarily stunned. He looked at Chen Fan with envy, wondering how someone so powerful could also have captured such an exquisite girl. At that moment, Chen Fan experienced a peculiar sensation as Yang Chuchu rushed towards him. Instinctively, he placed the white cat atop Gao Wenbo's suitcase and caught her in his arms. The softness against his chest stirred something within him, causing him to reflect anew. One should regard a friend differently after 3 days apart. Yang Chuchu shyly lifted her head, her concern evident as she asked, Senior, you weren't injured on the way, were you? Chen Fan smiled lightly, his confidence obvious as he replied, dealing with the minions of the beast cult was a piece of cake. Yang Chuchu sighed in relief and giggled. Senior, Mr. Zhang is also here. Chen Fan glanced over to find Zhang Kuan standing 10 meters away, a broad smile adorning his face as he observed the two. He approached only after the two had finished their emotional exchange. Casting a thorough gaze over Chen Fan, he was taken aback. You've broken through to the second tier? The astonishing speed of his advancement felt nothing short of miraculous. Chen Fan was equally astonished, indeed. While he could deceive Gao Wenbo with his ability to mask his cultivation, he could not fool a master like Zhang Kuan. Meanwhile, Gao Wenbo stood dumbstruck. Having recognized Zhang Kuan, it was beyond his imagination that the director of the Divine Academy at Guwu University, a formidable master, would personally come to collect Chen Fan. The revelations of the journey had utterly shattered his preconceptions. Clearly, Chen Fan's potential exceeded even his wildest expectations. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Kuan suggested, Let us be on our way, my driver awaits outside. We should return to Guwu. Gao Wenbo, feeling somewhat out of place, hesitated at the thought of riding in a Master-S vehicle. Chen Fan, however, patted his shoulder encouragingly, urging him to follow. Zhang Kuan's vehicle was a 6-seater business car, easily accommodating the 4 of them. The white cat in Chen Fan's arms naturally caught Zhang Kuan's attention. He regarded Chen Fan with a hint of surprise. What is the story with this white cat? I sense that its soul is undergoing a transformation, and it seems poised to awaken soon. Awakening soon? Chen Fan felt a surge of joy. The sacrifice of the Catwoman was somewhat intertwined with him, and he had promised to avenge her by eliminating the dual-faced entity. However, after that battle, the dual-faced being had merely lost a head, leaving him with lingering guilt. After some contemplation, he decided to share the story of the Catwoman. The others in the vehicle were all astonished. So, the Catwoman revealed herself to save Mayor Li. Yang Chu-Chu, the youngest, commented, her empathy easily stirred. Zhang Kuan, intrigued, remarked, Chen Fan, if the Catwoman truly possesses 9 lives, then her ability is not merely that of a shadow cat, but rather the legendary intermediate ability known as the 9 Lives Phantom. Moreover, once she awakens, her strength will experience a qualitative leap. Chapter 81. Entering the academy, the vehicle sped along, and after a brief journey of 10 minutes, they arrived at the grand entrance of Guowu University. The gates were majestic, towering several meters high and wide, adorned with the 4 characters spelling Guowu University. Zhang Kuan took the initiative to play the role of a tour guide. Guowu University is renowned as the premier military academy, having originally been a military school. However, for the sake of management, we have since been incorporated into the Ministry of Education. Nevertheless, over the years, we have maintained intricate ties with the military, and most of our graduates have enlisted. The Premier Military Academy? Quite a prestigious title. Chen Fan nodded silently. Soon, their vehicle entered this esteemed institution of supernatural abilities, where the campus buzzed with activity. It was the day for new students to register, and the influx of parents made the area exceedingly congested. With no other option, they disembarked and proceeded on foot. Along the way, Chen Fan learned that Guowu was divided into 6 distinct colleges. They are the Military Academy, the Magic Academy, the Spirit Master Academy, the Beast Master Academy, the Pharmacology Academy, and the Armament Academy. The Military Academy primarily cultivates close combat practitioners, commonly referred to as warriors. The Magic Academy, as its name suggests, focuses on training long-range spellcasters, known as mages. The Spirit Master Academy comprises students who are all psychic practitioners, like Li Ji, capable of manipulating all things through mental power, often referred to as Spirit Masters. Within the Spirit Master Academy, there exists a particularly unique profession known as Sword Masters. For instance, Zhang Kuan, who dedicates himself entirely to the art of flying swords. Although these practitioners forego the ability to control the world, they gain formidable combat prowess. The Beastmaster Academy is even more distinctive, as its students rely on their pets for battle, often remaining relatively vulnerable and seldom engaging directly in combat, such as Gao Wenbo, who fights solely with his golden armored ant. These practitioners should not be underestimated. Those from affluent backgrounds can procure powerful beast cubs to nurture from a young age. Such beasts grow rapidly and, having been raised from infancy, remain fiercely loyal to their owners, even if their masters possess significantly lesser strength. For example, it is not uncommon in elite academies for a second-tier practitioner to command a third-tier beast in combat. The Pharmacology Academy and the Armament Academy differ from the others, as their students are all selected through a specialized admission process, akin to the art examinations on Earth. Practitioners apply individually and gain entry by passing the school's assessments. The primary focus of the Pharmacology Academy is on wood or plant-based practitioners, who engage in pharmacological studies and the concoction of elixirs and spiritual milks, eschewing combat. Similarly, the Armament Academy requires its practitioners to possess metallic abilities, with the lifelong pursuit of crafting divine weapons as their goal. Chen Fan possesses the ability of the thunder-devouring sacred body, allowing him to choose between the Military Academy and the Magic Academy. However, Chen Fan leans towards the former, as he relishes the thrill of close combat, and his beastly transformation necessitates proximity in battle. Soon, they arrived at the reporting location of the Military Academy, where a long queue had already formed. Zhang Kuan glanced at the time and, with an apologetic tone, said, Chen Fan, I cannot accompany you any longer. I have some matters to attend to within the academy. Let us find time in the afternoon to discuss the matter of the impostor. I would appreciate your assistance. All right. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Chen Fan replied politely as he bid farewell. It was indeed a significant honor for a master-level expert to personally receive him. Gao Wenbo trailed behind Chen Fan with his suitcase in tow, ever ready to heed Chen Fan's instructions. Chen Fan turned around and, with a smile, suggested, Senior Gao, perhaps you should head back to the dormitory first? I still have quite a while ahead of me. Chu Chu can accompany me. Gao Wenbo resolutely shook his head. It's no trouble at all. I have nothing else to do, and I am familiar with the campus. I'll take you to the dormitory shortly. Very well. I appreciate your kindness. Chen Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. Meanwhile, Yang Chu Chu occasionally glanced at Chen Fan, her face aglow with happiness. From the very beginning, her dream was to attend the same university as Chen Fan. As the three conversed, they quickly queued up. The task of registering student information fell to a young female administrative teacher. She possessed both appealing features and a commendable figure. Her white shirt, particularly well-fitted, accentuated her beauty. However, perhaps due to a morning filled with busyness, her demeanor was quite aloof, barely lifting her gaze. She presented a form to Chen Fan, instructing, Please fill in your personal information and hand me your identification. Chen Fan smirked slightly but complied, diligently inscribing his details. Meanwhile, Gao Wenbo was utterly captivated upon witnessing Chen Fan's extraordinary ability, the thunder-devouring sacred body. Indeed, it was something I should have anticipated. How could such a formidable power exist without being extraordinary? Why else would Master Zhang personally attend to him? Extraordinary ability? The previously indifferent teacher also found herself momentarily astonished when she received the form, her eyes widening as she looked at Chen Fan, involuntarily exclaiming in surprise. Her attitude underwent a dramatic transformation, her face brightening with a smile as she flirtatiously adjusted her bangs. She instinctively puffed out her chest, revealing a glimpse of pristine skin from the collar of her white shirt. Chen Fan, I oversee the academic affairs of the college. My name is Yin Xiaoya. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to approach me. Here is my WeChat. You may add me, she said. As an academic administrator, her strength was not particularly high, merely at the 4th tier. However, she regarded students like Chen Fan, endowed with both talent and looks, with a special consideration. Chen Fan, somewhat bewildered by her demeanor, unconsciously retrieved his phone to scan her WeChat QR code and add her. Beside him, Yang Chu Chu pouted. A look of jealousy etched across her face. She recognized that this teacher, Yin Xiaoya, was intentionally attempting to acquire Chen Fan's WeChat contact, and with ulterior motives at that. Yin Xiaoya, satisfied with her phone, then produced a card and handed it to Chen Fan, her expression softening. Chen, this is your campus card. I've granted you tier privileges. Nearly all facilities within the school are accessible to you free of charge. Of course, you will also use this card for meals in the cafeteria. Gao Wenbo looked on with immense envy. Tiered privileges were likely reserved for instructors of masterful caliber. At Guowu University, a student's privileges were directly linked to their innate talent. For instance, access to high-level training rooms required corresponding permissions, and without them, one would incur exorbitant fees. Certain materials and techniques could only be reviewed with the appropriate permissions. Naturally, privileges were not immutable. As long as one demonstrated sufficient value, the school would elevate their privileges accordingly. Gao Wenbo himself possessed a tier ability. Hence his privileges were limited to that same tier. Upon receiving the campus card, Chen Fan politely expressed, Thank you, Teacher Xiaoya. No need for formality, dear student. Yin Xiaoya replied with a radiant smile. I suspect you haven't had lunch yet, have you? I haven't eaten either. I can take you to eat shortly. Faced with the request of a beautiful teacher, Chen Fan, a newcomer to university, found himself at a loss as to whether to decline. Gao Wenbo was so envious that he could scarcely articulate his feelings. Although Yin Xiaoya could not be considered a top beauty, she surpassed 90% of her peers, especially with the alluring curves concealed beneath her white shirt, igniting one's imagination. Is this the disparity brought about by talent? Gao Wenbo sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Yang Chu Chu quickly wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's, her expression one of vigilance. Vixen. She cast a fierce glare at Yin Xiaoya in her mind. She hastily urged, Senior, you still need to go to the dormitory to check in. Yes, right. Chen Fan sensed the palpable jealousy emanating from her. He quickly apologized to Yin Xiaoya. Teacher Xiaoya, I'm sorry, but I must head to the dormitory now. I'll treat you to dinner when there's a chance. That sounds good. It's a promise then, Yin Xiaoya said, adjusting her black-framed glasses, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 82. The terrifying dormitory supervisor. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at the dormitory area. Chen Fan registered his information with the dormitory supervisor and successfully obtained his room key. The supervisor, a woman in her 40s, glanced at Yang Chu and couldn't help but give Chen Fan a thumbs up. "Young man, your sister is truly beautiful." Chen Fan nearly choked on his own breath. "Which of us is your sister? Please don't mislabel our relationship," he thought. "How could I approach her in the future with this misunderstanding?" Yang Chu's beautiful eyes widened as she hurried to clarify. "Auntie, he is not my brother. If you're not siblings, does that mean you're a couple?" The dormitory supervisor's face was filled with skepticism as she regarded Chen Fan with a hint of malice. "Young man, how old is that girl? One must not be too beastly." "Who's being beastly?" Just as Chen Fan was about to retort, a long-forgotten system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. System task: assist Yang Chu in becoming a disciple of this prospective martial sage. Task level: completing the task allows participation in a lottery. Chen Fan listened to the system prompt, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow a whole fist. In Blue Star, 9th tier ability users were referred to as martial sages. A prospective martial sage indicated someone who was just a step away from achieving that status. Chen Fan was utterly astonished. How could such a figure be a dormitory supervisor? Is this the legendary concept of a great talent concealed in the mundane? Or perhaps a means to temper one's resolve in search of an opportunity to break through to martial sage? Chen Fan pondered with incredulity. Just as he was about to formulate a response to alter the supervisor's unfavorable impression, Gao Wenbo, his expression darkening, spoke up first on Chen Fan's behalf. "I say, lady, it seems you're selling cloth in a dye shop, salt in a grain store, and now you want to play the role of a son-in-law?" The dormitory supervisor's face stiffened. Although she did not grasp the meaning behind Gao Wenbo's words, she sensed that they were far from flattering. Gao Wenbo let out a cold snort and remarked, "It's rather meaningless. I merely advise you to refrain from meddling in trifles." After confronting the dormitory supervisor, he turned back to Chen Fan, raising his eyebrows in a playful gesture, signaling that he was undoubtedly a loyal subordinate. However, in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed in the air as a sharp blow landed squarely on Gao Wenbo's head. He was taken aback, for the assailant was not the dorm supervisor, but Chen Fan. "How dare you speak to this lady in such a manner?" Chen Fan exclaimed, his face alight with fury. "Goodness, Gao Wenbo. It seems you are courting disaster, as if you were an offering on Yama's table." Gao Wenbo stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at Chen Fan with incredulity, even questioning the very fabric of his existence. "Brother, I was merely defending your honor. Did I inadvertently flatter her?" Chen Fan, unfazed, hurriedly turned to the dorm supervisor with a disarming smile, exuding innocence. "This fellow simply lacks discernment, but that does not reflect my sentiments." The dorm supervisor regarded Gao Wenbo with a knowing glance. The young man certainly possesses a silver tongue. Indeed, Gao Wenbo huffed, ready to retort further. But upon seeing Chen Fan's frantic gestures, he suppressed his anger. Remarkably, the dorm supervisor chose to overlook Gao Wenbo's earlier transgression and turned her gaze to Yang Chu, her eyes softening with affection. "Young lady, as someone who has been through it all, I can confidently inform you that while this young man may possess talent, he is undoubtedly a lecher. Should you choose to accompany him, prepare yourself for a multitude of grievances." Yang Chu's cheeks flushed crimson, caught off guard by the public commentary, as she and Chen Fan had yet to breach that delicate barrier between them. Chen Fan, however, seethed internally, feeling that such an accusation was rather excessive. The term lecher was particularly jarring, for he had never acknowledged himself as such. He merely wished to provide them with a home. Have you ever heard the saying, "It is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage"? Chen Fan raged inwardly, though his exterior remained amiable as he politely bid farewell to the dorm supervisor. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Once the trio reached the staircase, Gao Wenbo could no longer contain his frustration. "Junior, I am quite vexed. Why didn't you allow me to retort to her?" Yet, in the next moment, his legs inexplicably betrayed him, as if they were nailed to the ground, and he fell forward with a thud. Blood trickled from his nostrils. "Are you all right?" Chen Fan rushed to assist him. Gao Wenbo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wiped away the blood and sheepishly replied, "Haha, I'm fine, just accidentally misstepped." However, after taking only a few steps, his legs again refused to obey, and he tumbled to the floor. "Ouch!" Gao Wenbo struggled to rise, pinching his legs, which felt perfectly normal. Yet, after a few more strides, he fell once more. At this point, Chen Fan had come to a realization. It was undoubtedly the dorm's supervisor who had intervened. Fortunately, my attitude has shifted swiftly, otherwise, I would be the one in such dire straits. On the fourth floor, Gao Wenbo stumbled and fell no fewer than 30 times, leading him to question the very essence of life. His complexion was pallid, and terror gleamed in his eyes. Chen Fan, I won't be joining you for dinner. I fear there may be something amiss with my leg. After I drop off my luggage, I must make a trip to the hospital. What if I end up paralyzed? By the end of his lament, Gao Wenbo was nearly in tears, utterly despondent. Meanwhile, the kind-hearted Yang Chuchu wore a look of deep concern. Chen Fan, understanding the gravity of the situation but hesitant to reveal the truth, could only offer gentle reassurances. Senior, do not worry. I firmly believe your leg will be fine. After bidding farewell to Gao Wenbo, Chen Fan continued his ascent to the 5th floor alongside Yang Chuchu. Before long, he located his designated room number. The dormitory was reminiscent of a residential building, comprising 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. 4 individuals shared a unit, each enjoying their own private quarters, while the common areas were communal. Compared to the dormitory conditions of my previous life, this was a significant improvement. Upon entering, Chen Fan found his 3 roommates engaged in lively conversation on the sofa, the atmosphere quite pleasant. They turned to look at him, but their attention quickly shifted to Yang Chuchu, completely disregarding Chen Fan. What a beautiful and innocent young lady. Clearing his throat deliberately, Chen Fan made a sound to draw their focus back to him. They exchanged awkward glances, their gazes filled with envy. A handsome young man rose and grasped Chen Fan's hand enthusiastically. Ah, hello, classmate. You must be our new roommate. I am Zhao Mingze, hailing from the capital, haha. Chen Fan discreetly assessed Zhao Mingze and noted his designer attire and a watch crafted from rare materials, valued at no less than 10 million. What a wealthy young man from the capital. Chen Fan smiled faintly and replied politely, hello, classmate. I am Chen Fan from Shannon Province. The remaining 2 quickly stood to introduce themselves. One, a scholarly-looking youth sporting black-framed glasses, introduced himself as Wenhua. With a smile, he said, Chen, I am from Chang'an City. If you wish to explore, I can serve as your guide. Thank you, thank you. Chen Fan responded courteously. The last young man, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, resembled a human tower. He appeared somewhat shy and spoke with a pronounced dialect. I am Gao Yuan, from Yuzhou. Chen Fan regarded Gao Yuan with surprise. Though he spoke in a dialect and had a simple demeanor, his physique was remarkably robust, exhibiting strength at the early stage of the 2nd tier. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Zhao Mingze flashed a grin at Chen Fan and gestured towards one of the bedrooms. That room faces south, the best position. We intentionally left it for you. Quite generous. Isn't it? How remarkably loyal this group of roommates is. Chen Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Do not heed his nonsense, the bespectacled man, Wenhua, said earnestly. Earlier, before you arrived, we drew lots, and the remaining lot is yours. Surprisingly, although you were absent, fortune smiled upon you. Chen Fan understood. These fellows indeed had a certain principle in their dealings. After exchanging greetings with a few of them, he led Yang Chuchu into his room. Under the envious gazes of the 3, he promptly locked the door behind them. The layout of the room mirrored that of a hotel, with bedding and toiletries fully prepared by the school for the new students. With a flourish, Chen Fan produced his clothing from thin air and stuffed it into the wardrobe. Yang Chuchu had long since grown accustomed to such displays. Senior, allow me to help you organize, she offered, eager to alleviate the subtle tension in the air. Now that they were once again alone together, memories of their previous encounter at the hotel flooded her mind. How she had moaned in front of Chen Fan while taking the invigorating tonic, her clothes drenched, her contours unmistakably defined. Haha, no need for that. Just sit and rest. Chen Fan quickly declined, for among his garments were several pairs of underpants, and he wished to avoid any awkwardness. All right then, senior, Yang Chuchu replied softly, trailing behind him. By the way, at our National Martial Arts University, girls are permitted to enter the boys' dormitories, but boys cannot enter the girls' dorms. Her voice was bright and chirpy, tinged with a hint of pride. Chen Fan was not pleased. However, why is that? Isn't gender equality the principle here? By the way, Chuchu, how are your roommates? Chen Fan asked as he continued to tidy up his clothes. A few minutes later, Zhao Mingze knocked on Chen Fan's door. With a mischievous grin and raised eyebrows, he inquired, Am I interrupting your romantic interlude? Yang Chuchu's face flushed crimson at once. Come on, brother, it's still daytime. Chen Fan, unperturbed, bantered back with ease. Haha. How about the three of us find a place to stay tonight? Leaving this room to you. Zhao Mingzi laughed heartily. Speak plainly, what do you want? Chen Fan shot him a glare, redirecting the conversation, mindful of Yang Chuchu's feelings. We're planning to head to the cafeteria for a meal and wanted to see if you two would join us, Zhao Mingzi said, recognizing the need to temper his teasing. Chuchu and I haven't eaten yet, so let us go together, Chen Fan stated, placing his clothes aside and promptly stepping out with Yang Chuchu. I've heard our National Martial Arts University's cafeteria is ranked first in the country. It must be quite delicious, Zhao Mingzi chattered as they walked, keeping the atmosphere lively and free of any awkwardness. During their stroll, Chen Fan gained a general understanding of the trio's circumstances, discovering that Zhao Mingzi's unique ability was indeed a level of electromagnetic storm. The reason he applied to the National Martial University was his aspiration to become a sword master. His electromagnetic storm ability allows him to manipulate metal flying swords by altering magnetic fields, thus endowing him with the potential to become a swordsman. National martial swordsmanship is renowned as the best in the country, a fact that naturally entices him. Wenhua's ability, however, does not pertain to combat. He awakened the top-tier ability known as the heart of nature within the wood element, enabling him to sense the emotions of trees and flowers. His dream is to become a distinguished pharmacist. Gao Yuan possesses a rather unique power, dubbed the indestructible diamond body, which ranks among the apex of abilities. It is said that beyond the 5th tier, one can survive even if dismembered. Of course, Chen Fan did not conceal his ability, as his campus card clearly indicated his level. In a shared room, such details would soon be revealed. Zhao Mingzi gaped in astonishment, exclaiming with obsequiousness, "Brother, please allow me to pay my respects." Wenhua and Gao Yuan shared in the surprise, and Gao Yuan's gaze towards Chen Fan ignited a spark of competitive spirit. Little did I expect that my roommates would possess such extraordinary talents. Chen Fan mused, shaking his head slightly. After all, placing individuals with vastly different ability levels in the same dormitory would make it difficult to forge camaraderie in battle. The weaker one might easily lose interest in cultivation due to discouragement. As the group conversed, they quickly arrived at the dining hall. By this time, it was already past 1 o'clock, and the majority of patrons were new students just arriving for registration. The meals in the dining hall were affordable. Chen Fan spent merely 10 yuan for 3 dishes. As they settled down, a commotion erupted in the hall. The group looked up to see a young man entering, surrounded by admirers. This young man, with his striking white hair, exuded an air of coldness, and was flanked by a throng of female university students who squealed like starstruck fans. Who is this? He seems to command even more attention than my brother Fan. Zhao Mingzi nudged Chen Fan with his elbow, displaying a hint of jealousy. Chen Fan was somewhat speechless, ever since Zhao learned of his level. He had taken to calling him Brother Fan with an unusual familiarity. Wenhua, evidently familiar with the newcomer, explained, "His name is Bai Zun, this year's provincial champion from Shaanxi, wielding the level ability of the Ice God domain." Provincial champion? The others expressed surprise, as it was common for such individuals to choose prestigious institutions like Capital University or Magic University. Adjusting his glasses, Wenhua continued, "He is here for the dragon egg. It is said that the dragon that laid it is of the ice element." Understanding dawned on them, yet they did not dwell on it further. Chen Fan's roommates, though seemingly amiable, were in fact quite proud. Gao Yuan's early-stage second-tier strength required no elaboration. Although Zhao Mingzi concealed his prowess well, Chen Fan had discreetly used his thunder vision to ascertain that he too was at the early stage of the second tier. Certainly, Chen Fan paid no heed to the provincial champion. A mere second-tier, early-stage ability user was unworthy of coveting his dragon egg. As for the beautiful women surrounding this individual, Chen Fan was utterly indifferent. After all, none of them could compare to the enchanting presence beside him. Zhao Mingzi, noticing Chen Fan's dismissive expression, curiously inquired, "Brother Fan, may I ask why I cannot discern your cultivation level? What is your true strength?" Early-stage second tier, Chen Fan replied succinctly, returning to his meal. "Then, Brother Fan, does that mean you could easily overpower this fellow?" Zhao Mingzi's eyes sparkled with intrigue.